Jang Jian-jun was woken up by the cold and opened his eyes in a daze. I was stunned by the mottled walls. The roof was dark and a thin quilt covered my body. I remember that I drank a few more glasses after returning home from work last night. Jang Jian-jun was originally a corporate programmer. I woke up in this strange place. Just when Jang Jian-jun was at a loss, a large amount of information poured into his brain. After a period of dizziness, only then did I know that the original owner of this body was also called Jang Jian-jun. Jang Jian-jun's father, John Wyman, worked in the security department of a steel mill after retiring from the army. 2 years ago, during a warehouse fire, he was unfortunately exposed to toxic smoke while fighting the fire and died by the time he was taken to the hospital. My mother had a heart disease, and after hearing about her husband's death, she was so sad that she passed away a week later. The original owner was in her second year of high school. After the loss of both her parents, she became silent and ignored everyone she met. After graduating from high school last year, I didn't take the college entrance examination again. In this era, job quotas can be reserved for descendants or relatives. Under the care of the steel mill leaders, 18-year-old Jang Jian-jun was assigned to the propaganda department. He is only 19 years old this year. The salary plus allowance is 37.5 yuan, which is the treatment of a level 16 literary worker. Because he was introverted and taciturn, there was no one in the courtyard who could chat with him. Whenever Jia saw him, she would curse him from time to time. "You killed your parents, and yet you still live in these 2 rooms? You should give one to my family, Bang Gang, and one to me." Due to the Jia family's exclusion and slander, several uncles also watched coldly. Although Jia had been eyeing Jang Jian-jun's house, she did not dare to rob it openly. Jang Jian-jun's father died in the line of duty. He himself was a retired soldier and was recognized as a martyr by his superiors. The descendants of martyrs of this era are undoubtedly a talisman. The timeline is now the winter of 1965, and a cold snap hit last night. The quilt is thin to begin with. He caught a cold and had a fever, and fell into a deep sleep. Coincidentally, Jang Jian-jun arrived and took over the original owner's body. It is a standard 3-story courtyard house, with 2 of his houses in the backyard. A deaf old lady who is a 5-guarantee household lives in the north of the backyard. An old man named Yi Zonghai lived in the middle courtyard. The second uncle Liu Haizhong and the Jia family's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, etc. There is also the family of Su Daimao and Liu Xiaoyi. The third uncle Yan Bugui lives in the front yard. After Jang Jian-jun digested the memory, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do time travelers have to sacrifice their parents to heaven? When I thought of the beasts in the yard, my head started to hurt again. I got up with difficulty. It's so cold. If I hadn't traveled through time, I would probably be turning on the air conditioner now. I collected some food coupons, industrial coupons, and savings. Together with his father's compensation, it totaled 834 yuan. Don't underestimate these 800 yuan. If calculated based on the salary of a regular employee, it would take more than 2 years without eating or drinking to earn back the money. Of course, an 8th-level worker like the old man doesn't count. It would be nice if there was a system. Isn't the system a standard feature for time travelers? Drop. The space system is starting up. Report to the host, the space system has been bound. Jang Jian-jun jumped up excitedly. It turned out that Tomato was right. A portable space is included in the newbie gift package, please check it yourself. Due to time travel, the system is running low on energy and is now dormant. Beep, beep. Jang Jian-jun was startled and quickly called the system. Is the system master here? Open the system. But the system did not respond. Open the novice gift package. Still no response. Jang Jian-jun was confused. No way, the newly acquired system shuts down before it even gets warmed up? Are you kidding me? Jang Jian-jun recalled a novel he'd read in the past, in which he learned that the system space could communicate with the mind or thoughts. He quickly calmed down and focused on communicating. Suddenly, I entered a space the size of 2 football fields. In the center stood an ancient well, with a small fish pond to the side. All around was bare black earth. A gleaming box floated above the well. Jang Jian-jun hurried forward and opened the box, which contained a bottle of blue potion as thick as a finger. Picking up the potion and taking a closer look, it shows the message, Spiritual Power Potion. It can greatly enhance mental power. Jang Jian-jun thought about it and decided that since it was produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Without hesitation, he pulled out the cork and took a sip. When he smacked his lips, a refreshing taste filled his taste buds. Suddenly, Jang Jian-jun felt that the world in front of him was so clear, his mind was so clear, and the whole space seemed to come alive. Even the black soil particles in the distance are within sight. The body that had been frozen all night felt extremely relaxed at this moment. It's never felt better. His eyes also became bright as stars, no longer as decadent and lifeless as before. Countless fragments of memories flashed before my eyes. Even the little details of my childhood with my parents were crystal clear. Jang Jian-jun came to the ancient well, and a spring was slowly overflowing from the wellhead and flowing into a small fish pond not far away. Remembering that he hadn't had a drop of water all night, Zhang Jianjun bent down, scooped up the well water and took a big gulp. As the cool spring water entered my stomach, I felt a sudden warmth all over my body, like a dry tree encountering rain. I absorbed it like crazy. A pile of black dirt appeared on the surface of his body, and it smelled terrible. Zhang Jianjun was immediately surprised. Could this be a spiritual spring? Could it have the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow? Thoughts flashed through my mind. My whole body was filled with explosive power. I felt like I could kill a cow with one punch. Zhang Jianjun quickly took off his clothes and ran to the fish pond. Fortunately, the temperature in the space remained neither too hot nor too cold. After washing in the fish pond for half an hour, I came out and saw how good my body was. My previously skinny body was now rosy and smooth like a baby's. My 8-pack abs were faintly visible in the reflection of the pond water. I found this guy quite handsome. His face used to be yellow due to malnutrition, but after the spring water and the potion, he looked like a completely new person, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge. With a height of 1.80 meters, he is a real handsome guy. Like all readers, he is a handsome guy in this era. After leaving the space, I changed into work clothes. I saw the sun was already high in the sky, and after careful consideration, I realized that today was Sunday. The factory is closed today. There's no such thing as a 2-day weekend these days. We only get 1 day off every week, so it's a good time to go out and get familiar with the city. My stomach started growling at this moment, and I looked at the table and saw 2 cornmeal steamed buns and a plate of half-eaten pickles. My goodness, the steamed corn bread in winter is as hard as a stone. I suddenly lost my appetite, so I decided to just eat on the street while shopping. Suddenly, he felt there was someone at the door. Zhang Jianjun looked towards the door and seemed to see a fat little figure through the door panel. Zhang Jianjun felt a chill down his spine. Why could he see a blurry figure through the door? Concentrating his attention, he could see everything within 10 meters of the door clearly. He could even see the women washing clothes by the pool in the middle courtyard, but anything further away was blurry. Could it be the effect of the potion that significantly increased his mental power? Originally, the fusion of 2 souls had a higher mental power than an ordinary person. Combined with the spiritual potion, it felt like awakening the spiritual consciousness in the immortal cultivation novels. So Zhang Jianjun set his eyes on the half plate of pickles on the table. Since mental power can be transformed into spiritual consciousness, can it control objects? I concentrated my mind and touched the plate with my mind, and the plate actually moved. Zhang Jianjun gritted his teeth, gathered his mental strength and lifted the plate up, and the plate slowly floated about 1 meter above the table. He put the plate down and looked at the chair again, and the chair slowly began to float up. After some attempts, I found that mental power can only lift objects weighing about 100 kilograms, and it is powerless to lift objects weighing more than 100 kilograms. At this moment, I felt a sharp pain in my head, my vision went dark and I almost fainted. He sat on the bed for half an hour before he slowly felt better. He quickly entered the space and scooped another bowl of spiritual spring water to drink. I immediately felt much better and my headache was gone. This must be the after effect of excessive mental exertion, so I need to be more careful next time. After coming out, Zhang Jianjun put all the money and bills into a corner of the space. Those who have seen Courtyard Love know that there is a thief's stick plot in the courtyard. The rule of this courtyard is that you cannot lock the door. Bang Gang is used to stealing things. If he gets robbed right after coming here, he will be in tears. The figure outside the door just now should be Bang Gang. The good guy ran from the middle yard to the backyard. This must be prevented. I put on my cotton jacket, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard. I spotted a graceful figure washing clothes by the tap. She looked to be about 30 years old, with an oval face and a pair of peach blossom eyes. Oh my goodness, isn't this Qin Huiru? Qin Huiru heard the footsteps, raised her head and looked behind her, and her eyes lit up. Why did this decadent boy feel so handsome today? So he said, Jianjun, go out. Are you having any difficulties recently? If your clothes are not washed, I will help you wash them. Zhang Jianjun just nodded lightly and walked towards the front yard without looking back. Qin Huiru didn't care. She had been like this ever since Zhang Jianjun's parents passed away. It was good enough that she could agree. When I arrived at the front yard, I saw a skinny middle-aged man wearing glasses wiping a bicycle. There is no doubt that this is the Golden Abacus, the third uncle Yan Bagui. In fact, when Zhang Jianjun was watching TV, he had a stronger impression of Yan Fugui than Yi Zonghai. Apart from being stingy, Yan Bagui has no other major problems. Unlike an old man, he has the compound firmly in his hands. He often uses moral kidnapping to tie the Jia family and Shazhu together. Shazhu ended up settling down in a bridge hole. Yan Bagui saw Zhang Jianjun. Immediately, he smiled and asked, Jianjun, what are you doing? Have you eaten yet? Zhang Jianjun, go out and buy some coarse grains. we have no food at home. Then walked over. The third uncle was left standing there in surprise. Has this kid changed his ways? He actually said so much today. In the past, he always had a stern face and ignored me. Walking out of the compound, Jang Jianjun took a deep breath. I'm coming to Siju City. This is the worst of times, but also the best of times. It is already very cold in the city of Siju in early winter, but it still couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the people, and the streets and alleys were crowded with people. They were wearing simple clothes and had warm smiles on their faces. Clothes in this era are either military green or work gray. Occasionally a bicycle passes by, attracting everyone's attention, and the envious eyes are not concealed at all. Bicycles are a rare item these days. One of the 3 turn and 1 ring cars, only the third uncle in the courtyard where Zhang Jianjun lives has one. It was a semi-new bicycle given by the school to Yan Bagui in recognition of his more than 10 years of service. Su Damao's bike wasn't his own, it was factory property. Because he had to travel from village to village showing movies, the steel mill had provided it. I spent 18 cents on a bowl of dumplings at the dumpling restaurant at the entrance of the alley. So according to the memory of his previous life, he slowly strolled down the street. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a toothache when he thought of the 2 steamed buns on the table. He had to buy some meat tonight, not like his predecessor. With just over 800 yuan and a frail body, he caught a cold and froze to death in his bed. He looked into his space and saw that among his belongings, he had 13 industrial coupons and 5 cloth coupons. He didn't have many meat coupons, only 3 kilograms, but he had plenty of grain coupons, over 180 kilograms. My goodness, I only had more than 180 kilograms of food coupons and had to eat cornmeal every day. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Cornmeal is a coarse grain after all. If we eat fine grains, it would be impossible to save so many food coupons. I first went to a garment store and bought a cotton padded jacket, spending $4 and 3 feet of cloth coupons. I went to the mall and bought a quilt. At that time, all the malls were state-owned enterprises. The sales clerks all have stern faces, and some even ignore you. Unlike later generations, which emphasize smiling service and believe that customers are God. At the corner of an alley, Zhang Jianjun looked around and saw no one was around. He put his clothes and quilt into his storage room. He couldn't carry the quilt into the market. I went to the Dongdan market and bought 10 eggs. You don't need meat coupons for eggs. I also bought a pound of pork and some vegetable seeds. After all, there's still a patch of black soil in the space. I'll have to experiment after dinner. How effective are vegetables grown in the space? They can't be grown outside in winter. But the space is at room temperature, so there aren't any seasons. By the time we finished buying everything, it was almost evening. He walked back to the courtyard carrying eggs and meat. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the third uncle standing at the door, his eyes staring at the meat without any concealment. With a kind smile on his face, he said, Jianjun, it's not easy for you. You're alone at home and no one cooks for you. Why don't you come to my house? Let your third aunt help you cook, and we can have a drink together in the evening. Zhang Jianjun, I didn't expect that the first time you bought meat, you would plot against me. Come on, I haven't eaten meat in 6 months. This pound of meat isn't even enough to fill my teeth, and I'm only 19. I hope you won't let my growth stunt. He said he was playing and left without looking back. Leaving the third uncle disheveled in the wind. This guy ate your flesh once and it affected your development. He muttered in his heart, this child has changed. How come he suddenly became so eloquent when he was taciturn before? Walk to the middle courtyard because many people are at home on Sunday. Everyone is eyeing the meat. To be honest, it is difficult to eat meat these days unless it is a festival. Zhang Jianjun didn't say hello to anyone and continued to walk in with his usual dull demeanor. Suddenly he felt a sinister gaze staring at him. Because of his powerful spiritual awareness, he is very sensitive to things that are unfriendly to him. He used his mental power to sense that Zhejiang was lying on the windowsill. She stared at him intently with her triangular eyes, her mouth opening and closing as she cursed. This little bastard who killed his own parents bought such a big piece of meat and didn't even give me a bit. My dog is still growing, be careful not to eat too much and die. Zhang Jianjun's heart suddenly turned cold. Regardless of past and present lives, he must retaliate against anyone who insulted his parents. There is still a long time, just wait and see. Go back to the house and light the coal stove first. Fortunately, I could cook in my previous life, otherwise it would be difficult for me to be alone now. After more than half an hour, a serving of braised pork and 2 egg pancakes were ready. Suddenly the aroma of meat filled the courtyard. Zhejiang, her mother-in-law, daughter-in-law and 3 children were eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Zhejiang complained while eating. Smelling the aroma of meat coming from the backyard, Bangang immediately put his chopsticks and bowl on the table. She cried out, Grandma, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. When Huihua and Xiaodang saw their brother making a fuss, they also started crying and shouting for meat. Zhejiang is a typical shrew in the eyes of others, but she loves her grandson very much. I have always treated him as my dearest child, doting and pampering him to the utmost. He glared at Qin Huiru and said harshly, "Are you still eating? Didn't you see that my grandson wants to eat meat? Go to Zhang Jianzhen's house and get some meat. Anyway, that bastard can't finish it all by himself." Qin Huiru glanced at her mother-in-law helplessly, stood up and walked towards the backyard. Zhang Jianzhen was eating an egg pancake with braised pork in his chopsticks. "I'm still thinking about whether to go to the pigeon market in the second half of the night." At this time, there was a knock on the door, and when I looked over, I saw someone fighting outside. It turned out to be Qin Huiru. I knew what she was here for without having to think about it. Zhang Jianzhen asked knowingly, "Who?" "Qin Huiru, brother Jianzhen, I'm your sister Qin. Please open the door. I have something to talk to you about." "I'm sorry, I can't open the door in the middle of the night. Besides, you're a widow, how am I supposed to face people tomorrow if you knock on my door in the middle of the night? I'm still a young man, so this isn't nice." Qin Huiru, "Oh my god, how can I continue with this sentence?" After thinking for a moment, he continued, "My son Bangang is craving meat and is refusing to eat. Can Jianzhen?" Qin Huiru hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Jianzhen said first, "No. I am also a child, only 19 years old this year. I am still growing, and I have already eaten all the meat." Qin Huiru, "Is there a child who is 1.8 meters tall?" Zhang watched Qin Huiru come back with an empty bowl. She immediately scolded him, "Where's the meat? What's the point of having you? You went to ask for some meat and came back empty-handed. Did you steal some on the way? Do you want to starve me to death so you can remarry?" Qin Huiru was speechless and felt aggrieved. "I went to Jianzhen's place to ask for meat, but he didn't even get through the door. He said they had run out of meat. What could I do? I couldn't just kick the door down and rob them. Jianzhen, this little bastard is going to die of starvation. Such a big piece of meat is gone just like that. What a heartless person." After cursing, he moved his fat body and went inside to sleep. What I didn't see was the resentful look in Bangan's eyes. "If you don't give me meat to eat, I will steal everything from your house." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Bangang put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Mom, I'm full. I'm going to the bathroom and will be back to sleep in a while." Zhang Jianzhen had finished his meal and was clearing the dishes. "I said I would finish more than a pound of meat and I really finished it. Maybe it's because the spiritual spring water has been transformed, the food tastes even better." Suddenly, there were light footsteps not far away outside the yard. If it weren't for his strong mental strength and sharp five senses, he wouldn't be able to hear it at all. A quick glance revealed a fat guy with a watermelon head, slowly approaching with a half-broken brick in his hand. Who else could it be but Bangang? Zhang Jianzhen thought, "It seems that this guy didn't get the meat, so he used bricks to smash the glass." I saw Bangang picking up a brick and about to throw it. Zhang Jianzhen immediately focused his mind and lifted up the brick in his hand. It floated to a height of more than 1 meter above Bangan's head. Bangang felt his hand lighten, the brick was gone and he felt lost. I was stunned. Who was I? Where was I? What was I doing here? There was a sharp pain in the head. It turned out that Zhang Jianzhen had retracted the brick with his mind and it fell down. I only dared to lift something over 1 meter high and then drop it, for fear that it would fall from too high and kill the person. Bangan's head has really turned into a watermelon head now. A shrill wail was heard, the child had not yet passed the voice change period. The shrill howl startled the whole yard. A farce is about to unfold. Following Bangan's shrill cries, everyone in the compound came out in an instant. Jiazhang and Qin Huiru heard Bangang crying. I trotted all the way to the backyard following the sound of crying and saw Bangang lying on the ground, crying with his head in his hands. When I got closer, I saw that Bangang's head and face were covered in blood. Jiazhang cried out, "My dear grandson, what happened to you? That bastard beat you up." Qin Huiru also stepped forward and hugged the stick in her arms. Tears flowed down her face, and she looked as soft as if she had no bones. At this time, everyone in the compound gathered around and asked what happened. 3 old men also came, and everyone quickly made way for them. Zhang Jianzhen opened the door and walked out. He had to come out. "Everyone else was here, but you were still at your door. Isn't that like a guilty thief?" The old man glanced at Zhang Jianzhen, then looked at Bangang. Seeing that his head was still bleeding, he said, "Why are you still crying? Are you going to wait until Bangang bleeds out and someone dies? Get the child to the hospital first. Then point your finger at Shazhu. Zuzi, carry Bangang on your back and go to the hospital with Qin Huiru. Run fast on the way." When Shazhu saw Qin Huiru crying while hugging Bangang, he had wanted to go forward. When he heard what the old man said, he ran over quickly. Without saying a word, he picked up the stick and ran out, with Qin Huiru following closely behind him. Jiazhang was still lying on the ground, squirming her fat body and cursing constantly. "Zhang Jianzhen, my dog fell down near your house. Did you hit him? You hit a child so hard. You, a traitor, will die a miserable death. The people around felt their scalps tingle, and the old man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone knows that the eldest uncle has been childless for decades. The words extinction are a taboo for the eldest uncle. I saw an old man with a black face. With her big belly sticking out, she squeezed forward and cleared her throat. Zhang Jianjun, this is your fault. You usually seem quite honest and quiet, but why are you so ruthless? If someone dies, you'll have to eat peanuts. Zhang Jianjun was so angry when he heard it. Second uncle, which eye of yours saw me hit you? You just opened your mouth and sentenced me to death. What an official's authority. You decided the case so quickly? Are you from the police station or the court? Even if it were the court, they would still need to find a witness and review the case before making a ruling. If I give you wings, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. If I give you an iron rod, you can lift the Himalayas. The second uncle was completely confused and his face turned red and his neck became thick. He pointed at Zhang Jianjun and stammered, unable to speak. The second uncle was a typical official-obsessed man who wanted to climb the factory ladder but lacked education. Consequently, he hadn't even become a team leader in all these years. Seeing Yi Zonghai's dark face and silence, I wanted to show off my power. But Zhang Jianjun showed no respect for martial ethics and launched a long series of troll posts that only appeared in later generations. The people watching the excitement looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all discussing, Zhang Jianjun, this kid, usually so quiet, but I didn't expect him to be so articulate. It's true that having gone to high school and being educated is different. Yeah, I heard he works in the publicity department at the steel mill. Every day he makes blackboard newspapers for the courtyard walls. He doesn't have to do much writing or drawing, and he earns over 37 yuan a month. At this time, a young man with a donkey face in the crowd couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhang Jianjun looked in the direction of the laughter and found that it was Su Daimao. Su Daimao saw Zhang Jianjun looking at him and gave him a thumbs up. The old man heard the buzzing discussions around him and Jia Zhang's cursing. He looked at Zhang Jianjun deeply, frowned, and said to Jia Zhang, sister-in-law, if you keep making trouble like this, I won't do anything about it. It's already midnight, and the factory will open tomorrow, so everyone has to go to work. Jia Zhenshi didn't dare cry anymore after hearing this. After all, their Jia family still had to rely on Yi Zonghai for support. She got up from the ground and glared at Zhang Jianjun with her resentful eyes. The old man continued, Zhang Jianjun, how do you talk to your elders? Our hospital has been rated as an advanced hospital every year because everyone helps each other and respects the elderly and cares for the young. If you disrespect your elders, you will be isolated. If you do it again, don't blame us for kicking you out of the compound. Jia Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up and she howled, Old Yi is right. He must be kicked out of the compound. His parents are gone, and he still lives in 2 houses. You bullied my orphan and widow, and beat up my family. You have to give up the house and compensate my grandson for his medical expenses. Zhang Jianjun launched a mental attack on Jia Zhang. Zhang Jianjun had been wanting to take action for a long time, and he kept on nagging, but he wouldn't act rashly. After all, he was also a time traveler from the future. He had once possessed the golden finger, so he was unreasonable. The old woman was performing a dance when she suddenly fell down. His face rubbed against the ground, and he remained motionless with foam coming out of his mouth. The world is finally quiet. Everyone was stunned and stared at each other. At this time, Zhang Jianjun walked to the front, spread his hands and said to the old man, I wasn't the one who hit her this time. Old Lady Jia was 2 meters away from me. She was lying at my doorstep. This family must have teamed up to extort money. You said earlier that you respect the elderly and love the young. When my parents passed away 2 years ago, who cared for me? I had to go to school alone and carry my parents' ashes to the mountains. If people from the factory and the neighborhood office hadn't come, I wouldn't know what to do. You all just stood by and watched. Is this how you treat a student? Is this how you treat the orphan of a martyr? Doesn't your conscience hurt? You keep kicking people out. This house belongs to the country. It belongs to the people. That uncle died long ago. The neighborhood office assigned you to manage the compound so you can help your neighbors. I'm not asking you to cover up everything. That feudal patriarchal approach is unacceptable. You'll be dragged to the guillotine, nailed to the pillar of shame. Do you know what will happen to you if I go to the neighborhood committee office? Yi Zonghai's scalp tingled when he heard this. I used moral kidnapping on you, and you used national justice on me. You even dragged me to the guillotine, and nailed me to the pillar of shame. When I heard that I had to go to the neighborhood committee office to sue him, I broke out in a cold sweat. The people in the surrounding yard began to whisper again. When I think about what happened back then, I feel guilty. I should have gone to help his parents when they passed away. But when I saw the 3 uncles didn't go, I didn't dare to go. Who says it isn't true? His father shed blood for the factory. I heard he was even a veteran of the battlefield. If he knew his child was being bullied like this, would he get up and shoot them all? Someone else said, "Look at that old woman lying motionless on the ground. Is that her?" Before she could finish her words, everyone in the yard shuddered. Suddenly, the backyard felt chilly. Second auntie said, "Old Lou, the fire hasn't started at home yet, has it? Hurry back." Lou Haishong slapped his forehead and said, "Yes, I'll go back right away. This damn kid hasn't paid the $3 this month yet." Then he turned and left. Yi Zonghai, Yan Bagui, Zhang Jianjun, Su De Mao, everyone. "Auntie, old man, your bicycle isn't shiny enough today. Do you want to go back and polish it again?" Yan Bagui touched his glasses and said, "Yes. Cleaning a bicycle is like studying. If you don't move forward, you will move backward." Yi Zonghai, Su De Mao, Zhang Jianjun, everyone. When the old man saw that everyone was about to run away, he hurriedly called out to the remaining people, "Don't die, Jia Zhang is still breathing. Hurry and take her back home. Send her to the hospital tomorrow. It's too late." Everyone had to stop and carry Jia Zhang away. In an instant, not a single one was left, and Yi Zonghai followed the crowd, walking away hurriedly, as if he was afraid of being chased by something. Zhang Jianjun slowly raised the corners of his mouth. After returning to the room, I didn't feel sleepy at all. I spread the newly bought quilt on the bed, picked up the seeds and entered the space. Zhang Jianjun found that in this space, he seemed like a god. The mental strength is even stronger, and he can find a quick place at will. With just one thought, the black soil began to turn over on its own. I spread the radish seeds in the soil, then filled the small pond with water. I spread them evenly, then took a dip in the warm pond. I took a few sips of well water and will come back tomorrow to check on them. He didn't know that just after leaving the space, pointed sprouts emerged from the black soil. After leaving the space and lying on the bed, the first day in this world is about to pass. As soon as the sun rose, Zhang Jianjun woke up from his sleep. I reached out to the head of the bed out of habit, but felt nothing. Zhang Jianjun opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that it will take a long time to adapt to the current life. I still habitually touch my phone as before. I took the toiletries and found a space to escape. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The land where he planted seeds yesterday was full of green. The entire space seemed to have grown by 1/3, expanding to about the size of 3 football fields. Could it be that the system has awakened? Zhang Jianjun silently thought to himself, "Is the system master here?" No matter how he called, the system did not respond, but Zhang Jianjun could not understand what was happening in front of him. Forget it, it's a good thing anyway. The existence of the system is unscientific. I pulled up a carrot with my mind. Wow, it looked as long as my arm. It weighs about 3 or 4 pounds, and the surface of the radish is white with a hint of green, smooth and moist. After washing, pull out all the radishes. An area was divided and piled up, with more than 3,000 kilograms of radishes in 1 acre of land. The size is natural and the weight is sufficient. Then I found 2 more plots of land and planted cucumber seeds there. I washed a radish and took a bite. It was sweet with a slight spicy taste. The crisp and refreshing taste makes me feel refreshed, and I drank another bowl of Lingquan water, which was very pleasant. Although the feeling of drinking the spiritual spring water now is not as obvious as the first time when I cleansed my bones and marrow, but I can see the 8 abdominal muscles becoming more and more clear. Lingquan water has been transforming the body's performance. Zhang Jianjun clearly felt that with the continuous application of mental power, my spiritual sense is getting stronger and stronger. Yesterday I could only sense about 10 meters. Today, if you concentrate, everything within a radius of 15 meters will be within your sight. I couldn't finish a radish, so I cut it in half and drank some spiritual spring water. After leaving the space, it's time to go to work. Red Star Steel Rolling Mill, a state-owned unit with 20,000 employees. It's rush hour now. The factory was crowded with people, and every worker had a smile on his face. Today's workers have iron rice bowls, and labor is the most glorious is not just a slogan in this era. The flower growers have experienced hardships and now have hope. Zhang Jianjun came to the propaganda department with excitement. He is now just a small clerk with a salary of level 16. When I have nothing to do, I just stay in the reading room and organize documents and newspapers. As I was walking towards the reading room, a girl came towards me. 2 thick long braids, a melon-shaped face and almond-shaped eyes. A pair of long and slender legs swayed gracefully, and the girl's eyes also saw Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and a name popped up in his mind, Yu Haitang. She is indeed worthy of being called the factory beauty, she is really good-looking. Speaking of Yu Haitang, she is also a colleague of Zhang Jianjun. They both belong to the propaganda department, but they have different divisions of labor, one is a broadcaster and the other is a propaganda officer. I saw Zhang Jianjun's eyes, as bright as stars, looking at me. Yu Haitang blushed and thought to herself, how come this guy has such fair skin? He's so handsome. Why didn't I notice him before? I couldn't help but compare him with Lee Wyming. There was really no comparison. Lee Wyming had been pursuing her all along. If he wasn't a relative of Deputy Director Lee, I wouldn't even bother looking at him. He has shifty eyes and isn't very tall. No, I can't care about Lee Wyming anymore. He's getting more and more annoying lately. He even wanted to treat me to a meal, but he's so ugly that it's disgusting. Jang Jianjun didn't expect that Yu Haitang would have so many thoughts in his mind at this time. Out of courtesy between colleagues, he smiled and nodded and walked past Yu Haitang. The big white teeth made Yu Haitang's heart beat faster and her face turned even redder. Arriving at the reading room, Jang Jianjun touched his face, muttering to himself, being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Thanks to his strong mental power, he saw all of Yu Haitang's little expressions. After all, TV dramas are different from real life. In the play, Jia Dongxiu was crippled by a machine and lived for several years. The reality is that his lower body is gone, given the medical level of that time period. If there is no way to save the situation, he will die long ago. I picked up a newspaper and found a chair to sit down. Just when Zhang Jianjun was slacking off at work. The Jia family is very lively. Bangang was sent to the hospital last night. Because the wound was on his head, he needed to shave his head and get stitches. The medical expenses cost $3.50, and Qin Huiru performed as a tea art master. Shazhu immediately went to pay the bill and didn't go home until late at night. Normally, he would have to be hospitalized for observation right after getting the stitches, but Qin Huiru couldn't bear to spend the money. After struggling until late at night, Shazhu and I carried Bangang back home. Seeing that there was no movement in the house, I thought my mother-in-law was asleep, so I fell asleep too. When he woke up the next day, he saw Bangang with his hair covered in gauze inside. I found out at the hospital yesterday that it was Bangang who wanted to smash the window of Zhang Jianjun's house. I don't know how it hit me on the head. I was at home and nothing happened. What a guy, he ended up in the hospital. Just thinking about it makes me so angry that I want to gamble. Qin Huiru still had to go to work, so she asked Jia Zhang to take care of Bangang. He shouted left and right but there was no response, so he pulled aside the curtain and looked inside. Jia Zhang was lying there like a corpse, which scared Qin Huiru so much. He hurried forward to check and saw white foam hanging from the corners of Jia Zhang's mouth. Her face was as pale as paper. Qin Huiru touched Jia Zhang's nostrils with trembling fingers. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Thinking that he had some serious illness, he rushed to the hospital. Seeing an old man about to go to work, he quickly stopped him and said to Yi Zonghai, "My mother-in-law is lying in bed motionless. She must be in a coma. What do you think we should do?" Seeing Qin Huiru's sad expression, he looked like he was about to cry. Yi Zonghai couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and thought about what happened last night. I couldn't help but feel a little scared, even though feudal superstitions have been eliminated these days. I don't believe in ghosts and gods, but after all, liberation has just happened recently. Last night, Jia Zhang's fake corpse-like appearance kept me awake for half the night. So he said, "Why are you? There's nothing going on in the canteen at Zuzi factory. As for you, I'll ask for a day off. Ask Zuzi to get a cart from Lao Wang's house next door. Take your mother-in-law to the hospital. We can talk about everything else after get off work tonight." Qin Huiru nodded and said, "Thank you, uncle. I'll go get Shazhu." The residents who had not yet gone to work heard that Jia Zhang was still asleep. I couldn't help but wonder if I was really possessed by an evil spirit. When we arrived at Shazhu's house, Shazhu was still sleeping. His apprentice Manhwa was in the cafeteria. In the morning, he just needs to prepare side dishes and wash vegetables, so he is not needed as a chef. It doesn't matter if he goes later. Qin Huiru went in without knocking and woke up Shazhu. He pulled up Shazhu's big hand and held it. Shazhu hadn't slept well to begin with, and was about to get angry when he was woken up. As soon as he saw that it was Qin Huiru, he felt the warmth in his hand and the quilt shamefully formed a small tent. How could an old bachelor like him bear this? He said excitedly with a red face and thick neck. "Sister Qin, is your head hurting again? Don't worry, I'm here for you." Qin Huiru had tears in her eyes and looked like she was about to faint from the shock. This made Shazhu very anxious and his bootlicking mode started immediately. My mother-in-law fainted and seemed to be dying. Shazhu helped me take her to the hospital. I'm a widow now and I don't know who to rely on. I can only rely on you. After saying that, he clenched his palms. Shazhu was delighted after hearing this and thought to himself, it would be great if this old hag died. That way there would be no more obstacles between me and Sister Qin. I immediately patted my chest and said, "Don't worry, Sister Qin, let's go to the hospital right away. I'll go borrow a cart." 10 minutes later, Shazhu couldn't help but look bitter as he dragged Jia Zhang, who weighed more than 180 pounds. Although Shazhu was strong enough to lift the big spoon, that was all he had. I thought to myself, it would be better if this old hag died in the hospital. Su Daimao was riding a bicycle when he saw Shazhu pulling the old woman. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are so filial, Shazhu, dragging your mother to the hospital." Su Daimao is famous for his chatterbox, and he and Shazhu have been fighting since they were young. He is often beaten up by Shazhu, and starts to mock him as soon as he sees Shazhu's miserable look. When Shazhu heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. "You grandson, you deserve a beating, don't you? I'm the one pulling your ancestor." After saying that, he put down the cart and rushed towards Su Daimao. When Su Daimao saw this, he pedaled his bicycle hard, disappeared in a flash. There was a long queue in the cafeteria at noon. Zhang Jianjun stood in the queue board. After finally getting to the food window, 20 minutes had passed. To be honest, the communal dining system these days is really not that great. A serving of shredded potatoes and 2 steamed buns is the standard set. After all, it's winter, and there are no vegetables or cucumbers. It was very difficult to eat meat in the era of planned economy. I also didn't see the melodramatic wok-flipping incidents seen in other novels. Come to think of it, real life is not a novel after all. A large company with 20,000 employees is not that easy to overturn. There are all kinds of people among 100 people, let alone 20,000 people. Being beaten is no big deal, but if you are beaten by socialism, you will be finished with the woolen hat. After all, the factory is not in a courtyard, so if you have any ideas, you can only do them in secret. No one dares to do it openly. I found a table to sit down, lowered my head and picked up the steamed bun to eat. While eating, I felt someone sitting opposite me. When he looked up, he found that it was Yu Haidang, who was looking at him with a sweet smile. "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, are none of your other friends here? Can I sit here?" "Of course, you can sit wherever you want." After saying this, Zhang Jianjun took out the half radish left over from the morning from his trouser pocket. Putting your hand in your trouser pocket is just a pretense, taking it from space is the real thing. 2 steamed buns are not enough, and I am too lazy to go get more rice. Then he said to Yu Haitang, "Want some?" Wow, Yu Haitang was stunned. With her mouth open, she thought, "Where did I get this thick and long radish from?" Zhang Jianjun looked at Yu Haitang and stared at the radish with his mouth open. So he pretended to reach into his trouser pocket and took out another whole carrot from the space. "Comrade Yu Haitang, you're welcome to give it to me." He packed up his lunch box and left. The workers around him all cast strange glances at him and couldn't help but stare at Zhang Jianjun's lower body. I was so envious when I saw the factory beauty sitting opposite Zhang Jianjun. Wow, in a blink of an eye, I saw Zhang Jianjun take out 2 big carrots from his crotch. It feels unbelievable. The front is fine, but what the hell is going on with the arm at the back? Besides, where can we get fresh radishes in winter? Yu Haitang stared blankly at the carrot, still recovering from her shock. She blushed again, muttering something as she thought of something else. Other people give girls flowers or red scarves as gifts, but this guy actually gave me a big radish. But I was still happy in my heart. After all, in winter, I have only seen dried radishes. Who has ever seen a radish? Zhang Jianjun walked out of the cafeteria while chewing a radish. In fact, I gave Yu Haitang the carrot just to tease her. After all, Yu Haitang, like herself, had just graduated from high school last year. When Yu Haitang first came to the factory to work as a broadcaster and entered society, she was still very young and innocent. As the old saying goes, if you can't change the environment, you have to learn to integrate into it. During the lunch break, Zhang Jianjun strolled to the back mountain of the factory. It is called the back mountain, but in fact it is just a low hill. The altitude is only about 200 or 300 meters. There are mountains only in the countryside outside the city. It's just like Bihai Park and Xiangshan Park in the old city of Beijing. At this time, the back mountain looked desolate, with only an occasional pine tree showing a bit of green. There was dead grass everywhere, and Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to sweep it around while climbing the mountain. When I swept across the hole under a dead tree, I was delighted. There are 3 rabbits in the hole, 5 meters deep. Actually, we came to the back mountain to experiment with the space. Can it hold living things? Theoretically, any object weighing no more than 150 kilograms can be sent into the space under mental control. Zhang Jianjun had already done experiments when he was at home. You can store the tables, chairs and benches at home in the space outside the door. A spiritual force penetrated into the cave, wrapped the 3 rabbits and silently said collect. The 3 rabbits disappeared in the hole, and Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed. He looked around and saw no one, then stepped into the space. 3 rabbits were lying on a piece of land in a daze. The sudden change in environment caused the rabbit to lose all sense of direction. When he saw someone, he quickly got up and ran around. Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to drill a big hole in the corner of space. Send the panicked rabbits in. I looked at the cucumbers I planted this morning and saw that they had all sprouted green vines. It is full of small yellow flowers. After coming out, he found some dead branches and broken wood and sent them into the space. A circle was built at the entrance of the hole to prevent the rabbits from running around. After all, the ancient well in the middle is the most important resource in the space at present. Then, he used his consciousness to wrap the cucumber vine around the broken wood he had found. Cucumbers are not watermelons, so you have to find sticks or tree branches to tie them together. Then he threw a few carrots into the hole and left it alone. I went back to the factory and continued to slack off. There was no assignment to write slogans or blackboard newspapers today. The biggest advantage is that you can read newspapers for free. Ever since the falling out between the bear country and the flower country, all the experts have withdrawn. I read in the newspaper that the situation at the border is still quite tense. Thinking carefully about the Jinbeo Island incident in my previous life, it started in January 1969. It is now the winter of 1965 and there are still 4 years to go. Read the newspaper and organize the factory office documents and materials. It feels like it's time to get off work soon. When I returned to the courtyard, I ran into an old man head-on. Jian-jun, have dinner early tonight and come to the intermediate court for the full court meeting when the time comes. Zhang Jian-jun said lightly. I walked over and happened to meet Su Daimao and Lu Xiao again. Su Daimao smiled and said, Brother Jian-jun, I just came back from the countryside. I bought some mountain products and a pheasant. Come to my house and have a drink. He seems so familiar with people that you would think they are brothers with a good relationship. Lu Xiaoyi also looked at Zhang Jianjun and muttered to herself, this kid has changed a lot. He used to be quiet and acted like everyone owed him money. It's better now. You look so confident and handsome. I looked at Su Daimao's long face again and felt a blockage in my heart. Su Daimao came to try to get close to Zhang Jianjun, completely baffled by his repeated rhetoric last night. He also imagined that one day he would be able to speak with authority in front of the factory leaders. Who wouldn't want to climb the ladder? Lu Xiaoyi was afraid of the cold yesterday and did not come out to watch the fun, so she didn't know what happened. Zhang Jianjun knew Su Daimao wasn't a good person, but he couldn't make himself the public enemy of the entire hospital. That wouldn't be in line with his future as the sixth brother. So he nodded and said, Brother Daimao, forget it today. I heard from the uncle that there will be a meeting for the whole hospital in the evening. Let's go home and do whatever we want. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You have the wine, and I have the stories. Su Daimao was stunned when he heard this. Wow, I have wine and you have stories. Lu Xiaoyi also curled up the corners of her mouth. I walked to the backyard and entered the house, looking around carefully. I've been through so much in the past 2 days. I hurried to work again in the morning. I haven't had time to take a closer look at the place where I will settle down in the future. In the inner room there was a bed and a large wooden box, with a 15-watt light bulb hanging there alone. That was where my original parents lived, but unfortunately, everything has changed. There were 4 chairs in the middle room and a table with half a leg missing, supported by bricks. The slightly moldy cabinet tells of the vicissitudes of time. A small room was separated by wooden boards and that was where I slept. There is a portrait of a great man on the middle wall of the middle room. Outside the window there is an earthen stove and a rice jar. There were coal briquettes piled up in the corner, and the coal stove next to it was also rusty. The 2 houses together are about 50 square meters. Apart from the bare walls, the house is quite spacious. It's more than enough for 2 or 3 people to live in. This is a good era. No wonder the Jia family has always been thinking about me. When Zhang Jianjun thought of the Jia family, he felt a little uneasy. Last night, I was so angry that I gave Jia Zhang's brain a mental shock. It seems like it would have been the same anyway. I wonder if anyone was killed. Zhang Jianjun didn't know how to use it the first time. After all, he was just an office worker in his previous life. It is impossible to take away someone's life at will. Zhang Jianjun bolted the door and took the coal stove, kitchen utensils, and eggs. Then he flashed into the space, where several rabbits were waiting for him. After all, the aroma of roasted meat cannot escape from the space, so you can roast it however you want. It's not that I'm afraid of others asking for meat, but where can I get a rabbit when I just got back from work? It's hard to explain. Half an hour later, a pot of rabbit meat was ready. A fat rabbit and half a carrot make up a full pot of stew. Maybe it's because the rabbit was roasted with spiritual spring water. The meat is extremely delicious. Eating omelets and drinking rabbit soup, this is life. I looked at the cucumber field again and saw small cucumbers as thick as thumbs hanging on the vines. It's not mature yet, and I don't know if it's due to the acceleration of space or the water from the spiritual spring. I'm too lazy to think about whether it's reasonable or not. After Zhang Jianjun came out, he put 2 steamed buns on the table and continued to make fun of Lao Lu. Just as I was about to go back in to wash the dishes, I heard a loud shout from the middle yard. Everyone come out. It's time for a general meeting. It sounded like Yi Zonghai's voice. The famous Tsai Heiwen. The plenary session of the institute kicked off. When Zhang Jianjun walked to the central courtyard where the meeting was held, there were already 20 or 30 people there, most of them standing. There was an octagonal table in the middle of the courtyard. The eldest uncle was in the middle holding an enamel pot, and the second and third uncles were sitting on the left and right respectively. "Brother Jianjun, come here and sit with me," Su Daimao shouted with a smile and took the initiative to invite him. Zhang Jianjun didn't think too much about it and just walked over. Shazhu stood by with his lips curled, his arms folded over his chest, and an indifferent look on his face. At this time, Qin Huiru supported Jiazhang and slowly walked over. At this time, Jiazhang looked like she had just recovered from a serious illness. His face was pale and he walked unsteadily. He was sent to the hospital during the day, but after a long examination, they still couldn't find anything wrong with him. The doctor just said that Jiazhang had suffered a brain injury and would be fine after a few days of rest. He prescribed a few doses of medicine and sent him away, and Shazhu paid another $5. Qin Huiru is indeed a vampire devil. After finding a bench to sit down, Jiazhang glared at Zhang Jianjun fiercely. Zhang Jianjun looked around with an expression of indifference, and then the old man spoke. "Well, the main topic of today's meeting is the Jia family's donation. Bang Gang was hit on the head for no apparent reason last night, and the eldest sister-in-law of the Jia family was so distressed about her grandson that she passed out overnight. I couldn't bear to see her two granddaughters home alone, so I asked your aunt to take care of them for a day. I deeply sympathize with the orphans and widows who have suffered this misfortune. As the end of the year approaches, we must promote the spirit of mutual assistance, respect for the elderly and love for the young. Help the Jia family overcome their difficulties and embody the new civilized style of our entire courtyard." At this time, the second uncle touched his chin and said, "Oldie said it very well. Our advanced courtyard houses in recent years did not come about out of thin air. We cannot let the inappropriate words and deeds of some people corrupt the atmosphere." The third uncle stood by and smiled without saying anything, while the residents in the compound began to talk. "Why are you donating money again?" "We just donated money this fall when we heard the Jia family's house was leaking. Yeah, my family is barely making ends meet. His dad works odd jobs and works himself to death to earn just $12. Who says it's not true? Who has an easy life these days?" At this time, Jiazhang suddenly said, "Zhang Jianjun, my grandson was injured at the door of your house. You have to compensate my family 50 yuan. If you don't compensate, you have to give my son Bang Gang a house. He's such a good kid, and now he's still lying in bed. You have to take full responsibility." The people around him gasped when they heard this. What a guy, he asked for 50 yuan right out of the box. Is it so easy to make money now? Zhang Jianjun sneered inwardly and stood up and said, "Everyone has heard about what happened last night. A child sneaked from the middle courtyard to the backyard. What are they doing at night? Have you ever thought about it? There's no toilet or sink in the backyard. Is he here for a trip? Did I bring him here from the Jia family? Besides, if someone collapsed near my house, I should be held responsible. And you, old lady Jia, collapsed in front of my house last night. If so many people hadn't seen me, wouldn't I have been unable to defend myself?" According to this theory, if someone falls in the alleyway in front of our compound, does that mean our entire compound is also responsible? Is this a lack of humanity or a decline in morality? The reason we become human beings is that we must first speak human language. If we speak without knowing right from wrong, that's what animals do. The three uncles look at each other and always feel that this kid is cursing, but we can't find any evidence. The people around nodded frequently as they heard this. Yes, it was very suspicious to go to someone's door in the middle of the night. Su Daimao also looked at Zhang Jianjun with shining eyes, thinking that this kid was well organized and well reasoned. As a cultural person, Su Daimao also belongs to the propaganda department because he is a projectionist. He always considers himself a cultured person and looks down on people like Shazhu who are just messing around. Several young girls and wives were also whispering on the side, looking at Zhang Jianjun from time to time and laughing secretly. Yuli thought, Zhang Jianjun is tall, handsome, and a cultured man. He would be a good match for my sister Yu Heitang. If only my sister could marry into a Sai Heiwen. Then I could become a relative of Zhang Jianjun. Thinking of Yanlika makes me feel bitter. Eating leeks by the number of roots, is this something a human being could do? After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Jiazhang was furious. She wanted to stand up and argue, but before she could fully stand up, she slumped to the ground. This time, it wasn't Zhang Jianjun's fault. Jiazhang had a headache and only drank a bowl of porridge that day. She had no energy to stand up, and the scene was immediately in chaos again. Qin Huiru hurried forward to support her, but Jiazhang was too fat. He could only look at Shazhu for help. Shazhu glared at Zhang Jianjun. He ran forward to help Jiazhang up. Jiazhang didn't care to scold him at this time. She was too weak and just groaned when she collapsed. When the old man saw that the situation was getting out of control, he had no choice but to speak. "We will slowly investigate the cause of the Bang Gang incident later. First, let's talk about the Jia family's donation. Out of humanitarian spirit, Bang Gang is only a teenager after all. We can't just stand by and watch. Huiru has 3 children. She has elderly parents and young children. As the eldest uncle in the courtyard, I'll donate $5 first. At this time, Shin Huiru's face was as red as a rose, and her eyes were filled with tears, but they were neither revealed nor shed. They were rolling around in her eye sockets, making her look even more pitiful. She choked out a sob and said, "Thank you, uncle. Please take pity on my widow and orphan. My life is so hard." Jidongshu patted his butt and left. "I still have to go to work. If it weren't for everyone's care, I'm afraid I wouldn't survive this winter." Woo, woo, woo. The surrounding discussions suddenly died down. Zhang Jianjun glanced around and thought, wow, Shin Huiru is indeed a master of tea art. This ability to control the situation, this performance that captures people's hearts. Not inferior to the Oscar-winning actresses of later generations. At this time, the second uncle took out $2 and put it into the donation box. The third uncle's eyes twitched and he felt bitter. It's not easy to be a big shot, you have to pay money all the time. He tremblingly took out $1 from his pocket and put it into the donation box with difficulty. My heart ached. No, I have to go fishing tomorrow. I have to be more careful with the dishes. Shazhu curled his lips and said to Yan Bagui, "You are too stingy. After all, you are a manager, but you only paid $1. Then he took out $5 and put it into the donation box with great confidence. Then he looked at Shin Huiru, as if to say, "Sister Chin, please praise me." He usually looked at his brother as if he was a fool. The food I eat in a week is not even half of what my silly brother spends. Zhang Jianjun found it funny to see He Yushui looking so angry. This girl's life is really not going well, she's just a piece of shit. No wonder she turned evil and cheated her brother later. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and took out a dime and put it on the table. He spoke facing everyone's strange gazes. Great men often teach us that we must be diligent and frugal. We must be fearless of hardship and fatigue and devote ourselves to the work we love. The current difficulties are temporary. After the night comes the dawn. Even a penny I spend is precious. One should not be too ambitious and ask for too much. Only by being single-minded can one succeed. That way, when you're old, you'll have beautiful memories. I've dedicated my youth to the cause of our country. Come on, Shin Huiru, victory is just around the corner. Your Jia family will be glorious again. Life will not only be about the present, but also about poetry and the distant future. Shin Huiru opened her mouth wide, and the corners of Yi Zonghai's mouth twitched wildly. The third uncle was stunned, and looked very confused and felt very powerful. Su Daimao lowered his head and shook his shoulders wildly, while Shazhu stood there at a loss. Lu Xiaoyi pinched her thigh fiercely, and He Yushui's mouth corners almost stretched to the back of her ears. Everyone in the yard looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Zhang Jianjun disappeared in a flash. There was a lack of entertainment in those days, and even playing mahjong was not allowed. I have never heard such advanced words before, and I am still savoring them. It seems that this winter is no longer boring. The plenary session ended abruptly. Influenced by Zhang Jianjun, this one is 1 cent and that one is 5 cents. Only 3 old men and Shazhu became the victims. Shin Huiru almost broke down and quickly helped Jia Xinxi back home. I'm afraid of not being able to control my facial expressions and revealing my true self. The 3 old men also had their own thoughts and looked thoughtful. Not to mention the turmoil in the intermediate court, Zhang Jianjun returned home. After inserting the bolt, he slipped back into the space. It feels like the space has expanded a lot, now the size of 4 football fields. A standard football field is 105 meters by 68 meters. That's 7,140 square meters, or about 10 acres. The size of 4 football fields, or about 40 acres. I don't know whether the system is in sleep mode or running. There has been no response in the past 2 days. The principle of space expansion is puzzling. Zhang Jianjun wondered if farming could slowly expand the space? I've been thinking about it for a long time but still have no clue. Forget it. Space expansion is always a good thing. So he took a few more sips of the spiritual spring water and washed the lunchbox and tableware. We came to 2 acres of cucumber fields, and the cucumbers were almost fully ripe. The chopsticks are of different lengths and are covered with green vines. The small pond is a bit small now, and the space is twice as much as it was at the beginning. The pond of thought deepened and widened, and Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. I thought I had to go to the pigeon market in the second half of the night to exchange some meat tickets before dawn. I had wanted to go last night, but the things that happened at the Jia family ruined my mood. After washing up, I left the space, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Zhang Jianjun slept very soundly, but some people tossed and turned in bed. An old man lay in bed unable to sleep. I feel like my authority has been challenged these past 2 days. Thinking about this kid Zhang Jianjun, he has changed too much. Being eloquent yet unable to refute one's own moral kidnapping is like being tied to cotton. His first choice for retirement support, Jidongsu, has become a handful of earth. The initial investment and the status of master and apprentice were all wasted. Although Shazoo is still in my hand, I always feel that he is a little unreliable. Hideking just ran away with the widow, he is not gone. It's like a time bomb, and I'm afraid it will explode one day. There is also a secret that cannot be told, which has been buried deep in my heart. Even my wife doesn't know. At the Jia family, Jia Zhang was lying on the bed with a pale face. Qin Huiru hummed and sighed deeply. I thought I could make a fortune today while my mother-in-law was in a daze. Any hidden money was destroyed by Zhang Ji and Jun. Even though they had more than 10 yuan in their hands, they were still not satisfied. The uncle and Shazoo had 10 yuan each, but the other 30 or so people together had less than 10 yuan. Everyone follows Zhang Ji and Jun's example and feels uncomfortable just thinking about donating a few cents. It seems that we have to instigate Shazoo to teach Zhang Ji and Jun a lesson. Around 4 in the morning, Zhang Ji and Jun suddenly opened his eyes, put on his clothes, and quietly walked towards the outer courtyard while using his mental power to perceive. After twisting and turning in the alleys, I walked towards the pigeon market following my memories. Zhang Ji and Jun stopped deep in an alley. I felt a faint, intermittent dripping sound coming from the yard on the left. Out of curiosity, Zhang Ji and Jun scanned over with his spiritual sense. There were only 2 middle-aged men, one holding a folder of handouts that looked like documents, and the other tapping on the radio. The beeping sound came from the radio. Wow, the middle-aged man is reading in the language of a chicken in a basin. There was a pistol on the old-fashioned table. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an American M1911 pistol. This was thanks to my love of famous gun series in my past life, coupled with my current excellent memory. Instantly recognizable, the M1911 was introduced in 1911. Its stable performance made it an instant standard weapon upon its introduction. With an 8-round magazine capacity, it survived World War I, World War II, and the Korean War before being retired in 1985. He used his spiritual sense to sense the code book again, but he couldn't understand a single word. I was certain that these were 2 foreign spies. He launched a mental shock at the 2 of them. Don't ask why it's called a mental shock. For a reader who is used to reading fantasy novels, it is reasonable to feel a mental shock. This time we will concentrate all our efforts, unlike last time when we were afraid of causing a loss of life. For the chicken man, nothing can be too much. No matter in the past or present life, I have no good feelings towards this country. Without a sound, they both fell to the ground, motionless. Blood flowed from their mouths, noses, and eyes. Zhang Ji and Jun thought that even if they didn't die, they would become idiots. As the saying goes, if you kill people and set fires, you will get the gold belt. How can you return empty-handed after passing by a treasure mountain? Zhang Ji and Jun quickly scanned the entire room. 10 large yellow croakers were found in the boxes and wardrobes. 35 small yellow croakers and more than 200 pistol bullets. A samurai sword and a pistol. Big black 10, more than 130 pieces, and various bills. There were also 2 watches, which were of course recovered from the 2 spies. Zhang Ji and Jun's heart was beating wildly. Oh my god, this time he really got rich. The 2 spies had sufficient startup funds. After storing everything in the space, cover a person's face with the password book. Then he turned around and quietly walked back the way he had come. Why would he go to the pigeon market? Why would he need a bicycle? People should be content with what they have. With his spiritual awareness fully open, he returned to the outer wall of the courtyard. When he arrived at the backyard, he turned over and entered the yard. He quietly opened the door of his room and slipped into the space without turning on the lights. He sat on the ground and carefully counted the spoils. The 2 watches are an Omega Seamaster and a domestic Shanghai brand. The Omega Seamaster series is highly favored by watch collectors in later generations. In the 1960s, the Swiss watch was indeed a must-have for people who lived a simple life and lived in a good place. Wear the domestic Shanghai brand on your wrist. After all, wearing a foreign brand is too conspicuous. 130 big black 10s, that's 1,300 yuan. I counted the receipts. I found over 30 kilograms of meat coupons, over 50 industrial coupons, and over 120 kilograms of fine grain coupons. But after counting them over and over, I couldn't find any bicycle coupons, which made me feel a pang of regret. Zhang Ji and Jun thought about it and smiled again. He was a little obsessed. Even if it was of unknown origin, he was still a little scared. The crime of speculation was very serious in this era. Even if the amount was large, they could eat peanuts. It was better to be high profile in work and low profile in life. It would be best if you could make some contribution to the country. After all, the era of prosperity is coming. The watch is inconspicuous. No one can see it when you wear it on your wrist and hide it in your sleeve. Looking at the saber and pistol, Zhang Ji and Jun fell into deep thought. I won't use this thing. By the way, when the factory is closed, I can go hunting in the countryside. Small animals can be collected into the space with just a thought, and it may be useful when encountering large animals such as wild boars. I looked at my watch and it was 5:30 in the morning, so I washed up, took 2 cucumbers and left the space. The cucumbers were fully ripe after a day and a night. It matures a few hours later than radishes. I made a dish of cold cucumber salad and an omelette. A beautiful day is about to begin. The early morning sun hangs lazily in the sky. The shining sunshine drove away the cold and brought some warmth to the cold winter in the old city. Zhang Jianjun followed the crowd of people going to work and walked on the road to the steel rolling mill. At this moment, Su Daimao caught up on a bicycle. "Brother Jianjun, I'm here to take you there so we can chat." After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jianjun jumped onto the back of the bicycle. "Brother Daimao, don't you have any missions to show movies in the countryside today?" Su Daimao said with great joy, "There is no mission today. I have to drink with the leader tonight." Zhang Jianjun raised his eyebrows, recalling the scene in his previous life where Su Daimao was drinking with the factory leaders. "I made a rule of big 3 and small, that is, the leader uses a small cup and I use a large cup. If the leader drinks 1 cup, I drink 3 cups. Then the person disappeared, lying drunk under the table. So he said, "Brother Daimao is the best in our compound. He can even get in touch with the leaders whenever he has nothing to do. He'll be promoted in no time." Su Daimao smiled brightly when he heard this. "You are a good talker, brother. I like to listen to you. Come to my house tomorrow when you are free. Let's have a drink. I have some game at home. Don't be polite. I will support you when I become rich." Then I turned around and winked as if to say I have high hopes for you. Zhang Jianjun felt amused. With that level of talent, there was no way he could expect to get promoted or get rich. Later on, when the storm started, he even betrayed his own wife, and all his efforts failed to achieve anything. But Zhang Jianjun wasn't afraid. Su Daimao was a true villain. It was hypocrites he should be wary of. There's a saying, it's better to be a hypocrite than a true villain. But he said, "Thank you, brother Daimao. Don't forget me when you get promoted in the future." Along the way, I listened to Su Daimao bragging about his past highlights. It was rare to have a loyal listener, and Su Daimao was very interested. When talking about the widow in a certain village, he looked as if all men understood. There are also mountain villages that send chickens and mountain products to express their respect for city people. Before I knew it, I arrived at the factory and separated from Su Daimao. I showed up at the department, which was equivalent to punching in the future. Then I returned to the reading room and had just sat down when Deputy Section Chief Wang Xiaobing pushed the door open. Zhang Jianjun stood up immediately and asked, "Chief Wang, what mission do you want me to take?" Deputy Section Chief Wang's serious face suddenly broke into a smile, and he thought to himself that this kid was really capable of handling things. He has been in the position of Deputy Section Chief for several years, and he cannot be promoted unless Section Chief Chen moves. Smiling, he said, "Xiao Zhang, you've been in Cory for a year now. I've heard about your father, he's a hero. Are you having any difficulties in life now?" Zhang Jianjun naturally heard that this was just Deputy Section Chief Wang's polite words, but could he really say what difficulties he had? So he said, "Thank you for your concern, Chief. I'm not having any difficulties right now. Even if there are difficulties, I must learn to face them head-on and live up to the care and cultivation of the factory leaders." Deputy Section Chief Wang nodded continuously as he listened. "Well said. The factory needs energetic young people like you. I do have a task, but I just don't know how to start it." Zhang Jianjun listened attentively without interrupting. Deputy Section Chief Wang continued, "It's almost the end of the year, and due to border tensions, our third steel plant has a heavy workload. Orders for some parts have surged, and our frontline workers are quite exhausted. Those shady people are constantly making small moves. Our propaganda department is focused on ideological education. Recently, leaders from the Industrial Bureau came to inspect, so the factory leaders held a meeting and decided to hold a cultural performance in Workers' Square. Those who can sing, sing, those who can dance, perform. This will encourage the workers' enthusiasm and let the leaders above see the new look of our steel mill." Then he handed over a factory document. "You young people are smart, so please get involved and work together to make this performance a success. To encourage the workers, the factory will select the top 3 winners through a vote by all employees of the steel mill. The first place winner will receive a bicycle ticket and a reward of 100 yuan. The second place winner will receive 10 meat coupons and a reward of 1 month's salary for their original worker. The third place winner will receive 30 kilograms of food coupons and a reward of half a month's salary for their original worker. Other participants will receive a free meal from the cafeteria." Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up after hearing this. He was still thinking about the bicycle ticket last night. "I must participate in this competition." I took the document, glanced at it, and put it on the table. After saying this, Deputy Section Chief Wang nodded and turned to walk out. Zhang Jianjun picked up the document and read it carefully. It turned out that a senior leader came to inspect. I wonder if it was the same senior leader in the original drama. There were also people from our sister company Xiaogang who accompanied us on the visit. The registration for the singing and dancing competition is within 3 days, and Zhang Jianguo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The songs of this era were mainly red songs or positive energy military songs, such as Workers Have Power and The 5-Star Red Flag Flutters in the Wind. Of course, there were also popular songs such as the play White-Haired Girl and the movie Ushima. I thought about what song to sing. When I was in college in my previous life, I often went to karaoke with my classmates. As a programmer, Zhang Jianjun has no time left after he started working. They can't even dance. It's okay to jump around in a disco, but it's immoral in this day and age. After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of a few songs from my previous life. The subject matter and melody can be seamlessly connected with this era, and the lyrics are very heroic, which I also loved listening to in my previous life. Well, that's it. I took a piece of paper and started writing. Thanks to the strong mental power, all the memories of the past are extremely clear. He can come up with a line of lyrics or a piece of music with ease. The lyrics were written very quickly, and when they were almost finished, the door opened again. Looking up, I saw it was Yu Haitang. She smiled sweetly and said, "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, have you received the notice for the art performance?" Zhang Jianjun smiled slightly. "Can I call you Haitang? We shouldn't keep calling each other comrades. It seems awkward since we're from the same unit. You can also call me Zhang Jianjun or Jianjun." Deputy Section Chief Wang just delivered the notice. When Yu Haitang heard this, her face turned red with shame and she lowered her head and sat opposite Zhang Jianjun. I saw Zhang Jianjun holding a pen in his hand and a piece of paper in front of him with densely written words. So I asked curiously, "Jianjun, what are you writing? Is it some promotional copy?" "No, I wrote a song and want to sign up for a cultural performance. I want to contribute to our publicity department. Whether I win a prize or not is not important. What matters is my participation." Yu Haitang quickly stood up and walked to Zhang Jianjun. "Brother Jianjun, can you show it to me? I didn't expect you can write songs." Zhang Jianjun was startled when he heard this. He thought, "Wow, you're calling me brother now. I told you not to call me comrade." The sweet call of brother is very enjoyable. I was also half a otaku in my previous life. I type at the computer at work and play games at the computer when I get home. When I'm in a bad mood, I vent my emotions by arguing with netizens on the forum. So I said, "Okay, but it's not finished yet. I'd like you to help me see what needs improvement." Yu Haitang happily picked up the manuscript and read it carefully. The more she looked, the wider her mouth opened, and she looked up at Zhang Jianjun in disbelief. "Brother Jianjun, you are so talented. The lyrics are so well written. Can you teach me how to sing after you finish writing them?" Yu Haitang and Zhang Jianjun were chatting happily, and crisp laughter could be heard from time to time. At this time, there was a person standing outside the door with an extremely ugly face. It was Li Wyman who was madly pursuing Yu Haitang. After graduating from technical secondary school, Li Wyman entered the propaganda department thanks to the relationship with Deputy Factory Director Li. When he saw Yu Haitang, he was shocked by her beauty and began to pursue her madly. Yu Haitang has always been indifferent, and has been even more indifferent in the past 2 days. Today, when I passed by the reading room, I heard cheerful laughter inside. He crouched down to see through the crack in the door and immediately became jealous. No wonder she became increasingly cold the more he pursued her. It turned out that Zhang Jianjun had stolen her away from him. Zhang Jianjun actually knew that there was someone standing outside, but he still chatted with Yu Haitang calmly. Anyway, the visitors can say that they are discussing work, and a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. The more Li Wyman thought about it, the angrier he became, and he suddenly pushed open the door of the reading room. "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, what are you doing? Chatting with colleagues during working hours. Do you know what mistake you made?" So he turned to look at Yu Haitang again and asked in a questioning tone, "Haitang, why didn't you come to dinner last night?" Zhang Jianjun scoffed. "Deputy Section Chief Wang just sent us a notice from the factory office, asking us in the publicity department to sign up." "Why?" "Comrade Yu Haitang and I were discussing the details of the performance. Do we need to report to you? When did you become section chief? How come I didn't know?" Yu Haitang was also angry and her face turned red. "Li Wyman, stop bothering me. There is no possibility between us. Why should I have to eat with you? We're just colleagues in the publicity department. Let's make our relationship clear today. Forget about this idea." Li Wyman was furious when he heard this. Because of his relationship with Deputy Director Li Wyman acted condescendingly and was used to being domineering in the department. Although his colleagues disliked him, they were too lazy to make enemies with him. This created the illusion that everyone was afraid of him, so he had never been criticized in this way. Li Wyman raised his hand and pointed at the two of them. Okay, we'll see." Then he turned around and walked out of the reading room, slamming the door shut. Yu Haitang looked at Zhang Jianjun with some concern and said, "Brother Jianjun, I hope nothing will happen. I heard that he is the nephew of Deputy Director Li." Zhang Jianjun patted Yu Haitang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Haitang, there's a saying that goes, if you're upright, you fear no shadow. On the road to pursuing your ideals, you may experience some setbacks. But as young people in the new era, how can we see the rainbow without going through the storm? We must firmly believe that we must keep pace with the development of the times. Good will never prevail over evil. Those villains will eventually be drowned by the torrent of history. A 1,000-foot cliff stands firm without desire. The ocean embraces all rivers, and its vastness is due to its tolerance." After saying that, he didn't forget to glance at Yu Haitang's granary. It's quite informative. Yu Haitang didn't notice Zhang Jianjun's little movements, but just slowly savored what Zhang Jianjun said. The more she thought about it, the more she liked him, and she looked at Zhang Jianjun with unconcealed passionate eyes. "Brother Jianjun, do you have a girl you like?" After saying this, her cheeks flushed and she lowered her head to fiddle with the corner of her clothes. Zhang Jianjun was shocked. He thought, "Hey, this guy is trying too hard. He's fooling people. He's overguided them." Then he looked up at the ceiling at a 36-degree angle and said, "I spent the first half of my life toiling away for my ideals and ambitions, and the second half of my life was spent in loneliness, devoting myself entirely to the factory. How could I have the time to like someone?" Yu Haitang burst out laughing. Zhang Jianjun touched his head awkwardly. The whole reading room seemed to be filled with spring flowers and became ambiguous. Time slips away quietly without us noticing. The factory bell rang, and time unknowingly came to noon. Zhang Jianjun put away the lyrics manuscript and went to the cafeteria to get food. Along the way, I was thinking about how to sing. After all, there was no professional music in the factory. It was either the erhu or the xiao, or the accordion left over from the Russian Bear country. Zhang Jianjun couldn't play any of them. "Well, I'll take this afternoon off and go to the department store to see if there are any guitars. After all, in my previous life in college, I signed up for a music club just to hook up with a girl from school." It was another long queue, and suddenly there was a commotion among the crowd on the left. Someone said, "Qin Huiru, why are you cutting in line? Isn't that so rude?" Zhang Jianjun saw that Qin Huiru was standing in front of Su Daimao. Qin Huiru rolled her eyes and said, "I asked Su Daimao to help me queue first. Daimao, don't you think so?" Then she winked at Su Daimao. Su Daimao looked lewd. "Yes, that's right. Sister Qin told me long ago that being a woman isn't easy either. Let's stop arguing. It's not a big deal." As soon as Shazhu saw Qin Huiru coming, he replaced Lu Lan, who was serving the food. Lu Lan knew what was going on and rolled her eyes. When Qin Huiru reached the window, a chrysanthemum blossomed on Shazhu's 30-year-old face. Holding the large spoon quite steadily, she fished the large dish out from the bottom of the sea. Qin Huiru's special lunchbox was filled to the brim. Qin Huiru smiled at Shazhu, and Shazhu's big spoon almost fell into the basin. Zhang Jianjun kept shaking his head as he watched. He was so deeply poisoned that there was no turning back. A dog that licks others will end up with nothing. This saying is well illustrated by him. After lunch, Zhang Jianjun explained the reason to Section Chief Chen, and his leave was approved smoothly. It took more than half an hour to reach Xiaodongmen Friendship Shopping Mall. After asking around, I finally found the musical instrument counter on the second floor of the mall. Guitars were a rare commodity these days, and you could still buy one with industrial coupons. In a year or so, you'd need foreign exchange coupons. While there were knockoffs in China, they were banned during the great steelmaking movement. When the salesperson heard Zhang Jianjun wanted to buy a guitar, he took a closer look. After all, at that time, besides the cultural troupe, ordinary people could buy it. Aren't the three major items more attractive? When I asked about the price, it was 126 plus 3 industrial tickets. That's over 3 months' salary. Come to think of it, who among the common people would buy this? Except for the hooligans in the military compound, maybe someone pretending to be an artistic youth would buy it. Zhang Jianjun didn't feel too bad about it. After all, Zhao Benji sponsored more than 1,300 yuan. I found a barber shop with my guitar on my back. The barber was very enthusiastic at first. After some demonstration, Zhang Jianjun instructed the old man to cut his hair according to the crew cut he had in his previous life. The old man was so annoyed that his face became long. After shaving, the old man was delighted when he saw it. "I have to remember this hairstyle, it looks very cool." I gave Zhang Jianjun a thumbs up. Zhang Jianjun turns heads everywhere he walks down the street. After the transformation of his skin with the spiritual spring water over the past few days, his skin has become even fairer. And with his neat buzz cut, even the ladies are fascinated by him. I also bought a Zhongshan suit at the clothing store since I had decided to participate in the performance. You can't go up there wearing a cotton jacket. I went to Dongdan Vegetable Market and bought a few pounds of pork ribs. Fatty meat is hard to buy these days, but there are plenty of pork ribs. After all, there is a lack of oil and water, so who would want to eat spare ribs? Zhang Jianjun originally wanted to buy some watermelon seeds, but unfortunately there were none. I found an empty corner and put all the things into the space. Strolling through the streets and alleys of Sijisheng, you can feel the pulse of this era. Alas, we are still too poor. The children in the alleys all wear clothes full of patches. You can imagine how difficult life is in the countryside. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but think that since he had come to this era, he must leave some traces of himself. This is probably a question that many time travelers have fantasized about. When we returned to Luoguxiang, the factory was still closed and only a few middle-aged women were chatting in the courtyard. The third aunt was a little surprised to see Zhang Jianjun coming back. The young man looked really good after a haircut, so she asked, "Jianjun, why are you back now? Didn't you go to work today?" Zhang Jianjun, "Well, something happened at the factory so I took half a day off." Bangang was sitting in front of the Jia family's gate in the middle courtyard, basking in the sun. He had a bandage on his head, and his head was bald due to stitches. When he saw Zhang Jianjun, Bangang showed no disguising hatred in his eyes. Zhang Jianjun passed by without even looking at Bangang. This kid was a complete ungrateful person. Shazu later died in the bridge hole. He was driven out by Bangang. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, "Don't provoke me, otherwise I won't mind secretly destroying him." If there were a ranking of disgust levels, stick figures would definitely be in the top 3. After returning home, I bolted the door and entered the space. He took the guitar in his hand and started tuning it. With his strong memory, Zhang Jianjun quickly mastered the rhythm. After taking a bite of a cucumber, which was crisp and refreshing, he took out the music score and started practicing. The smoke of war rises as we look north. The dragon flag is unfurled, the horse neighs, and the sword energy is as cold as frost. My heart is as vast as the Yellow River. Who can resist in the past 20 years? He was so angry that he wanted to wield his sword. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in foreign lands? Why would I hesitate to die 100 times for my country? I could not help sighing, but was speechless, with tears in my eyes. The horse's hooves go south and people look north. That's right, it was the song Loyalty to the Country sung by teacher Tu Honggang in my previous life. After these few days, the Lingquan water has been comprehensively improved. My voice is no longer the same as before. The treble is atmospheric, the midrange is rich, and even the bass is very magnetic. While I was still enjoying the view freely, I heard a knock on the door outside. Zhang Jianjun quickly left the space and scanned with his mental power to find that it was He Yushui who was outside. Speaking of which, He Yushui is still Zhang Jianjun's junior. When Zhang Jianjun was in his 3rd year of high school, He Yushui was in his 1st year. I should graduate this year. When I opened the door, He Yushui was standing there at a loss. Zhang Jianjun asked, "What happened to the rain? Brother Jianjun, do you have anything to eat? My brother gave all his lunch boxes to Sister Qin this week. He didn't leave me any meal tickets, so I have nothing to eat at school." After saying that, he lowered his head weakly. After hearing what He Yushui said, Zhang Jianjun was speechless. He doesn't even care about his own sister. It's really unheard of for a dog to be this bad. "Come in, sit here for a while. I'll go get some food." After entering the inner room, he took out 2 cucumbers from the space. He Yushui was dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Jianjun coming over with 2 cucumbers. Where did the cucumbers come from in this winter? I couldn't help swallowing. Zhang Jianjun handed the cucumber to He Yushui. "Yushui, eat first, I'll cook for you later." He Yushui took a bite of the cucumber and was extremely surprised. It was so delicious, sweet and tasty that I just started eating it without caring where it came from. Zhang Jianjun took out the spare ribs again and had to cook them in the house. After half an hour, the aroma of pork ribs and radish stewed can be smelled, overflowing the courtyard. He Yushui felt a little unsatisfied after eating a cucumber. Just as I was about to finish the other one, Zhang Jianjun came out and said, "Yushui, leave some room in your stomach. The meal is ready, and there's meat." He Yushui blushed and said shyly, "Brother Jianjun, where did this cucumber come from? It's so delicious. These were given to me by my father's comrades in arms. I don't know where they came from. If you like them, I have plenty left. Take a few with you when you leave, but don't tell them I gave them to you." Zhang Jianjun didn't want to do good deeds without leaving his name. It's just that the cucumbers in winter are hard to explain. Unlike later generations, where there are greenhouses, fresh vegetables are available all year round. If there are still normal people in this courtyard, He Yushui and Lu Xiao are one of them. Even Yuli has become a strong woman after going through hardships. In the fan fiction of the previous life, the deaf old lady became an unfathomable conspiracy theory, which Zhang Jianjun had never seen since he traveled through time. When a large pot of pork ribs stewed with radish was served on the table, He Yushui's tears couldn't help but flow from the corners of her mouth. I almost forgot what it feels like to eat meat since Ju Dongxu passed away. My silly brother is like a possessed man, always hanging around Qin Huiru. The uncle is nice to Shizhu for his face, but not to me. After all, in this era, there is a serious preference for boys over girls. In the eyes of a master, there are only two kinds of people. One type is someone who can help him with his old age, and the other type is someone who can be used as a gun. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Yushui, why are you still standing there? Just eat. If I eat well, my whole family will not be hungry. If you have any difficulties in the future, come to me and don't hesitate. After 2 days and 1 night of rest, Jiajiang regained most of her strength. It's just that the wounds on my face from the sand and small stones have not healed yet. It really feels uncomfortable to rub your face against the ground twice. When he smelled the aroma of pork ribs wafting from the backyard, he started cursing again. That damned little bastard is roasting meat before nightfall. Sooner or later he'll eat up all his father's pension and starve this little loser to death. Bang Gang and Xiao Dang were clamoring for meat, while Huihua, who was still very young, looked at the two siblings in confusion. Jia Zhang was furious. Pointing at Xiao Dang, she cursed, "What are you doing, you little loser? My darling grandson doesn't even have meat to eat. You still want more? Believe it or not, I'll beat you." Xiao Dang was so scared that he quickly slipped behind the curtain and trembled, and Huihua also started crying loudly. Not to mention the mess in the Jia family, the people who worked in the compound had not returned yet. Every household was preparing to cook. At second aunt's house, the two brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu didn't find any odd jobs today. Sitting there dejectedly, these two brothers can be said to be the second uncles punching bags. Ever since the eldest son Lu Guangqi got married and left, the second uncle has been following the principle that a filial son is made under the stick. He was either beaten or scolded every day, which resulted in none of Lu Haizhong's 3 sons being willing to support him in his old age. Lu Haizhong is a 7th-level blacksmith with a salary of more than 70 yuan. His salary in the compound ranks behind that of an 8th-level fitter. Logically, the family should have lived a good life, but the two brothers could only eat pickles every day. Lu Haizhong had wine and eggs for every meal, and he could only smell the food without even touching his chopsticks. That's enough. What a weird family. I also have to do odd jobs to pay a few dollars every month, and the seeds of hatred and rebellion are gradually sprouting. How could I bear the fragrance coming from the backyard? As the saying goes, the little brat eats his father out of poverty, so he followed the smell to the backyard. Zhang Jianjun was eating and drinking with Yushui, and Yushui would steal glances at Zhang Jianguo from time to time. I muttered in my heart, brother Jianjun is getting more and more handsome, I wish he was my real brother. As he thought about it, his face turned red again, and Zhang Jianjun secretly laughed. This girl has a really hard life. I remember in the plot, Yushui never returned to the compound after she married a small police officer. It can be considered as escaping from the deep pit of the Sai Heiwen. Guangtian and Guangfu also came to the door at this time and stood there drooling all over the floor. I didn't dare to come in. After all, not everyone is as shameless as Bang Gang. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and the two brothers came running over happily. Zhang Jianjun poured half a bowl of pork rib soup for each person and said, "I'm not being stingy. These days, life is tough for everyone. We all understand that you have to work hard to earn a living. I'll give you a task. Help me pull 10 yuan worth of coal briquettes tomorrow, 50 cents each." After saying that, he handed 11 yuan and the coal briquettes ticket to Guangtian. The two brothers Guangtian and Guangfu wolfed down the soup and immediately became energetic. After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Guangtian's eyes lit up and he patted his chest. "Don't worry, brother Jianjun. Leave the coal briquettes to us brothers, and we will definitely handle this matter openly. If you have any problems in the future, just come to us brothers." The two brothers were very tactful and did not stay any longer after drinking the soup. They expressed their gratitude and left. After eating and drinking his fill, Yushui held his stomach, leaned back in his chair, and his eyes curved into crescents. Zhang Jianjun didn't dare pour the spiritual spring water into the pot to stew it. This was his biggest secret. But the radishes irrigated with spiritual spring water are also extraordinary. The pork rib soup is naturally delicious. When Yushui saw Zhang Jianjun finished eating, he quickly got up and cleaned up the pots and pans. Zhang Jianjun didn't hesitate and let Yushui wash it. The little girl is thin-skinned and feels uneasy if she eats other people's food and doesn't do anything about it. There is a saying that goes, "A peck of rice is a thank you, a peck of rice is a grudge." It is not the lack that worries us, but the equality. Of course, I will help if I can. After all, Yushui has taken revenge on her brother out of hatred. She is well educated and polite to others. After all, she has a certain level of education and is a good girl. He returned to the inner room and took out 5 or 6 cucumbers from the space and wrapped them in a cloth bag. I saw Yushui finished washing and was about to sweep the floor with a broom. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Yushui, there's no big deal, and no hurdle you can't overcome. The only thing you can't let go of is yourself. No one is inseparable from anyone else, the only thing you can't leave behind is your shadow. No one is inseparable from anyone else, the only thing you can't let go of is the knot in your heart. Brother Jianjun has no right to teach you anything. You know that your brother has already gone astray. Find someone you love and marry them. Don't look back. This place is not worth your nostalgia. If you have any problems in the future, tell me and I'll help you if I can. Don't refuse these $5 and cucumbers. If you feel bad about it, then study hard and find a good job. Then pay me back when you have money. He usually thought about the past and couldn't help but burst into tears when she heard these heartwarming words. Zhang Jianjun became anxious when he saw it. What a guy! If someone didn't know, they would think he had done something shameful. So he quickly said, Yushui, stop crying. Your brother and the others are coming back soon. It would be bad if people misunderstood you. When Yushui saw Zhang Jianjun's anxious look, she immediately burst into tears and smiled. Then she bowed to Zhang Jianjun and raised her fist. Thank you, Brother Jianjun, I will work hard. I will definitely pay you back when I find a job in the future. Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. Oh my god, he almost got fooled. No, he had to figure out the problem. Yushui seemed to have gotten over her worries, and the house was filled with laughter. Zhang Jianjun also happened to show off his forum skills from his previous life. One was talking excitedly, the other was listening attentively. It seems like this winter is no longer cold. As the workers got off work, the whole compound became lively. Qin Huiru ran home early, picked up her clothes and went to the tap. While pretending to rub it, he looked towards the gate of the compound. Like a daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to come home, her eager eyes are full of longing. This is Qin Huiru's daily compulsory course. The third uncle Yan Bagui is also wiping the bicycle in the front yard. A pair of eyes looked at every neighbor who came in. Uncle Saini's famous saying, eat well enough, wear well enough, but if you don't plan well, you will be poor. I saw Shazhu walking in with 2 lunchboxes in his hands. Zhu Zi, come to my house for a drink? Shazhu curled his lips out of habit. Come on, I can't drink your watered-down Urquatu. Yan Laoxi's face was embarrassed for a moment, and he said awkwardly, what are you talking about? I was originally thinking of introducing you to a wife. Teacher Ren Kaiui ran from our school is still single, and you are so ungrateful. Qin Huiru trotted over and grabbed the 2 lunchboxes. He said with a smile, Zhu Zi, my cousin Qin Jingru will be coming in a few days. I'd like to introduce her to you. She's really beautiful. Qin Huiru thought to herself, you stingy old man Yan, you still want to steal my job. My family will be in trouble now that Zuzi has a wife. Who else can I find to suck my blood? No, who else can I find to help me? Then with a wink, Shazhu was stunned and just smiled foolishly. Patting her head, she said, Sister Qin is still good to me. Is your cousin as pretty as you? Qin Huiru rolled her eyes at Shazhu and said, you idiot. My cousin is much prettier than me and she's less than 20 years old. You're lucky. Yan Bagui shook his head, but in fact he was as clear as a mirror in his mind. Everyone in the compound knew that Qin Huiru was hanging Shazhu to suck his blood. Is Shazhu really that stupid? He's just pretending to be confused. When the old man saw this scene, he saw through it but didn't say anything, because it was Shazhu who would support him in his old age. Is it Shazhu's son who will support him in his old age? The eldest uncle was afraid that Shazhu would be difficult to control after he got married, so he arranged for him to help the Jia family. Jia Zhang stood under the window, staring with her triangular eyes at Qin Huiru's every move. He cursed, what's this bitch doing talking to Shazhu so much? Doesn't she know Bang Gang and I are hungry? Shazhu is also destined to be a loser. At this time, Zhang Jianjun closed the door and was playing the guitar in the space. He was humming popular songs from his previous life. I once dreamed of traveling around the world with a sword and seeing the prosperity of the world. The hearts of young people are always a little frivolous. As Zhang Jianjun played the piano, his eyes became moist. He wondered how his parents in his previous life were doing. It's commonplace when you have it, but you regret it when you lose it. After all, he was not an orphan in his previous life. Zhang Jianjun's parents are from the countryside. They worked hard to support him through college and get his own job. When I became a member of the 996 Army, I also dreamed of buying a house and a car in the city through my own efforts. Thinking about my parents in this life, I put down the guitar and sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, I will help you live a good life, more exciting than your last life. At this moment, it seemed as if the original body had let go of all obsessions, and the 2 souls finally merged perfectly together. The space shook as if an earthquake had occurred, and in less than a minute the space expanded by more than double. It increased from 40 acres to 100 acres. His mental strength also increased rapidly. Zhang Jianjun stood there motionless, feeling the changes in his body. Well, lifting an object weighing more than 400 pounds is no longer a problem. The area within a radius of more than 30 meters is under control. If the consciousness is focused in one direction, it can reach nearly 100 meters. Since it can lift objects, can it lift itself? Just like telekinesis, the more you think about it, the more excited you get. The sadness and melancholy just now had long been thrown away. When Zhang Jianjun was floating in the air, he seemed to own the whole world. It was flying around in a space of more than 100 acres, and it was a little shaky at first. Later on, I became more and more proficient, but not very fast. A little faster than running, but not as fast as cycling. Moreover, the mental energy consumed in the air is too great, and it can only fly in space for half an hour. It's estimated that it can only fly for 10 minutes outside. Zhang Jianjun drank some spiritual spring water and ate a cucumber. After a short break, I felt like playing again. Since the cheat code was turned off, I decided to learn a few spells myself. Controlling objects with the mind is called the Mage's Hand. Mental Shock changed to Mental Pierce. Flying through the air is called the Art of the Gale. Taking in objects is called the Universe in the Sleeve. Zhang Jianjun concentrated his mental strength again and set up an air wall 3 meters in front of him. I don't know how effective it is, and I don't know if it can block bullets. Since the name air wall doesn't sound nice, let's just call it mental barrier. Zhang Jianjun took out the M1911 pistol he had seized from the spy last time and began to think. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. After all, my abilities have improved a lot in this space. I can't get any experimental results, so I'd better wait until I have a break and go to the mountains in the countryside to do the experiment. After Zhang Jianjun had his fill, he took another look at the pond. The 2-acre pond wasn't enough, so he deepened and widened it again. It was now half the size of a football field. This would allow for fish farming. It needed to be distributed rationally. The spiritual spring water from the ancient well alone wasn't enough. Who knows how long it would take to fill it up. It was perfect timing, so he had to go to the pigeon market late at night. If there was still time after that, he could go to Haoerhe Lake. I looked at my watch and it was almost 7 o'clock. I was just about to go to bed when Guangtian called out from outside the door. "Brother Jianjun, come out to the neighborhood committee. Aunt Wang wants to meet someone from the compound. She said she has some documents to deliver." Zhang Jianjun agreed, opened the door, and followed Guangtian to the middle courtyard. At this time, there were more than 30 people standing in the yard. I saw 2 police officers standing next to Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee, talking to 3 old men. Aunt Wang saw that most of the people had arrived, so she spoke up. "There's no other way to call everyone here now. Someone died in Dongli Xiying Hutong, and another is still in a coma. According to the higher UPS, they're foreign spies, so everyone should be on high alert at the end of the year. If you see anyone suspicious, report it to the neighborhood committee, the police, or the sub-district office immediately. Each of the managers should also take the lead. The higher UPS are taking this very seriously, and the courtyard must take preventative measures. We've already visited the previous courtyards, so we're a little late getting to yours." After saying that, he took out a document and hurried forward, but was glared at by the old man and retreated awkwardly. The uncle took the document and said, "Our hospital has always been a civilized one. As the uncle in the hospital, I would like to express my position first. I will actively cooperate with the superiors, strictly guard against any suspicious person, and not let go." The third uncle also nodded and said, "Oldie is right. We hate spies. We will mobilize the masses and keep a close eye on every blind spot. We will not cause trouble for the organization and will not burden the masses." The second uncle opened his mouth, then closed it again, thinking, "What the hell, you guys are all talking, what am I going to say?" At this point, the police spoke up. "The end of the year is usually a peak season for crimes. Be careful not to let your children run around. Unless they have to go to school, it's best not to leave them alone outside. Adults should keep an eye on their children. When using coal stoves at home, be sure to ventilate them. Everyone knows what happened in the alley ahead last winter. Gas poisoning can be fatal." After saying that, he looked at Aunt Wang and asked, "Do you have anything else to add?" Aunt Wang nodded. "We've said everything we needed to say, and the documents have been sent to the manager. It won't disturb everyone's sleep. After all, we have to go to work tomorrow, so let's all go." After Zhang Jianjun returned home and lay in bed, he realized that the 2 spies he had crippled last night had been discovered. I looked at my watch and it was exactly 7:30. Then I calmed down and gradually fell asleep. As old Beijingers know, pigeon market is not the black market as many online articles say. The pigeon market was originally a market for antiques, calligraphy, paintings, flowers and birds. It was only during that special era that it became a place for the old and the young to exchange items. There are also people from the countryside who come here to exchange livestock or vegetables for food. In difficult times, people can't even get enough to eat, so who has the time to appreciate flowers and walk birds? So it became the underground trading market we have today. The people above also knew about it, but they just turned a blind eye. As long as the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. But if it's done openly, they will still be punished. The black market is a place where goods are illegally resold, also known as the ghost market. If you were the target of severe crackdowns as mentioned above, you could barter goods during the planned economy era. If it involves large amounts of money transactions, it is considered speculation. Jang Jianjun arrived at Xiaodongmen in the late night with a black cloth wrapped around his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Fill the space with carrots to fill a large sack. Walk into the alley, to the entrance of Pigeon City Hutong. There stood two burly young men. Jang Jianjun also knew the rules here, so he paid a dime and entered. At this time, there were already groups of people setting up stalls in the pigeon market. Most of them just sat there with their faces covered and didn't initiate conversation. There were also a small number of people who were not wearing masks, probably just there to exchange items. When passers-by asked, he would open the bag or a corner of the bamboo basket. Because it was dark, people usually carried lanterns and flashlights. After Jang Jianjun found a place to sit down, he took out a radish from the sack and placed it on the cloth. I don't dare to sell cucumbers, but at least I can explain the radishes by saying they are stored in the cellar. After all, there is a saying that goes, the heart of the radish is frozen in winter. There is no way to explain where the cucumber came from, so we don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. In a short while, several people gathered around. After all, a carrot growing on a small arm is very eye-catching. A middle-aged man in a mouse suit and glasses asked, "Young man, how much are the radishes?" Jang Jianjun, I sell these radishes by the root. No vegetable coupons are needed. They're grown in mountain cellars. One radish weighs over 3 pounds, enough for a whole family to eat. 30 cents a root. The middle-aged man continued, are all the bags like this? If it were me, I'd take them all. Jang Jianjun was delighted. What a great guy. He met a rich man. He opened the sack and shone a flashlight under it. Look carefully, the error is no more than 2 taels. There are 35 in total. When the people around heard this, they were furious. You can't do business like this. Do you understand the market rules? If you pack everything up, what are we going to buy? The masses are all like this. There is a kind of mentality called blind obedience. What you can't get is the best, and this radish is really good in appearance. Jang Jianjun pressed his hands and whispered, I have a younger brother nearby. I'll go get a sack later. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. A young man walked behind the middle-aged man. He counted the amount and took out a big black 10 and 50 cents in change. It was put in a frame and left. At this time, the middle-aged man asked in a low voice, how many do you have left? I want them all. How can we contact each other in the future? Jang Jianjun spread his hands and said, Comrade, you should also know that it's not advisable to ask where something comes from. If there's a chance in the future, we'll meet here again. Everyone's waiting, and it's not safe if there are too many people. After that, he picked up the sack and said to everyone, I'll be there soon, you wait here. Then he walked towards a small alley and used his mind to sense that there was no one following him, which made him feel a lot more at ease. I put another 50 radishes in the alley. After all, the sack was only this big. The radishes are long, and 50 radishes weigh more than 170 kilograms. Jang Jianjun's current body allows him to carry 100 or 200 kilograms effortlessly. When we got to the original location, it was sold out again. I made another $15 in cash, making a total of $25.50. It's equivalent to half a month's salary for him. Jang Jianjun thought about it and said to everyone, this time it's really over. We'll come back next time if we have the chance. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Jang Jianjun was left holding an empty sack. I started walking around the pigeon market. I saw 2 lambs on a stall and an old woman sitting there in a daze. He was wearing a coarse cloth jacket full of patches. The weather-beaten face tells of the hardships of life. So he went up to her and asked, Auntie, how much is this lamb? The old woman said uncomfortably, just give me $5. My grandson is sick, so I have no choice but to sell it. Jang Jianjun took out 10 yuan and handed it to the old woman. He took the lamb and went away. The old woman quickly stood up and said, Young comrade, you gave too much. It's 2 for $5. Jang Jianjun waved without even looking back. In fact, it is not to say that Jang Jianjun is a saint. After all, she has seen the prosperity of the future. How can we remain indifferent and unmoved by the current suffering? After all, humans are emotional animals. There is a saying that goes, if you are rich, you should help the world. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. No matter what else you encounter, help if you can. Only when you have a clear conscience can you achieve your goal. Just when Jang Jianjun was daydreaming, a young man came out from the corner and asked, Brother, do you want a ticket? Then he lifted up his military coat, and wow, it was covered with all kinds of bills from top to bottom. Then he continued, meat coupons are 2.5 cents per pound, coarse grain coupons are 5 cents per pound, and fine grain coupons are available as industrial coupons. Jang Jianjun thought for a moment and said, give me 10 pounds of meat tickets. Oh, and do you have any radio tickets? The young man was delighted when he heard this, as he was a big customer. There are radio tickets, but they're a bit expensive. You know how hard it is to get one. If I really want to charge you 30, plus 10 pounds of meat coupons, that'll make it 32 yuan. I'll give you the 50 cents change. Is that okay with you? Zhang Jianjun saw the young man and heard that he wanted a radio ticket. You keep saying it's funny. It is true that money makes things easier in any era. So he said, I don't like haggling. $30 is the deal. If it's more, I'll leave. The young man's face suddenly turned bitter like a chrysanthemum. You can't bargain like that. Let's each give in and get 31 yuan. Zhang Jianjun didn't answer and turned to leave. The young man hurriedly stopped him when he saw it. Okay, it's up to you, 30 is 30. Then they exchanged money and turned around. Zhang Jianjun is walking forward. Suddenly he felt a pair of greedy eyes staring at him. I immediately became alert. After all, the pigeon market is full of mixed people. He didn't even turn around to scan backwards with his mental power. He saw the young man with whom he had just traded tickets. She was talking quietly with a man with triangular eyes, and occasionally glanced at Zhang Jianjun's back. Brother Tiger, that guy is a fat sheep. He just bought a radio ticket from me. When he was taking out the money, I saw a watch on his wrist. Guzi, you did a good job. Go call Gangzi over and keep a close eye on him. What they don't know is what they are saying. Everything was clearly detected by Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense. Zhang Jianjun pretended nothing had happened and continued to browse the stalls. I also bought some eggs and a dozen chicks. Put everything in a sack, and then use mental power to transfer it from the sack to the space. Then he turned and left Pigeon City. I looked at my watch and it was 5 o'clock. The nights are long and the days are short in winter, so it was still pitch black outside. I sensed the faint sound of footsteps behind me. Zhang Jianjun curled up the corners of his mouth coldly. In the alley, gradually getting colder. Zhang Jianjun walked slowly. The mental power was like a big net, covering the entire alley. The 3 people behind had nowhere to hide. Zhang Jianjun saw a remote alley. He slipped in quickly, and Brother Hu and 2 others followed quickly. Then I was dumbfounded. This is a dead end. There is a wall 10 meters ahead and no way out. The 3 of them stared at each other in confusion. Guzig Brother Hu, something's wrong? Could this guy be a scout? This wall is 3 meters high, there's no way he can climb over it. There is no such thing as special forces in this era. My country's special forces were born in Guangzhou in 1988. Brother Hu, it's possible that he's a martial artist. Let's search the front to see if there's a secret door. So the 3 of them took flashlights and searched carefully in the alley. Zhang Jianjun was actually above their heads and did not hide in the space. Would a person with a golden finger and his own magic be afraid of a few street urchins? Obviously not. It fell silently behind the 3 people. Just 3 knife strikes, and several people collapsed to the ground in an instant. Zhang Jianjun's explosive power increases with the daily transformation of the spiritual spring. Things are no longer the same as they were before, and I dare not use spiritual piercing. The surge in mental strength last night hasn't completely gone as I wish. The 3 unconscious people were taken into the space. It was time to clean up the spoils again. When they found the man called Brother Hu, Zhang Jianjun's face turned ugly. I type 56 triangular bayonet with dark red marks still remaining on it. It seems that this bayonet has seen blood in the past few days. The triangular bayonet is a deadly weapon, and wounds caused by it are difficult to suture. There was also a dagger hidden in the cotton jacket of the man named Gangze. Originally, he just wanted to rob the robbers and leave it at that after taking their money. Since he is a violent person, let's use unconventional means. Zhang Jianjun stripped all the 3 men naked, leaving only their underwear on. Then they tore the clothes into strips and tied each person's back. After leaving the space, they found a telephone pole and lifted all 3 of them up and hung them. Life or death is up to fate, we are all desperate criminals anyway. The sky in the east gradually turned pale, and it was almost dawn. The spoils were all in space anyway. Watch it when you have time. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and decided that it was too late to go to Shishaha now. The neighborhood committee just conveyed a document last night, so I won't be home tonight. It would be bad if it aroused suspicion from people in the compound. With all his mental strength, he ran towards Luoguxiang. It was the same method again, climbing over the backyard wall into the yard. Zhang Jianjun lay in bed, reviewing what he had done that night. I was too careless. First of all, wealth should not be shown off. I encountered trouble the first time I entered. If I were an ordinary person, I would be in trouble. The second point is that in this era, a height of 1.8 meters is a bit eye-catching. If investigated by someone with ulterior motives, it would be easy to reveal one's true identity. Zhang Jianjun thought of his second uncle's house, and the 2 children had an idea. You can't do everything yourself. Anyway, I am not short of money, even in this era of openness. Are you still afraid of having no money based on your memories from your previous life? Jang Jianjun looked at his watch and it was already past 6 o'clock. I entered the space with a towel and toothbrush. After washing up, I ate 2 cucumbers and drank a bowl of spiritual spring water. After leaving the space, a new day begins. The compound also began to become lively. Jang Jianjun changed into a brand new Zhongshan suit and went out. At this time, small snowflakes were floating in the sky. In the office of the publicity department of the steel rolling mill, Jang Jianjun knocked on the door. Section Chief Chen's steady voice came from inside, "Come in." Jang Jianjun walked into the office with the lyrics. Section Chief Chen was browsing a document in his hand and looked up at Jang Jianjun. My eyes lit up. A brand new Zhongshan suit matched with a 1.8 meter tall figure. First of all, the impression is added. Xiao Zhang, you've arrived just in the afternoon. Go design some quotation cards. Be positive and upbeat. As the year draws to a close, we need to pay more attention to safety in production. Make another blackboard newspaper. Someone from above will be coming in a few days, so we need to hurry up and work on the XX style. And have you read yesterday's document? Do you have any ideas? Jang Jianjun, in response to the factory office's request, I'm planning to sign up to sing. I spent a lot of time thinking about it and wrote a song yesterday. Section Chief, since you have a lot of experience, please help me take a look and see if there's anything inappropriate. After saying that, he handed over the lyrics. Section Chief Chen looked at Jang Jianjun with interest. I didn't expect you could write songs. Then he lowered his head and looked up. At first, he had a blank expression on his face, but the more he looked, the more surprised he became, and then his face flushed with excitement. I read it carefully 3 times and suddenly burst out laughing. Great, great, great. I didn't expect there to be such a hidden talent in our propaganda department. The lyrics and music are majestic and heroic, full of patriotism. The ending is heart-wrenching, telling the story of the hero's determination to expand the territory and serve the motherland. The overall patriotism is vivid, reminding people of those glorious years. It is truly epic and moving. Come on, follow me to Director Yang's place. Jang Jianjun thought, is it really necessary to be so excited? I just want a bicycle ticket. In fact, in this era, collective honor is above all else. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. If we are praised by our superiors, next year's production tasks will be much more stable. After all, there are several brother units eyeing it covetously. Everyone wants to be assigned more tasks, and political achievements are the same in any era. If you are successful in recommending someone, you might even be promoted to the position of section chief or even to a higher position. That's why Section Chief Chen was so excited. When he arrived at the factory director's office, Yang Zhenhua listened to the purpose of his visit. Seeing Section Chief Chen's excited look, I also became interested. Browsed the lyrics carefully. Director Yang was a veteran who had participated in battles before liberation. As I watched, I couldn't help but be transported back to that era of constant gunfire. I thought of my old comrades and my old company commander. My eyes couldn't help but turn red. It took him a while to come back to his senses and said with a smile, Zhang Weiman is your father, right? Like father, like son. Your father retired from the peninsula and came to our factory in 1955. Over 10 years have passed in a flash. Your father is great. You didn't bring shame to him. Sing it first. I really want to hear how it sounds. Jang Jianjun also did not hesitate and cleared his throat. The smoke of war rises, and the country looks north. The dragon rises and rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword energy is like frost. My heart is as vast as the Yellow River. Who can resist in the past 20 years? He was filled with hatred and wanted to strike with his sword. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in foreign lands? Why hesitate to die for the country? I could not help sighing, but was speechless, with tears in my eyes. The horses' hooves go south and people look north. Looking north, the grass is green and the yellow dust is flying. I wish to defend the land and expand the frontiers. The great China deserves congratulations from all over the world. Although there was no accompaniment, Jang Jianjun's powerful high notes were full of confidence and passion. It ends with 2 choruses. Director Yang stood up from his seat and applause broke out. Section Chief Chen's face was filled with excitement, and he was clapping his hands like a fan. After the applause ended, Director Yang patted Jang Jianjun on the shoulder. Very good, with a good voice and a good seedling. Then he turned to Section Chief Chen and said, on December 28th, arrange Comrade Jang Jianjun's singing session for the end. If he needs anything, he can go to the logistics department and report it to Deputy Director Lee. You can choose any musical instrument in the warehouse, but you can't sing a cappella. We need the cooperation of the staff as much as possible. After all, we are frontline workers and the task is tight right now. We need some spiritual encouragement. We also want our superiors to take a good look at the spirit of our 3rd steel plant. Section Chief Chen nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Director. We'll make sure we get the job done. We still have 4 days to prepare, and registration closes tomorrow. Our publicity department will do our utmost to rehearse the registration program and ensure it doesn't bring shame to the steel mill. Zhang Jianzhan returned to the reading room and calculated the time. Today was Tuesday. 4 days later, that is Saturday. Let's go to the logistics department warehouse first. With the certificate issued by Section Chief Chen, I found the warehouse keeper, Mr. Wang, outside the warehouse. After explaining the situation, Mr. Wang looked at the certificate and let us go. Entering the warehouse, you will see rows of shelves filled with old musical instruments. Gongs, drums, suwana, erhu, are basically all national musical instruments. Zhang Jianzhan's eyes were fixed on a pair of big drums. I have an idea in mind. Well, that's it. Zhang Jianzhan carried 2 big drums on his back, took out a guitar from the space and walked into the reading room. When I entered the room, I found Yu Haitang sitting there reading a newspaper. Yu Haitang raised her head and her eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Jianzhan. The brand new Zhongshan suit sets off his tall and slender figure. The exquisite crew cut can more easily show the sharp angles of the face. As I watched, my face turned red with embarrassment. Zhang Jianzhan jokingly said, "How come you don't recognize me after not seeing me for a day? By the way, Haitang, do you know any comrades who know a little bit about music theory? We need 2 men. It doesn't matter if they don't know, as long as they have some knowledge." After saying that, he put down the 2 drums. Yu Haitang was distracted by the 2 bass drums and the guitar. "Brother Jianzhan, what are you doing with those 2 big drums? Where did you get this guitar?" "Zhang Jianzhan, I signed up to sing, and I'm looking for 2 guys to accompany me on the drums. The guitar factory didn't have any, so I bought them myself." "Okay, I'll find 2 for you, but how are you going to repay me?" Zhang Jianzhan smiled slightly and said, "I'll perform a magic trick for you, or I'll treat you to dinner at my house after get off work." Yu Haitang smiled shyly and said, "Can I have both?" "Good guy." Zhang Jianzhan touched his nose. "Of course you can. Women can't say no, and men can't say no." Yu Haitang seemed to understand what was said, and lowered his head, wondering what the 2 sentences meant. Then he raised his head and said bravely, "I can do it. I'll go to your house for dinner tonight. I'm not afraid of rumors. I want to pursue freedom." Zhang Jianzhan was stunned. "Wow, this is really wow." My saliva almost spurted out. Yu Haitang's eyes turned red when she saw Zhang Jianzhan's appearance. "What's wrong, Brother Jianzhan, don't you want to treat me to a meal?" Zhang Jianzhan quickly said seriously. "How could that be? Welcome is not enough." Then he reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a big radish. "Come here, Haitang. Radish nourishes the yin and nourishes the skin. It has a very good effect on whitening girls' skin. Eat radish in winter and ginger in summer, and you won't need a doctor to prescribe medicine." Yu Haitang looked at Labo and then at Zhang Jianzhan's lower body. "Can I touch it?" "Zhang Jianzhan, what kind of vicious words are these? You can't touch this place. Be a lady." When Yu Haitang heard it, she understood the meaning this time. Her cheeks flushed and she stamped her feet. "I was talking about checking your pocket. How did you take out such a long carrot? What were you thinking about?" Zhang Jianzhan touched his nose awkwardly, said seriously, "This is the magic I'm performing for you. Magic can't be exposed. If you expose it, it loses its meaning. If everyone understands it, is it still magic? Art is when people can't understand it." Yu Haitang was stunned by what she heard, and felt that it was very profound. When she learned that radish has beauty-enhancing properties, she was very happy. That girl didn't care about beauty. Yu Haitang took the radish and thought to herself, "This guy, why does he like giving radishes to girls so much? This is the 2nd time he's given her a radish, but it's really delicious. I like it." Then he looked at the guitar and said, "I didn't expect you could play the guitar. Can you sing the song you wrote for me last time?" Zhang Jianzhan said, "The song we played last time wasn't suitable for lesbians. You'll hear it on the day of the performance. I'll play a song suitable for young people." So he plucked the guitar. "Nothing can stop. You're yearning for freedom, a wild and imaginative career. Your heart is free of worries. Through the dark years, I also felt hesitant. The moment you lower your head, only then did I realize the road under my feet, the free world in my heart, so clear and lofty, blooming forever. Blue Lotus." As the guitar music ended, Zhang Jianzhan sat there in a daze. "I feel very complicated and it feels unreal these days. It's like playing a game and thinking that everyone around you is a character in the plot, but reality is reality, and everyone is flesh and blood." At this time, Yu Haitang was mesmerized. It is said that serious men are the most attractive. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? They all imagine the person who can accompany them for the rest of their lives, completely lost in the beautiful lyrics. Suddenly, a burst of applause from outside the door woke them up. It turned out that it was colleagues from the propaganda department who heard the singing. They all stood outside the door and eavesdropped, which even alarmed Section Chief Chen. Section Chief Chen walked in first. Following behind were 5 people including Wang Area, Ma Xiaohua, Zhang Aijun, and Li Weiman. Li Weiman stood in the crowd with a gloomy face, staring at Zhang Jianjun with a vicious look. Zhang Jianjun pretended not to see it. Section Chief Chen, not bad, Comrade Jianjun. I can see that you really take this event to heart. He continued, I hear the song conveying a precious spirit of unwavering pursuit of dreams. The lyrics are not grandiose, and the melody is not full of ups and downs. The whole song is sung in a calm and peaceful tone, yet it shakes the soul. It's a masterpiece, a masterpiece. Did you write this too? Zhang Jianjun stood up and touched his nose, worthy of being the head of the propaganda department. The cultural literacy is pretty good. I'm sorry, Su Dada. Well, I took a tour of the factory yesterday while having lunch. Seeing the passionate work of the frontline workers, I was deeply moved. I finally understood the meaning of not fearing hardship or fatigue. For the prosperity of the nation, we work in the most ordinary positions, doing extraordinary things. What we shed is not sweat, but youth. What we pursue is not money, but ideals, freedom, and a fervent patriotism. Inspiration struck me all of a sudden, and I wrote this song. Sorry to have laughed at you. Clap, clap, the applause rang out again. Li Weiman could only applaud awkwardly. Wang Area secretly winked at Yu Haitang, and Yu Haitang's cheeks flushed again. Section Chief Chen said, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, you've said it very well. After this performance, I'll risk my reputation to commend you. The organization won't let any talent go unnoticed. Work hard, and feel free to ask for anything you want. Zhang Jianjun, thank you for your concern, Chief. I don't have any big requirements. After the registration closes tomorrow, I just need 2 comrades with some artistic background to cooperate with me during the rehearsal. Section Chief Chen thought for a moment. Ma Xiaohua graduated from high school, and so did Zhang Aijun. Li Weiman graduated from a technical secondary school. You can pick your favorite. Zhang Jianjun, then I'll have to trouble comrades Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun. Li Weiman felt a secret hatred in his heart. Damn it, they don't even give me a chance to show my face. This is retaliation. Just wait and see. Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun were smiling from ear to ear. Although clerical workers have an easy job and don't have to do physical work, but the room for promotion is too small, so I can only accumulate experience. Civil servants start at level 16, which is different from frontline workers. Frontline workers just need to have the right skills. It is from level 1 to level 8, and above level 8 are technician engineers. There are assessments every 6 months, and you can be promoted if you pass the assessment. If civil servants don't have any connections, they can just gain experience. Of course, I am happy to have the opportunity to show myself in front of my boss. There is a saying that goes, when one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. If others become famous, you can also take advantage of it, right? Before I knew it, it was lunchtime. Zhang Jianjun and Yu Haitang were walking on the way to the cafeteria. The light snow stopped. A ray of sunlight breaks through the clouds. He secretly poked his head out, like a gentle gaze. Curious, looking at the world. If you work a little harder than others, you'll achieve more. If you have a little more ambition than others, you'll have a better future. If you persist a little more than others, you will win. If you are a little more persistent than others, you will create miracles. Zhang Jianjun was writing a blackboard newspaper at noon. He has a great memory. Imitating Wang Zizi's running script, all the characters are like movie clips. It went over and over in my mind. Eventually, muscle memory is formed and writing becomes as if inspired by God. People who have cheats are just so unreasonable. Then continue writing. The road you have walked will become the scenery in your memories, all your experiences will become your wealth, your past burdens will become your gifts, your sufferings will illuminate your future path. Safety slogans are even simpler. After graduating from college in my previous life, computers were always with me. I work as a programmer and need a computer, and I play on the computer when I get home. So I have seen many slogans. Safety first, prevention first. Responsibility is the soul of safety, and standardization is the foundation of safety. There are elderly people above and young children below, and it would be a disaster if an accident happened. Relying on luck and being bold will only make you regret later if an accident happens. Zhang Jianjun finished writing all the safety quotations and started posting them on the factory walls and bulletin boards. Several patrolling comrades from the security department watched from a distance. From time to time, they would comment, "Isn't this Brother Zhang's son? He was so skinny when he joined the factory last year, but now he's finally grown up and his handwriting is so beautiful." Who says it's not? Alas, it's really not easy for this child. Both parents are gone. Now he can finally make it. In Deputy Director Lee's office, Lee Huade was listening to his nephew complain. Lee Wyman, uncle, you have to take charge of this for me. Zhang Jianjun is in the propaganda department. He's using Section Chief Chen's connections to monopolize my girlfriend and constantly making things difficult for my colleagues. I became so cocky after writing a song. I offered to help with the performance, but he scolded me for not knowing when to stop. Good man, if Zhang Jianjun heard this, he would definitely spit in his face. No one else has the ability to confuse right and wrong. Lee Huade frowned but said nothing. You know what your nephew is like. Although Deputy Director Lee is greedy for money and lustful, he is capable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the director of the Revolutionary Committee in the early stages. The biggest obstacle now is Director Yang, and the open and secret struggles between the two have almost become public. Therefore, the junior leaders in the factory are divided into the Yang faction and the Lee faction. Lee Huade stood up and found Zhang Jianjun's file in the filing cabinet. In fact, the song Loyalty to the Country written by Zhang Jianjun. Deputy Director Lee already knew about it. After all, they both had spies. The factory director is in charge of production and takes care of the overall situation, while the deputy director is in charge of logistics and publicity and education. It is similar to one being the head of a regiment and the other being the political commissar. Originally, the propaganda department was supposed to report the performers to him, but the section chief was Director Yang's man, and his plans were disrupted. If this original song is favored by the senior leader, he suffered a huge loss and was very angry, so when he got the news, he checked Zhang Jianjun's file. He looked through the file again and sighed. Wei Min, although I'm the second in command, there are many people watching me. Zhang Jianjun, my grandfather was a hired farmer for a landlord before liberation, and my father is a veteran of the Korean War. He died in the line of duty 2 years ago and was named a martyr. He also lived up to his reputation by writing a great song. Lee Huade took a sip of water and continued. Do you know what this means? It means you have a good family background. Don't think I don't know what you've done. Can you deny 3 generations of a person based on your one-sided statement? It doesn't matter if you're not careful in small matters, but you can't be confused about big things. Don't try to be opportunistic. Learn to see the situation clearly. Don't you know the leaders are coming to inspect? Put away your petty thoughts. After Lee Huade finished speaking, he was still thinking, damn, I am even more depressed than you. All the political achievements I had obtained flew away. It seems I have to contact Zhang Jianjun. Lee Wyman, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The 3 standard soul-searching questions, if in later generations they would have to be accompanied by a black question mark face. I was dumbfounded. I failed to file a complaint and was scolded instead. The factory's villainous boss, Lee Huade, makes his first appearance. Lee Huade waved his hand and said, go back and think carefully about the cause and effect. I don't expect you to be my right-hand man, but don't hold me back. After all, you are a technical secondary school student. Lee Wyman walked away dejected, thinking, it's all that damn Zhang Jianjun's fault. He got me scolded. The hatred in his eyes grew even stronger. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was painting a piece of courtyard wall with a bucket of white paint. Wait until the wall is dry. Then I began to paint Shan Haiguan according to my memory. Time passes by inadvertently. A huge mural of the Great Wall is vivid and lifelike. It is like a giant dragon from the east, entrenched among the mountains. There is a sun in the sky, casting golden light. There are 7 big words written next to it, the Great Wall will never fall. The security officers who gathered around at this time all widened their eyes. I didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of affecting the details of Zhang Jianjun's painting. The blood is boiling, and the security department is basically composed of retired soldiers. They all understood the meaning of this painting and murmured that the Great Wall would never fall. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zhang Jianjun put down his brush. Let's all applaud. Lee Huade came out of the office to go to the bathroom. I came over when I heard the applause. His eyes narrowed, and he was so arrogant. When everyone saw that it was Deputy Director Lee, they all made way for him. You must be Comrade Zhang Jianjun, right? Not bad, not bad. You really made a splash, showcasing the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland to the fullest. The Great Wall symbolizes our unity, connecting the mountains and rivers. The sun symbolizes great men, its light shining on every worker, peasant, and soldier. It's truly remarkable. Zhang Jianjun, Director Lee, you're too kind. This was just a spur-of-the-moment doodle. Sorry for the inconvenience. Deputy Director Lee was immediately delighted when he heard this. It's comfortable to hear that the factory director doesn't have a deputy. Just for this painting, we must reward you. Comrade Jianjun, please feel free to ask for anything you want. Zhang Jianjun thought, I've been waiting for you to say that. There's no point being polite with this guy, a villain among villains. If I don't fleece him now, when will I? So, with a simple and honest look, he said, it's nothing special. I'm currently working on a project and my inspiration is flowing. I need to go out and collect inspiration, but walking would take too long. I just need a bicycle ticket. Li Huide, everyone. Li Huide's mouth twitched. I thought I didn't ask for too much, it was just a bicycle ticket, that's all. If so, then you will not be able to ascend to heaven. But talented people are hard to come by, so we must win them over. Bones are worth a fortune, and to achieve great things you must be ruthless to yourself. Li Huide, I like your personality. You're unconventional and daring. Wait for me in my office. I'll be right here after I use the restroom. Zhang Jianjun was delighted, but his face remained honest. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. One was so bold to ask, the other so bold to give. Exciting. They couldn't help but envy him. A cultured person is like a good painting and a bicycle ticket. Who can I go to for justice? All logistics and warehousing materials are under the management of Deputy Director Li. So Zhang Jianjun was not shooting without purpose. In Li Huide's eyes, there are only two types of people who are valuable. One is one of us, and the other is someone worth winning over. Zhang Jianjun was not afraid of being punished later, so he got rid of everyone involved. In the deputy director's office, Li Huide took out the bicycle ticket. Work hard, comrade Jianjun. I have high hopes for you. What are your future goals and ideals? Zhang Jianjun sighed, I'm the only one left at home. My ideal is to devote myself to the steel mill, obey the organization's arrangements, and devote my limited life to serving the people. Li Huide's mouth twitched when he heard this. This guy is even more capable of fooling people than I was when I was the director. But such people are most likely to rise to power. These days, honest people should just work honestly. Instead, the desire to win him over becomes even stronger. So you act like you're pretty good. If you have ideals and ambitions, you must be passionate about your work and unwavering in your commitment to the organization. Now is the time for you young people to rule the world. If you have any difficulties, just come to me. I won't keep you here any longer. I have a meeting soon. Go back and work hard to achieve better results. Zhang Jianjun was walking back to the reading room. Looking at the bicycle ticket in his hand, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's really not easy. It's so hard to get a bicycle ticket these days. In the future, you can buy a small car if you have money. But the control of bicycles is quite strict. There is an old man in the yard. I'm still an 8th level fitter, and I've been working for so many years, but I still don't have a bicycle. Feeling good. It feels like the wind is no longer noisy. Zhang Jianjun got the bicycle ticket in the afternoon and felt that everything he saw was pleasing to the eye. Although I can use my mental power to fly for a short time, I dare you to try flying in broad daylight. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, animals were not allowed to become spirits, let alone humans. I don't know if it can withstand the bullets. If it were shot down by anti-aircraft guns, nothing would be left. So you still have to be humble. There is no harm in being low-key. As I said, be low-key in life and high-key in work. After reporting to Section Chief Chen, the propaganda slogan task was completed. Zhang Jianjun looked at the time and saw that it was only 3:30. Anyway, I can move freely after completing the task, so I'll go out and buy the bicycle first. Don't think that the city in the 1960s was very old. That would be a mistake. Zidane intersection was one of the busiest intersections in the city in the 1950s. On the south side of Education Street, there is a trust store that sells cameras, watches, clothing, shoes, hats, bags, sporting goods, and other comprehensive daily necessities. Trust stores are also distribution centers for second-hand furniture and appliances. Many old people and young people who can't make ends meet sell their furniture and antiques here. After the wind starts, we only buy and sell furniture and daily necessities. To the south of the trust store are Debi Pharmacy, Tanchuntang Pharmacy, and a daily necessities store. There is a traffic control booth not far in front of the daily necessities store. The traffic booth is located on Suan Yumeniai Street, which runs north-south. Next door, on the south side of West Chang'an Avenue, there is the Qingfeng Steamed Bun Shop and the Chang'an Grand Theater, Dadi Restaurant, Tianyuan Sauce Factory, and Daily Necessities Store, Hunbin La Restaurant, Capital Cinema, etc. Although it was not as bustling as in later times, it was still a prosperous era. And Zhang Jianjun's destination is here, Liaoyuan Daily Necessities Department Store. This shopping mall is open day and night and is located on the west side of Suan Yumen Inner Street. Zhang Jianjun first went to the trust store for a walk. Mainly I want to buy some old furniture and refurbish it myself in the future. Seeing the old furniture, although they have experienced the vicissitudes of time, but that kind of heavy historical atmosphere cannot be compared with later generations. In the past, craftsmen had to learn their craft for 3 years. When one becomes an apprentice, he or she may have to work for the master for 3 years. The old furniture sold by the old folks are naturally of high quality. The fine carvings and hollow cloud patterns all tell stories of history. After visiting the trust store, Zhang Ji and Jun went to Liao Yuan department store. The first floor mainly sells daily necessities, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, etc. The second floor mainly sells luggage, hardware, home appliances, sewing machines, and bicycles. A saleswoman in her 30s was knitting a scarf out of boredom. Zhang Ji and Jun, how much do you sell bicycles, sister? What brands are available? When the salesperson saw Zhang Ji and Jun's clothes, he was not too cold. Do you have tickets? Take them out and let me see them first. I'll introduce them. 5 or 6 young men came here today and only asked about them but didn't buy anything. Zhang Ji and Jun also understands that there are so many people who can't buy bicycles now. If you can't buy it, can't you just look at it? It's good to satisfy your eyes. So he took out his bicycle ticket and said, "Look at me, big sister." The salesman's face warmed up when he saw the ticket. Forever 13, 17, manganese steel 28-inch bar, 187.5 yuan. Phoenix 18 manganese steel with a bell, 189.5 yuan. A large Fei GE chain set made in Tianjin costs 170.50 cents, and a hunky 156. Zhang Ji and Jun thought for a moment and said, "Sister, please help me push a Phoenix bicycle." "Okay, go to the front and get the receipt and pay, then come over to get the car." A lively young man was playing a cheerful tune on the street, riding a brand new bicycle at lightning speed. Passers-by on the street looked at him with envy, and young girls and wives pointed and talked. A 160-pound chubby girl said, "It would be great if she was my partner." Zhang Ji and Jun was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, and he looked at the girl who was speaking with a smile. I was startled and almost crossed over again, so I quickly accelerated and pedaled. The cold wind blowing in my face has no effect on my body at all. It feels like driving a Ferrari one-handed. After arriving at the police station and getting the stamp, the bicycle will be considered completely yours. I looked at the time and it was 4:50. It took me more than an hour to buy the car. I also bought 3 pounds of pork, a roast duck and a leg of lamb. Don't ask where the bills came from. The military coat covered with bills is still lying in the space. It's just like that, when you treat someone to a meal, you have to treat them properly. I remember that in the reading room this morning, he said he would treat you hating to a meal. You can't go back on your word and ride a bike with fat hanging from it. There were eyeballs all over the road, and the children next door were crying with envy. When we arrived at the factory, it was almost time to get off work, and the security guard was drooling. Wow, this is really great. I just had some melon at noon and saw Deputy Director Lee giving out tickets. Now the bicycle was back and everyone nodded kindly. I parked the car in the carport and sat there, searching my pockets. I always felt like something was missing, and then I slapped my head and remembered that I had never smoked since I came here. The original owner had a dull personality and naturally didn't smoke. When the bell for the end of get off work rang, the steel mill was like a floodgate that had been opened. There was a crowd of people, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, I saw Yu Haitang at a glance, walking in the crowd with a few female colleagues. He was about 1.7 meters tall, walking with his long legs and looking around. Zhang Ji and Jun rang the bell on his bicycle and waved. Yu Haitang looked in the direction of Zhang Ji and Jun and her heart immediately started beating fast. As he trotted over, the workers around him seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. Qin Huiru stood there in a daze in the crowd, staring at the bicycle and the meat on it, lamb legs, and roast duck. I don't know what to think anymore. Taking Yu Haitang with him, he left in a leisurely manner amid the complicated gazes of the crowd. Yu Haitang, brother Ji and Jun, when did you buy the bicycle? Haitang, aren't you coming to my house for dinner tonight? I bought you a car in case you're too tired to walk. Then I deliberately chose to ride on the bumpy road. When Yu Haitang heard this, her pretty face turned red and she started to grab the corner of Zhang Ji and Jun's clothes. The bicycle bounced up and down in the pit. Occasionally, there would be an abrupt stop. Yu Haitang had no choice but to bend halfway up, her face flushed red. Occasionally feeling the softness coming from behind him, Zhang Ji and Jun smiled evilly. Haitang, I'm not familiar with the newly bought bicycle. Handsome men and beautiful women plus a brand new bicycle. I received countless envy and jealousy along the way. In the courtyard, Yan Bagui was wiping bicycle parts. You heard it right, it's about parts. This is what the third uncle learned when he was repairing bicycles at the entrance of the alley. Maintenance is in place. The third uncle maintained the dignity of a scholar while carrying out his plan to the end. Eating at home is like eating in a cafeteria, with each person getting a portion. In his words, it's fair. After all the calculations, he never expected that he would be included in the calculations. He had 3 sons and a daughter, but none of them liked him later on. He ended up with a miserable end in his later years. A bell rang and Yan Bagui looked up. He was so startled that the wrench fell from his hand. It hit his feet and his old face twitched. Hiss, took a breath of cold air. Brand new bicycle. Plump roast duck, tempting lamb legs, and bright red pork. then the eyes sank deeply into. It took a long time to pull it out. The compound began to become lively. The third uncle looked at the bicycle carefully. He saw Yu Haitang behind him again, with his mouth wide open. Jian Jun, is this the bicycle I bought for you? Yuli and the third aunt also came out, and Yuli saw this scene. Haitang, why are you here? What are you doing? Yu Haitang said shyly, sister, I went to brother Jian Jun's house for dinner. Nothing else, just to talk about the performance. Yuli thought to herself, wow, at the hospital-wide meeting a few days ago, I was still thinking about what would happen if Jian Jun and Haitang were together. This came true, so he pulled Yu Haitang aside and talked to her in private. Zhang Jianjun saw that he could only stand there and wait. The third aunt looked at Yu Haitang and then looked at Zhang Jianjun with a meaningful look. Jianjun, this is really good. Don't leave tonight. Come and eat with me. Zhang Jianjun, third aunt, have you ever seen someone cook at someone else's house when you invite them to dinner? Haitang is here, ask sister Yuli to help me cook. Let's have a drink with third uncle. The third uncle's eyes lit up when he heard this. Jianjun, don't worry, I'll bring a bottle of good wine over in a while. Let's get closer. Zhang Jianjun said jokingly. Uncle, you wouldn't take another bottle of Urquata diluted with water, would you? The third uncle's face turned red, thinking that you can guess this. Don't worry, I won't do that this time. I have an unopened bottle that I can't bear to drink. I bet it's not diluted with water. After saying that, he walked forward and stroked the bicycle, from front to back, with the movement like caressing a lover. Zhang Jianjun felt a chill and felt that the bicycle was not clean. After this delay, people who were walking home from get-off work also entered the yard one after another. The second uncle, the first uncle, Qin Huiru, and Shazhu, they all came back one after another. An old man saw Yan Bagui stroking his brand new bicycle. He said, did old Yan get a new bicycle? The third uncle touched his head awkwardly and said, hey, I don't have that ability. Jianjun bought it for me. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and Lu Haizhong walked up with a bulging belly. Looking at Zhang Jianjun, where did you get the bicycle ticket? When did you buy it? Zhang Jianjun felt a little unhappy when he saw the second uncle speaking in an official tone. So he said, I made a poster for the factory today, and Deputy Director Li gave me one as a reward. I didn't want it, but he insisted. Oh, it's really annoying. I had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer. The second uncle, the first uncle, Yan Bagui, everyone. The corner of Shazhu's mouth twitched, and Qin Huiru's expression was full of colors. Lu Haizhong's face turned red again. Look, is this something a human being can say? It's annoying and difficult. I always feel like you are pretending, but I have nothing to say. The old man forced himself to break the awkward silence. Hey Jianjun, you bought so many dishes, are you going to treat everyone to a meal? You have to celebrate when you buy something big. Zhang Jianjun, I originally wanted to treat everyone to a meal, but the great man taught us not to waste money, as waste is a grave crime. We should promote the spirit of hard work and simplicity, and refrain from extravagant celebrations. So there's nothing I can do. My colleagues came over today to discuss hosting a senior leader to our factory. You've heard about the progress of the program, right? It's tough, but it's the leader's arrangement. We have to take it seriously. The old man's scalp started to feel numb again after hearing this. Good guy, I just want to eat your meal. I want to refute it, but since you keep calling me a great man, who would dare to refute me? It also involves the spirit of hard work and plain living, and the inspection by leaders above. So what? If it weren't for the meat hanging on your bicycle, I would have believed it. Zhang Jianjun, alright Haitang, let's go to my house to discuss the details of the work. I'm afraid I don't have time to cook. Sister Yuli, please help me. I just happen to have 4 benches at home. We're broke, but you're a cultured person. Come and give me some advice. If everyone knew about Versailles, they would definitely say that this kid is Versailles. He speaks very carefully, and a soft knife cuts the flesh without causing any pain, yet it makes the flesh swell. Yu Haitang's face was red, and Yuli was joking beside her. It's thanks to you that I can have some meat. A group of people went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. Guangtian stood at the gate of the middle courtyard, one hand black, and spoke to Zhang Jianjun. Brother Jianjun, I've already moved the coal briquettes into the house for you. Lu Haizhong glanced at his son without saying anything. I know that Zhang Jianjun gave me $1 yesterday to help with hauling coal briquettes. This is the amount 2 people can earn doing odd jobs in a day. Zhang Jianjun nodded, took out a big radish and threw it over. Just chew it for fun. It's very delicious and can invigorate the kidneys. Everyone was stunned. This strange scene seemed familiar. The gauze was removed, but there were still stitches on the bald head. He and Xiao Dang were playing in circles. Zhejiang was holding in her hand a shoe sole that had not been completed for more than 1,000 years. The sole lace of the cotton shoes are a little black. The window inside the house seemed to be where she was standing guard. A pair of triangular eyes scanned around like searchlights. When he saw Zhang Jianjun pushing the new cart with the meat, he started cursing again. This little bastard must be profiteering. I'm going to report him to the neighborhood committee tomorrow. Qin Huiru walked in carrying the lunchbox given by Shazhu. Jia Zhang opened the lunchbox and saw a few pieces of meat and potatoes. He started to complain, this idiot Zhu is the factory chef after all. Who will eat these slices of meat? It's not even enough for my good grandson to fill his teeth. Go to Zhang Jianjun's house later and bring back some meat. Qin Huiru smiled bitterly, don't worry about it, Mom. Uncle didn't even ask for it just now. The commotion in the compound did not affect Zhang Jianjun's family at all. Yuli and Yu Haitang were busy cooking. Zhang Jianjun took out a few more radishes from the inner room. He swept his spiritual sense across the space and saw two little lambs happily nibbling on radish leaves. The little chicks seemed to have grown a little bigger and were frolicking happily in the black soil. Outside, Yuli whispered, Haitang, how close are you and Jianjun? Have you made your relationship clear? Yu Haitang was cutting a leg of lamb and glancing at the house out of the corner of her eye. Although there is not much furniture, the house is big enough. Yu Haitang was daydreaming. Her face turned red when she heard Yuli's words. I don't know either. I just feel that brother Jianjun is very good and talented. He even gave me gifts twice. Yuli quickly asked, what was it? Did you accept it? Yu Haitang, 2 big radishes, very delicious, I like them very much. Yuli was stunned and rolled her eyes. Wow, a guy gave a girl a big carrot. What a magical move. At this time, Zhang Jianjun came out from the inner room with 2 more radishes. Yu Haitang, Yuli. Zhang Jianjun said, stew radish with meat, stew lamb legs with radish, 1 radish per portion. Just slice the roast duck. At this time, the third uncle came in from outside with wine and took a deep breath. It was as if he wanted to inhale all the smell of cooking oil into his stomach in one breath. Zhang Jianjun put down the radish and saw that the third uncle was holding a bottle of Zifang liquor, which was unopened. Third uncle, I'm sorry for the expense today. Third uncle, how can a cultured person call this spending lavishly? This is called drinking and chatting happily. Isn't that what I usually do? Zhang Jianjun's mouth twitched when he heard this. If I hadn't seen your trembling hands, I would have believed it. It's considered a heavy bleeding. As the stewed radish and meat came out of the pot, the fragrance spread out. The second uncle was eating eggs and drinking wine. Guang Tian and Guangfu would look at him from time to time, but he could only chew the dried radish and gnaw on the steamed buns in silence. The fragrance wafted over, and Lu Haizhong felt depressed. The eggs immediately lost their fragrance. I thought to myself, what an uncertain factor. I need to build a good relationship with him in the future. This guy might be able to take off if he hooks up with Deputy Director Li. If I build a good relationship with him, maybe I can benefit from it and get a position in the factory. Yi Zonghai and the auntie suddenly spoke while eating. I was wrong, I really was wrong. The aunt was completely confused by what she heard. At this time, Zhang Jianjun's family was toasting each other. The atmosphere is quite harmonious. A little head popped out from outside the door. Zhang Jianjun saw that it was Xiao Dang, so he waved his hand and Xiao Dang ran in, also holding a big bowl. It turned out that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Jia family had discussed that since the master couldn't get it, then let Xiao Dang go. Bangang is not suitable and still needs stitches. Zhang Jianjun, Xiao Dang, you can eat here, but you can't take it back. If you take it back, you won't have anything to eat. Xiao Dang stared at the meat with his mouth watering and nodded his head. Zhang Jianjun didn't know whether Xiao Dang had become a bad person afterwards, but at this time, Xiao Dang was so thin that he looked like he could be blown away by the wind. Jia Zhang only gave the 2 girls stalks of meat to eat at home, so the 2 girls suffered. Man is inherently good at birth. No one is born bad. Forget about the good jokes, they have already been defined. Xiao Dang ate happily. It might be the best day in her memory. Night comes quietly. The street lights in the alley flickered. Yu Haitang blushed and said, don't ride towards the bumpy places anymore. Can't I hold your waist? Zhang Jianjun felt embarrassed and touched his nose. Wow, I'm not stupid. Mistake. I have to practice more tomorrow. The night in the old city was quiet and peaceful, with fewer people on the streets. The cyclists whistled happily and the passengers had their pigtails flying. The auntie who runs the wonton shop looks at the 2 people leaving. He was lost in thought, as if recalling his youth. The Lao Mo restaurant not far away was still brightly lit. The chime of the front doorbell in the distance reminded people that the night was approaching. He stopped the bicycle outside the gate of Yu Haitang's house. I saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the gate, waiting for something. Yu Haitang quickly jumped out of the car. Mom, why are you standing outside the door? Yu's mother looked at Zhang Jianjun under the dim streetlight. Tall figure, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. He was dressed smartly and rode a brand new bicycle. Zhang Jianjun was a bit embarrassed. Hello, auntie. I treated Haitang to dinner today for work. I was worried it might be unsafe at night, so I sent her back. It's getting late, so I should go home. I'll come visit you sometime. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. I felt like I was caught hooking up with someone else's girl. Yu's mother watched Zhang Jianjun's departing back. The young man is quite energetic. Not bad, not bad. Yu Haitang's face turned red with embarrassment. Zhang Jianjun lay on the bed, looking at the empty room. Is it time to start a relationship? Although I am only 19 years old this year. But the experiences of the two lives combined are already over 40 years. If you want to integrate into this society, you have to start a family. I remembered that I liked Lu Xiaoyi in the novels of my previous life. Lu Xiaoyi was indeed a good woman. In the words of later generations, she was a white, rich, and beautiful woman. A little bit silly and sweet, but when you were born I was not yet born, and when I was born you were already old. Forget about Qin Huiru. Some personalities are hard to change. I haven't seen Renkaio yet, and the ending of The Wind Rises in the plot is not very good. As described in the drama, Yu Haitang is very aloof and vain, but after these few days of contact, I feel it is still quite simple. Maybe he just left school. After all, it hasn't been dyed black by the big dye vat behind it. Can I change the trajectory of her destiny? After a while of random thoughts, Zhang Jianjun suddenly laughed. A man with powerful cheats doesn't need to worry about gains and losses. After all, novels are novels and are different from reality. Let everything take its course. Then he flashed into the space and felt that the space had not changed at all. Unlike before when it grew several times in a row. The two lambs did not grow up quickly. The dozen or so chicks have grown up a bit. Zhang Jianjun thought about the space growth experience several times. The first time was to plant radishes, and the second time was to plant cucumbers. The third time was when his mental power exploded after complete integration. To sum up, we must continue farming. Find ways to improve your mental strength. You still have to figure out the rest, as others with golden fingers cannot sign in every day. Just a small task and small goal every day. Good guy just hung up as soon as he got to me. Divide the area into 2 small areas and raise the chickens and lambs separately. He drank some spiritual spring water and left the space. The steel mill rehearsal room in the early morning. Zhang Jianjun holding a guitar. Following behind were Ma Ziyahua and Zhang Aijun, each carrying a big drum. I heard singing before I even entered. We workers have power. Hey, we workers have power. I am busy with work every day. Hey, every day is busy with work. Built into high-rise buildings, railways and coal mines were built. The world has changed a lot due to the transformation. Hey, it turned out that several workers from Workshop 3 were also rehearsing. 3 people, including Wang Taizu, a 3rd-level fitter, and Yao Changming, a 2nd-level fitter. Deputy Chief Wang of the propaganda department stood by holding the list. I thought that if this section chief didn't have a regular job, he would just be a runner. Seeing Zhang Jianjun and others coming in, he waved. Come to the corner. You guys came just in time. Help me listen to how to sing this song to show the power of us workers as expressed in the lyrics. I always feel that it is a bit monotonous. The atmosphere is not well rendered, and there is no sense of unity and cooperation. Zhang Aijun, Ma Ziyahua, you looked at me, and I looked at you without saying anything. Zhang Jianjun nodded after listening to the entire song. Seeing Wang Taizu and the other 2 gathered around, he spoke. First, this song, with its powerful, heroic, and passionate melody, depicts the intense and passionate labor of workers to build the motherland. The song adopts a 2-part structure. The first section has a firm and powerful syncopated rhythm, and the prelude requires one person to sing and the others to join in. The second section has a tight rhythm and a cheerful labor slogan. So we need a chorus, meaning 3 people. It wouldn't be enough to capture the climax of the song. It would be best to find about 20 workers. Zhang Jianjun touched his nose and continued, for example, when we sing about the strength of our workers, that short part, we can try harmony. And for the chorus, it's that simple to choose a chorus. As soon as Zhang Jianjun finished speaking, Deputy Section Chief Wang led the applause. As expected of someone who can write such a grand song, it really makes me enlightened. Then he turned to look at Wang Taizu and the other 2. We can't transfer too many frontline workers. Try to communicate with the security comrades and ask them to join the chorus. Forget it, I'll go, and you 3 can follow. Then he left in a hurry with the 3 of them. Ma Ziyahua said excitedly. It's really impressive. I have to learn from you. Your analysis of lyrics and music is so clear and organized. Zhang Aijun also echoed, his face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Yeah, no wonder the beauty in the factory is so obsessed with her, I have to admit it. A few people laughed and joked for a while. Gradually, we became no longer strangers, as if we were old friends. After all, we are all young people and there are not so many rules. Then he picked up the guitar. You two should listen carefully to the prelude and the song first. As the prelude sounded, the smoke of war rises and the country looks north. The dragon rises and the horse neighs, the sword energy is like frost. My heart is like the vast yellow river. Who can resist in the past 20 years? P.S. I won't write it all out, to avoid being accused of poor writing, haha. Then he said to the two excited people, first, we use both hands to hold the drumstick and strike the center and edge of the drum. When striking, make sure your wrists are relaxed. Then, use the strength of your arms to swing your wrists, and finally hit the drum. Before the prelude starts, I nod to you too. Slowly strike the drum 2/3 of the way up, following the rhythm of a quarter beat. When my guitar accompaniment starts, don't just shut up the drums. Gradually lower the drums until the chorus. That means gradually decreasing the volume. When the chorus reaches its high notes, you can use the heavy drums and keep the rhythm tight. The two men's eyes lit up as they listened. It was amazing that there was so much to learn about beating a drum. One person taught enthusiastically and the other two listened attentively. Then it's practice, trial, and error. As the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage, 10 years of hard work behind the scenes. Fortunately, young people of this generation are very enthusiastic. No cell phones, no computers. Entertainment is almost non-existent. Therefore, the two are more enthusiastic than ever about the opportunity to perform. Time slips away inadvertently. After a morning of adjustment, it finally looks like what it should be. Jang Jian-jun said as he looked at the two who were still excited. Okay, that's all for today. We need to relax a bit to stay in shape. We can review it a few more times tomorrow. Both of them smiled and nodded. Ma Zaya wa brother Jian-jun, today I've really broadened my horizons. I didn't know songs could be sung this way. It's really enjoyable. The songs you wrote are really good. The three of them walked towards the cafeteria while chatting. At this time, the factory wall was surrounded by people. The huge poster attracted countless people's attention. Everyone looked at it with curious and eager eyes. From time to time, the sound of whispers could be heard from the crowd. It's so spectacular. This is how they moved the Great Wall up there. Do you know who drew this? This calligraphy is pretty good, Long Fei or something. Someone nearby laughed and said, Guzi, when you were little, I told you to go to school, but you insisted on raising pigs. That's called a flying dragon and a dancing phoenix. Everyone around burst into laughter. The man named Guzi blushed. Please call me by my formal name, Wang Erden. How can you call me by my childhood name when there are so many people here? Everyone burst into laughter again. At this time, a bespectacled young man in the crowd said, I know who drew this. Everyone turned their gazes curiously, seeing everyone's expectant eyes. The bespectacled young man spoke with a vain and very satisfied look. My fourth and second cousin's nephew works in the security department. I saw this drawing by Jang Jian-jun from the propaganda department yesterday. Speaking of Jang Jian-jun, he and I are close friends and comrades. Everyone looked at him with envy. The three of them were standing outside the crowd watching the excitement. Jang Jian-jun's mouth twitched. Who the hell is this? I have no impression of him at all, and he is still a good friend and comrade. After dinner, Jang Jian-jun had no tasks in the afternoon. He just reported to Section Chief Chen and then rode his bicycle out of the steel mill. Ride your bike straight towards Shishaha. Shishaha is a holy place for ice and snow sports in the minds of the citizens of Beijing. It has become a famous place for winter fun since the Ming Dynasty. The ice sports here were designated as a national custom during the Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. Ice skating is known as a unique skill of the people of Old Beijing. Every year during the coldest days of winter, the ice surface of Shishaha freezes solid. The Shishaha ice rink will present a lively and cheerful scene. It has become a good place for citizens and tourists in winter. Jang Jian-jun arrived at Shishaha and turned into Deshengmen Haoerhe. Later it was collectively called Shishaha, and in the Middle and Late Ming Dynasty it was called Jishuatan. He wasn't here to skate. Jang Jian-jun bought a fishing rod and a fishing net at a nearby hardware store. The fishing rods at the time were all made of bamboo, but they did not have the carbon, fiberglass and other materials of later generations. Winter is cold and fish are not biting. Few people go fishing during this time. Find a corner where no one is. I kneaded the dough with spiritual spring water and started fishing with a rod. After seeing that there was no one around, he went down to where the embankment was close to the water. Jang Jian-jun concentrated all his mental strength, just like a dragon sucking water. The space opened an invisible big mouth and swallowed the lake water madly. A small vortex formed on the lake. In less than a moment, the fish pond in the space was filled to the brim. Then I changed to a sunny spot and cast the rod again. I found a rock to sit on, and in less than 5 minutes the fishing float started to move. The float clicked 3 times, then sank straight into the deep water. Jang Jian-jun was delighted because this was a big deal. I quickly pulled in the rod, and almost broke it. He quickly lowered the pole and didn't dare to pull it anymore. Use mental power to explore underwater. A black carp about 2 feet long weighs about 15 or 16 pounds. Fortunately, the fish are not very active in winter. Otherwise, the fishing line would have broken if I had pulled the rod just now. Zhang Jianjun directly used the mental piercing attack on the big black carp. The big black carp's belly suddenly turned pale. Pull it up and put it into the hanging net bag. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and decided not to fish anymore. He already had a hook and it would not expire. Put the flower in the space and knead it into a ball with spiritual spring water. Then use mental power to crush it directly into particles. Then a thought was spread onto the lake, which was equivalent to a fish nest. The area around 35 meters was shrouded in the sea of spirit. Then Zhang Jianjun was very busy, collecting one after another. In more than 2 hours, hundreds of fish of all sizes were collected from the fish pond. Wow, the feeling of cheating is just one word: awesome. Then he put away the fishing rod and caught the big bluefish. Ride your bike straight to Zidane Education Street and the trust store. Wages are low and supplies are scarce. In the era when supplies were based on tickets, people could not afford to go to department stores or Zidane shopping mall. Trust shops became the first choice. There were more than 10 state-owned trust shops in Beijing. Zhang Jianjun came here for the old furniture. Many people who consign items for others don't ask for tickets. Except for valuables, all you need is a local household registration booklet. As soon as I entered the store, I fell in love with an octagonal table. Wasted horseshoe-footed 80 mortals table with king-shaped legs. It fully demonstrates the design concept of Ming-style furniture, combining aesthetics and mechanics. The king's crossbeam has a beautiful shape that adds interest to the simple large square outline. I urgently need to replace the table at home that is missing legs, so I called the salesperson to ask about the price. The salesperson was in his 50s, wearing glasses, and holding 2 walnuts in his hands. Young man, you have good taste. This is a Huanghuali tabletop from the Daoguang era, with red sandalwood legs and mortise and tenon joints. Someone else is selling it on consignment for 56.5 yuan. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, is this true? Will this take off in the future? But it does look good. Okay, uncle, put it aside for me first, I'll go back and pay together. I also picked out 4 benches and 2 high-backed chairs similar to armchairs, 2 sofas, a long table, a purple clay teapot, and 4 blue and white cups. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and decided to buy a mahogany bed. Even though I bought a lot, it was only about 180 yuan. But the salesperson was not calm. How much is the salary these days? Is it worth spending so much on a second-hand item? Nowadays, a small house costs only 800 yuan, and the rent is only about 3.5 yuan per month. After paying, the old man asked, do you want it delivered to your door? Look, your household registration is over in Luoguxiang. 2 large flatbed tricycles will take care of it. It's 1 yuan per trip, so 2 yuan will be enough. The large flatbed tricycles at the time were very distinctive, being specially used for delivering goods without fences. That is, there is no truck bed, just a flatbed for stacking goods. The handlebars are divided into upper and lower parts. The upper handlebar is short and is for riding with the waist upright, which is suitable for downhill and flat roads. There is also a wide curved handle below, which is used for pushing hard uphill or bending over to exert force. Zhang Jianjun paid the money readily. 2 shop assistants were busy loading the truck outside. Taking advantage of the gap, I turned around again. I saw a compound bow that looked a bit old at the corner. So he asked, Master, what's the story behind this bow? The old man acted as if he knew me very well. You're right to ask me. This bow is called a Manchu bow, or Manchu bow. It's a sinew horn recurve composite bow. It's usually about 1.6 meters long. This design allows for a high draw weight, allowing it to compete with early gunpowder weapons. Zhang Jianjun, do you have any arrows? Buy a bow and get 20 birch arrows for free. Bow is 11.5 yuan. Zhang Jianjun finally experienced the joy of spending money. Shopping, shopping, shopping. I bought another barrel of tung oil on the way. Zhang Jianjun rode his bike in front to lead the way. 2 deliverymen followed behind on large flatbeds. The sun gradually sets in the west. It means the day is coming to an end. Yan Fugui has been cleaning bicycles every day as he has done for 10 years. Almost everyone in the hospital has returned. Smoke was coming out of every coal stove. Qin Huiru was washing clothes by the pool with a girl. The girl has an oval face, double eyelids and big eyes, full of youthfulness. A pair of braids tied with red hair strings sway in the wind like a butterfly. The loose cotton padded jacket couldn't hide her impressive figure. He Yuzha leaned against the doorframe, lost in thought. The silly smile that appeared from time to time proved that Shazhu was in a very happy mood at the moment. Su Daimao held the newspaper and had no interest in reading anymore. Standing by the window and peeking stealthily, Lu Xiaoyi thought to herself, how the hell could I marry such a thing? Lu Xiaoyi's father is the famous Lu Bangheng. After liberation, many of his businesses were donated to the country, including the third steel rolling mill. Only one director seat will be retained after the donation, so others also call him Director Lu, although he is a patriotic entrepreneur. But in this special era, ingredients are important. The more 3 generations of poor peasants there are, the more glorious they are, which is what is called a red root and a pure seedling. Su Daimao's mother worked in the Lu family before liberation. There have been signs of a trend in recent years, and people at their level have naturally noticed it. So in order to have a way out, he wanted to get rid of Lu Xiao. Find someone of good family background to marry. Father Lu wanted to find someone he knew well, so he thought of the Su family. Guo Xiang was the one who first met Yang Guo at Fengling Ferry, and that first sight ruined her life. She, Lu Xiaoyi, was deceived in front of the city of Beijing, and her life was ruined when she met Daimao. Outside the yard, Zhang Jianjun paid the money, unloaded the goods, and sent the 2 deliverymen away. The third uncle was watching from the side and was amazed. Jianjun, where did you get this? It's in pretty good condition. It must have cost a lot of money, right? We have to celebrate tonight. Zhang Jianjun was at a loss for words. Uncle, please stop staring at my little piece of land. We're so poor, we even have a missing leg on our table. I can only buy some second-hand goods at the trust store. Oh, I also want to treat everyone, but when you are poor, your ambition is short. The third uncle's face rarely turned red. This kid is not easy to plot against. How about this, third uncle, ask Yan Zichen and Yan Zhifang to help out. We have a fish weighing over 3 pounds at home, and we're really worried about not being able to finish it. How about asking these 2 brothers to take it back? The corners of the third uncle's mouth suddenly cracked, and his small eyes lit up frighteningly. He hurriedly turned around for fear that someone else would take away his business. Yan Zichen and Yan Zhifang turned green with envy when they heard that there were fish in the moving tool shop. Wow, every meal is divided into 2 steamed buns. A pile of pickles makes people feel anxious. There is nothing good in their mouth. Corn porridge makes my throat sore, and I have to squat in the toilet for half an hour. In winter, my butt is frozen purple and blue, and I can't poop without oil or water. I deeply feel the love of my old father. People in the yard saw Zhang Jianjun leading the way, followed by the 2 brothers of the Yan family moving furniture. They were all watching the fun at the door. Su Daimao said with a smile, Brother Jianjun, why didn't you tell me when you were buying furniture? It's too formal. If you have any other furniture out there, I can help you. Zhang Jianjun carried 2 chairs and said, thank you, Brother Daimao. There are not many left outside. Let's not use them. You're being too polite, brother. I have to help you. After saying that, he ran out of the yard. Shazu said to Su Daimao, flatterer, what does this have to do with you? Su Daimao, you idiot, do you know what social etiquette is? And we're from the same courtyard. Shazu was so angry that he had difficulty breathing and wanted to take action. But after looking at Qin Huiru and the girl in the distance, he endured it. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the 2 people beside the pool and pondered in his mind. Oh my goodness, Qin Jingru is here. It is in line with the aesthetic of this era, with a plump figure and big buttocks, which is good for childbearing. Qin Jingru looked at them curiously. When he saw Zhang Jianjun, he was stunned. I have never seen such a fair and handsome boy in the countryside. A tall man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. A black mouse suit can better show off your fair skin tone. Life in the countryside was not easy those days, and the young men were all tanned. In addition, due to malnutrition, the complexion naturally looks yellow and unsightly. I couldn't help but stare at it in amazement. Qin Huiru glanced at Qin Jingru's expression, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. If I introduce my cousin to Zhang Jianjun, wouldn't my blood-sucking career take off in the future? Xiao Dang went to ask for meat last night, but he didn't get any. But when I saw Xiao Dang's bulging belly, Zhang Jianjun is not an ungrateful person. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. Zhang Jianjun threw all the broken furniture in the house outside. After 4 people worked hard for more than 20 minutes, everything was done. Zhang Jianjun was in the inner room again, photographing 2 fish in the spacefish pond. He took one weighing more than 3 kilograms and gave it to the Yan brothers. The 2 brothers left happily. Then he said to Su Daimao, Brother Daimao, didn't you say last time that you wanted to have a drink? I just moved in some furniture and haven't put it in order yet. How about we go to your house? I have a big carp here. How about we go together? Su Daimao smiled when he saw it. What a big carp weighing about 5 kilograms. Brother Jianjun, you're so open-minded. I have some local produce on my way home. I have plenty of liquor. I bought a few bottles of good liquor from Xiaoyi's last time. So the 2 of them walked towards Su Daimao's house. Lu Xiaoyi was cooking in the kitchen when Daimao came in and called out, Matzi, take the fish over and braise it. Brother Jianjun brought it. When Lu Xiaoyi saw the big fish, she was also surprised. He rolled his eyes at Su Daimao and said, "How can anyone bring their own food to my house for dinner? You're really something." I turned around and looked at Zhang Jianjun admiringly. This guy is so handsome. I don't know what I was thinking about, but my face turned red. He quickly lowered his head, took the fish and went into the inner room. At this time, Su Daimao was sitting there holding Zhang Jianjun's hand. "Brother, I really admire you. I know everything that goes on in the factory. You're about to take off. One painting for one bicycle ticket. I heard that he also wrote a song and was praised by Director Yang. How about you draw a painting for me too? I dare not give you cigarettes or alcohol now. It makes me feel sad." Zhang Jianjun's hand felt numb and he pulled it out. What a grown man, he was still talking while holding hands. If you don't know, you might think he is gay. Lu Xiaoyi heard in the kitchen. Su Daimao's words were even more surprising. After all, Lu Xiaoyi came from a wealthy family. Music, chess, calligraphy and painting are compulsory courses. She was brought up as a lady from a noble family since she was young. I couldn't help but become more curious about Su Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Brother Daimao, you also know that creation requires inspiration. Once inspiration comes, it is unstoppable. If you don't have any inspiration, you won't know where to put your pen. So I'm going to the countryside in a few days to collect some inspiration. When I get the inspiration, I'll help you draw another one." Su Daimao gave his brother a thumbs up. It's indeed quite insightful. I understand a little bit about the twists and turns here. It does require inspiration. Brother, I'm being rude. Zhang Jianjun felt amused and thought, you know nothing. But he had a warm smile on his face. Yes, we are all in the same circle. Brother Daimao has seen a lot during his time in the countryside. Naturally, he knows these things. Lu Xiaoyi burst out laughing. She knew Su Daimao's character very well, and they were in the same circle. I haven't recognized all the characters yet. Su Daimao glanced at Lu Xiao and said, "Why are you joining in the fun by cooking your own meal? Do you understand what these cultured people are saying?" Lu Xiaoyi's face flushed red. "Come on, stop bragging. I don't even know your abilities. Come up and serve the dishes." On the table were pheasant stewed with dried mushrooms and braised sweet and sour carp, a plate of peanuts and a bowl of mushroom and egg soup. The two of them clinked glasses and talked about everything. Zhang Jianjun used the knowledge from his previous life and spoke in an exaggerated manner. From Pavel Korchagin, how the steel was tempered, to Gorky's petrol, soaring in the storm. Su Daimao was confused, but he pretended to continue talking. Lu Xiaoyi also listened slowly with a small wineglass in hand. His big eyes became brighter and brighter, and he recalled his past ideals. I remembered that the years of youth were ultimately no match for the daily necessities of life. I remembered the aspirations we had when we talked about the future at school. It was like a bubble suddenly burst. Everything beautiful has turned into confusion now. I have been looked down upon a lot for not having a child for more than 2 years. It is sad for a woman to be childless in this era. So she also knew that Su Daimao was having affairs outside. It's difficult to maintain the status quo. Seeing Zhang Jianjun chatting and laughing, it seemed to awaken the youth that had been buried in my heart for a long time. There were 2 empty wine bottles on the table, and Su Daimao climbed onto the table again. Zhang Jianjun was also drunk and confused. He could have stayed sober, with so much space. If life depends entirely on cheats, is it still called life? Lu Xiaoyi thought too much, so she drank a lot. Blushing cheeks. Zhang Jianjun was seen staggering towards home. He quickly stepped forward to support her, full of manly hormones. The smell of alcohol made Lu Xiaoyi look even better. My head felt dizzy, as if the alcohol had taken over. The two of them staggered into the door. Lu Xiaoyi helped Zhang Jianjun to the bed, just about to pull my hand away. One of them pressed on without standing firmly. The night is like water. Time is like a sharp knife. If used improperly, it will carve deep lines on a beautiful face. Zhang Jianjun woke up before dawn. The 2 long hairs that fell beside it proved that it was not a dream. Staring blankly at the roof, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this the so-called law of cause and effect? I was still thinking about 2 lines of poetry the night before last. You were born before I was born, and I was born when you were already old. But how should this be resolved since it involves cause and effect? Zhang Jianjun did not believe in cause and effect in his previous life. But since I traveled through time, I have begun to believe it. Think about it, Su Daimao reported the Lu family later, and Lu Bangheng went to Hong Kong. Since it is a matter of cause and effect, let's help. Let Lu Xiao go to Hong Kong as soon as possible. If Su Daimao knew what Zhang Jianjun was thinking at this moment, I was so frightened that I sat up in shock. Thank you so much. You are such a jerk. I'll treat you to a meal. You fucking slept with my wife. I looked at the time and it was just past 3 in the morning, so I slipped into the space. I couldn't help but be stunned. The space area has been expanded by another 1/3. It is more than 130 acres, and in the sky above the space, there was actually a small vortex that was faintly visible. It's like a black hole, hard to see unless you look closely. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to explore the past. My goodness, it's like encountering a bottomless pit and my mental energy is draining out. He was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his mental strength and couldn't help but say that it was a herbaceous plant. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Zhang Jianjun floated up and slowly stopped in front of the vortex, which was only the size of a bowl. Feel that the vortex has no attraction to the body. Very faint, as if it could disappear at any moment. The pond has become like this since it was filled with water and raised more than 100 fish. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a headache because of the uncertainty. He muttered to himself, "This system must have run away, leaving me with some room to guess." Fortunately, the novice gift pack left a bottle of mental power potion. Otherwise, you won't be able to control the space. It flew to the rabbit hole again and gave birth to a litter of baby rabbits. The 4 little rabbits haven't opened their eyes yet. The thick and long radishes were all pulled into the hole. The rabbit couple is licking each other's fur. I feel like I'm redundant. Looking at the bare land, there are piles of radishes and cucumbers. Zhang Jianjun fell into deep thought. It's not realistic to sell these things, it's better to grow some wheat. Make full use of the land, since you are not short of money anyway. It's better to collect some old things. There are still a lot of old things these days. When the wind started to blow, a lot of it was destroyed. I still have a low vision. The corner of space was searched from the spy. Big yellow croaker and small yellow croaker shine with an attractive luster. In the old days, a gold bar weighing 10 taels was called Big Yellow Croaker, and a gold bar weighing 1 tael was called Small Yellow Croaker. That was the scale used in the Republic of China. According to later times, the weight of yellow croaker was 312.5 grams. 1 liang of small yellow croaker is 31.25 grams. 10 large yellow croakers and 35 small yellow croakers are a delicious feast. Zhang Jianjun remembered that all the furniture outside had been brought in. Scrape away the remaining stains and dust with just one thought. Then brush it evenly with tung oil. Looking at the brand new wooden furniture, Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. After some trouble, I drank some spiritual spring water. Suddenly, I felt my mental strength loosen again, as if it was stuck in a shackle. There are signs of a breakthrough. Then I sat there and felt myself. I was shocked, and my internal organs appeared in my mind like an X-ray. This is very unscientific. This is probably what Taoists call introspection. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, am I a mathematician or a cultivator? I can even see through my inner vision. The heart is beating hard and the blood vessels can be seen clearly. Forget it, the system is down anyway. There was no place to ask, so Zhang Jianjun came out of the space dress neatly. Looking at the watch, it was past 4:50, and I flew out of the alley with all my mental strength. The dark night sky is like a huge mouth ready to devour anyone. Zhang Jianjun landed quietly on the ground, sensing every courtyard with his spiritual sense. As long as you see that there is very little left in the rice jar or flour bucket. If there are orphans and widows in the family, put a dozen radishes and cucumbers each. This is the dumbest solution Zhang Jianjun could come up with. Only by keeping a trace of kindness in your heart can your thoughts be clear. It seems like guidance from the unknown, and the indescribable artistic conception is very mysterious. The powerful spiritual sea covered an area, and even the mice hibernating in the cave had nowhere to hide, speeding and exploring all the way. The piles of radishes and cucumbers in the space were gradually shrinking. When he scanned a hidden courtyard, Zhang Jianjun's eyes narrowed. The 5 children were gagged, their hands and feet tied, and they sat together, snuggling up to each other and falling asleep. There were 3 adults lying on the con, snoring. 3 words flashed through Zhang Jianjun's mind, Pahuazi. The old 4-9 people made the business of beating beggars sound magical. There are pawnbrokers on the street who specialize in kidnapping and selling children. The general method is to use hands coated with hallucinogens. Take a picture above the person's head, and then you can see that there is a road behind the person. There are surging waters on both sides, and you have no choice but to follow it. But these 3 people are obviously not that magical. Otherwise, there is no need to tie them up, and the children's hands and feet are gagged. In fact, child trafficking was already rare in the 1950s and 1960s. Could this be the guidance given by the mysterious feeling just now? Zhang Jianjun landed gently in the yard like a bat. Silently, he used his mental power to open the bolt. He took out a triangular military bayonet from the space, covered his face and walked in. 2 of the 3 were knocked unconscious in their sleep. When the light was turned on, the middle-aged man who was not dizzy suddenly woke up. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a chill on my neck. A bayonet flashed with a bloodthirsty light and was pressed against the throat. He looked at Zhang Jianjun in fear, with only his eyes exposed. At this time, several children aged 7 or 8 were also awakened by the bright light. Because his mouth was blocked, he made a whimpering sound. Zhang Jianjun said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'll rescue you later." Seeing the children gradually quiet down, Zhang Jianjun turned his head. His eyes flashed coldly and he asked the middle-aged man, "Don't tell me why you did this, where you're from, and if you have any accomplices." Then use mental power to lock onto the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man trembled. "The 3 of us are from Changping. We couldn't make ends meet during the famine a few years ago. So we asked the village for a letter of introduction and came to the old city to do odd jobs to make a living. But I still couldn't make ends meet. Without a local household registration and national food coupons, I could only beg. I would starve to death if I went home. Here, at least I could still have a full meal, but it wasn't until the last 1 or 2 years that things got better. But I still couldn't make ends meet, so I started this business. I don't have any accomplices here, but I have contacts in Changping, my hometown." I felt the coldness on my neck and that cold gaze. The breath of death made the middle-aged man spill all the beans. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to carefully examine every expression of the middle-aged man. Feeling that I wasn't lying, I spoke. "Poverty is no excuse for breaking the law. These days, life is tough for everyone. I have no right to judge you. Let the law punish you." As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man felt dizzy and passed out. He turned around and spoke gently to the children. "First, I'm going to let you go. Don't scream or run around. I've already taken down these bad guys. The police will take you home soon. Do you understand?" Several children had tears on their faces and nodded their heads desperately. When the hands and feet of several children were released, a little girl immediately started sobbing. "I want to find my mother, woo woo woo." Zhang Jianjun saw that the others were also about to cry. I quickly comforted him, "Don't cry, we'll be home soon. Believe in your brother." Seeing the children quiet down and just sob softly, he took the rope on the ground and walked towards the 3 unconscious beggars. In order to prevent them from waking up and breaking free, they were tied together back to back. At the Beja police station, an older child was holding a piece of paper given to him by Zhang Jianjun. The paper showed the location of Peiwazi, and several children were banging on the door. Zhang Jianjun was standing at the corner and saw the lights in the police station come on. Sensed someone walking out in a coat. He turned around and left quietly, and the sky in the east was turning pale. "It's getting light." Director Lee of the Beja police station sat there, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. The crime-solving rate has been rising rapidly in the past few days. First, the public reported the discovery of 2 spies. 1 person was killed and 1 was injured. A radio station was seized and the code book was deciphered, revealing that the person was from the island country. Later, over in Dongli Shiying Hutong, 3 naked figures were hanging from the telephone pole. When they were taken down, they were severely frostbitten. After rescue, it was confirmed that the 3 people were vagrants who committed the crime. They have criminal records, and one of them is wanted for murder. The superior unit also praised the Beja police station. When I arrived at the police station for work this morning, the police on duty reported that they had arrested 3 more human traffickers. Now I am busy looking for the child's address. Director Lee looked at the case file and fell into deep thought. The 3 cases were no more than 3 kilometers apart. They all have one thing in common, which is that they are discovered only after being knocked unconscious. One of the 3 traffickers confessed that he was knocked unconscious by a masked man. "I don't know how I was knocked unconscious. He has a standard Beijing accent and looks to be in his 20s. All I know is that he is about 1.8 meters tall." The 3 blind migrants also talked about encountering a masked man in the pigeon market. He was very tall, over 1.75 meters tall, and disappeared mysteriously after being tracked. When he woke up, he was hanging on a telephone pole. If he hadn't been reported by the masses, he would have frozen to death. The most mysterious thing is that the dead spy had no external injuries except blood oozing from his ears, mouth, and nose. The one with dementia had no external injuries. If you are hit on the head by an object, it is impossible that there will be no mark at all. It was therefore concluded that the findings in at least 2 cases were related to masked men. The masked man was about 1.80 meters tall. Now my superiors require me to write a written report, but how do I write it? Community police officers in the 1960s were extremely busy. In addition to carrying out the 4 prevention publicity of preventing special forces, preventing fire, preventing theft, and preventing disasters and accidents, each police officer is responsible for hundreds or even thousands of people in his area of responsibility. Every household, who lives where and what are their names. Basically, you need to understand the situation of family members, financial status, etc. With such a heavy workload, it is far from enough to rely solely on the police. The neighborhood committee is an indispensable helper. The aunties, grandmas, old men, and old women on the streets are the backbone of the society. So there were representatives in the slum, the first uncle, the second uncle, and so on. After much deliberation, Director Lee decided to check nearby areas one by one. He is in his 20s and about 1.80 meters tall. If Jang Jian-jun knew what Director Lee was thinking, he must have been scared out of his wits, thinking that he was doing it without anyone noticing. It turns out that it was already full of loopholes. Lu Xiaoyi was lying on the bed in the compound, in a daze. His face was changeable, sometimes red, and sometimes depressed. When a lonely person meets an emotionally repressed person, alcohol seemed to be a catalyst, and it happened naturally. Thinking of Jang Jian-jun's strong body, she couldn't help but cover her face with the quilt. I felt hot all over. How could this kid Jian-jun come up with so many tricks unconsciously? If Jang Jian-jun knew, he would definitely tell. Do you think that the more than 20 GB of information about the island country in my hard drive are for nothing? Emotions and ethics collide with each other. Lu Xiaoyi thought to herself, am I being unfair to Su Daimao? Then is Su Daimao worthy of me? My upbringing since childhood has made me very conflicted. People of this era are still very conservative. Love is not complicated, it comes and goes in just 3 words. It's not that I love you, I hate you. That's it, forget it. How are you? I'm sorry, but have I ever been in love with Su Daimao? At this time, Su Daimao was brushing his teeth by the pool in the middle courtyard. There is no task of showing movies in the countryside and there is freedom. While brushing his teeth, he glanced towards the Jia family. Since Su Daimao saw Qin Jingru yesterday, his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Unfortunately, I brushed my teeth for a long time but didn't see anyone. My long face was red from the cold and I had to go back to the house in disappointment. In the factory cafeteria, everyone looked at Hiyuja strangely. Hiyuja had a slicked-back hairstyle that only a leader could manage. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit that was 70% new, and the cotton jacket covered with oil stains was gone. The old man's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and he was patiently teaching Manhwa. Manhwa felt uneasy and thought to himself, Master, something is wrong today. Lu Lan spoke up. Chef what's got you so excited today? You're even teaching your apprentice yourself? Everyone knows that Hiyuja is the successor of Tan family cuisine. After becoming a chef, he took in an apprentice, Manhwa, but he never taught him anything. Just having MCA watching from the sidelines is a big deal. Manhwa is indeed a good person in the plot. Although he doesn't have much talent, he respects Hiyuja very much. Truly live up to the saying that once a teacher, always a father. Lu Lan was having an affair with Deputy Director Lee, so she dared to tease Hiyuja. Hiyuja touched his slicked back hair and shook his head. Aren't I usually approachable? What are you talking about? I thought I had something good to tell you. Lu Lan and the others almost rolled their eyes to the sky. With your silly temper, you are still approachable. You should only be approachable to your sister Qin. It turned out that Qin Huiru and Qin Jingru had dinner at Shazhu's house last night. Shazhu was busy with chicken and meat and saw Qin Jingru's tender little face. The whole person floated up. Qin Huiru was a little jealous. After the dishes were ready, Qin Huiru brought all the great Geng Xiaodang and Sephora japonica flowers over. Even after eating and taking away, the table was empty. Qin Jingru was very happy when she heard that Shazhu was the chef in the factory. No matter what era it is, you will never go hungry if you follow a chef. Life in the countryside is still too hard. After seeing the prosperity of Beijing, she never wanted to go back to the countryside again. If you want to settle down in the old city, you must find a local to marry. But when she saw Shazhu, who looked to be in his 30s, Qin Jingru hesitated. In fact, Shazhu is about the same age as Su Daimao. She's only about 27 or 28, just a little anxious in appearance. Every day in the cafeteria, there was smoke and fire from cooking in big pots, but there was no range hood. Qin Jingru's mind suddenly flashed through Zhang Jianzhan's image, and then compared him with Shazhu in front of her. She felt more and more uncomfortable, and always felt that her cousin was taking advantage of her. Qin Huiru brought her cousin here just to give Shazhu a little sweetness. This White Lotus still relies on Shazhu to support the family. If Shazhu really gets married, who will bring her a lunchbox? The 3 of them had their own thoughts as they ate the meal. That's why Shazhu was very excited during the day, which led to the scene at the beginning. Zhang Jianzhan was bored reading the newspaper in the reading room. He still couldn't adapt to life without a mobile phone or computer. At this time, Director Yang's secretary Xiao Zhou walked in. Smiling, he said, Comrade Zhang Jianzhan, Director Yang wants to see you. He wants you to go to his office. Zhang Jianzhan hurriedly followed Secretary Zhou to Director Yang. Director Yang smiled and nodded when he saw Zhang Jianzhan come in. Xiao Zhang, how are the rehearsals going lately? Is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Jianzhan, thank you for your concern, Director. Everything is going well and things are going smoothly. Well, that's good. I have an old boss who is now in the propaganda department and needs a main theme song. I was originally thinking of recommending one of your songs, but considering that while the song is poignant and has a good sense of patriotism, it's still somewhat different from the main lyrical patriotic songs. Young people are smart. If you have inspiration, compose another lyrical patriotic song to win honor for our factory. Are you confident? All you need to do is submit your work, and I'll help you with the process. Director Yang has been fond of the songs created by Jang Ji-jun since he saw them. I felt a desire to admire talented people, and of course I also wanted to win them over. Director Yang knew about Deputy Director Lee's little plan. Deputy Director Lee also has someone behind him who supports him. That's why I did this. It doesn't matter whether I can write it or not. It's just an attitude. It would be better if it can be written down. The open and covered struggles in the factory have nothing to do with the workers. They are all upper-level games. It just depends on who is the chess piece and who is the chess player. Will Jang Ji-jun be willing to be a pawn? 10:30 a.m. Reading room of the publicity department of the steel rolling mill. Jang Ji-jun was chatting with Yu Haitang. A security guard from the security department walked in with two policemen, one tall and one short. Jang Ji-jun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that what happened in the early morning had been discovered? Yu Haitang was a little at a loss as to what to do. The tall police officer stepped forward and asked, "You must be Comrade Jang Ji-jun, right? We're from the Beja police station. We need your cooperation in investigating a case. You live in Luoguxian, right?" The short police officer asked Yu Haitang, "What is your relationship with Comrade Jang Ji-jun?" Yu Haitang was so frightened that she quickly waved her hands. "Comrade Jang Ji-jun and I are just ordinary colleagues. There is no other relationship between us." Jang Ji-jun looked at Yu Haitang with a complicated look, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. When Yu Haitang saw Jang Ji-jun's disappointed look, she felt as if she had lost something important. "Yes, I am Jang Ji-jun." Jang Ji-jun answered calmly. The tall policeman nodded. "Okay, then come with us. It's nothing serious, just some inquiries." Sitting in the jeep on the way to the police station, Jang Ji-jun's brain was working fast. What went wrong? While I was daydreaming, the jeep stopped at the police station. When he arrived at the director's office, Jang Ji-jun felt a little more relaxed. It's not the interrogation room that proves this matter is not serious. I've never been to a police station in my 2 lifetimes, so it's inevitable that I feel a little nervous. Director Lee also has Jang Ji-jun's household registration file. When he saw Jang Ji-jun coming, he waved to the 2 policemen. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Yang, please go out first. I want to talk to this young comrade alone." After seeing the 2 people leave, Director Lee said warmly, "Don't be nervous, Ji-jun. Actually, I know your father. When Comrade Zhang Wyman was demobilized, we wanted to take him to the police station. We're short of people here. The district party committee office has a document stating that retired veterans can be recruited into the police station. But your father refused because he needs to take care of your studies and your mother is in poor health. Alas! Who could have imagined that things and people have changed so much? How are you doing at the factory now? Are you having any difficulties in life?" Jang Ji-jun immediately climbed up the pole. "Thank you, Uncle Lee. I didn't expect the organization to still care about us, the orphans of martyrs. The steel mill has also been very caring towards me. I have no difficulties in life and I will definitely not cause any trouble for the organization." Director Lee raised his eyebrows and looked at Jang Ji-jun with a smile. Suddenly he slammed the table and said seriously, "The masked hero is you, right?" Then he stared at Jang Ji-jun. Jang Ji-jun, the good guy, started to act as amiable as an old man. This sudden move really makes my heart unbearable. Is this the legendary combination of kindness and severity? Jang Ji-jun said calmly, "Uncle Lee, what masked hero? Is it a new movie?" Director Lee stared at Jang Ji-jun for a long time. Suddenly he laughed, "You are quite clever, kid. I was young once too. When you keep calling me Uncle Lee, it means you are a little guilty. Of course, considering our father's relationship, it is only natural for you to call me Uncle Lee." Director Lee took a sip of tea and continued, "While acting without authorization was inappropriate, the merits outweigh the faults and are still worthy of praise. After all, these individuals have committed heinous crimes. When dealing with situations that blur the line between law and order, it's all about emotion and reason. You're a good person. Like father, like son." Jang Ji-jun was stunned. He thought that the guy was worthy of being the old director. He used both kindness and force, and explained the relationship of power in a clear and logical manner. It rises first, then falls, and then rises again, just like riding a roller coaster. It turned out that the local police officers had been visiting for the entire morning and had thoroughly checked the area within 3 kilometers. There were over 50 people who met the height requirement, but only 3 who met the age requirement, and the last one we found was Jang Ji-jun. Jang Ji-jun was thinking about how to start. Director Lee spoke again. It's no big deal, Mr. 49, stop being such a sissy. How about I bring the child trafficker over here? He'll never forget your eyes and height. Jang Jianjun gave a wry smile. Uncle Lee, you really have a keen eye. Yes, it was me who did it. Director Lee's eyes lit up. You were the spy too, weren't you? And those 3 guys hanging on the telephone pole? Yes, it was all my fault. As a patriotic young man, how could I tolerate foreign spies stirring up trouble on our soil? Those 3 were out to steal my money and kill me, so this was a self-defense counterattack. Director Lee smiled like a fox that had caught a chicken. Well, Jianjun, explain to me how you can make someone lose their ability to move suddenly. Don't try to fool me. And how did they discover the criminals 7 or 8 meters away? Everyone else said the gate to the courtyard was locked and the door to the house was bolted. Jang Jianjun touched his nose and spoke. I remember when I was in junior high school, I was walking home from school. I saw an old beggar sleeping on the curb. I felt sorry for him and gave him the leftover steamed bread from lunch. When the old beggar woke up, he said I had extraordinary bones and was a martial arts prodigy. He then gave me a book, and through diligent study and practice, I mastered Qigong. I can now sense any movement within 10 meters. Director Lee looked at Jang Jianjun as if to tell him to keep making up stories. You're such a dishonest kid. You've even mastered Qigong. You must have watched too many 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants. Jang Jianjun thought that apart from space, he had to show off his other skills. So he spoke. Uncle Lee, there's no point in talking anymore. Just look at the teacup in front of you while I perform some Qigong for you. Director Lee, just keep on fooling people. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up in horror, and the teacup in front of him suddenly turned into pieces. His mouth was open so wide that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. This is so fucking unscientific. Jang Jianjun used his mental power to smash the teacup and breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Lee, do you believe it now? I can sense tiny fragments of shrapnel in your spine. Do you experience occasional back pain? It took Director Lee a long time to calm down. Where's the book? Jang Jianjun was stunned by the question. What book? The 2 of them stared at each other. The book the old beggar gave you. Jang Jianjun looked very regretful. There's no toilet paper. Director Lee was drinking tea and trying to calm down the impact. Hearing this, the tea spurted out, coughed a few times. He looked at Jang Jianjun with a meaningful look. Everyone has secrets. As long as they're not illegal, I won't pursue them. Since you can see the small shrapnel in my waist, is there any way to treat it? It doesn't just hurt occasionally, it hurts whenever it's cloudy. Jang Jianjun's spiritual sense locked onto Director Lee's spine again. There are no blood vessels or large nerves nearby. He nodded. I can use Qigong to suck out the shrapnel. The spine is mostly attached to the skin, so it won't damage the muscle tissue. I can just lift up the clothes and it'll be done quickly. Ever since I was able to see inside last night, it has become easier to sense other people's bodies. Jang Jianjun was not just trying to curry favor with someone. The shrapnel on his waist was obviously from being on the battlefield. If the shrapnel was larger, it might compress the nerves and cause paralysis. The spine is the nerve center. Soldiers in any era are definitely the people who deserve the most respect. What's more, he is a veteran who has been to the battlefield. Director Lee followed his instructions and took off his military coat. Then he lifted up his inner clothes, revealing his back with several scars. Jang Jianjun put his hand on it, and his powerful mental power wrapped around the shrapnel. A tiny piece of shrapnel a few millimeters in size was already in his hand. The skin is not even broken. This is the magic of space photography. Director Lee only felt a slight numbness on his back, as if a burden had been lifted, and he felt relaxed all over. Looking at the shrapnel through an old-fashioned magnifying glass on the table, I was filled with emotion. I never thought that the thing that has tormented me for nearly 20 years would be such a small thing. It's so amazing, you can't understand it unless you experience it yourself. Then he looked at Jang Jianjun and said, Jianjun, why don't you come to our police station? It's a shame for you to be a clerk in a factory with your skills. Jang Jianjun sighed. Ever since my parents passed away, I've considered the factory my second home. I no longer want to move. Within this big family of the factory, I've come to fully understand the saying, labor is the most glorious. Director Lee looked at Jang Jianjun and continued speaking. He interrupted me immediately, saying, I don't believe you at all. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, so I won't force you. The reward will be approved in a few days. We'll first issue you a certificate of bravery and outstanding performance. Just sign a few documents and you can leave. Come see me if you need anything later. If you have Sunday off, come to my house for dinner. Jang Jianjun was delighted when he heard this, as advanced elements would be included in the archives in this era. This is another amulet. It was not in vain that I worked so hard to curry favor with others. Lee Wyman was in the propaganda department, chatting with several colleagues. Did everyone hear? Zhang Jianjun from our department is in jail. After saying this, he looked as if he was gloating. Wine area, Li Wyman, you can't talk nonsense. When did it happen? What was the reason for him to go to jail? Zhang Yaguo, it's not good to talk about people behind their backs. Before things have come to a conclusion, it's best not to fan the flames. Ma Ziyahua and a few others also looked unhappy. After all, I have been getting along well with Zhang Jianjun these days. Li Wyman sneered, believe it or not, he was taken away at around 11 o'clock in the morning. I happened to see him when I went to the toilet. People should not be too self-righteous. I don't think this guy is a good person. He might be a hidden enemy agent who thinks he can take off just by writing a song. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving several people looking at each other in bewilderment. I don't know what he is thinking. Li Wyman came to the factory broadcasting studio excitedly. I saw you Haitang sitting there in a daze. Haitang, you regret it now, don't you? I told you long ago that Zhang Jianjun would have no good ending. Now he's in jail. Yu Haitang glanced at Li Wyman coldly. Does this have anything to do with you? Why are you so happy? Li Wyman's face suddenly turned ugly. Don't be ungrateful. How am I any worse than that kid? In terms of education, I have a technical secondary school degree, and in terms of family, my uncle is the deputy factory director. Now that the kid is in jail, don't you turn around? Be careful not to be implicated. Just as Li Wyman was talking incessantly, Deputy Section Chief Wang came in with the documents and said happily, Li Wyman, I was just about to ask you to write a broadcast script. The Beja police station just sent a copy to our factory. It describes the heroic deeds of Comrade Zhang Jianjun, who bravely fought criminals and helped capture spies. He was named an advanced individual for bravery. I'll give it to you Haitang after I finish writing it. It will be broadcast in the evening after get off work. Comrade Zhang Jianjun has brought honor to our factory. Li Wyman opened his mouth wide and his eyes bulged out. His face at this moment was extremely wonderful, sometimes black, sometimes white, and sometimes red. The words stuck in my throat were swallowed with difficulty. What is a slap in the face? This is a slap in the face. It's worse than eating shit. Yu Haitang was feeling mixed emotions at this time. Why did I behave like this morning? I remember the complicated and disappointed look in Zhang Jianjun's eyes when he left. My chest felt tight. Qin Jingru had dinner at Jia's house and walked out of the courtyard, prepared to go shopping in the old city. I really can't stand Jia Jiang's triangular eyes. It makes people feel creepy. Su Daimao gave a lewd smile by the window. Moth, I'm going to the street to buy some vegetables. Then he followed her out of the hospital. Lu Xiaoyi looked at Su Daimao's departing back. I sighed deeply, and the word divorce suddenly flashed through my mind. She didn't want to argue anymore. My heart is filled with confusion about the future. Su Daimao was standing by the pool in the middle courtyard, wiping his hair with tap water, combing it with my fingers as I walked. He pushed his bicycle and caught up with Qin Jingru. Qin Jingru heard the noise and looked at the person pushing the cart next to her. Su Daimao said seriously, you are Qin Jingru, right? Sister Qin is my neighbor. Our two families have a very good relationship. When Brother Jiu was still alive, he and I were sworn brothers. It's just fine. You're not familiar with the city by yourself, right? For Sister Qin's sake, I'll be your guide. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Daimao, you can call me Brother Daimao. I'm a movie projectionist, and I can treat you to a movie later. After saying this, he looked harmless and kind. Qin Jingru looked at Su Daimao, who was dressed elegantly and wearing a pair of leather shoes. Her hair is shiny and dripping with water, but her face is a little long. So he nodded and said, Brother Daimao, thank you for your help. I'm not familiar with it. Su Daimao's long face suddenly broke into a smile. Come on, Sister Jingru, get in the car and I'll take you for a walk. At a roast duck restaurant, Su Daimao spent a lot of money to order a roast duck. Qin Jingru had never seen such a plump roast duck before, and her eyes were wide open. She has always longed for life in the city. I want to leave that small mountain village where I earn a few work points every day. I don't want to face the earth anymore. While eating the juicy roast duck, I listened to Su Daimao's endless chatter. A little bit disoriented. Su Daimao has been working in the countryside for several years. He's pretty good at talking about showing movies everywhere. Qin Jingru was stunned. Qin Jingru interrupted and asked, Brother Daimao, what do you think of Hiyuju? My sister wants to introduce me to him. Su Daimao Shazu is a good guy, but he's not very smart. He has a bad temper and likes to fight. He doesn't like to be clean. Sister Qin helps wash his pants every day. Alas, he is a good person. If Shazu knew, I would thank you so much. Are you praising me, you grandson? Qin Jingru, are you married, then? Brother Daimao. Su Daimao looked miserable. I'm married, but I'm not happy. My wife's family is a wealthy family. She doesn't even cook at home and she throws tantrums from time to time. She can't have children. Alas, although I tried my best to maintain the relationship, I really can't hold on. I'm planning to divorce soon. It's a misfortune for our family, a misfortune for our family. After saying this, he wiped the corners of his eyes and glanced at the opposite side. Then he said, Jingru, we met too late. If we had met a few years earlier, I would have married you first. Anyway, I'm about to escape from the sea of suffering. Can you accompany me to visit the Forbidden City and relax? Qin Jingru had never seen such a scene before, and her cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the steel mill reading room, Zhang Jianjun, Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Yeguo were chatting happily. Ma Xiaohua, brother Jianjun, you don't know. After you were taken away by the police station, that Li Weiman spread the word that you were arrested. He's currently writing a commendation for you in his office. His face is as black as the bottom of a pot. After saying that, he burst into laughter. Zhang Yeguo smiled and said, I've disliked him for a long time. He always tells tales on me. Zhang Jianjun replied, you should know that barking dogs don't bite. It's the silent dogs that are scary. They know when to bite you. They're just clowns. Ma Xiaohua spoke quietly again, are you having a conflict with Yu Heitang? I saw her being silly and silent all afternoon. Zhang Jianjun, we were just colleagues, so why the conflict? I'm only 19, not even old enough to get married. A little friction between colleagues is normal, isn't it? Time passed quickly while we were chatting and laughing. At this time, Yu Heitang's sweet voice rang out from the factory's loudspeaker. Hello fellow workers. Now, let me announce a commendation. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, a clerk in our factory's publicity department, encountered 2 spies early in the morning of December 24th and did not retreat. They engaged in a heroic struggle with the spies. During the fight, Beija Police Station Director Li Qiaqian led police officers to the scene. Under Director Li's leadership, they killed 1 spy on the spot and arrested another. Comrade Zhang Jianjun from our factory played an important role in this arrest. With the approval of the leadership, he has been named an advanced individual for bravery and is commended. We hope all employees will learn from Comrade Zhang Jianjun's spirit of courage and bravery. Dare to draw the sword against enemy agents. This announcement is broadcast. Zhang Jianjun almost laughed after hearing this. This Uncle Li is indeed a veteran. This saves a lot of trouble. The workers who were about to get off work were shocked after hearing the broadcast, and all showed expressions of envy and amazement. It's about to take off. When Yi Zhonghai heard the broadcast, his expression kept changing. I sighed. Was I wrong from the beginning? If he had helped Zhang Jianjun's parents when they passed away, there would have been no better person to take care of them in their old age than him. The second uncle was smashing the last piece of train car before leaving get off work. When I heard the broadcast, the sledgehammer almost slipped out of my hand. It was time to get along well with Zhang Jianjun. I've been working my whole life and still haven't become a team leader. Everyone in the factory compound had mixed feelings. Yu Heitang sat in front of the radio, staring blankly out the window. The afterglow of the setting sun cannot be retained. Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle out of the grain station. I bought more than 10 pounds of wheat seeds. At first I thought it was in Dongdan vegetable market, but I ended up going around in circles. Riding towards the courtyard, the winter night came quickly. When we arrived at the compound, the street lights in the alley had already started to light up. The cold outside made the yard empty, and everyone stayed at home, either eating or chatting. Shazhu cooked a special meal for the factory leaders this afternoon. Something was taken away from every ingredient. It's not like the chicken is missing a leg. Only 2 ounces of meat were cut off, and the leaders were a little surprised that there was still a 1-legged chicken. Before it even got warm in the courtyard, it was taken away by Qin Huiru. Then he tickled Shazhu's palm, and Shazhu suddenly laughed out of his wits. When Jiazhang saw this scene, a hint of gloom flashed in her eyes. Although the old woman was unreasonable, she was also afraid that Qin Huiru would remarry. She only worked hard in the countryside before she got married. After marrying Lao Jia, I basically just did the laundry, so I developed the habit of being lazy and gluttonous. You can tell from the black solace of her shoes. If Qin Huiru remarried, she would be finished. Jiazhang thought that she must have Qin Huiru get an IUD. She has an IUD and can't have children. Who would want to marry her? Zhang Jianjun came into the house and took out another fish weighing more than 1 kilogram from the space. Cooking fish soup in a pot, I sat alone, lost in thought. I smiled bitterly and realized that I was too naive. Love had withered before it even began. Yu Heitang's performance today disappointed him greatly. It is said that husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly away separately when disaster strikes. This reality is so unbearable before it has even come to fruition. The inertia of history is really difficult to change. Even if you have a golden finger, you will never grow up. He is just a little butterfly and cannot flap his wings. Thinking about it, I should go and test her background since I came here, as I have never seen a deaf old lady before. So he scooped a bowl of fish soup and put the fishtail in the bowl. Walked towards the north side of the backyard. I knocked on the door and an old voice came from inside. Who is it? Come in. The door is not locked. When Zhang Jianjun walked in, he saw an old lady with white hair, half lying on a large rattan chair. Zhang Jianjun, deaf grandma, I made some fish soup for you to try. The deaf old lady looked at Zhang Jianjun in the dim light. He immediately smiled kindly. It's Jianjun. I almost didn't recognize you. You look a lot stronger now than before. You used to be as thin as a bamboo pole. Ah, seeing you like this, I'm happy for you. It's rare that you still care about me, an old lady. Zhang Jianjun listened patiently and looked at the old lady with great concentration. In the original drama, she made straw sandals for the Red Army, upheld justice, and was witty and humorous. It is not known whether this is true or not. He is very good at judging people but is too protective of Shizhu and dares to confront Su Daimao. When the wind blew, Su Daimao was the deputy director of the factory's revolutionary committee. After this investigation, the deaf old lady was found to be just an ordinary old woman. His face was covered with traces of time, and his cloudy eyes were filled with smiles and kindness. Even if he's not a good guy, he's not an enemy spy, right? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, how could I not miss you? You watched me grow up. You know what happened at home in the past 2 years, and I'm just getting over the grief. I'll come to see you often in the future. The deaf old lady nodded happily. Just get out of it, just get out of it. People have to look forward. There are no obstacles that cannot be overcome. I couldn't help but think of Shazhu and Qin Huiru. This kid really drank the love potion. After returning home from the deaf old lady, Zhang Jianjun started to eat dinner. At Heyujia's house, there was only half a plate of peanuts in front of Shazhu. There was originally half a bag, but Bangang might have stolen most of it. It was a pity that Qin Jingra didn't come today, but strangely, he didn't feel too disappointed. What was on his mind more was Qin Huiru's every frown and smile, which was like a spell that trapped her tightly. Suddenly, Su Daimao's roar came from the distance. If you don't want a divorce, then divorce. Why is a hen that can't lay eggs throwing a tantrum at me? Then there was the sound of something being smashed. Most of the people in the middle courtyard came out. It is human nature to watch the fun. Lu Xiaoyi walked from the middle courtyard to the backyard with a cold face. If there was anyone she could be close to in the past, it was only the deaf old lady. Zhang Jianjun was also standing outside the door and saw Lu Xiao running towards the old lady's room. So he said, Sister Yi, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Lu Xiaoyi saw Zhang Jianjun in the dim light. His face looked a little unnatural, but he still walked over. Zhang Jianjun said, it's a bit cold outside. Come inside. We have a coal stove at home to keep us warm. When I entered the room, I saw a slap mark on the left side of Lu Xiao's face and felt very uncomfortable. Then he whispered, Sister Yi, ask your father to take Su Daimao to the hospital for a checkup. You'll know the result. It's not your problem that you can't have children. Don't ask me why I know this. I just hope that once you leave the house, don't mention it again. Stay away from Su Daimao. He is definitely not a good match for you. Lu Xiaoyi stood up in surprise and looked at Zhang Jianjun. Jianjun, you can't lie to me. Is it really Su Daimao's problem? Zhang Jianjun said seriously, I guarantee with my integrity that this is absolutely true. This is very simple. We'll know tomorrow whether it's true or not. I have no reason to lie. This is no small matter. In the original drama, Su Daimao was indeed infertile. When we were drinking together last night, I used my spiritual sense to investigate Su Daimao out of curiosity. It turned out that the vas deferens was ruptured, which made the sperm less active and the blockage turned it into dead sperm. Some people said that it was caused by Heyuju, who often kicked Su Daimao in the lower body. It was almost like physical castration. Lu Xiaoyi lowered her head and started crying. There are grievances and sadness, and the heartache when being laughed at by others. Zhang Jianjun didn't know how to comfort her in this way. After a while, Lu Xiao seemed relieved. There was no more sadness on his face, and he finally untied the knot in his heart. She is not a hen that can't lay eggs. Her face is tearful but she is smiling. Thank you, Jianjun. I'll stay at the old lady's for the night. Zhang Jianjun, Sister Yi, wait a minute, I'm going to get something from the inner room. Bring it to your father tomorrow. Be sure to hide it carefully and don't lose it, and don't open it and look at it casually. After saying that, he walked into the inner room, took out a pen and wrote a line on the paper. Then it folded into a triangle and walked out. He used his mental power to scan outside and found that there was no one in the backyard. He handed the letter to Lu Xiao and said solemnly, Sister Yi, please believe me, I won't harm you. There might be a storm next year. Give this paper to your father, he will know what to do. Lu Xiaoyi was shocked, as she also had some sense of smell. She was also clear about the reasons why her father asked her to marry Su Daimao, and the complicated reasons behind it. He looked at Zhang Jianjun deeply, as if he wanted to engrave him in his memory. The night gradually deepened, and the footsteps after turning around seemed hurried. There is only that lonely light. Still looking at the figure leaving sadly with pity, Zhang Jianjun lay on the bed and sighed deeply. 8 out of 10 things in life are not as we wish. Will the cause and effect between me and Lu Xiaoyi be resolved from now on? I think so. Zhang Jianjun suddenly raised the corners of his mouth again, muttering to oneself. Brother Daimao, you won't blame me for stabbing you in the back, will you? The night grows deeper. Zhang Jianjun lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. I remember buying more than 10 pounds of wheat seeds when I came home from get off work. He flashed into the space with the seeds, found an acre of land and planted them with a thought. My parents in my previous life were also from the countryside, so they knew exactly how much 1 acre of land required. The wheat seeds weigh between 10 and 20 kilograms. Then use pond water mixed with spiritual spring water and sprinkle it evenly. There was a harvest of 1 acre of land. Then there will be no worries about lack of seeds for these more than 100 acres of land. Fortunately, space is constant and no object will deteriorate. The lamb has been drinking pond water these days and has grown a lot bigger. The 13 little chicks also became half-grown chickens. I looked up at the vortex in the air, which was still spinning faintly. Zhang Jianjun had used his mental power to investigate once before. I never dared to explore it again. It was too weird. It has no attraction to objects, but it can absorb spiritual power crazily. After the distribution in the second half of last night, the pile of radishes and cucumbers in the space has shrunk by more than half. I estimate that there are less than 1,000 kilograms left. Zhang Jianjun ate a cucumber and drank some spiritual spring water. The feeling of mental power about to break through the barrier came faintly again. Zhang Jianjun quickly sat down and felt the sea of spirituality. But soon that feeling of fullness disappeared without a trace. It seemed like he was stuck at a bottleneck, and this feeling made Zhang Jianjun crazy. It is like having a treasure mountain but not knowing the method to use it. This damn system should at least leave me a secret manual. Wouldn't it be better to just hang up? It's so uncomfortable to rely on guesswork to increase my mental strength. Could it be that I should drink more spiritual spring water? Zhang Jianjun muttered to himself. Then he went to the ancient well and drank a bellyful of spiritual spring water. In the end, nothing happened. Forget it, I'll talk about it tomorrow. What we can be sure of at the moment is that there are many kinds of land. Several periods of growth were somewhat related to farming. I have to find some ancient books to see if I can learn from the ancient cultivation system. Weren't there cheat cultivators in the pre-Qin and Warring States periods? Although most of them are charlatans, there are also some extraordinary people. For example, Di Gutsi and Master Zhou, the representative of the Yin-Yang school. Zhang Jianjun thought for a long time but had no clue, so he left the space and went to sleep. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Su Daimao was invited into the car of the Lu family, which was driven by a tall and strong man. Su Daimao was confused, but he didn't dare to resist. After all, her father-in-law is still the director of the steel mill. It is still possible to get him to lose his iron rice bowl. Lu Bangheng was sitting in the back seat of the car, with Lu Xiao sitting next to him. Su Daimao could only sit in the passenger seat awkwardly. Lu Bangheng spoke with a smile. Daimao, you and Xiaoyi have been married for 2.5 years now. Our Lu family has been pretty good to you, right? Every time you come to my place, I offer you fine wine and cigarettes, and I'll give them to you as much as you want. But children are the bond of a family. If you haven't had any in over 2 years, I need to investigate the reason. I won't play favorites. If Xiaoyi is investigating, you should follow suit. That way, there won't be any grudges on either side. What do you think? Su Daimao thought, do I have any choice? So he said flatteringly, it's all up to my father-in-law. I also think it is necessary to check it out. In Su Daimao's mind, it is not right to blame men for not being able to have children. It's better to check it out so that you can feel more confident in the future. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was looking at papers in the reading room. I rehearsed again with Ma Xiahua and Zhang Aijun in the morning. It went very smoothly. Tomorrow is December 28th and we have to rehearse. He remembered the task given to him by Director Yang, which was to write a patriotic song with a main theme. So I started searching in my mind. So I thought of the patriotic songs that were sung very widely in later generations. My Motherland and I, this is definitely the best of the best. It is a patriotic song with lyrics written by Zhang Li and music composed by Qin Yangcheng. It was created in 1985, exactly 20 years ago. This song has touched generations of people, young and old. So I found a piece of paper and started writing quickly. My motherland and I cannot be separated for a moment. A hymn flows wherever I go. I sing of every mountain, I sing of every river. There is a track on the road to a small village with curling smoke. You speak to me with your mother's pulse. My motherland and I are like the sea and its waves. The waves are the children of the sea and the sea is the support of the waves. Whenever the sea smiles, I am the vortex of smile. I share the sea's sorrow and its joy. Always give me the song in my heart. La la, always give me the song in my heart with clear blue waves. Then I listen to the score again and listen to it several times. The patriotic feelings in the lyrics seemed to come to me. I took the music score to the factory director's office. Yang Zhenhua was reviewing documents when he saw Zhang Jianjun come in. He said warmly and cordially, "You're a very good young man. You're both talented in literature and martial arts at such a young age. Director Li has already issued a written document regarding your heroic act a few days ago. The files for outstanding individuals have been filed with the steel mill and the street office. You're a young man who's daring and hardworking, and you have the talent for cultural creativity. Following the decision of the factory organization last night, you will be promoted from your original level 16 civilian rank to level 14 civilian rank, enjoying the treatment of a deputy section chief. I hope you can continue to work hard. I'm very optimistic about you." Zhang Jianjun smiled modestly. "It's all thanks to the training provided by the factory organization that I've achieved my small success today. Thank you for your concern. I'm starting to get some ideas for the manuscript you asked me to write yesterday. Could you please take a look at any parts that need revision and whether it meets the submission requirements?" When Yang Zhenhua heard this, his eyes lit up and he took the manuscript and started reading. "The more I watch, the more surprised I am. The lyrics are beautiful and catchy. It is absolutely a fine product." I watched it 3 times in a row before reluctantly looking up. The smile on his face became warmer. This song is really going to take off. Director Yang could no longer sit still and walked over and patted Zhang Jianjun on the shoulder. "Jianjun, you've astonished me. This song is more than just fitting, it's simply perfect. I don't quite understand the music, but the lyrics are so natural." Then he picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of water, and spoke excitedly. "This song, told in the first person, describes the close relationship between me and my motherland, as inseparable as the waves of the ocean. The lyrics depict mountains, rivers, smoke from cooking fires, villages, the ocean, and the waves. I compare my motherland and I to a child and a mother, and my motherland and I to the ocean and its waves. It's absolutely wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It's absolutely perfect, a stroke of genius." Director Yang was walking around the office. Explained the meaning of the lyrics in a vivid and emotional way. The excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed. "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, please go back first. I'll go to my old leader right away." After saying that, he collected the manuscripts and took his briefcase. "Call Secretary Zhou over. Xiao Zhou, go get the driver. Xiao Lu, I need to go out for once." Zhang Jianjun took a look and thought, wow, it's indeed a classic patriotic song. Seamlessly connect with this era. I feel good when I think about the fact that I am already a level 14 clerk. Who would complain about having a high salary? Level 14 civil servants are 54 yuan. In this era, it is considered to be a middle-level wage earner. Of course, I can't compare to an old man, but it took him more than 10 years to get the 8th level worker certificate. The salary is as high as 99.5 yuan. Zhang Jianjun came out of the office and walked towards the 2nd floor. The deputy director's office can be seen in the corridor. His eyes rolled and the corners of his mouth curled up. With a note. "It's better to stab someone in the back early." Li Huade suddenly shuddered in the office. Thoughtful. Zhang Jianjun looked at Director Li's office. The 3rd room is located on the 2nd floor of the factory office building, which is about 20 meters below the square. They are all within the range of Zhang Jianjun's mental power. Zhang Jianjun came to a corner of the square and pretended to look at the propaganda slogans, and the powerful spiritual sea swept towards the office on the 2nd floor. Outside Li Huade's office, there is a large room which is the reception and office area. There are 2 small rooms inside, one for storing archival materials. One is a place for reading newspapers during lunch break. At this time, Li Huade was reading a newspaper. When Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept over the single room where Deputy Director Li was resting, his eyes lit up, and he saw a box of Lai Mao under the bed. There were 12 bottles in total, and they were collected with one thought. Then he looked at the file cabinet, and wow, there were more than 20 small yellow croakers in it. More than 700 yuan in cash and a blue-covered notebook. A pack of white Zonghua cigarettes. White packaged Zonghua cigarettes are cigarettes that are not labeled and are digested internally. There is also a set of snuff bottles from an unknown era. Zhang Jianjun is very busy. There is no pressure to accept them since they are gifts from others anyway. He accepted a pair of emerald green rings and a whole sheet of stamps. Except for various bills, I took everything I thought was valuable. It's a pity that it's not as powerful as other systems, which also have a treasure appraisal function. Zhang Jianjun just guessed and bought it if it was worth money. There was no way that the space of more than 130 acres could be. Even if you squeeze the entire building in, it will only take up a corner of the space. Even a can of tea leaves was left on Li Huide's desk. Curiously, he opened the notebook. On XX/XX/XX, I received from the deputy director of the cafeteria 2 bottles of white Maotai liquor and 1 Zhonghua. Allow his nephew a formal job quota. XX/XX/XX. I finally got Lu Lan, this woman is so sexy. Yang Xiaowan, a female apprentice in the 3rd workshop, got what she wanted, and was converted to a regular employee. Widow Wang in the materials room was very nice and gave me 30 kilograms of food coupons. Looking at the densely packed records, Zhang Jianzhen's eyes almost popped out. In the original drama, we know that Deputy Director Li is greedy for money and lustful. But what I didn't expect was that he was actually responsible for collecting the things and actually doing the job. I still take notes after finishing my work. Who would write a diary if they were serious? This is absolutely a secret that Lu Lan and I have to tell. And why did the widow go to the small warehouse so frequently? Looking at the notebook, Zhang Jianzhen showed a sinister smile. Li Huide, Li Huide, you will never be the director of the Revolutionary Committee again. I returned to the reading room in a happy mood. At the Second People's Hospital of Sijukan, Su Daimao looked at the physical examination report. His face was pale, and he stared with a pair of red eyes, looking over and over again. He murmured, "Impossible, this is impossible." I cursed Shazhu for being a family extinct all day long, but ended up being a family extinct myself. Lu Bangkong kissed Piaopio and left a message. Su Daimao, calm down today. Bring your household registration book to the street office tomorrow morning. You know what I mean, right? Lu Xiaoyi, like a white swan, raised her head and said to Su Daimao, "Now you know who the chicken that can't lay eggs is." Su Daimao was on the verge of collapse when he heard this. With red eyes and clenched fists, he rushed towards Lu Xiao desperately. Lu Banchan's driver and bodyguard slapped Su Daimao to the ground. Lu Bangkong looked at Su Daimao deeply. Turning around and leaving with Lu Xiaoyi, Su Daimao crawled on the ground and cried in despair. In this day and age, it is extremely insulting for a man to be incompetent. For example, Yi Zonghai and his wife had no children, so the uncle was afraid to ask the aunt to go for a checkup at first. If it is found that the aunt is fine, then the uncle's image will collapse. If someone drags the couple along like this, others will think that the older woman is unable to have children and the older man is staying with her to gain a good reputation. In the car, Lu Bangkong carefully inquired about Zhang Jianzhen's situation. Then he said, "Matzi, invite Zhang Jianzhen to come to my house for dinner tonight. I want to thank him very much." This morning, Lu Bangkong looked at the letter from Zhang Jianzhen at home. If you lose people while saving land, you will lose both land and people. Save people and lose land, but both people and land will survive. Hong Kong. Lu Bangkong was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, then thought about it carefully. Bingview is the name of the year 1966 in the perpetual calendar. To put it bluntly, something might happen next year. Don't even think about the property, just run away with your family. After reading it, he set the letter on fire. In fact, he himself could feel that the wind was becoming increasingly wrong. I also thought about going to Hong Kong, but with such a large fortune, I couldn't let go of my hometown. After all, I am not young anymore, and I don't know if I can see my hometown again after I leave. Boss Lu did business overseas and domestically during the war years. After liberation, all the large factories were donated to the country, which is why there is a saying that one person is worth half the city. Lu Xiaoyi nodded happily, feeling that she had finally broken free from the cage. Freedom is back after a long absence. Deputy Factory Director's Office. At this time, Li Huide was rummaging through the drawers in the office. I was about to change the cup of tea, but the tea can disappeared from the table. I didn't go out the whole afternoon and no one came in, so I thought I had forgotten it in the closet. It turned out that the small yellow croaker in the cabinet was also missing. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then he opened the locked drawer. Notebook, a pair of jade rings worn by the prince during the Qianlong period. All disappeared. When I saw that the notebook was missing, he collapsed to the ground, fear spreading throughout his body and mind. What the hell is this called being professional? Not a single chicken feather was left. You can still make money, but this notebook will die if it is exposed to the light. Sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. It feels like a violent storm is about to hit. It was like seeing a ghost. Deputy Director Li, who didn't believe in ghosts, was really panicked. He has always believed in himself and is a capable person. There is a big tree behind you, as long as you don't make any big mistakes. Even sows can climb trees. But this was completely strangled to death by two invisible big hands on a tree branch halfway. Sitting there blankly, I felt like I had aged a dozen years. Is this what they call karma? I have come to my current position smoothly and successfully. When the fruit is about to be picked, I was drenched in urine and felt completely chilled. The key point is that I don't know who did it. I don't know when I became corrupt, and I only care about fame and fortune regardless of the pros and cons. Li Huade sighed, it's all over. Zhang Jianjun was in the office, reading the newspaper happily. I looked at my watch and it was already past 5. Another boring day. At this time, Yu Haitang walked in and Zhang Jianjun nodded with a smile. Comrade Yu Haitang, it's almost time to get off work. You're not busy today, right? Yu Haitang heard Zhang Jianjun's formal greeting. My heart ached, so I forced a smile and said, Brother Jianjun, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was my first time interacting with public security officers, and I was so nervous. So, Zhang Jianjun, Comrade Yu Haitang, you and I are still young, and neither of us owes the other anything. We still have the best years of our lives, and at least you and I are still good colleagues, right? We both still have a long way to go, and everyone has the freedom to pursue their own ideals. You can't impose your ideas on others, so you haven't let me down. Then he smiled brightly. The bell for the end of get off work rang at the steel mill. Yu Haitang looked at Zhang Jianjun's departing back with a complicated expression. I feel upset, but I don't hate him. People are so strange. Isn't this what ignorant love is like? There is no logic at all. Zhang Jianjun rode his bike back to the compound. When I opened the door, a slender figure suddenly rushed over. Zhang Jianjun was shocked. He can't keep his spiritual sense active all day long. I smelled a familiar scent and looked down at the person in my arms. Meeting Lu Xiao's eyes. Lu Xiaoyi said, Jianjun, thank you so much. I'm finally free. It was indeed Su Daimao's health problem. Zhang Jianjun felt the softness in his arms. He said softly, Sister E, you shouldn't come back to this courtyard. Your way out is to the southeast. Lu Xiaoyi stood on tiptoe and kissed him regardless of anything. Zhang Jianjun, I don't want this to happen either. The door is closed. Coming from the inner room. The bed creaked and told the story. Winter is coming. Is spring still far away? The living room of the Lu family's small villa. Lu Bangheng looked carefully at the young man sitting opposite him. He is very young, with clear and bright eyes, as deep and bright as a pool of autumn water. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, I didn't expect you to be so young. Very good. Can I call you Jianjun? Zhang Jianjun, Mr. Lu, you are too polite. I didn't bring any gifts when I first came here. Please forgive me. Jianjun, my Lu family is quite wealthy. You gave me the gift this morning, and it was quite a generous one. So I wanted to thank the master who gave me guidance in person. I didn't expect him to be so young. Lu Bangheng picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and sighed. It's hard to leave my hometown. It's hard to leave my hometown. I don't know if I can return to the mainland alive after leaving. Zhang Jianjun said affirmatively, yes, it will. The storm is temporary. Believe in the country. New developments will come in a decade or so at most. You will return home in glory as an investor. Lu Bancheng's eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed again. I don't know if 10 years will pass. My health won't allow me to wait until that day. Before liberation, I traveled all over the country and became ill from overwork. Now I finally have a new life. I've been working myself to the bone. Once I put on this capitalist hat, I can never take it off. My health is getting worse and worse. I just hope I can wait until that day comes. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to scan Lu Bangheng. Qi and blood decline, heart rate slows, and blood vessels harden. So he said, have you ever heard of this extraordinary person? I want to make a deal with you. You can't take your antiques with you, so sell them all to me. I guarantee that you will be free of all illnesses. I can't say it will extend your lifespan, but living a normal lifespan won't be a problem. Lu Bangheng stood up in shock. Is that really the case? Even if you don't treat me, I, Lu, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. Antiques are a small matter, so why not give them all to you? I've traveled extensively throughout my life and have met a few extraordinary people, but I've never heard of anything this bizarre. Zhang Jianjun smiled but said nothing. At this moment, the blue and white porcelain vase, a decoration in the living room, flew up. A large Qing flower, as tall as a person, was floating in the air. Lu Bangheng opened his mouth wide and found it difficult to breathe. Is this a strange person? This person is a cultivator, right? Lu's mother and Lu Xiaoyi were cooking dinner in the kitchen. The aroma of the food whets one's appetite. In the compound, at Su's house, Su Daimao was drinking alone. Since the hospital's examination report came out this morning, Su Daimao looked like he had lost his soul, and the few lines of words in the report were like piercing steel needles. It chilled him to the bone. The lower body was hit by foreign objects, resulting in rupture of the vas deferens and testicular atrophy. While drinking, Su Daimao was thinking about when he would be hit hard by an external force. Suddenly he growled with gritted teeth. Silly Zhu, I'll fuck you. Su Daimao found a wooden hammer in the room and went out. That was what Lu Xiao used to wash clothes. He kicked open the door of Sheju's house and saw He Yuzha drinking some wine at home. Before he knew what was going on, Su Daimao came up and hit him with a stick. Blood streamed down his forehead and he nearly fainted. But his reputation as the god of war in the Saihewan courtyard is not undeserved. The ability to withstand blows and the reaction ability are still good. He stood up and yelled, "Su Daimao, are you crazy? I provoked you." He raised his leg and kicked Su Daimao in the crotch. Su Daimao screamed and almost fell to the ground. He roared repeatedly, "You kicked me in the bottom, I will fight you." This time Su Daimao did not dodge or run. The anger in his mind made him crazy. He swung the hammer and started hitting each other. The two of them fought back and forth. The sounds of fighting and roaring between the two men attracted everyone in the compound. Everyone was stunned when they saw the two of them. Sheju's head and face were covered in blood, and there was a big swelling on his forehead with a cut on it, just like an old centenarian. Su Daimao's entire face was beaten so badly that his parents couldn't recognize him. His eyes were bruised and his nose was crooked. The old man hurriedly shouted, "Su Daimao, Zuza, stop it immediately. Are you guys crazy? What's the big grudge? You're trying to kill me. What are you still standing there for? Pull them apart." Everyone surrounded him and pulled his arms and legs, and it was difficult to control the situation. The four people of the Lu family were eating around the table, and Lu's mother kept putting food into Zhang Jianzhen's bowl. This made Zhang Jianzhen feel a little embarrassed. When Lu Xiaoyi saw Zhang Jianzhen, she smiled secretly with an unnatural look on her face. At this time, Lu's father seemed to have let go of his worries and was toasting with Zhang Jianzhen. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and after the meal, Lu Bangheng went to his study. Zhang Jianzhen took the teacup and filled it with half a cup of spiritual spring water. "Boss Lu, don't ask me where I got the recipe. Just drink it and it will cure your illness." Lu Bangheng witnessed the scene before dinner. "I know that the young man in front of me is unfathomable and a master." I took the cup and drank it without hesitation. After drinking the water, I felt like I was soaking in a hot spring. The suppressed fatigue seemed to be released. There is no more groggy feeling in the brain. Suddenly, he smelled a foul odor and felt sticky all over. When he saw the dirt on his hands, he stood there in embarrassment. "Zhang Jianzhen, Mr. Lu, this medicine has the effect of eliminating toxins from the body. Don't worry, just take a bath and it will be fine." Lu Bangheng said excitedly, "Jianzhen, please sit down for a while. I'll take a shower and come back." Mr. Lu left the study and went straight to the bathroom with 2 thermoses. Lu Xiaoyi and Lu's mother looked at this scene strangely, covered his nose. After taking a shower, Lu Bangheng looked radiant and looked 10 years younger, excited like a child. I whispered to myself, "You really can't judge a person by his appearance. It's so mysterious." He walked into the study and took out a bunch of keys from the drawer. He said enthusiastically, "This is the key to my Lu family courtyard number 2, located at No. XX Hutong, Zidong. All the antique furniture is inside. But it's best if you don't take the deed. It's not that I'm stingy. I feel like there are many eyes watching me. Money is just a thing outside of my body. I believe you can handle it yourself. It's too conspicuous to be standing at the foot of the imperial city. And don't talk to me about money. The last thing I need is money. You are also a member of the Lu family, so just consider it a courtesy." Zhang Jianzhen, "Boss Lu, if that's the case, I'd be remiss to refuse. Although I'm young, I'm not one to take advantage of others." After saying that, he picked up the teacup and turned away. He pretended to grope in his pocket for a moment and poured the water in the teacup into the spaceland. He filled another cup with spiritual spring water. "Boss Lu, this is enough for 2 people. Consider it my sincere token of my gratitude. I'm giving it to Aunt Lu and Sister Xiaoyi. Don't keep it for too long, and it's best to drink it tonight to prevent the evaporation of the medicine from affecting its effectiveness. And prepare bath water when you drink it." Lu Bangheng was extremely excited. He had a deep understanding of the effect just now. "What is a panacea?" "This is a panacea." He said it was embarrassing, but his hands were honest and he took the teacup carefully. "Zhang Jianzhen, Mr. Lu, I won't stay any longer. I have to go to work tomorrow. You've been through a lot, so I hope you can just pretend you didn't see anything once you get out of here. Sister E and I have known each other for a while. We're neighbors. I have no intention of harming anyone, but I'm also afraid that Tiger might hurt someone. You know what I mean. It's best to leave here before the new year this year. Perhaps we'll meet again in the near future." After saying that, he took the key and turned to leave. Lu Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Jianzhen's departing back with a complicated expression. If life could only be like the first time we met, then it is better to miss each other than to meet. Lu's mother looked at Lu Xiaoyi's lonely expression and gently patted her daughter's shoulder. "Moth, this is the price of growing up. You have grown up. The lights in the yard are still on. 1 table, 3 uncles. The area was filled with people enjoying the view. Yi Zonghai sat in the middle seat calmly, holding a large teapot with a layer of fine tea foam floating in the air. Su Daimao and Shazhu stood on both sides. There was a piece of cloth wrapped around the head of the fool, like a refugee escaping from the battlefield. When Zhang Jianjun entered the yard and saw the two men, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The plenary session was held again. The second uncle saw Zhang Jianjun coming back on his bike. Smiling, he said, "Jianjun, you're back just in time. Come over and sit down for the meeting." Zhang Jianjun looked at Lu Haizhan strangely. "What's wrong with Lu Haizhan today? He's so polite to me." So he said, "Second uncle, thank you. I'll just stand and listen." At this time, Su Daimao stood up and slammed the inspection report on the table. "Silly Zhu, I'm going to send you to jail today. You've ruined me, and I'm going to make you spend your whole life in jail." Shazhu immediately got angry. "You grandson, you still want to get beaten, right? You want me to go to jail, and you ate a few peanuts and drank like this. If you hadn't attacked me with your weapons, how could you have hit me? I'm giving you face." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Su Daimao again. The old man slammed the table and said, "Do you still want to kill someone? Su Daimao, you better behave yourself. Look at what you've done to the pillar." Yan Bagui didn't say anything and picked up the inspection report to read it. After watching it, my face was full of colors. Su Daimao seemed to be sober at this time. "What the hell am I doing here?" I quickly tried to grab the inspection report, but at this time everyone surrounded the third uncle curiously. Everyone was shocked when they saw the list. Su Daimao's face turned red. He was really screwed. I was so carried away at the moment that I forgot the consequences of this matter being spread. He suddenly collapsed on the bench. The people around were whispering to each other. "I feel like I made a lot of money this time. The melon is so exciting." Here's Su Daimao is useless down there, and he scolds Lu Xiaoyi every day, saying he's a chicken that can't lay eggs. Lu Guantian, who said it wasn't? Could it be that Shazhu kicked him? Jia Zhang said in a sarcastic tone. Another family annihilation. When Su Daimao heard the word extinct family, it was like a powder keg being lit. He stood up from the bench and rushed towards Jia Zhang. There were a few slaps in the face, followed by a left kick. The old woman lay down and started to beat Jia Zhang. Jia Zhang was confused at first. She never expected Su Daimao to take action, but the two front teeth that flew out made her howl. "Su Daimao, you bastard, you murdered someone, you murdered someone." The old man sat there without moving. The words extinct family made him feel suffocated in his chest. There was another commotion at the scene, and no one came up to pull Su Daimao. Qin Huiru stood by and watched, without moving forward. There was a tearful look on his face. But I was thinking in my heart, it would be better to beat him to death. Jia Zhang began to protect her head with her hands, and saw that no one came to help. He was desperate and stretched out his 5 fingers, scratching Su Daimao's face fiercely. There were 5 cuts on Su Daimao's face from top to bottom. Jia Zhang cried out with blood in her mouth, "Qin Huiru, you slut, do you want to see me beaten to death? Will you remarry?" Qin Huiru looked at the old man again. The old man saw that it was almost time, and if he hit the old woman again, she would be finished. Lu Haizhan stood up at this time. "Stop hitting Su Daimao. If you continue, someone will die." He walked up and pulled Su Daimao up. It turned out that Lu Haizhan was very strong. A level 7 blacksmith swings a sledgehammer every day, but he can't compare to Shazhu except for his flexibility. He can be ranked second, otherwise Guangpu's screams wouldn't be so loud in broad daylight every day. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but want to applaud. It was really wonderful. But he also pretended to be concerned and walked forward to press Su Daimao onto the chair. "Brother Daimao, calm down. There's nothing you can't overcome. If you really can't, just marry a widow. You already have children." Su Daimao, 3 uncles, everyone. Damn, why do these words of comfort sound so awkward? The old woman lay on the ground and went back to her old job. The undead summoner is not to be underestimated. From the ancestors of the Jia family to old Jia, and his son, they all called out. His face was deformed and 3 teeth were lost. Especially since the front teeth are gone, the mouth becomes unclear and everyone feels scared when listening to it. At this time, the third uncle handed the report to Yi Zonghai. The old man took the list and took a look. He was shocked and his mind raced as he pondered inwardly. This is going to cause trouble. It's a crime of intentional injury causing disability. If things go wrong, you might end up in jail and spend several years in prison. Shazhu and Su Daimao have been fighting since they were young, and Shazhu has kicked Su Daimao in the crotch many times. Shazhu also heard the discussion just now and felt a little panicked. If you get into trouble again, you'll be finished and spend a few years in prison. The opportunity is gone, and even the iron rice bowl will be over. Looking at the old man with a look for help, Yi Zonghai sorted out his thoughts. He stood up and coughed to stop the noise from the crowd. Then he spoke to Jiazhang, who was still calling out on the ground. Old sister-in-law, please get up first. You are really adding fuel to the fire. At least consider the situation when you speak, otherwise it will be embarrassing for everyone when the police arrive. Those who should pay for the medicine should pay for it, and those who should be held responsible should take responsibility. When Jiazhang heard about the compensation, she jumped up from the ground. With a pig-like face, he said, it has to be at least 200 yuan. If you pay even a penny less, I will let you, Su Daimao, in. Because of the air leak, it is difficult to speak clearly. It really looks like a bloody mouth. Everyone, I don't know who said it. Su Daimao, come and hit me. I'm short of money lately. The scene immediately burst into laughter. Jiazhang swept her vicious gaze over the crowd. But because it was night and the lights were dim, I couldn't see clearly and had to shut up in disappointment. At this point, Su Daimao had given up hope. Master, if there's no explanation for what happened today, I won't give face to anyone. You all know the consequences of going to jail. You ruin my life, and I'll ruin 3 generations of yours. He Yushui will also be implicated. My brother has been to jail. Let's see who dares to take him. I'll make you, Shazu, live in guilt for the rest of your life. Don't even think about raising your head again. The uncle frowned and spoke. Let the courtyard handle its own affairs. After all, you and Zuzi have been fighting since you were little. Zuzi's actions were unintentional. Just pay the money and the matter will be settled. If this gets out, it won't be good for you, Su Daimao. You know how scary people's words can be, right? Maybe there's an old Chinese doctor who can help. Su Daimao felt mixed emotions when he thought about having to get a divorce tomorrow. He was ruined, his wife ran away, and his scandal was exposed. So he said harshly, if you're short of 800 yuan, don't talk to me. Otherwise, I'll report you to the police. I'm ruined anyway, and if I don't live well, no one else will either. Qin Huiru's eyes flashed as she listened at the side. Everyone looked at each other. He Yuju's face flushed and his neck thickened. Su Daimao, you're asking for so much money. You don't have any money, but you want your life. Su Daimao turned around and walked out of the yard. The 3 uncles hurriedly stood up and stopped Su Daimao. If this is reported to the police station, the civilized compound will be in danger. The old man was even more anxious, and Shazu went in. His retirement plan was all in vain. Yan Bagui, Su Daimao, calm down first. Are you still discussing this? Lu Haizhong said, that's right, don't be impulsive. Yi Zonghai saw that there was nothing he could do when he saw the situation. Zhu Ziai, don't be confused. 800 yuan is 800 yuan. Give it to him. Going to jail will ruin your life. Shazu said with a bitter face, how can I, an old man, have so much money? The money in the house and on me is only a little over 50 yuan. It's okay, I have it. Write a note and I'll give it to you. It's not that I don't trust you, but having an IOU will motivate you to work hard and save money. Yi Zonghai thought that since he owed me so much money, he would have to provide for my retirement even if he didn't want to. Yi Zonghai earns 99.5 yuan a month, and there are only him and his aunt at home. She had saved a lot of money over the years, and at this moment the old woman was pinching her waist. Word of the leak also spread. Su Daimao, now that you have money, you should at least give me 200 yuan. I have no teeth left. The old man slapped his head, feeling a severe headache. Sister-in-law, let Su Daimao give you 30 yuan. A tooth filling costs less than 10 yuan. When Jiazhang saw this, she felt annoyed even with the eldest master. Feeling that he could make money, he kept silent. Zhang Jianjun watched a wonderful performance. Everyone was watching with great interest, and got the hot topic of the next few days. Shocked. He Yuzhu actually did this to Su Daimao. Breaking news. Su Daimao hasn't had children in the past few years because of him? The compound is like a small society, where all aspects of life are displayed. This is life, isn't it? Su Daimao and Shazu both rushed to the hospital overnight. One had a broken nose and one had a split head. The 2 sides looked at each other in the hospital. There was actually a sense of mutual understanding between them. Although Su Daimao felt heartbroken, but this was the first time since I was a child that I had a real fight with Shazu. Shazu owed a huge debt, but it was not as hard as imagined. Everyone should stop making fun of each other from now on, as we are all single now. As long as Jia Xinqi doesn't lose money, it will be a huge profit. 3 teeth in exchange for 30 yuan in pension. A big fight ended like this, but the winner was Yi Zonghai, and gain a good reputation. His generous donations helped turn the tide and preserve the reputation of the compound. The huge debt makes it difficult for Shazu to escape from Lao Yi's clutches. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was checking wheat in the space. The wheat planted last night has already sprouted tender green ears today. 2 little lambs were having fun in a corner of the space. Zhang Jianjun didn't understand why animals were so much slower than plants. Maybe that's why it's a planting space. After washing up in the space, I went to bed. The steel mill was crowded as usual in the early morning. Workers going to work could see the welcome banner at the factory gate from afar. The central square of the factory has been decorated with a new look. On the cement platform, it was already set up as a venue. In 2 days it will be 1966. Although workers at that time still preferred to use the lunar calendar. But after the founding of the country, the Gregorian calendar was used. Jang Jianjun, Ma Zayahua and Zhang Eguo finished their final rehearsal. Everyone was waiting in the reading room for 9 o'clock. The leaders of the Industrial Bureau and comrades from Shaogang arrived at the steel rolling mill at 8 o'clock. He visited various workshops and listened carefully to the engineers' reports. Director Yang and Deputy Director Li accompanied us throughout the trip. At this time, Li Huide had 2 big panda eyes. He looked listless, as if he had been overworked. At 9 o'clock, the square was full of people. First, Director Yang gave a speech summarizing the production progress for the year. Product quality, machinery upgrading, the workers' enthusiasm. Zhang Jianjun was drowsy listening to the music backstage. Half an hour later, there was warm applause. This reminded Zhang Jianjun of the principal's welcome speech when the new students entered school. After the applause ended, Wang Area from the propaganda department took over as temporary host. Originally, the section chief wanted Yu Haitang to take the class. After all, he is the factory announcer. But Yu Haitang has not been in good shape recently. Wang Area took the microphone and said, "The seasons change, winter and summer come and go. We look back on the past and look forward to the future. We are about to say goodbye to the glorious year of 1965. Under the care of our superiors and the leadership of our factory leaders, our third steel rolling mill has exceeded the targets assigned by our motherland. The factory leaders always care about all the employees. I sincerely thank you for your hard work and selfless dedication. We also warmly welcome our superiors to our third steel rolling mill for their guidance. As we approach the year 1966, we will demonstrate our spirit of fearlessness and dedication. We will contribute to the great development of our motherland and live up to the heavy trust placed in us. We will dedicate our passionate efforts and forge ahead with our youth." Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out again in the square of tens of thousands of people. Next, Comrade Li Yume from our factory's logistics department will sing "On Beijing's Golden Mountain." Clap, clap, clap. Another round of applause. The leaders in the front row also watched with great interest. This song was written in 1961. Although the workers' singing was not as exciting as that of the art troupe, but it also shows the immense respect that this era has for great men. Even in later generations, great men remain like the sun and never change. Naturally, there was another round of applause. Then came one classic old song after another. "A Big River, Lanny Bay, I Dedicate Oil to the Motherland. Let's Row the Oars." The workers in the square cheered endlessly, as if it were Chinese New Year. There is a lack of entertainment these days. At most, watching a movie is the greatest entertainment. Then the Shaogang comrades also brought a program. Chorus, singing the motherland. The show reached its climax. She is worthy of being from the Shaogang art troupe. That's right, Shaogang has its own art troupe. Big Brother is Big Brother. Wang Area, thank you to our sister units for the chorus. Next, we will have the chorus "We Workers Have Power" from Workshop 3 and the Security Department. The 20 or so young men on the stage were in high spirits. Wang Taizu from Workshop 3 led the singing. After a few days of rehearsal and with the help of Zhang Jianjun, it is not much inferior to Shaogang, but the tone is a little worse. The shortcomings can be covered up in the chorus. The leaders below also nodded in satisfaction. After all, I'm not a professional. It's good enough to have such an effect. Naturally, it also won applause. After that, 2 big drums were placed on the stage. Wang Area, next, Comrade Zhang Jianjun from our factory's publicity department will perform a song he composed called "Loyalty to the Country." Zhang Jianjun was carrying a guitar, followed by Ma Zayahua and Zhang Eguo. There was applause from the audience. As the drums beat, the guitar accompaniment followed. Give everyone a refreshing feeling. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was wearing a black Zhongshan suit. A tall and strong figure with a spirited crew cut. The way he played the guitar immediately charmed a group of female workers. When the leaders in the audience heard the self-composed songs, they also became excited. The smoke of war rises as we look north. As soon as he opened his mouth, a desolate picture seemed to appear before my eyes. The majestic voice of Tu Honggang, the teacher in his previous life. It seems to be happening in this era. Everyone's blood was boiling, and the beating of the drums felt like hitting their hearts. The dragon rises and rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword energy is like frost. My heart is as vast as the Yellow River. 20 years later, who can resist? He was so angry that he wanted to wield his sword. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in foreign lands? Why hesitate to die for the country? I could only sigh and was speechless, my eyes filled with tears and blood. The horses' hooves go south and people look north. Looking north, the grass is green and yellow, and dust is flying. I wish to defend the land and expand the frontiers. The great China deserves congratulations from all over the world. As the two choruses end, the drums gradually fade away. The people in the audience were still in shock. The whole audience was silent. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the leader stood up and led the applause. The whole audience applauded loudly and for a long time, and everyone stood up. Director Yang smiled widely, his hands turning red from clapping. The big boss looked at Yang Zhenhua next to him, said happily, "Old Yang, this young comrade is quite good. Did he write his own song? It's so majestic. It makes you feel as if you're on a battlefield. Incredible, incredible." Director Yang smiled like a chrysanthemum. Comrade Zhang Jianjun is truly remarkable. His father was a veteran of the Korean War who retired to our factory's security department. Sadly, he died fighting a fire 2 years ago and was recognized as a martyr. He's also a dedicated and hardworking man with a talent for composition. He even composed a lyrical patriotic song, which I sent to my former superiors. Several music professors invited by the Cultural Bureau praised it highly. The Capital Art Troupe is currently rehearsing for a nationwide radio broadcast. The senior leader became more and more interested. "Old Yang, please ask the young comrade to come over for lunch and have a chat. Good seedlings need to be nurtured." Huang Wentao, deputy director of the Shaogang Art Troupe, also laughed. "Yeah, it's a shame to keep them here. It's a waste of talent. Good seedlings should go to our professional art troupe." Director Yang rolled his eyes. "Director Huang, it's not fair to poach people in front of me." Everyone came to the reception room chatting and laughing. After the performance, everyone left reluctantly. Zhang Jianjun was surrounded by his colleagues from the propaganda department and walked towards the reading room. "I've been busy since 9 o'clock and it's almost time for lunch." At this moment, Secretary Zhou ran over and called Zhang Jianjun. "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, Director Yang wants you to come over and have dinner with the leader." Zhang Jianjun, "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Aguo, Ma Zayavwa, etal. They all looked at Zhang Jianjun's departing figure with envy. "Chef, he originally wanted to ask for leave today, but there was nothing he could do because the boss came. I had to cook the food myself." Even with gauze wrapped around his head, the protruding lump couldn't be hidden. Lu Lan and several female kitchen workers were holding back their laughter and whispering in the back. Manhwa, Sheju's apprentice, wanted to ask but didn't dare to. He carefully prepared the dishes on the side, stealing glances at his master from time to time. An awkward atmosphere spread in the cafeteria. A private room on the second floor of the third steel rolling mill canteen. Zhang Jianjun followed Secretary Zhou in, and the table was full of bigwigs. The leaders of the Industrial Bureau and comrades from Shaogang filled the big round table. As soon as Zhang Jianjun entered the private room, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. It turned out to be the big leader in the play, sitting in the middle. The resolute square face shows the majestic aura of a superior, wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. While looking at Zhang Jianjun, Director Yang waved his hand. "Ask Secretary Zhou to add a chair at the bottom." The senior leader smiled and said, "You're quite good, young comrade. You handle things calmly and have excellent demeanor and bearing. You're talented but not pedantic. You're capable but not arrogant, and you have a bit of a scholarly integrity. I heard you're only 19 and came to work right after finishing high school. What a shame. If you'd like to continue your studies, I can certainly help you. I have a few friends in the literature department of Peking University. What do you think? Do you still want to go to school?" Zhang Jianjun was shocked when he heard this. "If you go to school now, you will have to go to the countryside next year. Once the storm starts, don't even think about the college students. Even high school students became educated youth, and I don't want to experience the 10-year life of an educated youth." After universities stopped recruiting students, the college entrance examination was not resumed until September 1977. There are no more places for workers at this time. In this era, workers are a natural umbrella of protection. No matter how fierce the situation outside is, once the door is closed, internal conflicts can be resolved internally. The factory will have its own revolutionary committee in the future. Now I live in Beijing and have a car and a house, even though it's a bicycle. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. The steel mill is like my second home now. The factory leaders here are very caring. I believe that society is a great university. It helps people grow from immaturity to maturity. Art comes from life. As long as you have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering, you will shine wherever you are. So I just want to take root here peacefully and live up to the leadership's cultivation of me." After hearing this, the leader couldn't help but applaud. Others also gave approving glances. "Comrade, what you said is very good. To sum it up in one sentence, gold will shine wherever it is. You are so young and yet you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Well, old Yang is worth paying attention to. Yang Zhenhua smiled broadly. Comrade Zhang Jianzhan has been under investigation by our factory organization. We will not bury talented people. He took a sip of water and continued, leaders, comrades from our sister units. Today's dish is the masterpiece of our factory chef He Yuzhu, the descendant of the Tan family cuisine. Come, let's eat and chat. Deputy Director Li Huade sat on the side, but the smile on his face was extremely stiff. I didn't sleep well last night. It's like having a sword of Damocles hanging over your head. I don't know when it will fall. Today was supposed to be a good time to make some political achievements, but I always feel dazed and uneasy. I always feel like someone is watching me now that I'm in his position. Very sensitive to crisis. Zhang Jianzhan glanced at Li Huade's facial expression. I feel funny about Deputy Director Li. I guess he must be unable to sleep or eat well right now. When the comrades heard that he was the successor of Tan's cuisine, they all tasted the dishes he made. The founder of Tan's cuisine was a Hanlin scholar. Other chefs are chefs, but he is a Hanlin. Tan's cuisine was created by the family of Tan Zhongjun, a Hanlin scholar in the late Qing dynasty. In 1874, the 13th year of the Tongzhi reign, Tan Zhongjun, a native of Nanhai County, Guangdong, he won the first and second place in the imperial examination and became an official in the Hanlin Academy in Beijing. Just one more person is needed to become the top scorer. Such a person has his own aura. In addition, Tan's cuisine relies on its delicious and juicy taste. The texture is soft and tender but not greasy, making it a high-end cuisine. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became lively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the leader spoke. Old Yang, your steel mill is truly full of hidden talents. There's even a successor to the Tan family cuisine, and the dishes are truly excellent. Let's call Chef He to join us. Yang Zhenhua nodded, called Secretary Zhou and told him to go to the cafeteria to call He Yuzhu. Zhang Jianzhan had an idea. The benefactor of Shazhu in the play was the big leader. So that's how we met. At this time, after He Yuzhu finished cooking, he was about to go to the canteen director to ask for leave to recuperate. Secretary Zhou called him over. Secretary Zhou saw He Yuzhu's look. I suddenly didn't know how to start, and the big bump on my head hadn't gone down yet. Both eyes were also dark blue. Isn't it funny to shout this? But I had to shout, so I had to speak. Comrade He Yuzhu, Director Yang wants you to go to the private room on the 2nd floor. The senior leader wants to see you. Shazhu was really dumbfounded and wanted to cry but had no tears. Just now, when I was down there, I was frightened by the looks from a few people. I have to go up and see the leader. Are you kidding me? But since he was under someone's roof, he had no choice but to follow Secretary Yang up to the 2nd floor. When they arrived at the private room, everyone was stunned. Is this the air of Tan's cuisine? The private room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Director Yang was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a way to squeeze in. Shazhu looked innocent and said, Director Yang, are you looking for me? Director Yang slapped his forehead and said, Comrade He Yuzhu, what on earth happened to you? He Yuzhu, I borrowed someone's bicycle this morning and accidentally fell into a ditch. I guess this is a minor injury and I'm not leaving the front line. Everyone in the private room could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The big boss was in a good mood and made a rare joke. Chef He, the ditch you fell into is not simple. Otherwise, you wouldn't have blackened both eyes. Everyone laughed again. Not to mention, this actually eased the awkward atmosphere. Director Yang felt much more relieved after seeing the situation. So he said, Xiao He, just find a chair and sit next to Zhang Jianzhan. The private room became lively again, with people sitting at the table clinking glasses and drinking. Zhang Jianzhan and Shazhu looked at each other and nodded. My eyes rolled and I thought to myself, you old man, I've been annoyed with you for a long time and I'm going to stab you again. He acts righteous all day long and is very good at using moral blackmail. I remember in the original drama, He Daking took the White Widow away. I send a few dollars to Shazhu every month. At that time, Shazhu was still young, so he asked Yi Zonghai to take over. Yi Zonghai never told Shazhu about this. It was not until Professor Ren exposed it later that Shazhu realized the truth. So he said to Shazhu, Brother Zhu, it's fate that we met here, let's go together. Shazhu is a donkey who goes along with the flow. It's natural that he'll be easy to talk to if others are polite to him. The two of them also started drinking downstairs. The guests and hosts were having a great time at the banquet, and it was about to end. The senior leader said, there's a family dinner coming up soon. He Yuzhu, right? Come over and help me cook. Comrade Xiao Jiang, please help me entertain the guests. People over 50 can't drink anymore, so I'll have to find someone younger to drink with. Director Yang was delighted that his good intentions had been rewarded. In this way, we can finally get closer to the Industrial Bureau and its leaders. Zhang Jianzhan and He Yuzhu played these two cards well. Yuzhu is of course happier. It's nice to be called Shazoo, but is he really stupid? Just a little bit of access. It would be really stupid not to hug someone who has a big thigh. He quickly replied, boss, just wait and see. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Zhang Jianjun also responded with a smile, thank you for your support, leader. I will definitely live up to your expectations. On the way, Zhang Jianjun said to Shazoo, brother Zhu, we don't talk much in the courtyard, but we have no grudges against each other, right? Now that we've come together, we're on the same page. I don't know if I should say something to you. Shazoo was in a good mood after drinking today, so he started talking. Jianjun, Yuzhu, may be a bit of a scoundrel, but I still know right from wrong. Feel free to tell me what you want to say. That's good. Brother Zuzi, if you believe me, go and bring your household registration book. Go to the post office and check the ticket stubs. Your father has mailed something to you. Shazoo was a little nervous. Jianjun, you have to be responsible for your words. Even though we are from the same courtyard, I won't forgive you if you say anything wrong. Zhang Jianjun, brother Zuzi, do I really need to lie to you? If I lie to you, will you give me money to spend? The post office is not far from our courtyard. We can find out by checking. Who can I deceive? After saying this, Zhang Jianjun turned and left. Shazoo stood there blankly, as if everyone has a pain point buried in his heart. Then his pain point is his father. I think of the days when my sister Yushui and I depended on each other. Mixed feelings. My eyes became red, if it wasn't for that period of time. Without the help of the deaf old lady and the old man, I don't know if I and the rain can survive. So he hated his father very much because he passed away without any news. Everyone is born by their parents, and everyone fantasizes that one day he will come back. This contradictory mentality has always tormented Shazoo. When Shazoo heard what Zhang Jianjun said, those unbearable memories came flooding back to my mind. Hope is true. I am no longer an orphan. I hope it's fake. I can completely forget about my father. Tears slid down the corners of my eyes. Fell down. In this afternoon with fragmented and long sunshine, drink a cup of light tea and read a newspaper. Zhang Jianjun in the reading room began his idle time. The tea was naturally sponsored by Li Huade. The ballot box in the square was bustling with activity. A group of workers held notes with the names of their favorite people on the show. The voting was conducted under the guidance of the security department. Qin Huiru's eyes flickered in the crowd. Her cousin had been here for a few days. It's time to find an opportunity to contact Zhang Jianjun, seeing that he is doing very well. I really don't know if Qin Jingru can catch his eye. I thought of Su Daimao's 800 yuan again. I started to get excited. 800 yuan. My monthly salary was only 27.5 yuan. I would have to go without food and drink for about 2.5 years to earn that much. Outside the North Street post office, Yuzhu stared blankly at the ticket stub in his hand. I don't know whether to feel angry or sad. For 11 years, his father mailed $8 every month. In other words, there is at least more than 1,000 yuan with the old man. A feeling of being deceived and made a fool of came over me. When the boy was an apprentice, the cornmeal that Lao Yi gave him was paid with his own money. I am still so grateful to him. The most infuriating thing is that last night I had to pay Su Daimao 800 yuan in compensation and he even had to write an IOU. This is completely taking me for a fool. The old man's moral standards collapsed in an instant in his own mind. In fact, Shazoo also knew what the old man was thinking. Doesn't he just want me to take care of him in his old age? But this old guy spends too much money on entertainment. Shazoo had a sneer on his face. Zhang Jianjun looked again and found that there were no tasks for the afternoon. I rode my bike straight to Zaidan. A faint ray of sunlight softly shines on the deep alleys of the old city. Zhang Jianjun came to courtyard number 2, the address given by Lu Bangheng. Exquisite courtyard, dark gate, shiny door symbols. I opened the door with the key and was greeted by a bright light. Facing us is a screen wall, surrounded by wooden corridors on the east and west sides. Walking around the screen wall, there is a yellow pear tree in the yard. There is a pool in the center of the patio, with a rockery in the pool. There are main rooms on the east and west sides, and side rooms on the left and right sides of the main house. The courtyard house is well designed, exquisite and elegant, and it is pleasing to the eye. A standard private courtyard for an official family. Zhang Jianjun looked at the quaint courtyard and felt as if he had traveled through time. A beautiful scene from 100 years ago appears before my eyes. I sighed to myself, thinking that if this happened in the future, I would just be able to watch. I can't even get through the door. The mental power spread out a large net and swept through the houses. A storage room was found in the left wing of the backyard. There are all kinds of calligraphy, paintings, and antiques that I can't even name. I collect blue and white vases, rolled up calligraphy and paintings, colored enamels, and jadeite jade. Zhang Jianjun thought that since he didn't know how to appraise treasures, he would just store everything he saw into his space. Even all the wooden furniture was not spared, because no one knew who would benefit from it in the future. On an inconspicuous bookshelf, a book was found that aroused Zhang Jianzhan's interest. Yang-style Tai Chi boxing manual. I was delighted, as I just happened to have no way to practice now. Even if this boxing manual doesn't play a big role, it gives me hope. The person who created this old boxing manual is also a famous figure. Yang Fukui was born in Yongnian, Hebei province in 1799 and died in 1872. Yang Fukui's courtesy name was Lichen, also known as Yang Lichen, a great master of Tai Chi. There is also a house deed hidden in the old-fashioned safe. Zhang Jianzhan hesitated a bit. Should he take it or not? This was a hot potato. But when I think about the house being raided in the future, I don't know who will benefit. If you keep it in your own space, no one will know about it, not even gods or ghosts. So it was also put into the space. Zhang Jianzhan, who had reaped a lot of rewards, locked the gate of the courtyard and left in a leisurely manner. Zhang Jianzhan looked at his watch and saw that it was past 4 o'clock, so he did not go back to the factory. When I returned to the yard and was about to enter the house, I felt someone was inside. A quick scan with my mental power revealed that it was Bangang, who was standing on a bench and rummaging through the cupboard. Bangang was searching while wondering, this place is so damn poor. Not a single copper was found, neither the bed nor the wardrobe. I looked all over and didn't see anything. The cupboard was even shabbier, but at least Shazo still had some leftover vegetables, peanuts, and other things. This guy only had 2 hard steamed buns. Zhang Jianzhan's eyes turned when he saw this scene. It was a mental shock directed at the chair. The chair immediately fell to the ground and the stick fell headfirst. Zhang Jianzhan yelled at the top of his lungs, "Come and catch the thief! A thief has broken into our compound." The men, young and old, in the compound have not yet finished get off work. The courtyard is mostly populated by women. When Jiazhang heard the shout, her heart skipped a beat. I'm afraid it's a joke. She knows her eldest grandson too well. At this time, Bangang was wailing in the house, and the thread on his head had not been removed yet. There was another cut on the edge. At this time, everyone came to the backyard, and Jiazhang was the first to run over. When you hear the crying sound, you know it's a joke. Following behind were the first aunt, the second aunt, the third aunt and others. Jiazhang walked forward without hesitation and was about to push the door open. Zhang Jianzhan stepped forward and stopped Jiazhang. At this time, the auntie asked, Jianzhan, what happened? Who is crying in your room? Zhang Jianzhan said, Auntie, I don't know what happened. I finished the task assigned by the factory ahead of time, so I came back. I felt some movement in the house, but I didn't dare to go in. I was afraid that the thief had a knife or something, so I called everyone to help. Jiazhang heard it more clearly now, it was definitely her grandson. Everyone shook their heads when they heard the crying. I knew in my heart that it was Bangang who had an accident while stealing something inside. Jiazhang, with her pig-like face, yelled, Get out of my way, you little bastard. If anything happens to my darling grandson, you'll have to pay with your life. Zhang Jianzhan asked in confusion, That strange, old hag. Why is your eldest grandson howling in my room? Is he unwilling to give up because he didn't find what he wanted? The aunts looked at each other, and the aunt sighed. Jianzhan, get out of the way before anyone gets killed. Oh, this kid is really troublesome. Third aunt, sister-in-law, you have to teach Bangang a lesson. He has been stealing needles since he was little and has grown up to steal gold. The second aunt said sarcastically, Who says it's not true? Not everyone is stupid. If something goes wrong, it will be too late. The second and third aunts have always been annoyed with Jiazhang. Jiazhang's face turned red and white, and she opened her mouth to curse again. Zhang Jianzhan opened the door and Jiazhang rushed in. Bangang was holding his head with blood all over his face. The scene from a few days ago was repeated. When everyone looked inside the house, they saw it was a mess. The floor was covered in black footprints, the cupboards were wide open, and the chairs were overturned. Several cotton jackets and trousers worn for work were all turned over on the ground. Jiazhang raised Bangang. I saw the stem of the stick and saw that there was another cut on my forehead where a little hair had just grown. He took out his handkerchief and covered it with it. He suddenly started howling, Zhang Jianzhan, you little bastard, you have to pay for the medical expenses. My darling grandson always gets into trouble at your house. You are deliberately trying to kill my eldest grandson. Old Jia, open your eyes and take a look. Someone is bullying my orphan and widow. Dongxiu, is that you? Take this damn Zhang Jianzhan away. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard this. Zhang Jianzhan spread his hands to everyone, you all saw it. It's obvious that Bangang stole something from my house. He was standing on a chair and fell down. Do you dare ask me to pay for it, old lady Jia? There's evidence at the scene. If I report it to the police, your eldest grandson will go to juvenile detention. And you're asking me for money? Why don't you ask for money from my chair? It was that chair that caused your sweet grandson to fall down. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. This guy was really talking nonsense and even asked for money for the chair. When Jiajang heard that she was going to be sent to a juvenile detention center, she didn't dare to make a fuss. After all, she felt guilty and was not in the right. He pulled the stick and walked towards the central courtyard. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and stopped Jiajang. "Old lady Jia, it's not nice to leave like this, is it? Your eldest grandson messed up my house like this, how can I live here? You have to pay me for mental damage and psychological trauma. You slandered me and damaged my reputation. $10 in total. If you don't pay, I'll report you to the police." Everyone was speechless again. When Jiajang heard that she had to pay compensation, she jumped up immediately. "Money is not worth life. My dear grandson has been treated like this. You still want money? Where is your conscience?" Zhang Jianjun said, "You don't want to pay, right? I'm going to contact the police. The evidence is all here. I'll see to it that your grandson goes to jail and has a good life." After saying this, he turned around and looked like he was about to leave. "Sister-in-law, do you want money or your grandson? If the little boy goes in, everything will be ruined." Jiajang was now at her wit's end. "I had no choice but to take out $10 and throw it on the ground." He glared at Zhang Jianjun fiercely, then pulled Bangang out of the house. The mouth with missing front teeth is not willing to be filled yet. This costs another $10 of pension. My heart is bleeding. When has I, Jiajang, ever wanted to pay money? He returned to the middle courtyard cursing all the way. The aunts and grandmas saw that there was no more fun. They all dispersed. Bangang feels very sad. "I don't think I can keep the hair that has just grown. The hatred value is suddenly full." In the Su family compound, Su Daimao sat at the table in a daze. There was a piece of gauze taped to his nose with medical tape, and his eyes were now dull. The divorce certificate was placed on the table, and Lu Xiaoyi was packing her jewelry in the inner room. The Lu family was not short of money anyway, so Lu Xiaoyi didn't care about the dowry. She took away some jewelry and earrings that the Lu family brought as a dowry, and turned to look at the dejected Su Daimao. "It's not that I hate this man that much, it's just that I married the wrong person at the wrong time. In this era, I have no choice but to accept my bad background." Without saying a word, Su Daimao turned around and left, raising his head. Looking at Lu Xiaoyi's back as she left, he clenched his fists, feeling very angry but helpless. After all, Lu Bangheng hadn't fallen yet. He was furious and his eyes were cold. Lu Bangheng, Lu Bangheng, if you give me the chance, I will destroy your family. The capitalists will eventually be defeated. In Su Daimao's mind, this is a shame, a shadow that will never be erased in his lifetime. Lu Xiaoyi, carrying her handbag, walked towards the backyard as if possessed by a ghost. She wanted to say goodbye to someone. Zhang Jianjun was cooking braised fish. The fish in the space became his staple food. "I had cheated Jiajang out of $10 today, though it wasn't much, but I was very happy. Being able to make money from the old woman was a skill. I felt someone coming into the room, and when I turned around, I saw Lu Xiaoyi looking at me with a smile." Freed from all restraints, Lu Xiaoyi regained her ladylike temperament. She stood there with bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet smile, like an orchid in a clean room. Thinking of the madness of yesterday, Zhang Jianjun's heart was moved when he saw her. He quickly suppressed his restlessness and said with a smile, "Sister-y, you came just in time. Let's have dinner at my house." Lu Xiaoyi nodded and said softly, "Jianjun, I'm here to say goodbye to you too. This can be considered my farewell banquet. My family and I will be leaving in 3 days." Zhang Jianjun fell silent with mixed feelings. Lu Xiaoyi was probably the first woman he had ever traveled through time. I could only smile and say, all right. After the braised fish was ready, Zhang Jianjun went to the inner room and took out the bottle of Lai Mao that he had taken from Li Huade. The two of them sat opposite each other at the table. "Sister-y, how can we say goodbye without wine? When you get there, try not to go out at night. Although it's not bad during the day, it's a haven for crime at night. There are a lot of gangs there, so you must stay away from nightclubs. I think your father can handle everything business-wise. If you feel bored, you can also find a university to study at. There are quite good universities there. You are still very young, and the future is full of hope." Lu Xiaoyi held her wineglass and looked at Zhang Jianjun chattering away, her heart filled with warmth and her eyes filled with tenderness. The cold outside seemed to have nothing to do with the inside of the house. Zhang Jianjun lit a white Zonghua cigarette. This was the first time he had smoked since he came here. "Because I hadn't smoked for a long time, the smoke I inhaled into my lungs choked me and made me cry." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "Jianjun, after this separation, will we ever see each other again? We've lived together for over 20 years, and it's really hard to let go." Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded, "Yes, and the time won't be too far away." At the He family, He Yushui looked at his brother's appearance and didn't know what to say. He almost couldn't recognize him when he came back today, Saturday. At this time, Shazhu was very confused and didn't know how to face the old man. After all, it is hard to accept that the trust built up over so many years has been broken. While drinking alone at the table, Shazhu made a meat dish which was rare since Yushui came back today. Maybe today he had too many memories of his father and the time when they depended on each other. Shazhu felt more and more uncomfortable the more he drank. He picked up the ticket stub, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the old man's room. Yi Zonghai saw Shazhu coming in with a gloomy face. I always feel something is wrong, and the aunt asked, Zuzi, have you eaten? If not, let's eat together. Shazhu didn't answer and slapped the post office ticket stub in front of Yi Zonghai. Yi Zonghai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the ticket stub in front of him. It's all over. This is going to be a big deal. The old lady was shocked to see Shazhu like this. She glanced at the table and just stood there in a daze. Seeing the bills and receipts, the old lady couldn't believe it was true. I have been with Lao Yi for decades, but she didn't even know about it. I felt aggrieved and didn't understand why Lao Yi did this. Yi Zonghai's mind was running like an 8-core computer. Zuzi, I actually wanted to tell you about this after you got married. After all, you weren't fond of saving money when you were young, so it might have been gone by the time you got it. I've been saving it for you, a total of 1,256 yuan, and I haven't touched a cent. You were still young at the time, so I didn't tell you. Shazhu snorted coldly. Uncle, Yushui and I are starving, and you've never given me a penny. It's only half a bag of cornmeal each time. Don't you know how much cornmeal is worth? You advanced me the money yesterday, and I was so grateful, but you're using my father's money to lend me this IOU. It's disgusting. You really take me for a fool. Money aside, what about those 2 letters my father sent me? What's your intention in saving them? Yi Zonghai was speechless after hearing the letter and didn't know how to respond. The old lady didn't know what to do. She just stood there motionless. Yi Zonghai seemed to have aged 10 years. He turned and went into the inner room to take out the money and the letter. Shazhu saw more than 1,200 yuan in 2 letters. He only took the letter and 200 yuan in cash, and left a sentence. Of the 1,056, 800 are Ias, and the remaining 256 are my childhood meals. He turned around and walked out the door. Yi Zonghai wanted to say something but stopped himself, and his raised hand fell down weakly. He let out a long sigh, thinking that Yi Zonghai had always controlled people's hearts. I didn't expect that the situation would get so bad that I looked as pale as death. At this time, Zhang Jianjun and Lu Zio's dinner was coming to an end. Zhang Jianjun drank most of the bottle of wine, while Lu Zio's face turned red after just a few drinks. After clearing away the dishes, Lu Zio walked to the door. Zhang Jianjun prepared to push the cart to take her there. Lu Xiaoyi bit her lip and looked at Zhang Jianjun dimly. Don't you have anything left to say? Don't you want to keep me here? Zhang Jianjun scratched his head awkwardly and was about to speak. A soft and fragrant body fell into his arms again. The bedroom was suddenly filled with fragrance, and Lu Xiaoyi was very proactive at this time. It seemed as if he wanted to melt Zhang Jianjun into his body. 10,000 words are omitted here. An hour later, Zhang Jianjun lit a cigarette and entered sage mode. Lu Zio drew circles on Zhang Jianjun's chest. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she shyly thought that this boy was really very clever. Even though there are thousands of helplessness, the time of separation still comes. The cold night wind cuts on the face like a knife. The winter nights in Beijing are almost freezing. There were very few pedestrians on the street. No matter how long the road is, it will eventually come to an end. Under the Lu family's small house, the two stood facing each other, wanting to see the other go first. A corner of the curtain on the second floor was quietly lifted, and Lu's mother looked down with complicated eyes. Lu Zio, let's go, Jianjun. I'm just a small wave in your life. I look forward to the day when we meet again, and you and I will remain the same. Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. Sister E, I wish you a bright future. Today I learned that a bright future actually means goodbye. We will see each other again one day. He turned around and rode away. Lu Xiaoyi stared blankly at Zhang Jianjun's departing back, until a pair of warm hands stroked her head. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. After returning to the compound, Zhang Jianjun couldn't fall asleep. He felt a little uncomfortable about Lu Zio's departure. After all, she is the first woman in 2 lives. Humans are emotional creatures after all, so it was somewhat comforting that I fulfilled my wish and sent the Lu family away in one piece. Lu Bangheng did not drag his feet and helped the Lu family avoid the crisis in advance. Remembering that the wheat in the space should be ripe, I entered the space. The view was golden, with ears of wheat so full they bent the stalks. Zhang Jianjun harvested all the wheat with a single thought, yielding about 900 kilograms. The wheat straw is then crushed into granules and mixed into the black soil. Divide the wheat grains into 45 portions and sow them evenly, weighing about 20 jin per portion. This will make the area 45 mu. The next time we harvest, we can plant more than 100 acres of black soil and still have a lot left over. Looking at the 5-acre fish pond, I feel like I can't keep up with the situation. Then continue to deepen and widen it, and directly expand it to 20 acres, turning the fish pond into a small lake. Only then did Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. I guess I need to find time to go to Haoerhe and fill up my tank until tomorrow, Sunday. Now that I have an idea, I can head to the countryside tomorrow morning. The space is still too monotonous. I need to plant some small trees and bamboos. My mental strength can currently lift objects weighing about 400 kilograms. Getting some saplings shouldn't be a problem. If that doesn't work, borrow some hose or something. Loosen the soil a few times before putting it back into the space. Once you're in the space, it's your home. Seeing the furniture piled up in the corner, I found an open space and leveled it out to an acre in size. All the ideas were neatly arranged, and the antiques, calligraphy and paintings were placed in the wardrobe on the table. Zhang Jianjun put everything in order after a busy period, then calmed down and opened the Tai Chi manual. Yang-style Tai Chi has a graceful and expansive stance, upright posture, smooth, even and simple movements, starting from looseness and ending with softness, combining hardness and softness, all done in one go, just like boating on a lake, light and calm. Zhang Jianjun carefully read through the boxing manual, which was a book of 48 Yang-style Tai Chi. Each page has detailed explanations of boxing techniques and action illustrations. When the waist moves, the whole body moves. When the waist is still, the whole body is still. If the waist does not move, the hands will not move. If you want to move your body, you must first unite your waist and horse. Zhang Jianjun sat quietly with his eyes closed, and used his powerful memory to go over it in his mind several times. After standing up, I started practicing. I started with my left foot half a step apart and slowly raised my hands to shoulder height. Then I bent my legs and squatted, lowering my hands to my abdomen. From the initial awkwardness, I gradually became proficient. After practicing 3 times in a row, I felt refreshed and drank a mouthful of spiritual spring water. Then I sat on the ground and pondered it again. When I stood up again, I felt like I had been enlightened. He began practicing again, his mental energy subconsciously flowing through his body. A cyclone formed with the movement, and the soil particles below followed it, spinning up and down in the shape of a Tai Chi diagram. As if he had a sudden enlightenment, Zhang Jianjun entered a state of selflessness. A faint click echoed in his mind, and his spiritual sea surged. He had been stuck in a bottleneck for days, and now he had broken through. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun's mind was completely clear. A small cyclone appeared faintly in his sea of consciousness, compressing his spiritual sea into a ring. It was no longer a gray mist, but a milky white, as if it was about to liquefy. Zhang Jianjun, who was looking inward, was awakened by the shaking of space. Just like the previous times, when the mental power surges, the space will expand. The space expanded by another 1/3, becoming about 180 acres. It is true that when you try to plant flowers, they don't bloom, but when you plant willows by accident, they grow into a shade. A few days ago, I was still worried about being stuck at a bottleneck, but now I've broken through without realizing it. This time, a radius of 70 meters is completely under control. I sensed my mental power and was able to lift nearly 1,000 pounds. Zhang Jianjun was ecstatic. No wonder he'd been stuck at a bottleneck for so many days. This was a complete leap forward, like a mage apprentice breaking through to a full-fledged mage. Anyway, I can't figure out whether I am a mage or a practitioner. If he is a mage, then he can also see within himself. He is said to be a ring in the spiritual sea of the cultivator, a bit like the legendary one-ring mage. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to control his flight, more than twice as fast as last time. Last time he couldn't match the speed of a bicycle, this time he would need a motorcycle to catch up. It can fly for more than an hour in space, and it is estimated to be about half an hour outside. His strength didn't increase much, but his reaction and perception had improved a lot. His strength had accumulated over time with the spiritual spring water, except for the first time of cleansing the tendons and marrow. After taking a shower, I lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep due to the joy brought by the breakthrough. Some people were tossing and turning in bed at this time, and Yi Zonghai was lying on the bed with dull eyes. It kept repeating in my mind, what went wrong? The retirement plan he had been planning for years seemed on the verge of success. The massive debt could have kept Shazhu firmly under his control, but who knew it would fail midway, and his image would crumble. Yi Zonghai was truly bewildered. How on earth had Shazhu known about this? Who had he been in contact with in the past few days? Someone must have told him. The thought of having no one to take care of me when I'm old filled me with panic. Murmuring, we must repair the relationship, we must. The old lady next to him gave Yi Zonghai a complicated look. The morning sun shone through the glass, slanting in. The courtyard woke up from its silence, and the sound of people washing up could be heard outside. Zhang Jianjun rarely stayed in bed. He looked at his watch and it was already past 8 o'clock. Entering the space, you will see a lush greenery. More than 40 acres of wheat have all grown more than half a foot tall. After washing up, I thought about it, ate a cucumber and drank some spiritual spring water, which was considered breakfast. He pushed the bicycle out of the yard. When people in the yard saw Zhang Jianjun pushing the bicycle, they all looked at him with envy. Lu Haishong smiled brightly. Jianjun, why don't you sleep a little longer this Sunday? Are you still busy going out? Zhang Jianjun was a little confused about what this old man was up to. My attitude towards myself has changed 180 degrees in the past few days. But you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you, right? Uncle, I can't help it. The factory leaders have been very caring lately. I've been feeling a bit creative, so I'm going to the countryside to collect some inspiration. Hey, who doesn't want to sleep in a little longer? Getting up early makes you hungry faster. Second uncle, everyone always feels that this kid is a bit Versailles. Su Daimao woke up with dark circles under his eyes and walked over with a toothbrush and towel. Zhang Jianjun was amused, but immediately feigned concern. Brother Daimao, I'm sorry for the loss. There's nothing we can't overcome. A man from the old city, how could he be defeated by such a small storm? Su Daimao, everyone, why does this sound so awkward? Su Daimao showed an ugly smile. Brother Jianjun, I'm in such a bad mood, and it takes you to comfort me. Thanks, buddy. I'll meet you for a drink at noon. Yan Bagui was packing up his fishing rod at the door. Whether he could have some meat to eat today depended entirely on it. Seeing Zhang Jianjun coming, he said proudly, Jianjun, you're here just in time. Let's go fishing together. I'll show you how a master fisherman does it. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself, if you knew I had hundreds of fish, you would probably beat me up. Uncle, I don't have time to idle around. I need to go out and fish, grow flowers, and walk birds. I need to go out and collect inspiration. After saying that, he rode his bike straight to the countryside. The third uncle was left in a disheveled state. Fishing, growing flowers, and just missing the bird walk. Am I corrupted? Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle straight to the Kaobai River mountain area in the eastern suburbs of Beijing. Many people may not know Kaohai River, but the Mayun Reservoir, which is more than 100 kilometers away, is very famous, and its water source comes from Kaohai River. Talking about the location of Mayun Reservoir, it was called Mayun County in that era and later changed to Mayun District, Beijing. It is the largest reservoir in North China. It is also the most important source of surface drinking water in the city. The 49th population relies on the Mayun Reservoir, and 2 out of every 3 glasses of water they drink come from here. The capital city is basically inseparable from this huge reservoir. The source of water for this reservoir is Kaohai River and Beihai River. It is hard to imagine how it was built in this era. Construction began in 1958 and was completed in 1960, mobilizing 200,000 people. There are mountains ahead and a winding river. Zhang Jianjun is not going to Mayun Reservoir. After all, Mayun Reservoir is more than 100 kilometers away from Siju City. Zhang Jianjun just wanted to sneak into the mountains secretly and pump water into the space from the Kaohai River tributary. The fish pond has now become a small lake, and it would cause too much noise if we go to Hawarhei. The last time the 5-acre fish pond was filled with water, a whirlpool was created. In those days, you needed a letter of introduction to go to the commune, otherwise strangers entering the village might be regarded as enemy spies. Although Zhang Jianjun has a steel rolling mill employee card, he still doesn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. It was nearly 30 kilometers of true wilderness, with not a single person in sight. At a glance, there are mountains, wilderness and hills, and a river flows to the east. Zhang Jianjun got off the dirt road and put his bicycle into a corner of the space. When I arrived at the river, I used my mental strength to the fullest and could see everything within a radius of more than 70 meters. There is an invisible big mouth in the center of the river, swallowing the river water and the small fish and shrimps into the spacefish pond. It was as if a storm had formed and a large vortex appeared on the water. Zhang Jianjun was a little startled by the loud noise and concentrated his mental energy highly. Fortunately, this place is far from any village or shop, so it is very hidden. After pouring for more than 10 minutes, the 20-acre fish pond was finally filled. Zhang Jianjun was very satisfied when he scanned the space with his spiritual sense. The more than 100 acres of land no longer had a shortage of water. Walking along the woods into the mountains, the trees began to become denser. Although it is winter, not all trees are bare. The green pines and bamboos are still lush and green. Once you get to the depths of the dense forest, it becomes a bit difficult to walk, and the wild bamboos you see are all as thick as a thumb. I tried using my mental power and found that I could pull it out, so I started a sweep. After all, it is not a big bamboo in the countryside, so it can still be pulled up with a lifting force of 1,000 kilograms. Pieces of bamboo were sent into the space, and Zhang Jianjun decided to build a small bamboo garden in the space. This way, chicks, ducks, and the like will have a place to move around. After a crazy harvest, Zhang Jianjun felt that his mental energy was a little overdepleted. So he flashed into the space and drank a few cups of spiritual spring water. After sitting quietly for a while, his mental strength recovered a lot. He found a corner and planted the mangostines with one thought. Once you get to the space, it's your home turf, and everything is effortless. Zhang Jianjun took another cucumber and started eating it, following the same procedure. After going back and forth several times, Zhang Jianjun pulled out all the small mangosteen trees on the hillside. Seeing the bows and pistols placed on the cabinet, this deserted place is a perfect place to try them out. Taking out a bow and arrow and an M1911 pistol, Zhang Jianjun was 3 meters in front of him. He used his mental power to build a barrier, which he named the mental barrier before. He took out his pistol and fired a shot at the mental barrier. The gunshot startled several birds. The spiritual barrier sensed by his divine sense caused ripples, but it did not break. Zhang Jianjun was ecstatic. If I hadn't been able to withstand the last experiment, my mental barrier would have been much stronger since I broke through the bottleneck yesterday. I put the pistol away. After the gunshot, I couldn't hunt here anymore. So Zhang Jianjun carried a bow and arrow, rose into the air and flew towards the top of the mountain. He scanned the dense forest below with his mental power, but unfortunately found nothing. Just as he was almost at the top of the mountain, his spiritual power captured a wild roe deer, and his consciousness was absorbed into the bamboo forest and bushes in space. It is estimated to be around 40 kilograms. This thing is most common in northeast China, followed by North China, and basically lives in the north. Zhang Jianjun thought that roe deer are social animals, so if there is one, there must be others nearby. So he circled around the top of the mountain and searched. When he felt that he had exhausted too much energy, he drank some spiritual spring water and took a rest. Then I continued searching and finally found the other 3 among a pile of rocks and bushes. After collecting the roe deer, Zhang Jianjun headed for the mountaintop and found 5 more hares along the way. He collected 4 of them and planned to experiment with the bow and arrow on one. He took out the Manchu bow from his back and put on an arrow that was given as a gift when he bought the bow. He used his consciousness to lock onto the neck of a hare in the bushes 50 meters away. The rabbit was locked in my consciousness as if it was right in front of me. As soon as I loosened my hand and pulled the bowstring, the hare fell to the ground with a whoosh. The mental force probed the rabbit and hit the rabbit's neck. Although it is convenient to collect mental energy, flying consumes too much energy after all. I bought the bow and arrow just for fun, and after collecting the rabbit, I flew to the top of the mountain, looking at the surrounding Kangshan mountain in Mianyang and the river in the distance. Although many large trees have lost their leaves in winter, their tall trunks do not look bleak at all. The thin and stubborn branches stretch towards the gray-blue sky, and the dark brown roots are deeply rooted in the ground. As if fighting against the severe cold, it stands silently in the mountains and forests. The sun was now hanging in the middle of the sky, proving that it was already noon. Zhang Jianjun slipped into the space and prepared to make a barbecue. He gutted and skinned the wild rabbit he had just shot in the small lake, and his samurai sword came in handy. A simple barbecue grill was built with sticks and the firewood pile was lit. Zhang Jianjun looked at the small bamboo forest and shrubs in the distance and felt that today's harvest had basically met expectations. It's a shame I didn't encounter any tigers or leopards. Aren't there still tigers these days? I didn't even see a wild boar. Half an hour later, the hare was roasted until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the golden fat sizzled as it fell onto the fire. Taking out the Lai Mao sponsored by Li Huade, the refreshing rabbit meat and mellow liquor make people feel that this is life. After eating and drinking, I felt that I was almost done, so I cut some trees and prepared to go home. In the compound, when Qin Huiru learned that Su Daimao and Lu Xiaoyi were divorced, she set her sights on Su Daimao, as it was difficult to approach him because Lu Xiaoyi was around. Qin Huiru has been itching to get the 800 yuan compensation since she saw Su Daimao. The last time I saw Su Daimao secretly glancing at Qin Jingru at home, I had an idea. He brought Qin Jingru into Su Daimao's house. Su Daimao seemed to be in pain for only 3 minutes, and since it had come to this, he just let it go. When he saw Qin Huiru and Qin Jingru come in, he immediately smiled. His long face, still swollen, looked particularly funny when he smiled. Qin Huiru looked regretful. Daimao, I heard that you and Ezi are divorced. Think about it, you are still young, are you afraid of not being able to find a wife? You have a good job. Alas, unlike me, I have no one to rely on after your brother Jia left. Su Daimao listened to Qin Huiru's words, but his eyes were always fixed on Qin Jingru. Qin Huiru thought to herself, damn, all men are bad, they all like young ones. Su Daimao said with a flattering smile, I'm a projectionist after all. Why should I worry about not being able to find a wife? Sister Qin, can you introduce one to me? Qin Huiru, if we're introducing each other, you have to treat me to lunch, right? That's a must. Daimao may lack everything except food. At noon, they naturally took out the mountain products they had received, and Qin Jingru called him Brother Mao all the time. Su Daimao was in high spirits, and his little hands were cooking skillfully. A plate of peanuts, a pot of pheasant stewed with mushrooms. There was nothing else but plenty of mountain products, and Su Daimao always got some of the good stuff after showing a movie. As soon as the dishes were served, the three of them started eating. Qin Huiru picked up a few pieces of meat and turned to leave. When she came back, she was holding Huihua in her arms, followed by Bangang and Xiaodang. Seeing Bangang turning into a big bald head again, Su Daimao was stunned. The stitches on the left were just removed, and the stitches on the right were just fixed last night. I went to the hospital and had them sewn and removed at the same time. The two wounds were quite symmetrical, and I watched as all three children went into the house. Good man. Su Daimao felt that he had suffered a great loss, and he lost his temper and became the second Shazhu. But when he saw Qin Jingru's face, Su Daimao's mind became active. Shazhu leaned against the doorframe and watched Qin Huiru take the child to Su Daimao's house. He felt bad and always felt like he was being cheated on. What is the meaning of Sister Qin going to Su Daimao's house today? Introducing someone to me. Wow, they all went to Su Daimao's house. So I fried some peanuts and started drinking alone. Thinking about it, is it worth it to always help Qin Huiru carry her lunchbox? Shazhu also knew that Qin Huiru had been trying to hook him, but he just couldn't help himself. I willingly let her suck my blood, and I feel uncomfortable if she doesn't suck my blood. He also knew that Bangang came to his house every day to steal cauliflower and peanuts. They even deliberately put some in a conspicuous place on the table. This kind of mentality can be considered a kind of pathology. Zhang Jianjun worked hard with his samurai sword for a while, and after chopping down a bunch of trees and feeling that it was enough, he turned around a few more times. After searching the entire hill, we caught 5 hares and 2 pheasants, but still didn't find any large animals. I looked at the time and it was already past 2 in the afternoon, so there was still more than an hour to go. So he took off into the air and floated down the mountain. It was easy for others to go up the mountain but difficult to go down. It was much easier for Zhang Jianjun to go down the mountain than to go up, like a bat gliding down the mountain. Take the bicycle out of the space. Ride on the way home. When Zhang Jianjun returned to the courtyard, he happened to meet Yan Bagui riding back on a bicycle with a fishing rod. The third uncle was reluctant to spend money on a hanging net, so he always carried a small bucket when he went fishing. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "Uncle, I can tell by the bucket you have, you must have caught a lot of fish today. I haven't had any meat in a few days, so why don't you come to your house to get some?" The third uncle's face flushed. "I didn't check the almanac today. The wind direction is wrong and there are no fish. It's too cold. No matter how good your technique is, there's nothing you can do about it." Zhang Jianjun walked over and took a look. He saw a small fish about 2 fingers long that was frozen solid. You can probably salvage it by adding a few eggs and a little more water. It's still a fish soup, after all, so it's a good addition to your meal. Yuli just came out from the inner room and laughed when she heard this. The third uncle was speechless for a while. "You are getting poorer and poorer. Do you think eggs are so easy to get? Why do you still need to crack a few?" After saying that, the third uncle carried the bucket and went into the house. Yuli saw Zhang Jianjun was about to leave. I quickly asked softly, "Jianjun, are you and Haidang having a conflict?" I went home and asked Haidang about the situation, but she didn't say anything. "Sister Yuli, Haidang and I have always been colleagues. There's no conflict at all. It's just that young people are starting to have feelings for each other. There's a saying that dating isn't about choosing to get married. That's just being naughty. You're still young and not ready for each other." Yuli nodded after hearing this. "That's right. If you're not suitable for each other, it's best not to break that window paper." Suddenly, a scream was heard in the courtyard, and it was Lu Guangtian's voice. Fortunately, everyone was used to the daily life of the second uncle, and no one went over to watch the fun. But the second aunt's shouting startled everyone. "Lu Haizhong, you are too cruel. The child was motionless in broad daylight, and you hit him on the head." Now the onlookers could no longer sit still at home and all gathered at the door to watch inside. Zhang Jianjun swept his mental power and saw that Lu Guangtian had been slashed in the head by the second uncle. There was a big hole on his head with blood coming out. It was probably because he was hit on the head by a stick. The second uncle was also panicked when he saw it. Even if he beat her to death, the whole thing would be over. The second aunt wiped her tears and applied a towel to the wound. Yi Zonghai, who hadn't been seen for a long time, also came out and squeezed into the second uncle's house. Seeing this situation, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Damn, a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. These sons are torturing me to death. It's not easy for me to find someone to take care of me in my old age. Old Lu, this is your family matter and we don't want to get involved. But if someone dies, even if it's your son, you'll have to go to jail. If you don't send him to the hospital, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, the second uncle hurriedly called the trembling Lu Guangfu. They borrowed a cart from Erhuse's house, and the father and son took Lu Guangtian to the hospital. Zhang Jianjun shook his head. No one would care about the second uncle anymore. It was his own fault. Who could stand being beaten like this every day? The most important thing was that his eldest son had already run away with his wife. Shazhu saw Yi Zonghai in the crowd but didn't approach him to talk. Instead, he nodded to Zhang Jianjun. Yi Zonghai felt mixed emotions when he saw this scene. He pushed his bicycle towards the backyard and saw Bangang sitting on a high stool at the door, staring at Zhang Jianjun with hatred. Zhang Jianjun was displeased when he saw Bangang's look. As soon as he turned into the backyard, he controlled his mental power to scan the stool. Hearing the miserable howl of Zhongyuan Bangang, Zhang Jianjun raised the corners of his mouth. If you still don't behave after 2 cuts, I'll give you a third one. When Jiazhang heard Bangang's screams, she came out and was completely stunned. He could fall down even when sitting at the doorstep. He must have been possessed by a demon. This time, Bangang pounced forward, and his forehead made direct contact with the ground. Qin Huiru wanted to cry but had no tears. She had just had stitches done the night before, and now there was another wound right in the middle of her forehead. He hurriedly called Shazhu and carried Bangang to the hospital. Shazhu thought that if anything happened, it would be me who would take care of it. Jiazhang lit 3 incense sticks at home, muttering to herself. This time she didn't summon the dead for fear that it would be even more evil, so she prayed for blessings from the gods and Buddhas. The onlookers in the compound were satisfied this time and went back to their homes to find their mothers. When I first opened the door, I was still wondering whether to cook in the house or in the space. Eating meat every day is too high profile. Just as I was about to close the door and enter the space, Yushui ran over and said with a red face, "Brother Jianjun, do you still have those cucumbers? I want to try some. If you don't want them for free, I can help you wash your clothes." Zhang Jianjun's mouth twitched. Why do little girls like cucumbers? But this thing is too eye-catching, so he smiled and said, "Rainwater, there are no cucumbers left, but there are still some radishes. I'll give them to you later. They taste delicious." Zhang Jianjun went into the inner room and took out 2 radishes from the space. When Yushui saw the thick and long radish, her eyes lit up. It was too big and so white, it must be delicious. Zhang Jianjun said, "Rainwater, you'd better forget about washing my clothes. If others see me, they'll think I'm treating you like a servant or label you a wealthy landlord. Eat it secretly or it'll be gone." Yushui, "Brother Jianjun, thank you. I will definitely repay you after I get a job. By the way, Brother Jianjun, do you have a partner? Last time I saw you with Yu Haitang, is she your partner?" Zhang Jianjun said jokingly, "You're just a little girl, but you're asking questions like an old lady. Take the radish and go home quickly. Don't let anyone see you." Yushui took the radish with a red face, stuffed it into her cotton-padded jacket and went home. Zhang Jianjun bolted the door, picked up the pots and pans, and slipped into the space. It is better to cook in the space to avoid getting into trouble. Looking around, I saw that the wheat had already sprouted tender ears and would be ready for harvest in another day. Around the corner, a patch of shrubs and bamboo forest had unexpectedly grown taller and thicker, becoming lush and green. A few hares and roe deer had gradually adapted to the environment. There were actually a few tender green bamboo shoots growing in the bamboo forest. Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed and thought it was worthy of being called a planting space. This way, even if the space expands again, there is no need to look for trees and bamboos. When it expands again, just use your ability to pile up small hills, and the space will become a small world. There were mountains, water, and animals, and Zhang Jianjun was still daydreaming about the future. There was a wave above his head, and Zhang Jianjun looked up, his eyes narrowing. Above the space, the faintly visible vortex seemed to have grown a little. It was once only the size of a bowl, but now it was as big as a plate. It no longer looked like it could disappear at any moment, and its shape was much more solid than when it first appeared. Zhang Jianjun felt uneasy, like a black hole. Could this be a space channel from fantasy? Zhang Jianjun's mind wandered again, remembering the system's initial words, "The space system is loading, but due to insufficient energy for time travel." Then it ran away. Time is supreme, space is king. Zhang Jianjun began to daydream, having read a lot of fantasy novels in his previous life. In the hospital lobby, Shazhu walked in breathlessly carrying a stick on his back. When paying the money, Qin Huiru looked as if she was about to cry. Shazhu saw that he had to pay the money and sent the patient to the infirmary. The doctors and nurses were all stunned. This child looked so familiar. The first time he came here for stitches, the second time he came here for stitches to be removed, and this time he came here for stitches again. He must be here for a medical experiment. Looking at Shazhu's head, which is still not healed, this is fucking hereditary. The doctor was speechless and looked up at the sky, and said to Shazhu and Qin Huiru, "You are such incompetent parents, aren't you? If you keep going like this, you'll either die or become an idiot. How many times can your head withstand being hurt? Do you think it's just for fun?" Shazhu's old face turned red, but he was secretly happy in his heart. This doctor was really good at chatting. He secretly glanced at Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru was very embarrassed and kept mumbling without saying a word. I was thinking about it again. It's really weird. Zhang Jianjun photographed several large crucian carp and a small lake in the space. I started to stew the fish soup. If we are going to stew fish soup, crucian carp is the best choice. The stewed fish soup is milky white and very nutritious, but it must be made with wild crucian carp. I remember when I was a child in my previous life, if a family had a baby but no milk, they would make soup with crucian carp. This will have the effect of promoting lactation. Not to mention the crucian carp soup stewed with spiritual spring water, which is tender, smooth, refreshing and rich in aroma, which will stimulate your appetite. Cooking in space is really fun, it's like fully automatic, you just need to control it with your spiritual sense. Zhang Jianjun felt like he didn't want to go out, and then he shook his head. If a person is out of touch with society, he is no longer a human being. It may be okay for 1 or 2 days, but it will be a long time. They may not become gods, but they will definitely become crazy. After all, from ancient times to the present, humans are still social beings. Thinking of the chaos outside, with my current abilities, it would be very easy to make a few people disappear with just a thought. But there is a saying that a hero breaks the law with force, and if he becomes bloodthirsty, he will definitely go astray. If bullets don't work, there are still artillery shells and missiles. Everything must have its reason, and excessive interference will lead to cause and effect. It will do no good to improve your mental strength in the future, but if someone provokes you, it will be like a stab in the back. If you can help, naturally help out, and then gild yourself to get through the stormy period. If something really happens, won't there be space? Zhang Jianjun ate while thinking, and when he figured it out, he suddenly felt relaxed all over. After a good meal and a rest, I started practicing Tai Chi. The effect of the breakthrough was very obvious. As the mental power penetrated the body, it was like a small whirlwind, and the soil particles danced up and down. A 3-meter diameter earth-colored ring accompanies the body. The 42 posture Tai Chi is completed. He used his mental power to control the arrow and shot it towards the small tree in the distance. With a whoosh, it pierced through a small tree 100 meters away. When Zhang Jianjun saw this, he realized that there was no need for a Manchurian bow and used his mental power to control the object as if it were his own arm. If the mental power does not spread into a circle, it can lock onto anything within 100 to 200 meters in one direction. This is a completely weakened version of sword-wielding technique. It should have reached the level of Qi refining stage. What Taoists practice is nothing more than 3 words: essence, Qi, and spirit. Refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness. He was familiar with the routines of the primitive human race. Zhang Jianjun was fantasizing again and couldn't help but fantasize. There were no cultivation books either. The cheating finger hadn't even warmed up yet and it went offline again. I can only rely on the Tai Chi manual to slowly explore. I thought about making some steel needles in the future, which would make it easier to operate. In the Su family compound, Qin Jingru came to Damao's house alone. Qin Huiru and Shazu were still in the hospital and had not returned yet. Qin Jingru felt uncomfortable facing Zhejiang alone. The only people in this courtyard knew Su Damao and Shazu, so they walked into Su Damao's house. As soon as Su Damao saw Qin Jingru coming in, he was overjoyed. There was only a plate of peanuts on the table, and I planned to make do with dinner for one person. After Qin Jingru arrived, she cooked another soup and brought it to the table. The 2 people ate and chatted. Qin Jingru said distressfully, "Brother Damao, I don't think I can stay here for a few more days. Aunt Jia has been giving me the cold shoulder these past few days. Sister Jingru, if you want to stay in this city, you can't live under someone else's roof. At the very least, you need to find a job or someone to marry. Your brother Damao may not have any other skills, but he has enough food, drink, and housing. Would you consider it?" After saying that, he filled Qin Jingru's glass with wine, and Qin Jingru's face turned red. "Brother Damao, I heard from others that you are infertile. Even if I marry you, what will I do with the child?" Su Damao felt uncomfortable when he heard this, and he rolled his eyes and said something. "Sister Jingru, you have to believe me. Medical science is developing rapidly, and this problem will definitely be cured in the future. Even if it can't be cured, we can adopt an abandoned baby from the neighborhood committee and raise him from a young age, just like our own son. Isn't that the same as raising him like our own son?" Qin Jingru drank a little wine and her mind was full of random thoughts and confusion. "If I don't have a job, I definitely won't be able to stay here. Zhejiang is not an easy person to get along with. I really don't want to go all the way to the city and then return to the countryside. I originally wanted to try dating Shazu, but my cousin washes Shazu's pants every day, so what's the big deal?" I thought of Zhang Jianjun in the backyard, but every time he came back, he never looked at me straight in the eye. Su Damao saw Qin Jingru's face flickering and was secretly happy, thinking there was a chance. So I decided to add fuel to the fire. Jingru, although Daimao is a little older than you, I'm also a projectionist at the factory. I get a decent salary every month, and I have a good relationship with the factory leaders. If you're dating me, I'll just give gifts to the factory leaders, and you'll get a job, right? I've shown movies in the countryside, and it was too hard and tiring. It's not suitable for a weak girl like you. Qin Jingru, who was still hesitating, stood there in a daze as if she had been hit in the vitals. Yes, it is indeed too hard. People like her can only earn half the work points every day. The most you get is 6 work points, and 10 work points are only worth 1 dime and 1 cent. Only adult male labor force can get full marks. After deducting expenses, it would be good if I could have $10 or $8 left in a year. Qin Jingru drank the wine in the glass and raised her head. Brother Daimao, I promise you, but you have to come to my house to propose marriage before we can decide. Su Daimao was ecstatic and secretly proud of himself. Lu Xiaoyi, even without you, I, Su Daimao, am still as free and easy as ever. The inertia of history is always difficult to change, and Su Daimao still got together with Qin Jingru. Because of Zhang Jianzhen's arrival, this process was brought forward. Jia Zhang has had a very miserable time these days. Ever since Qin Jingru's arrival, the Jia family has suffered a series of misfortunes. The eldest grandson's head was split open one after another, and he was beaten so badly by Su Daimao that he lost 3 teeth. I originally thought I had made a profit when I received the $30, and now Zhang Jianzhen cheated me out of $10 again yesterday. This is so unlucky. Jia Zhang muttered to herself, this Qin Jingru is such a jinx. I have to confront her tomorrow and tell her to get out. If she keeps going on like this, who knows what will happen to the family. At this time, Shazhu was pulling Bang Gang and Qin Huiru back. Seeing that Qin Huiru looked much more haggard these days, he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Qin Huiru rolled her eyes when she saw He Yuju's silly look through the streetlight. Don't worry, Zuzi. My cousin Qin Jingru has a good impression of you. Don't think too much. I'll ask her when I get home. Shazhu spoke with a simple and honest look. Thank you, Sister Qin. I think Sister Jingru won't suffer if she follows me. At least she won't have to worry about food and drink, right? Qin Huiru muttered to herself, if she really marries you, she won't have any worries, but I might have to worry. So he smiled and said, don't worry, your sister Qin is here. If I don't help you, who will? Bang Gang watched the two of them talking and laughing, feeling a little uncomfortable and muttering to himself. Why is my mom talking to this idiot so much? She only brings a few slices of meat to her lunchbox every day. How stingy. If Shazhu knew what Bang Gang was thinking, he would probably slap him against the wall. There's a saying that goes, a child's upbringing is a child's upbringing, and it's not without reason. Once something goes astray, it's hard to straighten it out, especially with a grandmother who's always spoiling her. Zhang Jianzhen stayed in the space for more than 2 hours, thinking about how to continue improving. Looking at the reflection on the lake, I felt troubled. This delicate and tender boy really looked like a weak scholar. Drinking spiritual spring water every day has the effect of making me feel younger and younger. She is only 19 years old. It would be funny if she became like a middle school student. It would be nice if mental power could change one's height and appearance. Ah, young handsome guys are also a kind of trouble. Zhang Jianzhen said arrogantly. If your appearance doesn't change much over time, you'll have a lot of trouble. If an old man refuses to die, he is a thief. Then what is the point of not getting old at all? He shook his head and muttered to himself that there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. I calmed down and practiced Tai Chi again. When I came out of the space and looked at my watch, it was past 8 o'clock. I have to start work tomorrow. Lying on the bed and smoking a cigarette, then fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Jianzhen woke up and looked out the window. He didn't know when the courtyard was covered with a thin layer of white gauze. It snowed in Siju City early in the morning, although the snow came a little late this year. But the snow did not forget this proud city after all. Zhang Jianzhen entered the space, washed up, and performed a set of Tai Chi. Breakfast was once again cucumber with spiritual spring water. He put on the military coat he had collected from the number 2 courtyard and pushed the cart out of the courtyard. The falling snowflakes could not dampen the enthusiasm of workers going to work, and groups of workers walked towards the factory. Qin Huiru trotted over and said, Brother Jianzhen, can you please take care of me? The road is wet under the snow, and my cloth shoes might be soaked by the time I get to the factory. Zhang Jianzhen said, Sister Qin, I'm not being mean. The road is slippery with fresh snow. I can't be held responsible if you fall. The snow hasn't melted yet, so it won't get wet. After saying that, he rode away on his bike. Although he was not afraid of Qin Huiru, he didn't want to provoke her either. Qin Huiru looked at Zhang Jianzhen's departing back with resentment. Zhang Jianzhen is too hard to approach. This guy seems to be getting better and better, but I just can't get in touch with him. I arrived at the steel rolling mill despite the wind and snow, and showed up at the section chief's office to see that there were no task instructions. I went back to the reading room to continue doing some leisure time. It was snowing today, so I guess there wouldn't be any tasks to do. In the rehearsal room of the Kyoto art troupe, Wang Hongmei is rehearsing the performance of My Motherland and I today. The day after tomorrow is January 1st, and the propaganda department has instructed that this song be broadcast on January 1st. The accompanying band on stage is not like a steel mill, with all kinds of instruments. This song has been reviewed by higher UPS and approved by senior professors. It has a beautiful melody and a strong patriotic atmosphere. It's a perfect song to start the new year. After the accompaniment sounded, a beautiful and clear female voice was heard. Me and my motherland can't be separated for even a moment. The singing seemed to melt the ice and snow, singing the deep love and dependence of the people of all ethnic groups on their motherland. At 8:30 in the morning, in the reading room of the steel mill, Zhang Jianjun was browsing yesterday's newspaper. Secretary Zhou knocked lightly on the door and walked in. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, the factory director wants to see you about something. It seems a newspaper reporter is coming. Zhang Jianjun was a little confused when he heard this. Why did the newspaper want him to do something? He nodded, stood up, and followed Secretary Zhou to the factory director's office. Director Yang was chatting with a man and a woman, the man about 35. The woman was young, holding a camera and a sheaf of manuscript paper. When Director Yang saw Zhang Jianjun come in, he introduced him with a smile on his face. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, these two are reporters from the Sijukan Daily, Comrade Wang Changjeng and Comrade Li Wanting. Yang Zhenhua then turned to the reporter and said, "This is Zhang Jianjun, a clerk in the publicity department of our third steel rolling mill." Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up when he saw the female reporter. Clear and bright big eyes, curved eyebrows, and long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her flawless fair skin is faintly pink, her thin lips are tender and juicy, her nose is straight and upturned, her long hair is draped over her shoulders and curled naturally in a playful way, and the rare gray tweed coat cannot hide her slender and proud figure and her pair of long legs. This is the most elegant girl Zhang Jianjun has ever seen since he traveled through time. Li Wanting looked at Zhang Jianjun secretly when she saw him. She thought he was a weak scholar, but he had a good figure. The neat crew cut, fair and healthy skin, and a height of about 1.8 meters made him very pleasing to the eye. Director Yang coughed and Zhang Jianjun touched his nose. Li Wanting was also a little embarrassed, but her good journalistic qualities allowed her to quickly adjust herself. The two sides sat down face to face at the desk. He asked, "We are commissioned by the propaganda department in the Sijukan Daily to interview you and ask you a few questions about your creative work. What kind of mood and state did you feel when you wrote My Motherland and I? Because the song you wrote will be broadcast on January 1st. Zhang Jianjun, first of all, it's a dream. We live in this great era. When I see every frontline worker working hard for the development of this nation, what can we, the clerks, do for this era? My dream is to record the working people and cherish the hard-earned life scenes of today. Dreams are the driving force behind a person's struggle and the source of his or her spirit." Under the care of Director Yang and the encouragement of my colleagues, I was inspired to compose this song. Zhang Jianjun didn't blush or get nervous, as he got used to it after copying for a while. This song was released 20 years later. I'm sorry guys, my current level is only enough to be a plagiarist. A different light flashed in Li Wanting's eyes when she heard this. Yang Zhenhua felt very happy. This kid was so careful that he even brought him along. Li Wanting then asked, "How did your family educate you? What kind of family environment did you grow up in?" Zhang Jianjun sighed, "My father was a veteran who experienced the Korean War in the 1950s, so I basically lived with my mother when I was a child. Although my mother wasn't well educated, she understood the importance of family and country. She often taught me that the greater good is the foundation of the smaller family, and she told me that your father is fighting for the greater good." Zhang Jianjun took a sip of water to moisten his throat and continued, "After retiring, my father worked as a security guard at a steel mill. He often said, 'You've left the army but your legacy lives on.' He served for everyone's safety. He was dedicated to production safety at the factory. He fulfilled his promise and died gloriously while fighting a warehouse fire. This is my family, and it is the best education." Director Yang wiped his eyes and led the applause. Reporter Wang also clapped with red eyes. Li Wanting's eyes were filled with mist. Zhang Jianjun saw that the effect was good and it was worth my dry mouth. Yang Zhenhua, this guy really created a good atmosphere, he should be promoted. I'm really lucky today. If the newspaper can also have a few words about me, it will be even more satisfying. Li Wanting asked several more questions, and Zhang Jianjun answered them all politely and courteously. Finally, Li Wanting asked, "Are you dating? If not, what kind of wife do you want to be with you for the rest of your life?" Zhang Jianjun coughed and touched his nose. "Is this question also included in the interview?" Li Wanting blushed and said, "If you are not comfortable answering this question, you can skip it. Director Yang and reporter Wang side on the side, saying, "It's great to be young. Zhang Ji and Jun, it's not inconvenient at all. I was still in school a few years ago, and it's only in the past 2 years that I've gotten over my grief, so I didn't have the chance to date. I think it's important for two people to understand each other first. The second is mutual trust, and the third is unwavering loyalty. This is the foundation for forming a family and the condition for long-term companionship. Love is not just about the daily necessities of life, but also about being able to cuddle with each other even when we are old, so I want to find someone who shares the same ideals as me." Reporter Lee's eyes lit up when she heard this. This was also the love she longed for when she was in college. Reporter Wang said, "Comrade Zhang Ji and Jun needs to take a few more photos. Let's go to the square outside the steel mill. There's a wide view and good lighting." So a few of them came to the square. The sky was still snowing, making the entire steel mill covered in silver. Fortunately, it was not as heavy as in the morning. Reporter Wang took a liking to the poster at first sight. "It looks majestic from a distance and is a great background." Reporter Lee curiously asked Director Yang who drew it. When he learned that it was Zhang Ji and Jun in front of him, he was even more excited. Zhang Ji and Jun stood in front of the mural and looked into the distance with a smile, and the camera captured the scene. "We took a group photo with Director Yang, Lee Wanting and the other two, and the interview was basically over." Director Yang looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. So he said, "Thank you, reporters. I've already notified the canteen that we'll have a meal together later. You can take a break in the reception room, or ask Comrade Zhang Ji and Jun to accompany you on a tour of our factory." Reporter Wang smiled and nodded. "I won't be shopping anymore. I still have to take care of my camera equipment. It's snowing lightly, after all, so I need to keep it from getting wet." Lee Wanting looked at Zhang Ji and Jun and said playfully, "Great writer, would you be so kind as to give me a tour of your factory?" Zhang Ji and Jun nodded awkwardly. How could he not be embarrassed? After all, he still felt a little uneasy. "It's my great honor to be with you." The two of them walked together and talked as they walked. Lee Wanting also changed from a serious reporter to a playful and cute girl. As the two sides discussed their ideals and looked forward to the future, they became more familiar with each other, like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. The flying snowflakes are like a shy girl, with beautiful dance steps, floating gently towards the human world. At noon, in the private room on the second floor of the canteen, the dishes were already placed on the table. There were 6 people sitting around the dining table: Director Yang, Deputy Director Lee, Chief Chen of the Propaganda Department, 2 reporters, and Zhang Ji and Jun. Director Yang smiled and raised his glass. "Welcome, journalists, to visit our third steel rolling mill. I also congratulate Comrade Zhang Ji and Jun on having his song approved, which brings honor to our third steel rolling mill. I also wish everyone greater success in 1966. Deputy Director Lee still looked listless and was reviewing documents in his office when he heard that a reporter was interviewing Zhang Ji and Jun. "I almost dropped the teacup at that time. This propaganda chief is really not a human being. This old guy Yang Zhenhua is really good at grabbing political achievements. Originally, the propaganda department's affairs should be reported to him. Good heavens, I've been so worried and distracted these days that I've missed a lot of things. I didn't perform well when the big boss came over. I was worried for a while, but things have been calm these days. The big backer behind you has warned that the situation may change in the future, so be careful. My mindset gradually changed, so when I heard about this, I rushed over." Li Huade continued, "Congratulations, Comrade Zhang Ji and Jun. Last year, you first came to our steel mill to report. I was checking the documents and files, and I saw that you were quite impressive. I knew you'd be a great talent, so I assigned you to the publicity department. Sure enough, you made a big splash this year. Not bad, really good, proving I wasn't wrong about you back then." Director Yang and Section Chief Lee looked at each other, thinking that the old fox was trying to steal the credit. Zhang Ji and Jun thought to himself, "Did I see this Li Huade last year? He was a handsome man with an extraordinary bearing. At this time last year, he should have been quiet and thin as a fishing rod." Zhang Ji and Jun said, "Thank you, Director Yang and Deputy Director Lee, for your concern. I also thank Section Chief Chen for his care. I will continue to work hard, maintain a sincere heart, do more and talk less, and do my job in a down-to-earth and pragmatic manner." The 2 reporters at the table felt that although the atmosphere was lively, there was a hint of conflict. Keen observation is one of the basic elements of a journalist's profession. It seems that these 2 factory managers are not on good terms. But these are all internal matters of other people's factories, so just act as if nothing has happened and start working on the table. At the dinner table, everyone was chatting and laughing, toasting each other's cups, discussing their work and praising each other. Lee Wanting smiled and picked up the teacup. "Comrade Zhang Ji and Jun, I will offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. I wish you can create more works. You can also submit articles to our newspaper. We have 4 sections, and one of our supplements is about literature and education. Jang Jianjun quickly reviewed the Sijukan Daily in his mind. The Sijukan Daily is a weekly newspaper, which is sent out once a week and is customized by the factory propaganda department. The mainstream newspaper in Siju City at this time was still the People's Daily, followed by Guangming Daily, Siju City Daily, and the Evening News. Some of these newspapers also had special editions. Ta Kung Pao, Sports Daily, China Youth Daily read by primary and secondary school students, and if you say the most mysterious one is Reference News. In those days, newspapers only cost 5 or 6 cents a copy, and the front page of the newspaper usually contained major news. The supplements naturally include education and literature sections. Jang Jianjun said, "Thank you for your blessing," reporterly. "If you feel inspired to write a good article, you can submit it. Right now, work is my priority. Art comes from life. Only when I do my own thing well can I have time to create." Everyone nodded. This kid was not yet able to understand the situation. Naturally, both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal, but who knows what each of them was thinking. Director Yang arranged for Jang Jianjun and Section Chief Chen to escort the two reporters out the door. Standing outside the factory gate, Li Wanting turned back with a sweet smile. "Comrade Jang Jianjun, please leave your home address so that we can contact you for follow-up reports and discuss any good creations together." Jang Jianjun, "It would be my honor to discuss and exchange ideas with reporter Li in the future. My home address is in Nanluaguk Siang. Almost everyone in the Courtyard houses knows me. Just ask them." Li Wanting said, "It's quite close to my home. My home is near North Street, and it only takes 5 minutes to ride a bike." "Thank you, Section Chief Chen and Comrade Jang Jianjun. We'll leave first. We still have to rush to the newspaper office to finish our manuscript." Watching the two of them ride away on their bikes, Section Chief Chen looked at Jang Jianjun meaningfully. "Comrade Jianjun, you're quite capable. Good things might happen to me after today, and I'll be taking advantage of you. Go back to my office and get a report to fill out the 1965 personnel assessment." "Jang Jianjun, Chief Chen, is there any good news? What good news can you share?" Section Chief Chen smiled without saying anything, and the two of them walked towards the propaganda department office. There was a short break after lunch, and an old man found Shazhu in the third canteen. Yi Zonghai has been in a state of confusion these days, and all his plans have gone down the drain. The two people who took care of the elderly chose their apprentice Ji Dongxiu, who was dead, and Shazhu was now ignoring him. Naturally, he didn't dare to find Shazhu to repair the relationship in the compound, for fear that his image would collapse if others in the compound saw him. After hesitating for a long time, I decided it would be better to look for Shazhu in the factory. The two of them were standing facing each other in a corner of the cafeteria, feeling a little awkward. Yi Zonghai sighed and spoke. "Zhu Ziai, even if I was wrong, I have been good to you all these years. I watched you grow up, and our compound has always been a civilized one. We achieved this by respecting the elderly and loving the young, and by helping each other. Your aunt is also in a bad mood because of this. She has no appetite and I'm afraid she will fall ill if this continues. Come to my house tonight for a drink, visit your aunt, and have a chat." Shazhu was stubborn at first, but he became a little shaken when he heard that an old lady fell ill because of this. Yi Zonghai was secretly delighted when he saw it. It seemed that his method was quite effective. First, he wielded the moral stick of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and then used the poor health of an old lady to poke at Shazhu's soft spot. Moral kidnapping and emotional appeal are used in tandem. Shazhu looked at Yi Zonghai with a complicated expression. "It's fine for an old man to come to your house to see an old woman, but what you did is too unkind. Let's talk about it when we get home from get off work tonight." Yi Zonghai was excited. As long as he could come to his house, it would prove that there was still hope. He smiled and said, okay. Your aunt will be very happy to know you're coming over tonight. When you get home from get off work, I'll buy some meat and we can have a drink together." After saying that, he turned around and left in a hurry. He was afraid that Shazhu would refuse again. When he just saw the old man's hurried back, he secretly sighed that he was not calm enough and was too soft-hearted. "But there is no way to restore our previous relationship and make me obey your orders." In the Jia family compound, Jia Zhang finally had a showdown with Qin Jingru. He was just now scolding Qin Jingru, "Don't blame me for saying harsh words. You've been living in my Jia family for almost a week. My family doesn't run a charity, and we eat and drink for free every day. You're a grown woman with all your hands and feet. It's not a big deal for you to stay here forever without getting a job, right? Either pay for your food every day, or go back to your hometown. My Jia family, an orphan and a widow, can't afford to support an idler." Qin Jingru's face turned red and her eyes were filled with tears after being scolded. She spoke while picking up the packages on the ground. "Aunt, I'll tell my cousin when she comes back, and I won't bother you tomorrow. I secretly thought that when Su Daimao came back, I would have no choice but to live with him." Jia Zhang snorted coldly and went behind the curtain. Qin Jingru hated her in her heart but could do nothing about it. After all, I don't belong here. Was she wrong? Not really, she just didn't know where she stood. It is human nature to pursue a comfortable life. There is no love or hate in this world without reason, but he coveted the prosperous life in the city. There is a price to pay. At noon, in the reading room of the steel mill, Jang Jian-jun was reading the newspaper boredly. I just finished filling out the annual evaluation form. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably get a promotion. Jang Jian-jun felt calm. In fact, being a worker in this era was quite good as it freed him from the burden of being an official. The intrigues are a game between factory leaders and have nothing to do with the workers. It seems that Li Huide is getting restless again, and he decides to go back and take a look. Add some shadows to him, and when he jumps up, hit him with a stick. Without him as the director of the Revolutionary Committee, Su Demao's path to becoming deputy director would have been ruined. I remember that Su Demao got his seat at the bar thanks to a gift from a small yellow croaker. The courtyard can be lively, but the unstable factors must be eliminated at the source first. Jang Jian-jun did what he said and went to the steel rolling mill square to wander around. This time, we no longer have to rely on the downstairs, as the detection range is more than 70 meters. Jang Jian-jun can just use the publicity column to do it. When Jang Jian-jun's mental power swept towards the office on the second floor, he found two people in the lounge. On the bed, Lu Lan was sitting on Deputy Director Li's lap, and Li Huide's big hands were groping dishonestly up and down. Jang Jian-jun was speechless. How horny must Li Huide be to see him having sex in broad daylight? Lu Lan has a similar fate and experience to the heroine Qin Huiru, the same big family with old and young. Lu Lan is also a woman with an unhappy marriage. Although her husband is still alive, he doesn't care about family life. She did not choose to fight against fate, but turned and threw herself into Li Huide's arms. Both of them were circling around a man. The thing that makes Qin Huiru smarter than Lu Lan is that you have to be willing when I suck your blood. Lu Lan may have sold her soul and become someone else's lover out of revenge against her husband. Jang Jian-jun didn't peek too much and started searching the three houses directly. A new jar of tea appeared on the desk, and he took it in with a thought. There was only over 30 yuan in cash in the drawer, which he took without hesitation. 2 packs of cigarettes and a bottle of wine. Li Huide is really scared. This time the office was much simpler than last time, and we searched around for a long time but found very little. Seeing the quilt on the bed moving, Jang Jian-jun gave a wicked smile. He picked up the teacup from Deputy Director Li's office and threw it to the ground. There was a crisp sound and a scream came from under the quilt. Then you could hear a pin drop in the room, and the quilt didn't move. Jang Jian-jun's mouth curled up. I've taken back my mental strength. If I don't scare you to death, I'll at least make you paralyzed for a few days. Jang Jian-jun decided to play a game of cat and mouse. These days, when I have nothing to do, I go to Li Huide's place and stimulate him when I have nothing to do. The steel mill should be much more peaceful without this big villain. Jang Jian-jun was in a very happy mood at this time, like a child who had successfully played a prank. I turned around and went back to the reading room. I thought I had nothing to do in the afternoon, and since I had filled out the form, I said hello to Section Chief Chen. I rode my bike to Shishaha again, but this time it wasn't flooded. It would be a shame not to send more fish into such a small lake. When we arrived at Shishaha and were about to turn into Deshengmen, we heard a burst of shouting and cursing from the front. Jang Jian-jun rode over with his melon-eating nature, and saw 3 young men surrounding 2 girls on the ice. It turned out that a few people had bumped into each other while skating and were looking for trouble. Fuck, red scarf, whose the hell are you? Why are you blocking the slide? Another young man cried out in pain, my ankle is sprained. If you 2 girls don't give me an explanation today, damn it, I'm not Zhao if I don't teach you a lesson. The 2 girls had never seen such a scene before and were trembling with fear. Jang Jian-jun was stunned after taking a closer look. These 2 people look so familiar. Isn't this Zhou Xiaobai? The one next to him should be Luo Yun. Why is this a mix-up? If you think about it carefully, Zhou Xiaobai's father is a real person. Her father was Commander Zhou, who was awarded the rank of Lieutenant General and Deputy Commander in 1955. The Sai Heiwan is the connecting part, and the characters in it are basically the screenwriters. When I think about it this way, it makes sense. It is normal for Zhou Xiaobai to appear during this period of time. It seemed that the 3 men were about to step forward and pull Zhou Xiaobai and the other 2. Jang Jian-jun, in a playful mood, yelled, "Let go of the 2 girls and let me take over." After saying that, he put down his bicycle and walked onto the ice. The 3 young men looked at each other in surprise. After recovering from his shock, the tall young man said arrogantly, "Who the hell are you? Which compound are you from?" Jang Jian-jun glared. "Why the hell do you care who I am or which compound I'm from? I'll tell you my name to scare you. I'm Zhang Debiao, the boss of Sanlitun." Zhou Xiaobai, Luo Yun, the 3 of them, must have met a psychopath. The leader saw that he had met a stupid road deer today. Brothers, beat him up. He's the boss of Sanlitun. I've never heard of this guy before. The three men rushed forward with their fists raised. Zhang Jianjun adopted a Tai Chi stance and injected a little mental power into them. When the people around saw that a fight had broken out, many people gathered around to watch. Zhang Jianjun was calm and composed, within the range of his powerful spiritual sense. Every movement seemed to be half a beat slow. He deflected the oncoming fist with his left hand, and with a high thrust of his right hand, he lunged straight at the leading young man's face. Then he stepped forward and moved to the left to easily avoid the flying kick, and used a right single whip kick to hit the waist, and then added a blocking punch to hit the ribs of the last person. The movements flow smoothly as if they had been practiced 1,000 times, and the graceful moves follow the movements like a shadow. He performed the Tai Chi moves perfectly. Looking at the three people lying on the ice, everyone opened their mouths wide. This was too fast. It was over before they had even finished a handful of melon seeds. Several little girls who were learning to skate in the crowd looked at Zhang Jianjun with shining eyes. It's so cool to see how Beijing is able to fight, and his movements are so free and easy. Zhang Jianjun was still pretending to return the chi to the danchan, and his Tai Chi closing posture was so showy. An old man in the crowd muttered, "Authentic Yang-style Tai Chi, this should be close to the master level." At this time, Zhou Xiaobai was secretly looking at Zhang Jianjun from behind. Zhang Jianjun also looked at Zhou Xiaobai carefully. She is only about 18 or 19 years old and looks like an actress from later generations. She has big, bright eyes and a red scarf around her neck, and she has the elegant temperament of a girl from a military compound. Zhou Xiaobai and Luo Yun walked over, their faces still a little pale from fright. Luo Yun's eyes sparkled as she spoke first. "Thank you, Comrade Zhang Debiao. If it weren't for you, Xiaobai and I would be in danger." Zhang Jianjun. "Well, since he has the surname Zhang, it doesn't hurt. Hey guys, what should we do with these three people? Should we report them to the police? There are too many people here and we don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Can we chat over there?" Zhou Xiaobai looked at Luo Yun and nodded. "There's no need to report it to the police, but you can just take a walk." Zhang Jianjun was pushing a bicycle, and the three of them were walking on the road to Deshengmen. Zhou Xiaobai asked curiously, "Comrade Zhang Debiao, you must still be a student. I didn't expect to meet such a martial arts expert." Zhang Jianjun's heart twitched. This damn skin color makes her look immature. "I dropped out of school after graduating from high school last year. Now I'm working as a clerk in a steel mill. I don't even know the names of the two girls." Luo Yun said, "My name is Luo Yun, and she is my friend Zhou Xiaobai." Zhang Jianjun thought that now it was confirmed that it was these two. Zhou Xiaobai said, "I really envy you guys who work in factories. Unlike us, who just graduated from school and haven't decided where to work yet. I want to stay in Beijing, but my family wants me to become a military doctor." Zhang Jianjun thought about the original drama, in which Zhou Xiaobai did serve as a military doctor in the army and later became a female officer. This is Zhou's father paving the way for his daughter's future. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "Wherever we go, we are serving the people. As long as we have a good mood, we will see beautiful scenery everywhere." Zhou Xiaobai said with a playful smile, "I didn't realize you had some literary talent, Comrade Zhang Debiao. You're both talented in literature and martial arts. What do you think of your kung fu just now? Your posture was quite beautiful." Zhang Jianjun, this boxing style has a long history. Legend has it that the first person to perform this style of boxing was the great master Zhang Sanfen. He was the founder of the Wudang school. Later, this set of boxing techniques was modified by various schools and passed down to this day. Famous ones include the Chen, Yang, Wu, and Sun styles. My set is the Yang style Tai Chi boxing modified by the great master Yang Lichen. Zhou Xiaobai and Luo Yun looked at Zhang Jianjun's endless explanation with admiration. Luo Yun asked excitedly, "Comrade Zhang Debiao's boxing is beautiful. Can girls practice it?" Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun curiously without saying anything. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. He was the one who had applied the name Zhang Debiao to himself. So there is the octagonal pavilion park. Laughter and joy. The snow stopped. Though the sun isn't shining brightly, winter here still has a sense of life. The tranquility added by the deep winter season is lost amid the bustling crowds in the narrow alleys of Hawarhe. After strolling along the lake and enjoying the scenery leisurely, the three of them finally stopped. Zhou Xiaobai said reluctantly, "I had a lot of fun today. Thank you, Comrade de Biao. It's getting late and we should go back. I remember you're in Nanlua Guxiang. When I come to play with you, don't say you don't know me. And remember to teach me Tai Chi next time." Luo Yun also smiled and said, "Goodbye, martial arts master. I hope to see you next time." Zhang Jianjun also smiled and waved, "I'm glad to meet you, too. As long as you don't mind that this is a slum, you're welcome to come and play in our compound." Watching the two people leave, Zhang Jianjun sighed. Life is unpredictable and one has to suffer through many twists and turns. I didn't expect to meet Zhou Xiaobai while fishing. Her father Zhou Zhenyi's is a deputy commander. Even after the wind started, it did not affect their compound at all. When I looked at the time, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the three of them had been playing for more than 2 hours. The current location is right on the shore of Haoerhe Lake. Zhang Jianjun found an empty corner and faced Haoerhe, sweeping his mental power in a fan shape towards the lake. Through the ice, we can reach the depths of the lake. This time, we even saved the trouble of fishing. Last time I broke through the bottleneck of my mental power, and now I can catch fish as easily as using my own arms. Zhang Jianjun sent big fish into the space one after another. When he felt that there were too few, he rode his bicycle to change positions. While pretending to enjoy the scenery, he was busy and happy. He even did not let go of the turtles buried in the mud and sand. When he moved to the third corner, Zhang Jianjun found a corpse lying at the bottom of the lake. Zhang Jianjun was startled and gathered his thoughts, carefully examining the remains of a man. It was so decayed that its age could not be seen. It was wrapped in a torn sack and a stone was tied to it. Zhang Jianjun's stomach twitched as he watched, and he no longer had the heart to collect the fish. The public security in Beijing was very strict in the 1960s, but the downside was that there was no surveillance back then. Especially in the 1950s, more than 10,000 enemy spies were lurking in this ancient city. After several large-scale sweeps, hundreds of radios were seized. The most famous incident is the Universal Radio Incident. The public security situation is much better now, but there are still some vagrant criminals who slip through the net. Zhang Jianjun also read about it in the newspaper. One of the bandits was very famous, named Qin Qiuaqing, from Zhangjiajia, and he started committing crimes before liberation. He was the last bandit to be apprehended in mainland my country. He had been on the run for 16 years. In 1965, the country mobilized 7,000 people to wipe him out. The number of people who died at his hands amounted to hundreds, which can be said to be a heinous crime. Zhang Jianjun saw the body at the bottom of the lake and used his mind to remove the hemp rope and sack. Then push it to the grassy corner of the shore, and whether the body can be recognized depends on fate. Zhang Jianjun was too lazy to go to the police station again. This matter was really difficult to explain. Then he rode his bicycle towards Nanlua Guxian towards home. When he arrived at the gate of the compound, the old man was still cleaning his bicycle. Seeing Uncle Zhang Jianjun walk up to him, he said with a smile, "Jianjun, you're not a kid anymore. Do you want me to introduce you to a girl? The girl is a teacher. She's educated and has good temperament, so she's a good match for you. I also heard from my daughter-in-law that you and Yu Haitang are not dating. You don't have any elders in your family, so as the head of the family, I have to care about your marriage." After the third uncle finished speaking, he rubbed his hands, and Zhang Jianjun was speechless. I thought that this uncle would feel uncomfortable if he didn't take advantage of others every day. I remember introducing a girl to Shazhu in the play. Since the old man took the benefit but didn't do anything, Shazhu was so angry that he removed the wheels of his bicycle. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle. I won't bother introducing you. I'm only 19, so let's talk after the Chinese New Year. The Spring Festival is less than a month away, and I'm too busy at the end of the year to have time for a date. I'm too poor lately and don't have money to drink. Hey, don't worry about my half bag of cornmeal." The third uncle's face twitched. "Look at what you're saying. I'm kindly introducing you to our school's teacher, Ran Kaili. That talented girl doesn't appreciate it, so forget it. Zhang Jianjun, let's talk about it after the new year. I'm really too busy now. See you later, uncle." Su Daimao came back on a bicycle with a rosy face, and Qin Jingru was sitting on the back seat. It turned out that Zhejiang and Qin Jingru had a showdown in the morning, and Qin Jingru went to Su Daimao to explain the situation. Su Daimao took gifts and 20 yuan and went to Qinjia village in the countryside to meet Qin's parents. Qin's parents are both honest country people, and they see that Su Daimao is a city dweller with a stable job. Adding 20 yuan as a betrothal gift, he agreed. I got a letter of introduction and certificate from the commune, and then got another letter of introduction from the factory. After struggling for most of the day, he finally rushed back and said proudly to Zhang Jianjun when he saw him, "Brother Jianjun, you have to call Jingru's sister-in-law when you see her from now on. Your brother Mao is happy today, why don't you come over for a drink?" The third uncle was stunned. Su Daimao was really having fun. He hooked up with Qin Jingru just a few days after his divorce. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "Brother Daimao, congratulations. Forget about tonight. Let's have a drink together on your wedding day." Qin Jingru's face flushed red with a complicated expression. Su Daimao smiled smugly. "Then it will be ready in a few days. The letter of introduction is ready and we can get the marriage certificate tomorrow." The third uncle chimed in, "Daimao, you have something good to say. I'll bring a bottle of wine and have a drink at your place tonight." Su Daimao was happy today and didn't care about Yan Lishao. Third uncle, please don't bring the watered down liquor. Just bring your mouth today. The third uncle immediately smiled and said yes. Su Daimao brought Qin Jingru into the yard with a proud look on his face. Zhang Jianjun thought that maybe there would be something exciting to watch now. Wouldn't it be troublesome to go to your house for a drink in the evening? Without staying for long, Zhang Jianjun pushed his bicycle back to his house. He locked the door and slipped into the space. The space is now full of vitality, with ripples on the surface of the small lake. The bamboo forest in the distance is lush and green, and a few wild rabbits and roe deer are running around in the forest and bamboo garden. The dozen or so half-grown chicks have grown a lot and are having fun in the bamboo forest. They should be able to lay eggs in a few days. Keep a rooster and a few hens to lay eggs and reproduce, so you don't have to buy chicks everywhere. The 45 acres of wheat were ripe, and Zhang Jianjun harvested them all with a single thought. 2,000 kilograms of seeds were left, which was just enough to sow another 100 acres, and the other dozens of acres of land were used for breeding. Some wheat grains were scattered in the bamboo forest so that the chicks, ducks, and the like would have food and water. Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to control the peeling and shelling, then ground it into powder with a thought, watching as more than 30,000 kilograms of refined flour piled up into a small mountain. Zhang Jianjun was extremely satisfied. He now had more flour than he could eat. He no longer had to rely on cornmeal. After another harvest, I decided not to grow wheat and instead plant some precious medicinal herbs. After all, the growth cycle in space is fast, and the mixed spiritual spring water has higher nutritional value. Zhang Jianjun decided to go to the countryside again when he has time to get some wild ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, and the like. If there are not enough, you can cut the rhizomes into lumps for sowing. Anyway, there is no need to worry about the plant not being able to survive in the black soil. Zhang Jianjun looked up at the vortex in the sky again, and there wasn't much change today. Still spinning slowly. What is hidden behind it? Zhang Jianjun fell into deep thought again. In the space, Zhang Jianjun was stewing a pheasant. The pheasant that he had brought into the space from the suburbs last time had died. Although there is no professional seasoning, the natural spring water makes the pheasant meat taste even better. The aroma from the pot made one's mouth water. Zhang Jianjun built a wooden house with the cut trees while stewing the chicken. As long as he had a rough model in his mind, he could build it as he pleased. In this space, he felt like a creator. Life should have a sense of ritual, and it would feel like something is missing without a sweet in the space. There are no steel bars, no concrete, no bricks and tiles. It is like a gift from nature. Zhang Jianjun looks at the wooden house with satisfaction. It doesn't need to be too big, nor too extravagant. The entire structure is held together with mortise and tenon joints using spiritual force. The pillars at the corners bear the rings of time, and the cracked bark reveals a natural fragrance. Then he collected mahogany tables, benches, bookcases, recliners, and a bed from the number 2 courtyard and put them in. Zhang Jianjun now feels very safe, as if he has opened up a paradise for himself. Qin Huiru from the intermediate court now feels as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a dead fly. Zhejiang had driven Qin Jingru out of the house, a fact she only discovered when she returned home from the steel mill. She complained to her mother-in-law, only to be scolded. Now, she's happily dating Su Daimao. Qin Huiru was so depressed. She originally wanted to use her cousin to gain some benefits between Shazhu and Su Daimao. Now, just for a meal, Qin Jingru was abducted by Su Daimao. My cousin was kicked out by her mother-in-law, so she must hate me. Last night I was still trying to trick Shazhu into not worrying, but now I'm in a bad situation. No, I have to go and take a look. Qin Huiru couldn't sit still and came to Su Daimao's house. At this time, Su Daimao was drinking with the third uncle, and Qin Jingru was sitting next to them. When Su Daimao saw Qin Huiru come in, he immediately stood up enthusiastically. Sister Qin, you came at the perfect time. Jingru and I are already engaged. We're going to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I have to thank you for your introduction. The third uncle was only focused on eating the food, and when he saw Qin Huiru coming, he ate even faster. My goodness, I finally got a meal, but it would be a big loss if I had to share it with someone else. Qin Jingru didn't even raise her head, just like a passerby. Qin Huiru forced a smile and said, Damao, I've already eaten. I want to talk to my cousin for a few words and then I'll leave. Then he said to Qin Jingru, Jingru, come out so I can ask about Kinjia village. Qin Jingru glanced at Su Daimao and followed Qin Huiru to the pool in the middle courtyard. Qin Huiru asked in a lightly accusing voice, why didn't you tell me about this between you and Su Daimao? Don't you know that Su Daimao can't have children? Do you want to ruin your life? My uncle and aunt will scold me to death if they know. Qin Jingru, sister, stop trying to persuade me. Can you manage the family? Your mother-in-law kicked me out. Can you pull me back? I really don't want to go back to the countryside. You're not the only one who can marry into the city. Dai Mao has already proposed, and don't worry about my parents blaming you. They've already received the betrothal money. Qin Huiru was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Jinru walking back to Su Dai Mao's house. Shazhu was visiting Yi Zonghai's house when Auntie Yi pulled him to dinner. Shazhu had no choice but to drink awkwardly, and the atmosphere at the table was quite awkward and the meal ended abruptly. As soon as Shazhu went out, he saw Qin Huiru standing by the pool in a daze. So he quickly stepped forward and asked, Sister Qin, why are you standing here alone? Have you had dinner? Qin Huiru seemed to be still in shock and casually said, Jingru was kidnapped by Dai Mao. Shazhu was feeling uncomfortable after drinking at an old man's house. Hearing this, my anger was instantly ignited. He rushed to Su Dai Mao's house and kicked the table to the ground. He started to curse, Su Dai Mao, you grandson, you are really not a human being. How dare you steal my girl? Don't you know that Sister Qin wants to marry Qin Jingru to me? Su Dai Mao was still clinking glasses with Yanleka, and soup spilled all over him. Shazhu kicked Su Dai Mao in the crotch with his usual kick, and Su Dai Mao's eyes popped out, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Qin Jingru was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. The third uncle was dumbfounded, still holding half a chicken foot in his hand. Looking at the food spilled on the ground, he trembled with heartache. Seeing Shazhu riding on Su Dai Mao, they rushed over to stop them. Su Dai Mao fell to the ground and howled miserably, fuck you, idiot. Did you take the wrong medicine? I'm going to sue you at the police station. Uncle 3, stop hitting me, Zuzi. What the hell have you done? If you keep hitting me, someone's going to die. The third uncle stepped forward and tried to grab Hiyuja's hand, but Shazhu was so angry that he punched him back. It hit the third uncle's lower abdomen, and his old face twitched and he fell to the ground. The third uncle has been a teacher for more than 10 years. He can't carry anything on his shoulders or lift anything with his hands, so how could he withstand a punch from Shazhu? Everyone in the compound ran over, and Qin Jingru seemed to come to her senses, shouting, murder. Someone's killing people. Hurry up. Someone's killing people. The old man broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. He quickly ran into the room and saw his eyelids twitching wildly. My goodness, the room was a mess. Su Dai Mao was protecting his head and slapping Shazhu wildly. The third uncle fell to the ground, holding his stomach and cursing that it was an insult to society. Yi Zonghai yelled quickly, Zhu Ziyi, stop it now. You're going to get into trouble. Lu Haizhong shouted to the onlookers with his belly sticking out. Don't just stand there and watch. Hurry up and help pull it open. It won't be good for anyone if the compound is gone. When everyone heard this, they rushed forward and dragged Shazhu off Su Dai Mao. The three aunts in the crowd saw the three uncles also lying on the ground. He trotted forward and helped the third uncle up. Yan Jifang and Yan Jiichin also rushed over. When they heard that their father was beaten by Shazhu, they punched Shazhu in the face in the crowd. Another piece of Shazhu's eyes was smashed open, and he saw stars and immediately became furious. He pushed through the crowd and headed straight for the two of them, completely ignoring what the old man said. The god of war in the courtyard took on two people at once and was not at a disadvantage. He also fought with the two brothers of the Yan family. At this time, Zhang Jianjun came out of the space and heard the noise in the middle courtyard. He used his mental power to scan it and thought, wow, this is too exciting. He quickly ran to the middle courtyard to eat melons. Su Dai Mao, who had fallen to the ground, woke up from his dizziness. Seeing Shazhu fighting with his back to him, he was filled with anger. He picked up the white wine bottle from the ground and put it directly on the back of Shazhu's head. Qin Huiru screamed in the crowd, but it was too late. Shazhu rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his head. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground, and you could hear a pin drop. Su Dai Mao stood there with a distorted face and a half-broken bottle of white wine in his hand. I don't know who in the crowd said, someone's dead. After waking everyone up, an old man ran up like crazy and bent down to touch Shazhu's nose. I shouted to the old lady, if you're still breathing, get a hot towel. At this time, the deaf old lady in the backyard also walked over tremblingly. Now the whole hospital is really complete. The deaf old lady looked at Shazhu with heartache and tears streaming down her face. Su Dai Mao, you're too ruthless. Do you think you can hit someone in the back of the head? If someone dies, you'll really be shot. Su Dai Mao was also scared silly. He just rushed forward with the bottle in anger. Seeing the pool of blood, everyone would be scared if someone died. An auntie applied a hot towel to the back of Shazhu's head. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were also called over by the second uncle. I borrowed a cart from Hughes's house. The eldest uncle and his wife, the second uncle's two sons, and 4 people dragged a cart to the hospital. This time, no one in the hospital felt the excitement of the busy day, and everyone was in an extremely heavy mood. It is human nature to like watching excitement, but it is painful to see someone dying. The only exception was Jiazhang, who was sneering at the side. I thought it would be better if I died, so that I could get a house. Yu Shui would get married sooner or later anyway. The third uncle sighed at home. The meat in my mouth flew away. What is going on? I was also beaten. In the second big brawl in the compound, Shazhu activated the God of War mode and fought against 3 people. Su Daimao attacked from behind without any moral integrity, and Shazhu was sent to the hospital. Zhang Jianjun returned home, practiced Tai Chi, and then went to bed. In the early morning, the city of Siju woke up from yesterday's light snow. An array of morning sun secretly peeked out from the east. There is a saying that goes, "It's not cold when it snows, but it is cold when it thaws." The north wind in the morning feels like a knife blowing on your face. Although Zhang Jianjun is not a muscular man, he has been transformed by the spiritual spring water for so many days. I didn't feel that cold at all, and I rode my bike quickly on the frozen road. Leaving behind a string of envious glances, he clocked in at the department as usual and went to the reading room to read the newspaper. In the broadcasting room, Yu Haidang was lost in thought as he held the 2 newly delivered bulletin documents. Both of them have Zhang Jianjun's name on them. I felt very sad, as if I had lost my favorite toy. Yu Haidang came to the reading room as if possessed by a ghost. After standing outside the door for a while, she pushed it open and walked in. Zhang Jianjun looked up and saw Yu Haidang smiling and speaking. "Comrade Yu Haidang, are you free to come visit me today?" Yu Haidang mustered up the courage to speak. "Brother Jianjun, have you been dating someone recently? Can we really never go back to the way things were before? I was ignorant before, but I'll listen to you in everything from now on, okay?" Zhang Jianjun, "Comrade Yu Haitang, the law now recommends marrying at the age of 22. In the next few years, no one knows what will happen. You and I are still young. We should work hard to improve ourselves so that we can better control our future lives. After all, we are still good colleagues, right?" Yu Haitang, "Thank you, Brother Jianjun, and thank you for your guidance. I will work hard and try my best to change your opinion of me." After saying that, Yu Haitang turned and left. Zhang Jianjun slapped his forehead, speechless. "Wasn't what I said obvious enough? Never mind." Zhang Jianjun started his lazy day again. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yu Haidang's sweet voice came from the loudspeaker of the steel rolling mill. "Fellow workers, I am now reading out a personnel appointment letter. Comrade Zhang Jianjun, a clerk in our factory's publicity department, has composed the song My Motherland and I in his spare time. It has been approved by higher authorities and will be broadcast nationwide on radio stations on January 1st. This brings great honor to our third steel rolling mill. Following the decision of the mill leadership, Comrade Zhang Jianjun has been promoted to head of the propaganda section. Comrade Chen Zaiqiang, former head of the propaganda section, has been promoted to deputy director of the steel mill office. I hope all workers will be proud of him and learn from Comrade Zhang Jianjun." Zhang Jianjun was a little confused. Section Chief Chen had hinted to him yesterday. "When I got my annual report, I knew I might be getting a promotion." He thought he could only be a deputy section chief at most since he had little experience, but he didn't expect to be promoted 2 levels. He still underestimated the influence of the song promotion. The workers who were preparing to go to eat started to make a noise. Lu Haizhong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought to himself that it seemed his idea was right. "I must have a good relationship with Zhang Jianjun. My biggest dream is to get a job. Even if he is just a team leader, the title of manager may be of some use in the compound. Who will know you once you leave the compound? You have to let Guang Tian and Guang Qiu get closer to Zhang Jianjun." The workers were discussing Zhang Jianjun animatedly, and those who knew him were beaming with joy and looked proud of him. Those who didn't know the person were envious, jealous, and resentful, and listened with their ears perked up from the sidelines. At this time, the radio sounded again. "Dear fellow workers, after 2 days of enthusiastic voting by all employees for the cultural performance on December 28, the list of winners has been reviewed by the propaganda department and the factory organization's supervision has concluded. First place winner, Comrade Zhang Jianjun from the publicity department performed the song Serving the Country with Loyalty. The prize is a bicycle ticket and 100 yuan in cash. Second place in the chorus, We Workers Have Strength, led by Wang Taizu, a worker from the third workshop, will be awarded 1 month's salary for his position and 10 kilograms of meat coupons. The chorus awards have been posted on the bulletin board. Third place goes to Comrade Li Yumei from the materials department, who performed the female solo of On Beijing's Golden Mountain. She will be awarded half a month's salary and 30 kilograms of food coupons for her position. Please check the bulletin board for a list of other participants. Congratulations to the workers who won the awards. I hope they will continue to work hard in the future. In the square and in the cafeteria, the workers were all agitated and talking about something as if the pot had exploded. Wow, a bicycle ticket plus 100 yuan, that means promotion and wealth. Wang Taizu from the third workshop was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He is now a third-level fitter. His monthly salary was nearly 40 yuan, and he also had 10 kilograms of meat coupons. The workers around him were envious and surrounded him, shouting that they would treat him. Deputy Chief Wang of the propaganda department sat stupidly on the office chair smoking a cigarette. Who am I? Where am I? These are the three questions my soul would ask itself in the afterlife. Section Chief Chen became deputy director, and Deputy Section Chief Wang thought it was finally my turn. What the hell is going on? I worked myself to death and someone else took over. An old man packed his lunchbox and sat on a chair in the cafeteria. Qin Huiru, who was sitting opposite him, asked about Shazhu's current situation. Yi Zonghai's eyes were erratic and flickering. Last night, Shazhu was sent to the hospital, and the doctors and nurses in the medical room all looked at him strangely. They were very familiar with this man, the one who had carried their children to the hospital for stitches several times. Now I lay down and woke up in a short while after emergency treatment by the doctor. The blow to the back of the head caused a mild concussion, which led to disorder of the brain's nerve center and coma. He had to be hospitalized for observation and suture surgery, and naturally his head was shaved bald. The doctor thankfully told them that if they took it a little harder, they would have suffered from cerebral palsy if they didn't die. Yi Zonghai also breathed a sigh of relief. If Shazhu really developed sequelae of dementia, all his efforts were in vain. After hearing the announcement on the loudspeaker, the two were stunned and looked at each other with complicated feelings. At this time, Zhang Jianzhen Shanshan came late with a lunchbox, and felt a little uncomfortable as soon as he entered the cafeteria. My goodness, countless eyes were staring at him with envy or jealousy. Zhang Jianzhen looked calm on the surface, and a few bold female workers even winked at him. It was as if there was sand in her eyes, and she kept blinking at Zhang Jianzhen. Zhang Jianzhen secretly feels proud of his handsomeness, but this is a troublesome thing. At this time, an enthusiastic voice came from the table next to me. Section Chief Zhang, come here. Don't look down on me if you get a promotion. I've saved a seat for you. Zhang Jianzhen looked and saw that it was Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun. What the hell are you talking about? We're all serving the people, so who's looking down on whom? Am I that kind of person? After getting his meal, Zhang Jianzhen walked to the table where Ma Xiaohua and the others were. Don't be so formal. We're all in the same department, section chief or not. I'll need your support in the future. Ma Xiaohua smiled and nodded. We like what you said. Don't worry, we have worked together for such a long time. If we don't support you as the section chief, who will support you? Zhang Aijun also gave a thumbs up. When you produced your original song, I knew you were going to take off. Now that you've become the section chief, you should pay attention to us subordinates. You should treat us to a meal. Zhang Jianzhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've come full circle, and you're waiting here. Come on, come over to my house tonight and have all the wine you want. Brothers, please don't call me section chief in private, and don't talk bad about me. Work is work, life is life. When they saw this, they were both happy that the boy was not arrogant. The people at the table resumed their conversation and laughter. The alienation brought by that position. Over time. Leave quietly. Zhang Jianzhen, Ma Xiaohua and others from the steel rolling mill canteen walked out of the canteen chatting and laughing as they headed towards the propaganda department. As soon as I arrived at the door of the propaganda department building, Secretary Zhou came towards me. Chief Zhang, you're here just in time. Director Yang wants to see you about something, so please come with me to the office. Secretary Zhou spoke differently this time than he did the previous times. He was very polite. He also knew that Zhang Jianzhen had been favored by the factory organization. Zhang Jianzhen said hello to Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun, then followed Secretary Zhou to the factory director's office on the second floor. Yang Zhenhua has been very happy these days. His old leader has told him that he has secured a place on the Revolutionary Committee. The Revolutionary Committee will be reformed in a while, and will establish one director and 3 deputy directors. It may seem peaceful and tranquil outside, but the people above have already started to take sides, and it is only a matter of time before the wind blows. A coming storm means uncertainty, but also great opportunities. Director Yang made the right bet on his brand, so he attached great importance to the propaganda department, which is a cultural spearhead. Since ancient times, controlling writing in public opinion is equivalent to controlling the right to speak. Seeing Secretary Zhou bringing Zhang Jianzhen in, Yang Zhenhua stood up and made a cup of tea himself. Let Zhang Jianzhen sit opposite and smile enthusiastically. Comrade Xiao Zhang, regarding the factory organization's arrangement for you to take on the position of propaganda section chief, please feel free to tell me any thoughts or difficulties you have. I've told you before that the factory organization will not bury any talent. Zhang Jianzhen, first of all, I would like to thank Director Yang and the organization for their appreciation. I was forced to do this because I have only been at the factory for less than 2 years. While I have a little experience in creation, I'm completely clueless about management. Zhang Jianzhen took a sip of tea and continued, if I have to deal with documents and files every day, I won't have time to create. Director Yang, you'd better find me an assistant to help me. Director Yang pondered for a while and shouted to Secretary Zhou in the inner room of the office. Xiao Zhou, go to the propaganda department and ask Deputy Section Chief Wang to come over here. Then he smiled at Zhang Jianzhen and said, don't worry about that. I'll take care of it. The old leader was full of praise for the song you submitted. Let's meet up sometime. Don't call me Director Yang when no one's around. Just call me Uncle Yang if we're all friends. Just focus on your creation. The position of section chief can't be transferred right now, but there's no problem giving you some creative space. Zhang Jianzhen was delighted, thinking this would save him from the hassle. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Yang. At this time, Deputy Section Chief Wang walked in from outside the office door. Director Yang smiled and said, Old Wang, do you think the organization has any objections to this transfer? Your contributions are recognized by the organization. Just work peacefully and don't get upset. The organization will not forget the veterans of the factory. Deputy Section Chief Wang quickly laughed and said, Director Yang, you're being too serious. Obeying the organization's arrangements is our duty. How could we have any ulterior motives? That's good. Comrade Xiao Zhang has just taken up his post, so you'll have to guide him through the things he doesn't understand. You'll still be responsible for arranging the daily work procedures. If there are major directives from above, we can discuss them together. You know his talent, and it should primarily be used for creative work, so I'll have to work on you in the future. I hope you don't mind, Old Wang. Deputy Section Chief Wang thought, what the hell can I say? He is a big celebrity now. However, I am able to manage the overall work of the propaganda department. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard and I have to endure it again. After thinking it through, Deputy Section Chief Wang smiled and said, don't worry, Director Yang. I promise to cooperate with Section Chief John to complete every day's tasks. Director Yang nodded. Well, that's good. You two are both indispensable talents for the factory organization. Only by helping each other can we carry out good work. Old Wang, take Xiao Zhang to Deputy Director Chen this afternoon to hand over your work. Come back to me if you need anything. You guys go ahead and get busy. On the way, Deputy Section Chief Wang was in a complicated mood, and Zhang Jianzhen smiled. Brother Wang, I never thought I'd become the section chief. I'm not particularly interested in climbing the ladder, my hobby is simply creating. I still remember your kindness. We'll be working together from now on, so just call me Xiao Zhang. Deputy Section Chief Wang nodded with satisfaction. Ah, the young are indeed formidable. I wasn't wrong about you. Congratulations, Comrade Xiao Zhang. In the deputy director's office, Li Huide lay listlessly on the chair. I had nightmares for several days and lost a lot of hair. I was tortured to death by Zhang Jianzhen. A tea can, a pack of cigarettes worth 30 yuan and 2 bottles of wine disappeared again. When he was being intimate with Lu Lan at the critical moment, he was frightened to death by the sound of a teacup breaking. My blood pressure rose rapidly at that moment, and I immediately felt weak after breaking out in a cold sweat. I'm in my 50s, who can stand such torture? Li Huide was so traumatized by this office that he could only lie on the chair with his eyes open at noon. Now I only dare to bring a teacup and a bottle of water to the office. If it weren't for the campaign to destroy the four olds and crack down on feudal superstition, Li Huide would definitely have invited a monk to perform a ritual. All ambitions were completely wiped out. If I were not too old, I would like to go home and retire. Zhang Jianzhen first handed over his work to Deputy Director Chen. I also looked through the recent propaganda task instruction report, the documents issued by the factory organization, and the personnel file list of the department. After an afternoon of tidying up, I finally sat down in the office chair. Deputy Section Chief Wang wanted to hold a departmental meeting, but Zhang Jianzhen directly refused. He didn't want to get involved in any intrigue. Just checking in and doing nothing was the right thing to do. He pushed all the tasks onto Deputy Section Chief Wang on the pretext of creation. I looked at the time and realized that I had been busy all afternoon, and it was already past 5 o'clock. So I went to the department to call Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Aijun. When they saw Zhang Jianzhen, they ran over excitedly. Ma Xiaohua smiled and said, Section Chief Zhang, I have to treat you to a good meal today. Don't be reluctant to take out the wine. Zhang Aijun also agreed with a smile. I haven't eaten meat for a long time, so I'm counting on you to have a good meal. The three of them went downstairs talking and laughing. Since they only had one bicycle, the three of them walked all the way to the courtyard. By the time we arrived at the compound, most of the workers had already returned home. Yan Bagui was unusually not wiping the car at the door today. He probably hasn't recovered from the punch from Shazhu yet. When Lu Haizhong saw Zhang Jianzhen and the other two coming in, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. Jianzhen, you're the most promising person in our compound. Congratulations on your promotion to section chief. Alas, Guangtian, I'd be satisfied if I had half the Guangfu you have. Lu Guangtian was in the room with a bandage on his head, looking at the second uncle with resentment. Lu Guangfu was standing at the door and heard that Zhang Jianjun became the section chief with envy in his eyes. The two brothers are still working as temporary workers. Zhang Jianjun felt a little funny, and Lu Haizhong's obsession with officials came back again. Thank you, Uncle Er. Can Guangfu cook? 2 colleagues are here to help me. Lu Haizhong quickly said, this kid can cook, but he's not as good as a chef. Do you think he can do that? Zhang Jianjun wanted to install a suspended ceiling in his house. The old house was quite uncomfortable without one. He asked Guangtian and Guangfu to find someone to handle it, so he did a favor. Just to get 2 extra pairs of chopsticks, he had to hire 2 errand boys. So he said to Lu Guangfu, call your brothers to help cook dinner tonight. I'll need your brothers' help tomorrow. Lu Haizhong winked at Lu Guangfu excitedly. Why are you just standing there instead of calling your brother to help? Ma Ziyahua and Zhang Aijun looked at the compound curiously. At this time, the compound was already bustling with people. It gradually became lively. It was the first time that Zhang Jianjun's house in the compound was so lively. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were busy cooking on the earthen stove. In the inner room, Zhang Jianjun slaughtered a rabbit and a big bluefish weighing about 5 pounds from the space. There is no time to cook pork, and it would be hard to explain if there was too much pork. Wild rabbits and the like can be bought without meat coupons. When several people saw the big bluefish and rabbit meat, their saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths. Ma Ziyahua smiled as he looked around the room. Brother Jianjun, you've spent a lot of money this time. You're really open-minded. We're in for a treat today. You must have spent a lot of money on the furnishings at home. Tisk tisk, these tables, chairs, benches, and sofas must have cost a lot of money, right? They look a bit like old stuff. Zhang Aijun also looked around curiously. Your 2 houses are quite spacious. Unlike my family of 5, we only have one main house, and we have to use wooden boards to divide it into 3 small rooms. Zhang Jianjun, don't underestimate these things. They're all second-hand goods I bought at the Zaidan Trust store. They're not worth much, just for show. Today's fragrance did not cause too much trouble. Since the 3 cuts on the head of Jia's stick appeared, it has become much more obedient. Jia Zhang was still cursing, but she didn't dare ask Qin Huiru to go to the backyard. What happened these days is really weird. Bangang has had 2 explosions in the backyard. The shadow in her heart had not yet dissipated, and Qin Huiru was worried about Qin Jingru's affairs and had no mood to do so. Su Daimao was eating with Qin Jingru at home, feeling very uncomfortable. I was supposed to get my marriage certificate today, but now I have to go out to meet people with this face, with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes. If you don't know, you would think I had a stroke. I had no choice but to spend $3.50 on Qin Jingru and rent a house in the slum next door. It's okay to play around secretly, but these days living together openly without a marriage certificate is considered hooliganism. I also heard that Zhang Jianjun became the head of the propaganda department. Wow, doesn't that mean he has become his immediate superior? A few days ago, he was bragging about how successful he was and that he wanted to take Zhang Jianjun with him. It makes my teeth hurt just thinking about it. At this time, Lai Mao sponsored by Li Huide was placed on Zhang Jianjun's table, and everyone was very happy. Lu Guangtian still had gauze wrapped around his head, but he picked up the glass and started drinking without caring whether he could drink or not. Zhang Jianjun looked at everyone and said, brothers, this is your first time at my house, so don't eat as much as you want. Just drink less liquor and eat more vegetables. It's not that you, Jianjun, are stingy, but don't let this get you into trouble. Oh, you're really unlucky. Ma Ziyahua, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by my friends. I haven't eaten meat for more than a month. The few slices of meat in the cafeteria don't count. What else do I want? I wouldn't even dare to eat like this during Chinese New Year. Lu Guangtian, brother Jianjun, you're the only one in the compound who treats us too well. We brothers know each other well. If you need anything from now on, just give me your instructions without hesitation. I'll offer this glass of wine to you. From now on, I'll follow brother Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are no good at anything. If others hear you are forming a gang, they will think you are forming a clique. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If there are connections, they will naturally come to you 2 brothers. Everyone started clinking glasses with each other, and after an hour both the host and the guests were having a great time. Thanks to the large amount of herring meat and the rabbit, there was very little food left on the table. After all, there are 5 grown men, 2 of whom are still teenagers. After seeing everyone off and cleaning up the mess, Zhang Jianjun flashed into the space. Feeling something unusual above his head, Zhang Jianjun looked up and was stunned. The vortex had grown to a diameter of 1 meter. Just as Zhang Jianjun was carefully observing the vortex, a white light suddenly shot out from the vortex and headed straight for Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun instinctively dodged to the side, but he overthought it. How could a person's speed be faster than the speed of light? A ray of white light passed through the cotton coat and directly penetrated into Jang Jianjun's left arm. Jang Jianjun quickly rolled up his sleeves, and a spiral tattoo appeared on his forearm. I felt it carefully, but I didn't feel anything at all. The gray tattoo seemed to come alive and lifelike. This is so damn scary. Just like when the space vortex was first born, there was no clue at all. Jang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to scan his arm, but there was no abnormal fluctuation at all. He called out in his heart again, "Is Master System here? Master System, if you are still alive, please make a sound." Jang Jianjun shouted for a long time, but there was no response, which made him guess what was going on. I could only comfort myself in my heart, thinking that this would help me remember the many systematic conspiracy theories I read in my previous life. You don't know whether the emergence of the system is good or bad. There is no free lunch in the world. Anyway, time travel itself is unscientific, so what's the point of talking about science? After thinking it through, Jang Jianjun began to wash up into space. The 100 acres of wheat he planted last night were already lush and green. The wheat in the space matures in about 2 days, the radish in 1 day, and the cucumber in 1.5 days. The bamboo forest seems to have expanded a bit, and the tender bamboo shoots have turned into small green bamboos. The animals are still the same and haven't changed much, but they grow a little faster than outside. After all, the little spiritual spring water that overflowed from the wellhead flowed into the lake. After Jang Jianjun finished washing up, he left the space. At this time, He was in the hospital. He had been lying there for a day and a night and could not stay there any longer. Looking at the old lady waiting by the bedside, a warm feeling flowed through my heart. He also knew that an older woman could not make decisions at home, and that a woman had no say if she could not bear children. She has been working silently behind Yi Zonghai, and wrinkles have already appeared on her forehead. "Thank you so much, Auntie. You've watched me grow up. No matter how our relationship develops in the future, just rest assured, I will definitely take care of you in your old age. I can't care about anyone else." The old lady couldn't help but shed tears, not knowing whether she was happy or sad. He was happy that Zuzig promised to provide for his retirement, but he was sad that Lao Yi had lived with him for more than 20 years. "There is something that has been hidden from me, but what can I do? If you can't have children, you will feel inferior to others and feel like you owe others and have no confidence to speak." Auntie said softly, "Zhu Ziyi, I'm really happy that you can say this to me today. I have no reason to ask you to forgive your uncle. But if possible, give him a chance. He's been too obsessed with retirement and is a bit too hasty." Shazhu smiled bitterly and said, "Auntie, I'm not trying to offend you, but some knots are hard to untie once they're buried. Please judge what he did. It was really unfair. He took my money, lent it to me, and even asked me to write an IOU. He really treats me like a fool. I still say the same thing. I'm afraid I can't get over this hurdle. I, am not an ungrateful person. I know who is truly kind to me. No matter what, I will still provide for your old age." The aunt looked at Shazhu with a complicated expression and didn't say anything else. She felt a mixture of sadness and joy in her heart that was hard to describe. Shazhu ignored the advice of the aunt and insisted on being discharged from the hospital today. I completed the discharge procedures at the hospital and got back the little remaining deposit. The two walked out of the hospital gate and into the night side by side. The moon in the sky is cold and clear. The moonlight covered the two of them. In this uncertain age, time always flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's Sunday again. In the past few days, the two brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu have been helping to arrange the workers. A wooden ceiling was hung in Jang Jianjun's 2 houses. Since he had nothing to do today, Jang Jianjun was painting at home with Tum oil. If you want the most affordable paint these days, Tum oil is still the best. It has little odor and can form a protective film on wooden furniture to resist corrosion. Of course, there is something even better, which is wild lacquer, which is raw lacquer cut from the lacquer tree. This thing is not good for your skin when you brush it, and may even cause allergies and sores. But after it dries, it looks like an ancient bronze mirror, with elegant and ancient patterns, which was loved by officials in the past. Even if buried in the ground for decades, the body will not rot, so high-end coffins are often used. Jang Jianjun was painting the ceiling of the inner room when Lu Guangtian ran in excitedly. "Brother Jianjun, there's a pretty girl out there looking for someone. She says she's looking for Comrade Zhang Dabiao from the publicity department of the steel mill. He's tall and fair. Everyone says there's no such person as Zhang Dabiao." I started thinking, could it be you? There's a tall guy in the propaganda department with the surname Zhang. You're the only one in our hospital who fits the bill. Zhang Jianjun slapped his head and forgot about it. He probably thought Zhou Ziobai hadn't told him his real name yet. Zhang Jianjun hurried to the gate of the compound and saw the third uncle chatting with a girl, who was Zhou Ziobai. Zhou Ziobai was pushing a women's bicycle and rolled her eyes resentfully when she saw Zhang Jianjun coming over. "Comrade Zhang Dabiao, this is not very honest. After all this time, you still gave us a fake name. What is your real name? The third uncle looked at Zhang Jianjun strangely. Wow, this kid is so good at talking. He even calls himself Zhang Debiao. Zhang Jianjun laughed awkwardly and said, Comrade Zhou Xiaobai, welcome to our compound. We'll discuss the name later. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. At this time, Zhou Xiaobai was wearing a women's military coat, still wearing a red scarf, and a pair of black cotton leather shoes. Because of riding a bike, her little face turned red from the cold and she had an angry expression on her face. Then I'll listen to your explanation to Comrade Zhang Debiao later. Zhang Jianjun laughed awkwardly. It's not right to talk outside the door when a friend comes. Come on in and warm up. Zhou Xiaobai nodded with a smile, then looked around the compound curiously. Zhang Jianjun led the way. How's Comrade Zhou Xiaobai? Are you a little disappointed? It can't compare to your military compound. When they heard that a very beautiful girl had come, the guys in the compound couldn't sit still. They all stood at the door to peek, their eyes widening. There is something called temperament. If you don't have it when you grow up, it will be difficult to have it in the future. Just like when a person wears a famous brand, he immediately looks like an aristocrat. The other person wearing the same clothes is at most a nouveau riche. It's the same principle as the buyer show and seller show on Doubao. Zhou Xiaobai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, but good family education is not reflected on the face. Zhang Jianjun secretly laughed when he saw it, and Zhou Xiaobai relaxed only after following him through the middle courtyard. You guys in the compound are so enthusiastic. Zhang Jianjun laughed heartily and said, that's just how it is in a compound. A few hot-blooded young men, how could they have seen such a beautiful girl? It can't compare to your military compound. Zhou Xiaobai's face flushed red. Why was the compliment so direct? However, he didn't seem to feel disgusted at all, and even felt a little secretly happy. After entering the house, Zhou Xiaobai looked around and found that the furniture in the house was quite complete. The antique Eight Immortals table and several mahogany chairs reveal the simplicity of history. Although not luxurious, it is very stylish. The room was very clean, so I asked out of curiosity, Comrade Zhang Debiao, why don't I see your family members? Zhang Jianjun looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Both my parents are gone. My father died while defending factory property. My mother loved me dearly, and upon hearing the tragic news, he suffered a heart attack and passed away, leaving me all alone in this world. Zhou Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned red. Comrade Zhang Debiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up this issue. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, it's okay. I'm used to it. Growing up always involves a few ups and downs. I always learn to be strong in sadness and learn to be independent in separation. I think I will be their pride in the future. After Zhang Jianjun finished speaking, he glanced at Zhou Xiaobai. Well, that was a good way to create the atmosphere. To be honest, apart from having cheats, I was just an ordinary person in my previous life. I love to show myself in front of girls, so that I can be flesh and blood. Why be hypocritical? Well, that should be the case. I am not attracted by her beauty. Zhang Jianjun found a reason for himself in his heart. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun with sparkling eyes. Comrade Debiao, so proud, what is your real name? Why did you use the name Zhang Debiao to deceive me? Zhang Jianjun touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Actually, I wanted to do good deeds without leaving my name. Do you believe me? As a for-good youth, how could I remain indifferent in the face of danger? So, Comrade Zhou Xiaobai, let's get to know each other again. From now on, please remember my name, Zhang Jianjun. Zhou Xiaobai smiled playfully and said, okay, Comrade Debiao. Zhang Jianjun threw up his hands and realized that he couldn't get over this joke. Zhou Xiaobai continued, the name Zhang Jianjun sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. So, what do you do in the propaganda department? Zhang Jianjun, my job is very simple. I usually write slogans and draw pictures. When I feel like it, I create some copywriting. As Zhou Xiaobai listened, he seemed to remember something and his eyes lit up instantly. Zhang Jianjun, I remember now. There was a photo of you in the Sijukan Daily. I thought you looked familiar but didn't recognize you. I didn't expect you could write songs. I love your lyrical and slow songs. Could you sing them for me? After saying that, she blinked her big eyes at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun's heart was pounding. My goodness, who can withstand this? Okay, wait outside for a while. This song is too slow for me. I'll sing something else. Then he walked into the inner room and took out the guitar from the space. I'm sorry, Teacher Wang Banbai, I have to start copying again. Zhou Xiaobai looked at Zhang Jianjun holding the guitar and thought to himself, how handsome he was. Zhang Jianjun coughed and said, Comrade Zhou Xiaobai, please listen to this song I sang for you, I love you, China. He also deliberately dragged out the word I love you before saying China. Zhou Xiaobai's face turned red all the way to his ears. Wow, he can even breathe so hard like that. The guitar accompaniment sounded. Whenever I feel pain, I want you to hold me tight. Touch my soul like you always do. Whenever I'm confused, you give me a sense of warmth. Like someone's arm. Hold my shoulders tightly. Sometimes I feel lonely and helpless, like a stone rolling down the hillside, but as long as I think of your name, I always regain my confidence. Sometimes I lose my way, like a swallow that has strayed from the flock, but as long as I think of your existence, you will no longer feel fear. I love you, my beloved mother of China. I cry for you and I am proud of you. I love you, my dear mother of China. I cry for you and I am proud of you. One day this song will get old. Zhou Xiaobai sat on the stool, listening intently, with his hands on the table supporting his little head. There is a little bit of rock element mixed in with folk songs, which is perfect for guitar accompaniment. There was a man playing guitar in the room. One person listened quietly. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Printed out black and white negatives of this era. What touches me is not that you hold an umbrella for me when it rains, but that you get wet in the rain with me. When the guitar stopped, neither of them spoke in the room, not because they were moved but because there was a group of people standing outside. They were all looking in from outside the gate. Everyone in the compound gathered around when they heard the singing. Except for the old man, most of them were outside. Zhang Jianjun felt a little numb from being stared at by everyone, and then Lu Haizhong took the lead in applauding. Jianjun, you're worthy of being the section chief. You're the best at our compound. No wonder you were able to create something? Erhusa said, my motherland and I have been played several times over the factory loudspeaker. Uncle Er, your memory has deteriorated significantly. Everyone burst into laughter. The second uncle's face flushed. Okay, stop crowding around. Don't scare the little girl. Let's go. Jia Zhang cast a malicious look at her from the crowd, muttering to herself, this girl looks like a capitalist's daughter. Humph, she might end up like Lu Xiaoyi. The third uncle secretly sighed that this kid might have climbed up the ladder and now he has become the section chief and is really taking off. Everyone left reluctantly, only a few children were still peeking at them from a distance. Zhou Xiaobai laughed teasingly and said, Comrade Dabaiao, I didn't expect you to be a section chief. You fooled me back then, thinking I was just a clerk. Zhang Jianjun shrugged and smiled, I can't help it. Ever since I last met you, I've been in a good mood every day. So my luck has improved, and I got a promotion the day after I returned to the factory. Zhou Xiaobai's face turned red again. How could she not hear the meaning behind the words? It was too straightforward. When Zhou Xiaobai looked up and found Zhang Jianjun looking at him with a smile, he felt his heart beating rapidly. Zhang Jianjun knew enough to stop watching and immediately changed the subject. Classmate Zhou Xiaobai, we have forged a revolutionary friendship. Let's not just call each other comrades. For the good luck you've brought me, I'll treat you to roast duck at Quanjude for lunch. Zhou Xiaobai's face was still flushed as she smiled shyly. Thank you very much, Dabaiao. Zhang Jianjun. The two of them pushed their bicycles outside together, and everyone in the compound was watching quietly. As the two were talking and laughing and about to walk through the middle courtyard, Zhang Jianjun suddenly felt two vicious gazes from behind. Without looking back, his mental power enveloped the back, where Jia Zhang was staring at him with triangular eyes outside the door. It turned out to be Su Daimao standing at the window, looking at him and Zhou Xiaobai with ill intentions. Su Daimao felt extremely unbalanced at this time. He originally thought that Qin Jingru was pretty and young. Just when he was feeling very proud of himself, he was beaten up before he even got the marriage certificate. Thinking that Zhang Jianjun has not only taken off now, but has also become his immediate superior. Even the girls I met were so outstanding. It's true that comparing people will only make you sick, and comparing goods will only make you throw them away. Zhang Jianjun was a little slow to react. It was understandable that Jia Zhang had bad intentions. What's wrong with Su Daimao? He snorted coldly inwardly and said, if you want to die, then come at me. Just as Zhang Jianjun was about to leave the hospital, two mental powers rushed towards the two people's brains. Two screams were heard from afar, but they would not have been heard without the keen senses. Zhou Xiaobai walked out of the yard, took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Jianjun with resentment. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Zhou Xiaobai, just treat them as if they were air. There are all kinds of people in this compound, and that's unchangeable. That's how I got through it. When a person can't change the environment, they have to adapt to it. I hope that one day you will be willing to adapt for me, okay? Zhou Xiaobai's face flushed again. Was this a confession? He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Zhang Jianjun. Thinking of Zhang Jianjun playing the guitar, my heart was pounding and I didn't know how to answer. Looking up and seeing Zhang Jianjun looking at him with a smile, Zhou Xiaobai said, okay. This word good seemed to melt the winter ice and snow, and Zhang Jianjun almost threw his bicycle out. Although Kwanju'd roast duck restaurant fell from grace in later generations, it was still very famous in that era. The first step in making roast duck is to select the duck embryo. The roast duck used is the white stuffed duck from Sijukan. After slaughtering, sorghum stalks are used to support the inside, and the fish are blown to dry and hung in a row for customers to choose. After you have made your selection, you will be asked to mark it to prove that the roast duck served is the one you chose. Kwanju'd was founded in the 1860s, just over 100 years ago. Zhang Jianjun thought it was a pity that this century-old store would suffer a disaster shortly after the Chinese New Year. The signboard was smashed, all the old items were burned or snatched away, and the business was closed for a long time. Zhang Jianjun and his companion entered the store, first selected a white stuffed duck and then turned around and asked, "Zhou Xiaobai, what else would you like to order besides roast duck?" Zhou Xiaobai smiled sweetly and said, "The roast duck is a bit greasy, just a bowl of bean juice will be fine." Zhang Jianjun thought that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. If the third uncle in our compound heard this, he would definitely be heartbroken. Greasy? The key is that you can even count the oil droplets in the dish. Zhang Jianjun saw it and asked the waiter to bring 2 servings of soy milk. There weren't many people in the store at noon, so the two of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Zhou Xiaobai said worriedly, "Zhang Jianjun, do you think I should join the army or work at the local hospital? My dad always wants to send me to the army to train me. My mother was a little against it. She said it was too far away from home and she was worried about a girl." Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, "Zhou Xiaobai, first of all, you have to follow your heart. I can't interfere in your family affairs. But I believe that wherever I am happy is the best place to be. Life is only 100 years long, so why worry about the past and the future? I won't regret it when I'm old, because after all, it was my decision." "Thank you, Zhang Jianjun. I have already decided where to go." Zhou Xiaobai's happy smile infected the entire shop. "Zhang Jianjun, come on, I didn't say anything. This is your own decision. If your dad knew, he would have the security team shoot me." Zhou Xiaobai raised his little head proudly. "Humph, are you scared now? Let's see if you dare to say nonsense again in the future." At this time, the waiter came over with roast duck and soy milk. "Comrade, please take a look at the roast duck you ordered. If you need any seasoning or dough, please get them from the side." Zhang Jianjun nodded with a smile. It was indeed worthy of being a century-old store. The roasted duck is beautiful in appearance, plump and bright in color. It is reddish in color, with crispy skin and tender meat, delicious and crispy, fat but not greasy, lean but not dry. A 5-pound stuffed duck was roasted into a large plate. I wonder if it is popular to take it away these days. The two of them ate and chatted happily, and Zhang Jianjun picked up the soy milk and took a sip. He almost vomited and his face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. He forgot that he was not a 49-year-old in his previous life. People from other places who come to Beijing will be fooled by a few sayings, such as, "If you haven't been to the Great Wall, you are not a true man. If you haven't tasted authentic Beijing dazi, you haven't been to Beijing." The main taste is sour, with mustard green salty and red oil spicy, accounting for 4 of the 5 flavors. People who drink it for the first time are generally not used to the sour taste. Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to transfer the soy milk in his mouth into the space. Zhou Xiaobai looked up at Zhang Jianjun strangely. "Zhang Jianjun, why are you so angry about drinking dazi? It's not Beiju, and your face is almost deformed." After saying that, he laughed. The midday sun dispelled the coldness of the city. The boys and girls in the shop were laughing and talking happily. 2 young hearts, getting closer and closer. Bihai Park, this royal garden with nearly 1,000 years of cultural history, is the favorite park of the Lao Siju people. When people look up at the beautiful White Tower, they feel like they are in a fairyland. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Xiaobai were strolling along the shore of Bihai Lake. They came here right after coming out of Kwanju'd. The two found a bench and sat together, looking quietly at Bihai Lake. Zhang Jianjun turned to look at Zhou Xiaobai and cleared his throat with a smile. "Zhou Xiaobai, don't you want to sing a song in this situation? You heard me sing this morning, now it's your turn." Zhou Xiaobai was a little embarrassed. "I'm tone deaf and always off key. Could you sing a song for me?" Zhang Jianjun said, "How about we sing a duet? When we get to Bihai, we'll sing 'Let's Row the Boat Together.' This song describes Bihai Park, so it's perfect for the current scene." Zhou Xiaobai, "Okay, you start and I'll sing along. Don't blame me if you're off key. Let us row our oars and push the boat through the waves. The beautiful White Tower is reflected on the sea." As the two were singing, Zhou Xiaobai felt his hand being held by a big hand. After struggling twice without success, she just let him go with a blushing face. The clear singing voice drifted into the distance. The old men and women at the corner of the park all cast kind glances and listened quietly as if they were also reminiscing about their youth. Happy times are always short. When the bells of the drum tower in the distance ring again, Zhou Xiaobai said reluctantly. Zhang Jianjun, I should go back. I've been out for most of the day and I'm afraid my family will be worried. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, I'll come and see you off so you can get familiar with the route. Zhou Xiaobai felt fingers drawing circles on the palm of his hand, his face turned red, and he pulled his hand out of Zhang Jianjun's pocket. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Jianjun. Don't act like a hooligan, there are people everywhere here. As agreed, just get to our compound. I don't want to be nagged by my dad right now. Zhang Jianjun smirked. I know. If your dad knew I kidnapped you, he'd definitely shoot me. Zhou Xiaobai. Military compounds are a characteristic of this era and form a society unto themselves. Arranged in order are the Air Force, Navy, Communications Corps, General Logistics Department, Artillery, Armored Corps, Engineering Corps, Railway Corps, and Headquarters. Just walking down this street, you can feel the serious atmosphere. This street has all the necessary facilities for eating, drinking, and defecating, including a canteen, service center, auditorium, swimming pool, hospital, and fleet of vehicles. Kindergartens, primary schools, and even middle schools are designed to accommodate military personnel with children. Of course, there are no sentries everywhere like in later generations, so outsiders can still come in. The two men got off their bicycles when they reached the corner of a large courtyard. Zhou Xiaobai asked reluctantly, Zhang Jianjun, when can we meet again? Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and said, today is Sunday. Let's meet on Wednesday afternoon. The location is near Shishaha. Anyway, just find a reason and say you are going out to collect folk songs. When Zhang Jianjun turned his bicycle around, an ant was watching his departing back in front of the courtyard gate in the distance. In the Jia family compound, Shazhu was spreading quilts on the cart. Jia Zhang seemed to have suffered a stroke that was more serious than last time. When Qin Huiru saw her mother-in-law was unconscious, she thought it was the same as last time and was reluctant to send her to the hospital. She thought she would wake up after a while, but she still hadn't woken up after an entire afternoon. Qin Huiru entered the inner room separated by the curtain again and saw that Jia Xinqi's mouth seemed to be crooked, with drool flowing from the corners of her mouth. These are definitely the symptoms of a stroke, and then there's the opening scene. After a week of recuperation, Shazhu is now full of energy again. It's just that her hair looks a bit like a labor camp inmate. Seeing Jia Zhang's crooked mouth, she felt ecstatic inside. I thought to myself that this time it was finally my turn. Shazhu's eyes were full of Qin Huiru, and his affectionate look made Qin Huiru shudder. Qin Huiru complained in her heart, what a rough guy, this look in his eyes is too scary. After this incident, Shazhu was in an extremely good mood. I had long forgotten about the matter with Qin Jingru. He usually looked at his brother at home as if he was a fool, and he looked like he was about to die just now. Qin Huiru's voice immediately gave her an urge to get excited. Qin Jingru was at Su's house at this time, helping Su Daimao change the hot towel on his head. Strangely enough, at noon Su Daimao and Jia Zhang collapsed at the same time. Everyone in the courtyard was like they had seen a ghost, mumbling to themselves. These two people may have done too many bad things and are getting their retribution, so everyone feels a little uneasy. Because Su Daimao was young, he did not faint. He kept complaining of a headache in bed. He only felt better after taking the painkillers prescribed by the hospital. Qin Huiru looked at the old woman on the cart and felt complicated. If he died, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if he had a stroke, that would be a real problem. Who would take care of 3 children? It would be a problem, and raising an immobile person would be unbearable. Qin Huiru glanced at Shazhu who was busy working there. She would not suffer any loss if she married him. There are people to support the 3 children, so what choice do I, a widow, have? Zhang Jianjun never dreamed that his 2 mental piercings would change the fate of several people. Shazhu carried the old woman out of the bed. Even though he was the god of war in the courtyard, he was so tired that he was gasping for breath. The person who couldn't move looked very heavy. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh that this Shazhu was really devoted to Qin Huiru. Yi Zonghai looked at Jia Zhang on the cart, and then looked at Shazhu who was busy. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. After Zuze came back from the post office, he no longer listened to him. The retirement plan seemed to be getting further and further away from him. Now if Jia Zhang is paralyzed, there will be a lot of options to deal with. Without the hindrance of Jia Zhang, wouldn't Bang Gang become the best candidate for retirement care? The old man became more and more excited as he thought about it, and he decided to do the old woman a favor by asking her to take care of the 3 children. Qin Huiru still refused to give in. Just when the old man was thinking happily, he saw Zhang Jianjun pushing a bicycle in from outside. His eyes couldn't help but shrink, and he couldn't remember when it started, but this compound seemed to be out of his control. It probably started with the Zhang Jianjun incident. Now this guy has become the section chief again. I have even less say in front of him. I have to find a way to discipline him, otherwise I will be in name only. Zhang Jianjun rushed back after seeing Zhou Xiaobai off. As soon as he entered the middle courtyard, he felt someone was staring at him. With a sweep of his mental power, he saw Yi Zonghai and sensed that the expression on his face was constantly changing. Although there was no malice in his eyes, there was no trace of kindness either. Zhang Jianzhan snorted in his heart. It seems that using Shazu to stab him was not enough. Don't mess with me again, otherwise I won't mind making some people disappear. After the Chinese New Year, it's not long before the wind starts to blow. It's very chaotic then. Wouldn't it be normal if a few people disappeared? If people have a reverse scale, then I already have a reverse scale in my mind. This compound can be lively, but there must be no chaos. He wants to clear away all uncertainties for the future. Zhang Jianzhan secretly became angry in his heart. No matter who comes to plot against me in this compound, it won't work, I said. Zhang Jianzhan looked at Zhejiang on the cart, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Did he use too much force? Shazu standing beside him nodded to him, with a smile on his face, looking very happy. Smiling, he covered Zhejiang with the quilt. The scene seemed a little awkward and weird. Lu Haizhong has been feeling a bit proud these days, while Lao Yi seems to be out of sorts recently. His title of second uncle might even become first uncle. Now that his two sons are very close to Zhang Jianzhan, maybe they can really get some official position in the future. So Lu Haizhong hasn't beaten his children recently, and people in the compound are a little uncomfortable with it. It felt like something was missing if I didn't hear a few screams. When he saw Zhang Jianzhan pushing a bicycle into the middle courtyard, he hurried over with a smile on his face. Jianzhan, I bought some meat tonight. Would you like to come over for a drink? I heard Guangtian say you gave them $4 each. How could you ask for money for such a small favor? I gave them a lecture last night. When Zhang Jianzhan saw Lu Haizhong's appearance, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. Wow, if there was a tail behind it, it would definitely be wagging back and forth. This flattering look is a bit scary. He is just a small section chief. If Lu Haizhong knew what Zhang Jianzhan was thinking, he would definitely say, please don't let me come here, okay? I've dreamed of getting a government job for half my life. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, forget about Uncle ER's meal. I'm still painting the ceiling at home. It's a mess. I need to go back and clean it up. As for paying the brothers, I have to pay people for work too. So why not give it to the same people in the same courtyard? Don't overthink it, just help if you can. Guangtian and Guangfu are almost adults, so please hold back and don't make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. Zhang Jianzhan said this, and then acted as if he was doing it for your own good. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu looked at Zhang Jianzhan with gratitude when they heard his words at home. Lu Haizhong chuckled, people with intellectual skills speak differently. It makes so much sense. I've been feeling itchy these past few days, but I've been restraining myself. I haven't hit these two kids in ages. Zhang Jianzhan, Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu. Everyone in the yard pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two, and couldn't help laughing when they heard what the second uncle said. Zhang Jianzhan smiled helplessly and said, all right, see you later, Uncle ER. I have to go clean up the house. Passing by, he glanced at Zhejiang lying on the cart. It seemed that the old woman was seriously injured this time. I have mastered my mental power, so no one should die like last time. But he shouldn't have a crooked mouth and squinting eyes. What he didn't know was that if it was his first time, he would have been unconscious for a whole day. But this was the second time the brain nerves were impacted, which was like adding insult to injury and could be considered a coincidence. When Qin Huiru saw Zhang Jianzhan passing by, her tall and slender figure made her heart burn with anger. Jie Dongxiu has been gone for several years, and it's hard for a widow. Looking at He Yuzhu, the fire in her heart has been mostly extinguished. Bangang, who had 3 scars on his head, was in a low mood, and his grandmother, who loved him the most, did not move. Xiaodang also stood aside dejectedly, only the little Huihua was still running around in the yard. The neighbors in the compound didn't go to cook, but looked at Zhejiang on the cart with a gloating look on their faces. They whispered to each other from time to time. This is the life of the small group in the slum. Zhang Jianzhan returned to his house and repainted the half-painted wooden ceiling in the inner room. Seeing that it was already past 5 o'clock, he flashed into the space. Seeing a patch of orange trees in the distance that had grown to half a person's height, I couldn't help but sigh at the power of the planting space. I didn't have time to look for Chinese medicinal herbs like ginseng this week. I was planning to go to the mountains in the suburbs today, but Zhou Xiaobai's arrival disrupted my plan. Fortunately, Zhang Jianzhan bought some fruits a few days ago. Among them, oranges are still available for sale during this season. After eating the flesh, scatter the seeds in the space. Although there are not many now, I can continue to plant oranges. I had to plant dozens of acres of wheat. The vortex had not responded since it last grew to a 1-meter diameter, and the vortex in space had now become quiet again. The tattoo on the forearm seems to be integrated into the skin and is difficult to detect without careful observation. Zhang Jianzhan didn't think too much about it. After all, if it's a blessing, there's no harm. If it's a disaster, there's no way to avoid it. The number of wild rabbits in the bamboo forest has stabilized, and after more than a week of breeding, the number has increased to more than 20. Zhang Jianjun didn't touch the few roe deer, hoping that he could breed a group of them in the future. The 13 chickens have grown up now, and there are more than 50 chicks following them. For dinner, Zhang Jianjun set his eyes on a big rooster. After all, it didn't matter if there were just 3 or 2 more roosters. Zhang Jianjun started to cook dinner in the space. Now he likes to cook in the space whenever he is alone. It is simple, convenient, and does not cause unnecessary trouble. When you go out, put 2 steamed buns on the table. There was also a plate of pickles, which would have definitely grown mold if it wasn't winter. Zhang Jianjun thought maliciously that if Bang Gang came in, he would have to go back crying. At this time, the doctors and nurses in the hospital's emergency department looked at Qin Huiru and Shazhu with sympathy for a long time without saying a word. Wow, this family is really unlucky. The child came 3 times, the adult came twice, and now an old lady has come. It seems that this old lady is here for the 2nd time. This is definitely a family group coming together to test our hospital. This is so unlucky. In less than 2 weeks, all the patients recovered except for this female comrade who had not received treatment. The stitches on the back of Shazhu's head haven't been removed yet, and he's still thinking about having them removed today. Qin Huiru also felt uncomfortable because of the nurse's gazes. Jia Zhang was pushed into the emergency room and was not pushed out until more than 2 hours later. Qin Huiru quickly stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Dr. Wan, what is my mother-in-law's current condition? The attending physician shook his head with a complicated expression. Qin Huiru's heart skipped a beat and she thought to herself, is this all over? Madam, your mother-in-law is in very poor condition. She has localized rupture of intracranial blood vessels and cerebral arteriosclerosis, which is causing related neurological dysfunction. To put it bluntly, it may cause facial paralysis, hemiplegia, limb weakness and numbness, crooked mouth, staring to one side, etc. If the recovery is good, you can still walk with crutches. If the recovery is not good, you can prepare a wheelchair. Qin Huiru felt very disappointed after hearing this. She found it hard to accept such a result. It's not that Qin Huiru feels sorry for her mother-in-law, but what will happen to the family if she has to go to work in the future? It's difficult to take care of the patient when he can move, so wouldn't it be fatal if he couldn't move? It would be better to die. He almost jumped up and cheered when he heard the doctor's words. Good boy, the clouds finally cleared and the moon appeared. Now it's really my turn. The doctor saw that He had a strange expression on his face. He is so excited even though his elderly family member has had a stroke. He is such a masochist. No wonder he comes to the hospital again and again. What a guy, really a good guy. It is true that human joys and sorrows are all different. How can I empathize with you? After dinner, Zhang Jianjun performed a set of Tai Chi as usual. After one set, he felt relaxed and prepared to wash up. What Zhang Jianjun didn't know was that someone was discussing him. At Zhou Xiaobai's house, Zhou's mother is starting the trial mode. Zhou's mother doesn't look old, she looks like she is less than 40 years old, and Zhou Xiaobai looks very much like her mother. This intellectual woman has experienced the trials and tribulations of life, which have shaped her mature charm. Time is like flowing water, leaving few traces on her face, only a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Zhou's father was lying on the sofa in the living room, pretending to read a newspaper, his pricked-up ears proving that he was not at peace. It turned out that Zhang Jianjun's back as he turned and left was seen from a distance by Zhou's mother. In addition, Zhou Xiaobai went out in the morning and returned in the afternoon, so Zhou's mother was a little worried, which led to this scene. Mother Zhou gently chided him, Xiaobai, I've told you countless times that even when making friends, you need to know everyone. It doesn't matter if you know a few people from the nearby compound, but you actually went out to play for most of the day. Hey, kid, you really make me worry. Who is the guy who brought you back today? How do you know him? Where is he from? Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said, Mom, which question should I answer first? We are just friends. He saved me and Luo Yun. I went to thank him for nothing else. Zhou's mother asked, why are you blushing? Just an ordinary friend. I've been through this myself, and I know your little tricks. How did he save you? What happened to you? Zhou Xiaobai said coquettishly, Mom, what are you talking about? It's not as complicated as you think. Luo Yun and I were in Shishaha when we were intercepted by some gang members from the compound. He came over to help, and in less than a minute, all 3 of us fell to the ground. That's how I met him. His name was Zhang Jianjun and he was even mentioned in the newspapers. At this time, within a minute of listening, Zhou's father had already become interested in the 3 young men. After all, Zhou's father was the deputy commander of a certain military region and had seen many powerful soldiers. He walked over from the living room and sat down next to Zhou's mother. Mother Zhou asked with a slightly softer tone, Zhang Jianjun? What newspaper did this guy appear in? Even if that's the case, you shouldn't stay away from home for so long. Joe Ziobai stood up and took a newspaper from the bookshelf. Mom, you can see for yourself that I only found out today. Joe's mother took the Sijukan Daily. The first thing she saw was a photo of a young man standing beneath a mural on the Great Wall, smiling and gazing into the distance. There was a headline above it. The story behind the author of My Country, My Parents. Joe's mother and father watched it together. After about 10 minutes, Joe's father spoke up. He's a talented young man, both civil and military. The saying retirement without fading is well said. I didn't expect his father was also a veteran, still fighting tirelessly for national wealth after retiring. Growing up in this environment, he was still able to compose this beautiful patriotic song. How truly commendable. Joe's father's originally serious face softened a lot. Then he continued, I'll have someone check his file tomorrow. If it's true, I'd like to meet him. Joe's mother rolled her eyes. Old Joe, your old habit has come back again. You're so cautious. How can the newspaper be false? Joe Ziobai heard the two talking and patted his chest. He thought, I have finally passed this hurdle. Otherwise, I would have to explain for half the night. Joe's mother also said to Joe Ziobai, your father is right. It's better to be careful. After all, it's just one side of the story in the newspaper. Your father is in a different position and needs to be careful with his words and actions. You're still young, so don't run around anymore. Joe's father agreed, saying, I don't object to young people socializing freely, but they must know each other's backgrounds. Joe Ziobai said sweetly, Dear parents, I can go to bed now. Mother Joe nodded Joe Ziobai's little head lovingly and waved her hand to indicate that it was time to go. No words were spoken that night. Early in the morning, Jang Jianjun was riding his bicycle on the road, feeling inexplicably happy. I feel like everything I see is pleasing to the eye. This must be the feeling of being in love. In my previous life, I was just a programmer and could only fantasize about meeting my goddess alone. I have never really been in a relationship in my 2 lifetimes combined, not counting the ambiguous relationship I had in college. In the early morning, the loudspeakers at the steel mill played the song My Motherland and I. Ever since the song was broadcast nationwide on the 49th City radio station on January 1st, the steel mill seemed to have adopted it as its factory song. I have to do this every day before and after get off work. The workers are also proud of this. When they chat with others, they always mention that someone wrote a song and the creator is from our steel mill. Jang Jianjun came to the propaganda department office facing everyone's envious gazes. Sitting in his office chair, sorting out the promotional copy, Deputy Section Chief Wang has already categorized them in an orderly manner. Jang Jianjun only needed to take a look at it once. This era was the peak period for propaganda posters and slogans. Many posters and slogans with clear themes and unique styles have emerged. While conveying signals from above, they also carry strong political significance. Therefore, every title and every sentence must go through layers of review. These jobs are neither tiring nor easy, but they also require you to be in high spirits. When it comes to the political aspect, we must be extremely serious, and a propaganda department must also have the task of going to the countryside. In addition to sending projectionists to the countryside to show movies, someone also had to go to the commune to post slogans and posters. In this era, any propaganda department of a key national unit must undertake and cooperate with this task. It is similar to the civil service system in later generations, and is a different concept from workers. Therefore, the level divisions are also different, including clerk, section officer, deputy section level position, and Jang Jianjun is the section chief. If he is promoted again, he will be at the deputy division level. However, Jang Jianjun had never thought about further promotion, as he had just reached the cadre position as section chief. Just as Jang Jianjun was reading the newspaper boredly, Secretary Joe knocked on the office door and walked in. Section Chief Jang, Director Yang wants you to come to his office. He wants to discuss something with you. Jang Jianjun stood up, nodded with a smile, and followed Secretary Joe to the factory director's office. Yang Zhenhua was very enthusiastic when he saw Jang Jianjun come in. He smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, get ready at noon. The leader's driver will be coming this afternoon. He's hosting a dinner for 2 guests tonight. You and Comrade He Yuja should go together. Don't be nervous. The leader thinks highly of you. Jang Jianjun smiled and said, Okay Uncle Yang, do you need me to bring any gifts? Director Yang laughed and said, Xiao Zhang, if you're accompanying someone at a banquet, don't bring any gifts at this crucial moment. Besides, what else does the boss need from you? Go and see more, learn more, and talk less. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Jang Jianjun thought to himself that he really didn't care and didn't want to continue climbing. But he still smiled and said, Thank you Uncle Yang for your support. I will take it seriously and treat it as a task assigned by the factory organization. Yang Zhenhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You kid, that's not so serious. Just be careful with your words and actions. I have high hopes for you. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Secretary Joe will notify you when you arrive in the afternoon. Jang Jianjun left the factory director's office and his mental focus swept towards the deputy director's office. When I walked downstairs, I saw Li Huide's big teapot, and the thermos disappeared. Li Huide was really scared this time because he saw with his own eyes that the thermos suddenly disappeared. It was like being sucked into a black hole, and my sleep-deprived brain felt like it was about to explode. He plans to find his own backer now. If he cannot change jobs, he will have no choice but to write a resignation report. This is too damn scary. Even if it is a ghost, you shouldn't focus on one person if you want to fleece him. Deputy Director Lee felt that if he didn't leave now, he might not survive the spring festival, so he prepared to pack up and put his hands down again. I remembered what else was left to clean up, and this damn thing even took away the thermos and teacup. He also wanted to report it, but that notebook was his lifeblood. Being found out and losing your job is a small matter, but even if you don't eat peanuts, you will never be able to get out in this life. Jang Jianjun himself didn't expect this result. A thermos and a large teacup were the last straw that broke the camel's back. In the kitchen of the steel mill canteen, He was wearing the gray Zhongshan suit again today. He felt that his spring was coming, and last night in the hospital he boldly pulled Sister Qin's hand. Qin Huiru didn't resist at all. The seductive look she gave him made her feel dizzy even when she walked today. As soon as Secretary Joe arrived at the cafeteria, he told him that he was going to the leader's house to make dinner this afternoon. I also told myself to dress appropriately, so I ran back home and put on the Zhongshan suit. On the way, I thought that this bald head would affect my senses a bit, so I bought a hat. Jang Jianjun did not prepare anything for his visit to the leader's house and just kept flipping through the newspaper. This may be what it means to be strong when you have no desires. When you have nothing to ask for, you will naturally be calm. In the afternoon, a jeep stopped in the factory yard and Secretary Joe came to the section chief's office. Section Chief Zhang, the driver is here. What do you need to prepare? Pack up and we're ready to go. Jang Jianjun, thank you for your help, Secretary Joe. There's nothing to pack. Since the car is here, let's go. Jang Jianjun and Shazhu in the back seat of the jeep smiled and nodded. The driver, who looked to be about 30 years old, started the jeep when he saw the two of them arrived. The car drove into Changwen and then turned into Longtan Lake. This area is densely packed with alleys and courtyards. It weaves back and forth across the city like a spider web. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of an ancient courtyard house. Jang Jianjun felt that someone was watching this place. Jang Jianjun used his mental power to scan the jeep in the distance and saw four figures. He realized that they were from some powerful background. The driver led the way in front, and He followed carefully behind. Jang Jianjun walked at the end with a calm look on his face. Three people were sitting in the living room chatting when they saw Jang Jianjun and Shazhu come in. The big boss smiled and said, "You two came at the perfect time. The ingredients are ready. Xiao Yang, take Comrade Xiao He to the kitchen first." Then he turned around and smiled at the two elderly men in their 60s, Old Superior, Professor Chen, you are in for a treat today. I have invited the heir of the Tan family cuisine to come over for you too. Then he pointed at Jang Jianjun and said, this young comrade is also a good young talent. He is the author of the song Me and My. When the two old men heard this, their eyes lit up and they became interested. The senior leader continued, don't be shy, Xiao Zhang. Come and sit down. This is my former superior. He's also a good friend of mine. Just call him Captain. When Jang Jianjun saw these two people, he was shocked. Wow, the old man in the first seat looked so familiar. I felt a sense of oppression coming towards me, just like the iron-blooded murderous aura developed on the battlefield. Jang Jianjun was able to feel it because of his strong mental strength. But he came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye he became an ordinary old man. Jang Jianjun immediately stood up in awe and bowed to the two old men before sitting down. The old man in the first seat looked at Jang Jianjun with interest. He smiled and said, little comrade, don't be nervous. This is just a gathering among friends. Your song is very famous now. My grandchildren can even sing a few lines of it. Jang Jianjun felt ashamed. Thank you for your encouragement. I wrote that song by chance. I dare not take credit for it. How could he not feel guilty? After all, he was just a plagiarist. The elegant old man beside him smiled and said, young people are not bad, they should not be arrogant or impatient. This song is very heartwarming. Mother, child, sea, waves, mountains, rivers, small villages, smoke from cooking fires. Listening to it makes you feel like you are bathed in a spring breeze. A beautiful and peaceful picture appears before your eyes, as if you were back in your childhood, lying in your mother's arms. He took a sip of tea and continued, if you're interested, you can come to Yanda. I haven't retired yet, so I still have some recommended spots available. Jang Jianjun's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He didn't dare to go to college now. It seems that the old man next to him might be an old professor. Zhang Jianjun politely replied, "Thank you for the recommendation, but I just want to continue working at the steel mill. Art comes from life, and I want to first take root at the grassroots level for a few years. Only then will my creations be more authentic and not superficial." The senior leader smiled enthusiastically and said, "I recommended Xiao Zhang before, and he told me the same thing." As everyone talked and laughed, the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. Zhang Jianjun secretly wiped his forehead. This was the most nervous time for him. Even though he was a hacker, he still couldn't escape the pressure. Because the person opposite him is worthy of admiration. The old man at the head seat smiled and said, "Old buddy, I'm also craving the Tan family's food, so it's okay to cook a meal for them. But please don't come to their house to cook for them again. Some people are very restless right now, so you have to be careful." The big boss nodded quickly and said, "You're right. You haven't been here for a few years, so I asked you to come and burn it." The old man nodded and said, "Just do your own thing. You are just a bunch of demons and monsters. You will eventually be drowned by the flood." Zhang Jianjun gave a thumbs up in his heart, and if others said anything about him, he would just treat it as bragging. But the old man convinced him and he did it. The big boss said, "Dinner will take a while. If you two are bored, why not play chess?" The old professor smiled and said, "All right, I'm itching to show off my skills. Let me teach you some chess." The big leader's wife took the chessboard and brought it to the two elderly people. Zhang Jianjun watched from the side like a good boy. "I thought I could remain calm even when facing a disaster, but I didn't expect that I would still be confused by the aura." Zhang Jianjun sighed. It seemed that he needed to hone his character more. "Even if I have no intention of pursuing a career in politics in the future, my state of mind still needs to be improved. Even though he has cheats, he is still a mortal with flesh and blood." Zhang Jianjun quietly looked at the chief, an old man who had spent his whole life in military service. At this moment, he looked like an ordinary old man, with a casual smile on his face and bright eyes. Zhang Jianjun thought of an idiom, "Back to basics. The lights are coming on." He usually used the signature skills of the Tan family cuisine. When cooking Tan cuisine, sugar and salt are often used in equal parts, with sweetness enhancing the freshness and saltiness enhancing the aroma, resulting in dishes with a moderate taste. It tastes delicious and is loved by people from both the south and the north. I saw the tempting braised shark's fin on the table, with its golden chicken soup base. It is made from free-range hens from the western mountains of Beijing. The ingredients are very fine and require a secret recipe. Another pot of bird's nest clear soup. The soup is as clear as water, slightly beige, and tastes delicious. Bird's nest is soft and smooth without breaking, and has high nutritional value. It is a representative dish of Tan family cuisine. Zhang Jianjun looked at the exquisite dishes on the table and couldn't help but look at Hiyuju with admiration. I finally understood what the old man sitting at the top said. I should cook less Tan family dishes at home in the future. This thing was completely an official device in the past, it is too exquisite and luxurious. The old man said, "Don't do this again in the future. The economy is still unstable, and we still need to take the lead. This is just one time and it won't happen again." The senior leader quickly smiled and said, "You are right, old superior. This will not happen again. But since the dishes are on the table, please have them taste it." The table began to get lively, and Zhang Jianjun occasionally toasted the two elders. When the leader saw that Zhang Jianjun's actions were appropriate, he nodded secretly with satisfaction. Zhang Jianjun secretly scanned with his mental power and found that the old man sitting in the first seat had a slight blood clot in his brain. Zhang Jianjun used his powerful memory to search through the deeds of the old man in later generations and immediately understood everything. I secretly thought that I had to help this old man. As the banquet was drawing to a close, Zhang Jianjun seemed to be hesitant to speak. The old man looked at Zhang Jianjun and kept looking at him. "Why aren't you used to this kind of occasion, young comrade? Don't bother with us old guys. Eat and drink as much as you can. Now that we've made it, don't waste your drink and try to finish it all." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh, but I was just observing your complexion. My family has inherited some Qi Huang techniques, and I have a basic understanding of Chinese medicine theory." The old man piqued his interest. The art of Qi Huang comes from the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine, which is now considered one of the banned books. In the past, some quack doctors still knew a little bit about it. Although it later came to refer to traditional Chinese medicine in general, your little knowledge is a bit arrogant. "So, what did you see?" Zhang Jianjun smiled confidently and said, "Do you sometimes feel dizzy, have unstable blood pressure, severe chest tightness, and insomnia?" The old man's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Zhang Jianjun meaningfully. But then he laughed heartily and said, "I didn't realize you had some knowledge. This disease isn't difficult to diagnose. With several annual checkups, you'll naturally know something about it. We've all suffered from many hidden injuries in the past, but finding a solution is no easy task." At this time, the big boss winked at Zhang Jianjun. Damn, he had just praised this kid for his ability to advance and retreat in moderation. Why do you start to feel dizzy at the last minute? You should be careful with the person sitting opposite you. Zhang Jianzhan acted as if he hadn't seen it. If you trust me, I'll massage your acupuncture points. I can't say it will completely eliminate the problem, but it will definitely have an immediate effect. The professor next to him also became interested. Young man, this is no joke. Are you sure? Zhang Jianzhan, just try it and you'll know if it works. The old man laughed regardless of the big boss's dissuasion. You know some tricks to provoke me, so why not just take advantage of my own tricks? The leader was speechless. Looking at Zhang Jianzhan washing his hands in the sink outside, I never expected this change to happen. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart at his youthful recklessness. Then he looked at the old man who was already sitting on the sofa and spoke softly. Old boss, do you want to ask someone to come in and search me? The old man laughed and said, You are obsessed, old man. I don't see any malice in his eyes. After washing his hands, Zhang Jianzhan went to the sofa where the old man was sitting and started massaging from his head. Finding acupoints for massage is of course nonsense. Zhang Jianzhan used his spiritual sea to carefully comb the tendons and veins in the old man's head. Like magic, the blood clot blocking the blood vessel was directly removed. Then carefully pressed the back to clear the smoke stains and accumulated toxins in the heart and lungs. The old man didn't feel anything at first, until an indescribable warm current entered his brain. The drowsiness caused by drinking also disappeared without a trace, and my brain no longer felt as heavy as before. I was secretly surprised that this technique was so magical. Could it really activate the potential of acupoints and help the body save itself? The others watched nervously from the side, with strange expressions on their faces. This guy's massage technique is completely unsystematic, but they often ask an old Chinese doctor to do massage for them. Zhang Jianzhan ignored everyone's strange looks at this time. He used his mental power to stimulate his face, and it turned pale instantly. He massaged the old man's waist tremblingly, as if he was exhausted and overworked. He asked with shaking hands and breathing heavily, How do you feel? Everyone saw it and thought, wow, this acting is quite good, it's just a few random touches, what's the big deal? The old man stood up, did a few stretching exercises and laughed. It's incredible, truly incredible. It's impossible to believe this unless you experience it yourself. Now I feel like my eyesight is no longer blurry, my ears are no longer ringing, and my mind is clear. My old waist injury has also eased. Everyone, is this a mutual performance? The old man said solemnly, this set of acupuncture point methods must be preserved, and you must find a successor in the future. If you can't find one, I don't mind sending someone to you. When the others saw the old man's serious look, they went from disbelief to half belief and half doubt. How could it be so magical with just a few shots? Zhang Jianzhan smiled wryly and said, this acupoint stimulation method is tailored to the individual. It can't be used for all ailments. It's too mentally taxing, and long-term use can cause premature aging. I only dare to use it once a month. Everyone, this kid talks about it in a magical way, like he is really powerful. Zhang Jianzhan continued, although the blood clots in your body have been cleared, you still have too many old injuries. I think I only have one secret Chinese medicine recipe left at home. If you take it, it will cure both the symptoms and the root cause. The old man gave a very gratified smile. After this incident, I am now indebted to you for your kindness. Zhang Jianzhan said this with an apparently flattered look. Thank you for your support, uncle. I will definitely become a useful person to society. Everyone was speechless. This kid changed his words so quickly. Half an hour later, several people saw Zhang Jianzhan leaving. The old professor couldn't help but ask curiously, my friend, how could this guy be so amazing just by randomly tapping a few times? The old man laughed and said, this kid is unfathomable, but he is indeed a remarkable person. As long as he has a pure heart, it will be fine. We can't delve into it too deeply. Everyone has some secrets, right? Young comrade is worthy of training. Today's events are over and no one should spread them outside. After saying this, the old man seemed to fall into memories. Everyone looked at each other. The jeep drove out of Changwon district, crossed Gulu East Street and headed straight for Nanluoguxiang. Zhang Jianzhan and he Yuzha sat in the back seat of the jeep. Zhang Jianzhan asked softly, Brother Zuzi, why didn't you come to the table? Shazhu rolled his eyes and thought that this kid was a bit Versailles. Jianzhan, have you ever seen a chef serve at a dinner table with important people at a leader's house? You're pretending to be clueless. Zhang Jianzhan touched his nose and said, this is the first time I've heard of such a rule. Seeing your forehead is red, it means that wedding is coming soon. Work harder to get your sister Qin. Shazhu always felt that this sentence was awkward. He had only heard of the forehead turning black, and this was the first time he heard of it turning red. But he liked the latter sentence, and Sister Qin actually blushed a little when he heard it. Brother Jianzhan, you're also a cultured person. How do you think I should proceed? I have no idea either. Zhang Jianjun, the Jia family is in dire need of a man in this situation. Let's have a drink together sometime and then have some fun. Why don't you just let your brother Zuzi control you? Then he looked at Shazhu with an expression that all men understood. While Shazhu was still thinking about the feasibility of this sentence, the car stopped. Zhang Jianjun said to the driver, "Driver, please wait a moment. I'm going to go into the house to get something. Please help pass it to Mr. Ye." The driver nodded and lit a cigarette while sitting in the driver's seat. The roar of the car called out the third uncle, who saw Zhang Jianjun and Shazhu being brought back by the car. He asked with envy and curiosity, "Jianjun, Zuzi, where did you two get back from so late at night? And you even sent me a car to pick me up. Tisk, tisk, I smell alcohol. Did you bring any goodies back with you?" Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Brother Zuzi, go explain to Uncle San. I have something else to do." "Silly Zhu, what's there to explain? What's there to explain about eating tonight and having poop tomorrow morning? It's still warm when you get up early." Yan Bugui's face darkened. "You are unreasonable and disrespectful to society." Zhang Jianjun came to his house and took out an empty bottle of Limao. He filled the bottle with a cup of spiritual spring water from the ancient well, then sealed the bottle tightly and left the space. The driver looked at the bottle of wine with a strange look. "Is this a gift that includes half a bottle?" Zhang Jianjun spoke in a serious tone. "Driver, please deliver it yourself. This is a special secret recipe. I don't know if it will be available in the future. But right now, this is the only one I have, and it can't be stored for long. Use it now." The driver was speechless. It was too ridiculous to use an empty wine bottle to store such a precious medicine. Seeing the jeep start and leave, Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether what he did this time was right or wrong, but he didn't regret it. This old man is worth taking a risk for, because some people are as powerful as thousands of troops when they stand alone. This era needs them. Zhang Jianjun returned to the house from outside the yard and entered the space with toiletries. The wheat in the space has ripened again, and Zhang Jianjun can't help feeling a little worried. Looking at the tall piles of flour in the distance gave me a headache. I had planted wheat out of fear of running out of food, but now what should I do with the hundreds of thousands of pounds? To be honest, who are they selling it to? The source is a question that cannot be explained at all. It's not like it can be sold to the black market, and most people can't eat it at this point. Zhang Jianjun put the wheat in place and looked at the small hill of flour which had grown considerably taller. Now I really don't have to worry because I have food at home. Zhang Jianjun looked at the acre of orange trees again and couldn't help but feel happy. After a week, the trees finally bore fruit. Although the oranges are still small and green, they will be ripe tomorrow once they bear fruit. At the Jia family compound, Qin Huiru was searching for Jia Zhang's money. She searched the entire house but couldn't find anything. She wanted to take advantage of her mother-in-law's hospitalization to siphon off the money that Jia Zhang had saved. "My monthly salary is 27.5 yuan, and after all these incidents, there is not much left. If Shazhu hadn't paid for it several times, her family would have to eat cornmeal every day." Looking at the three little ones lying on the bed, Qin Huiru was really in trouble. Today, an auntie was taking care of the family during the daytime, but Qin Huiru knew that an uncle had already set his eyes on her family. Is Qin Huiru stupid? She is the heroine in the original drama. She couldn't hide the old man's thoughts from her. Qin Huiru snorted coldly and said, "Whoever comes can suck it. Anyway, they have endless money. I heard that Shazhu was taken away by his boss today. He didn't get any lunch box today and he didn't eat enough for dinner." Qin Huiru thought that Shazhu should be back now. So he looked outside and saw that the lights were on in Shazhu's house. Qin Huiru then walked toward Shazhu's house. Shazhu was thinking about what Zhang Jianjun said, and his eyes lit up when he saw Sister Qin pushing the door in. "Sister Qin, I went to my boss's house to cook dinner today, so I didn't bring you a lunchbox. I still have some rice and peanuts in my cupboard. I'll make some more for you." Qin Huiru saw Shazhu and winked at his honest look. "Zuzi looks like he's really climbed up a ladder today. Don't forget Sister Qin when you take off in the future." "I won't be polite then." Shazhu's heart was moved. "Sister Qin, look at what you are saying. Am I that kind of person?" Then he rushed into the kitchen, and in less than 20 minutes, a plate of peanuts and a bowl of dried tofu with a few slices of meat were placed on the table. Shazhu pulled out a bottle of wine from under the bed. "Sister Qin, it's cold out. Let's drink some white wine to warm ourselves up and wish Sister Qin to escape from her suffering." Qin Huiru was speechless for a moment. What kind of talk is this about escaping from the sea of suffering? Now my mother-in-law is also paralyzed. This is almost like entering the sea of suffering. Shazhu poured wine while saying, "At least no one scolds you every day now, right? If you can't take care of the kids, I'm still here." After saying this, he blinked at Qin Huiru affectionately. "Qin Huiru." The two of them drank and chatted while Shazhu kept urging them to drink. Qin Huiru had been feeling depressed these days, so she accepted everyone's offer. Before they knew it, a bottle of wine was divided between the two of them, and Qin Huiru felt a little dizzy at this time. Seeing Sheju's undisguised gaze right next to her, she felt flustered and stood up, wanting to go home. Because she stood up too quickly, she staggered and was about to fall. Sheju rushed over and hugged Qin Huiru. Qin Huiru felt the alcohol taking over her and she felt dizzy all of a sudden. Sheju also risked his all and tried his best. Qin Huiru seemed to wake up from her confusion and struggled involuntarily, but she was no longer able to control herself. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Huiru cast a resentful look. Sheju's face flushed and his neck thickened. "Sister Qin, please give me another chance." Qin Huiru stood up and put on her clothes, then gave Sheju a complicated look. A figure quietly left in the night. The night is getting deeper. In the Su family compound, Su Daimao looked at Qin Jingru lying in his arms, and his fighting spirit to climb up was rekindled in his heart. Something called ambition was growing in my heart, and this morning I finally got the marriage certificate with Qin Jingru, but he didn't want to hold a banquet to entertain everyone. After several setbacks and frustrations, he became much more silent. Su Daimao felt that there was not a single good person in this compound, they were all just a bunch of bumpkins. Thinking about the 2 small yellow croakers I had taken from Lu's house before, they were still hidden in the gap under the cabinet. Tomorrow he has to visit the greedy and lustful deputy director Li. Su Daimao secretly vowed that he must surpass Zhang Jianjun. Once this jealous mentality arises, it will grow like weeds and cannot be controlled. I am destined to be unable to have children, and without political capital, I may never be able to hold my head up in the future. Zhang Jianjun never expected that Su Daimao's reason for hating him was so ridiculous. Even if he knew Zhang Jianjun, he wouldn't care, because they were basically not on the same level anymore. In the early morning, the sun secretly showed half of its head, but it did not bring much warmth to the cold north. After washing up, Zhang Jianjun got on his bicycle, bought 2 fried dough sticks at the entrance of the alley, and rode to the steel rolling mill. He usually walked with an unconcerned pace today, nodding to everyone he knew along the way. The cold weather did not affect Sheju's enthusiasm at all. The brim of his Lei Feng hat could not hide his excited face. He finally said goodbye to the era of switching from his left hand to his right hand. Although it was short, the beauty of that moment made him linger on it. Sister Qin finally belonged to him, and he couldn't help feeling satisfied when he saw Qin Huiru following him from a distance. Sheju decided to thank Zhang Jianjun very much, because without his advice, he would have lost everything. I still live in a state of having the desire to steal but not the courage to do so every day, and I can't help but sigh that intellectuals have active minds. Qin Huiru looked at Sheju in front of her who kept looking back at him, and felt a sense of unwillingness for no reason. How could I let him succeed in this way? I had him hanging for several years, but he stumbled last night. Zhang Jianjun rushed to his office. He wanted to sort out the publicity task report that he had not finished reading yesterday. Although compiled by Deputy Section Chief Wang, these documents must be treated with caution as they involve propaganda in rural areas. I saw a propaganda task that had been shelved for a long time. Wangyi village in the west of the city is located in a remote mountain area. The road up the mountain is nearly 30 miles long, and no projectionist has been there for more than a year. The commune is very dissatisfied with this phenomenon and has reported it to the steel mill. The letter requesting an additional projectionist is now on my desk. There are 3 projectionists in the propaganda department, each responsible for a different suburban commune. There was only one projector, so several people took turns going to the countryside. Zhang Jianjun looked at Su Daimao, who had taken several days off due to hospitalization, and his eyes rolled. He directly assigned this task to Su Daimao, and he had no good intentions towards me. Then don't blame me for not letting my rights to you expire. The 30-mile mountain road is enough to make you suffer. At this moment, Su Daimao's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He was standing outside Li Hui's office door. After hesitating for a while, he knocked on the office door. Su Daimao no longer wanted to be a miserable projectionist. It seems to be a prosperous time, but only the people know the hardships. Sometimes bicycles cannot enter the village, so you have to carry the projection equipment. In addition to being able to take advantage of the villagers and buy some mountain products, I also have to get up early and go to bed late, sometimes for several days at a time. Su Daimao touched the 2 small yellow croakers in his pocket, let out a long sigh, and felt a lot more relieved. Time passed minute by minute and the office door was still not opened. He didn't know that Li Hui was in the hospital receiving in 4 drip. Su Daimao felt irritable and felt that nothing was going well recently. 10 minutes later, Su Daimao, dejected, returned to the equipment storage warehouse of the propaganda department, waiting for today's task of going to the countryside. Since I took a few days off, I can't escape the task of going to the countryside this time. After finishing organizing various reports, Zhang Jianjun started to relax again. He was thinking about what to bring for a date with Zhou Xiaobai. Since they came from the same compound, nothing would be surprising to them. My mind sank into the space and I couldn't help but feel happy. The oranges on the orange tree were already glowing orange and hanging on the branches. Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to pick one up. The orange was the size of a fist and had a shiny, orange-yellow surface. When you peel the orange peel, the sweet aroma of the orange hits you in the face. There is a layer of fishnet-like tendons on the surface of the orange flesh that wraps the orange fruit. Each orange fruit has about 7 or 8 petals, which look like full crescent moons. Break off a petal and put it in your mouth and take a bite. The sour and sweet taste is much better than those bought in the market. Maybe it's because it contains a little spiritual spring water. The orange peel is placed on the office desk, and the fragrance makes people feel clear-headed after smelling it. Zhang Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. He finally had something he could show off. In the director's office of the steel rolling mill, Director Yang was looking at Li Hui's transfer report issued by the trade union. He did not show any ecstasy. Yang Zhenhua had long felt that something was wrong with Li Hui. Li Hui did not fight for many of the credits that should have been his, and he was very sad about the departure of his old rival. Many of these things reveal inexplicable strangeness, and one chooses to remain silent when he is in high spirits. It is really puzzling and I have no idea what happened in the middle. And in a few days someone else will take office. The people transferred here are still from the faction behind Li Hui. Yang Zhenhua smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that things would still not be peaceful in the future. But when I thought of the old leader's advice, I felt a lot more at ease. Director Yang thought that since there were 3 deputy directors' seats in the Revolutionary Committee, his team must definitely strive to get 2. In this way, no matter who you transfer in the future, you can directly grasp the right to speak in your hands. The image of Zhang Jianjun flashed through his mind, thinking of depriving the enemy of power and defeating them without fighting. But he shook his head and said he was still too young. If the newly appointed section chief were to join the Revolutionary Committee as deputy director in the future, I'm afraid this will cause rumors. Yang Zhenhua couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Su Daimao was in the warehouse storage room, killing time out of boredom. This is the salesman Chen Kenfa who came over with a flyer and said with a strange but sympathetic look on his face, "Comrade Su Daimao, your screening assignment for this week has arrived." Then he turned around and looked around and said softly, "Did you offend anyone? No one has been to this place for more than a year." Su Daimao's eyelids twitched. "Xiao Chen, don't talk nonsense. Don't you know what kind of person I am, Su Daimao?" Then he took the task order for screening in the countryside from salesman Chen. But when he saw the words Wanghe village in the mountainous area outside the West City, he almost felt dizzy. It's almost the new year and we're still not having a good time. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words in his heart. We have a grudge against Zhang Jianjun. At this time, Zhang Jianjun was eating oranges, thinking about how to win over Zhou's parents. Zhang Jianjun felt bored in the afternoon and planned to go to a Chinese medicine store to see if there were any Chinese medicine seeds or something. I rode my bike out of the steel mill and headed straight for Education Street at Zidon Crossroads. At this time, in a courtyard in Dongjimen, Chaoyang district, Mr. Ye was holding a bottle of mutai and was speechless. The guard took it in the car last night and took out a drop after testing. It is impossible to identify its ingredients, and it has no resemblance to any current Chinese medicine. But one thing is certain, there is absolutely no poison. It's not that Mr. Ye doesn't trust Zhang Jianjun. This is the responsibility and obligation of the guard squad and the personal doctor, and any foreign items must be inspected. Old Ye thought of Zhang Jianjun's magical massage technique. Since it was done by this kid, it shouldn't be an ordinary one. So he called to the inner room, "Shanshan, bring me a glass." A girl about 25 or 26 came over with a glass and was speechless when she saw the bottle of wine in Mr. Ye's hand. "Dad, the doctor has told you many times to drink less. Your blood pressure is unstable and your heart isn't in good condition, yet you're still drinking." Ye Lao smiled and said, "It's not that wine is indescribable or inexpressible." Mr. Ye took the wine glass from his daughter, placed it on the stone table in the yard, then picked up the bottle and poured it out. "Okay, Sanya, this is really not wine, don't worry. I know my limits, so go inside first." The girl named Shanshan had no choice but to leave. Mr. Ye carefully looked at the so-called unique medicine in the glass. It was clear and transparent without a trace of impurities in the sunlight. The potion has a slight bluish tint, and if you don't look closely it looks no different from pure water. The faint fragrance overflowing from the cup makes every cell in the body open its mouth greedily. An inner desire kept urging Ye Lao to drink it, and the urge to drink it came to his mind. Old Ye was startled but quickly calmed down. Looking at this cup of potion for too long seemed to draw his mind. I picked up the glass and took a sip. A cool and sweet taste spread from my taste buds to my whole body, giving me a refreshing feeling. Old Ye did not hesitate any longer and drank the spiritual spring water in the cup in one breath. Then I closed my eyes and sat at the table, feeling that all the muscles in my body seemed to be rearranged. Each cell is breaking down and regenerating, leaving the brain feeling clear and bright. Many blurred images are now so clear, and the gradually weakening limbs are no longer slow and numb. A foul smell suddenly came, and my whole body felt like it was covered in mud and smelled terrible. He quickly called Shanshan and asked her to prepare hot water. Mr. Yes' daughter looked at her father strangely. It's rare to drink wine and end up covered in mud, but the taste is really intoxicating. The book is divided into 2 parts, one of which is for each. At this time, Zhang Ji and Jun came to the Zidong intersection. We came to the south side of Jiayu Street, where there are Debi Pharmacy, Tanchuntang Pharmacy, and Daily Necessity Store. Zhang Ji and Jun naturally went to take a look at these Chinese medicine stores when he passed by the trust store. He remembered the radio ticket he bought at the pigeon market, which had been gathering dust in his space. After the Chinese New Year, it is difficult to buy these things in the trust stores here. But after thinking about it, I decided to buy new home appliances, so I went directly into the mall from the side door of Zidong Shopping Mall and the Daily Necessities Department. Across the road from the Daily Necessities Department of Zidong Shopping Mall are the Zidong Bicycle Shop and Wenmao Cultural Supply Store. Therefore, the area of the entire Zidong Shopping Mall is definitely the largest shopping mall in Beijing. Now I am a section chief after all, so it's not too much for me to have a radio. Entering the mall, you will find a wide variety of goods, from small items like pots and pans to large items like bicycles and black and white televisions. If the product technology had not lagged behind, the prosperity here would have been no less than that of shopping malls in later generations. Zhang Ji and Jun walked all the way to the counter selling radios. The salesperson here was a young man in his 30s. Zhang Ji and Jun smiled and said, "Comrade, what brands of radios are on sale now, and how much do they cost?" The male salesperson acted like you owed me a few $100s and asked, "Where's your ticket? Take it out first." Zhang Ji and Jun was speechless. What kind of service attitude is this? I had no choice but to take the radio ticket out of my pocket. The male salesperson took the ticket and took a look at it. Still coldly, he continued, "The Shanghai brand 160, a radio shipped from Shanghai, costs 178 yuan. The ones made in Nanjing are cheaper, but they're out of stock right now. The cheaper ones cost 156 yuan with the invoice. If you're not in a hurry, wait a few days." Zhang Ji and Jun pulled out a stack of large black tens and said, "Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Come to the Shanghai brand radio. Who has the time to look at these things every day? If I weren't afraid of being labeled a capitalist, I'd buy one and throw it away." The salesperson's expression kept changing. My goodness, this guy is even more pretentious than me. I'm so angry that I want to report this bastard. Zhang Ji and Jun got the invoice and picked up the radio at the counter. He winked at the salesperson and gave a smug smile. Salesperson? My heart was beating fast, and my face looked even uglier. Damn, are you sick? Zhang Ji and Jun took the radio and walked out of Zidong Shopping Mall, crossed the alley and came to Education Street. Park your bike in front of Tanchuntang Pharmacy and then go inside. At the counter, an old man in his 60s was busy weighing and classifying the medicinal materials in the Chinese medicine box. Zhang Ji and Jun stepped forward and asked, "Grandpa, do you have any ginseng seeds for sale?" The old man glanced at Zhang Ji and Jun and said, "Young man, it's too early for you to buy ginseng seeds. They are usually planted in April, but right now we only have Chinbei ginseng seeds. We don't have Korean ginseng seeds." Zhang Ji and Jun smiled and said, "Grandpa, just give me some Chinbei ginseng seeds. I'll keep some in stock in case it gets hard to buy after the new year." Zhang Ji and Jun took out his household registration booklet and commodity purchase certificate and bought 1.5 pounds of seeds for more than 2 yuan. The old man began to introduce, "Young man, ginseng is a semi-shade plant that prefers a cool, humid climate. It avoids direct sunlight and is best grown on a hillside with a certain amount of sunlight. It should be grown in deep, well-permeable, fertile, neutral, or slightly acidic sandy loam. If you're planting it in the Forbidden City, good luck." Zhang Ji and Jun, "Thank you, old man. I have relatives in the countryside who bought this for me." Then I thought to myself, I'll plant it in space, no matter whether it likes shade or sun. Then I visited both pharmacies and bought a lot of ginseng, honeysuckle, wolfberry, and angelica. Unfortunately, there are no seeds of Polygonum multiflorum or Ganoderma lucidum, and even if there are, they are air-dried and sliced. No matter how strong the black soil is, it can't grow crops. Zhang Ji and Jun had to turn the car around and head to Zidong Vegetable Market. See if you can find any other seeds. Zhang Ji and Jun took a shortcut and turned onto a small road. The sound of crisp bells came from the alley. The alleys of the old city are deep and long. The road paved with blue bricks tells stories of the past. The boy selling candied already has gray hair. Happiness is a healthy body and a hopeful tomorrow. In a compound in Dongjimen, Chaoyang district, Mr. Ye took a bath in the bathtub for more than half an hour. This is the 3rd time I've changed the water. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that the water in the bathtub was no longer so turbid. When I came out of the bath, I felt like I was 20 years younger. My skin was no longer covered with pigmentation like before. My mind was clear as I stood in front of the dressing mirror in the wardrobe. Even though Mr. Ye was a calm man, he couldn't help but gasp, and saw that the wrinkles on his forehead had almost disappeared by half. The gray hair on his temples seemed to turn gray, and he seemed to have endless energy. The spiritual spring water that Zhang Jianjun gave to Mr. Ye was not mixed with tea like the one at the Lu family. The effect is naturally incomparable. When Mr. Ye saw himself in the mirror, he was naturally very excited. Who doesn't want to become younger and more energetic? I thought to myself that this was a huge favor and that such a remarkable person was worth winning over and protecting. It reminded him of Wang Fenji, a remarkable man in the Republic of China, who was an illiterate person. He was a farmer in the late Qing dynasty and lived mainly during the Republic of China period. However, he founded more than 200 girls' schools in his lifetime and cured people's diseases. Many people have been cured using folk psychological therapy, and it should be well known in the Northeast. There are still many old schools in western Liaoning and Hebei regions today, which are the old sites left by him. In 1936, Japanese pirates invaded the entire Northeast, and the free girls' school run by Wang Fenji was confiscated by the Japanese puppet regime. Unfortunately, this person later became evil-minded and used superstitious methods to make money. Wang Fenji died in Changchun in 1938. This is already considered a strange person, but he is completely different from this guy Zhang Jianjun. Old Ye looked at the bottle of mutai on the table. This was completely a way to bring the dead back to life. This guy must be won over and protected. What's the difference between this and having an extra half-life? He thought of his old subordinates who were still in the capital. So he went into his study and dialed an internal landline number. There is a saying that goes, there is no coincidence in the world. It turned out that the person Mr. Ye called was him. Zhang Jianjun took a walk around the Zaidan vegetable market and found that there was no pork left at this time. No seeds are available for purchase during this time period, so the gatekeeper told him that he wanted to buy seeds in winter. You must have a letter of introduction to go to the agricultural machinery department or grain station to buy it. Forget about the vegetable market. Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to prepare to evacuate. He happened to see a stall with more than 20 duck eggs. Zhang Jianjun bought them all at once. I was riding my bike towards home and was about to exit Zaidan when we rode. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar figure. Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to scan and found that it was Li Huade. At this time, Li Huade had just returned from the hospital after receiving an 4 drip, and he felt much more relaxed than when he was in the steel mill. I was secretly proud of myself that even if you are a ghost, I won't go there to see what you can do to me. The backers behind him still supported him very much, and when they heard about his transfer request, they approved it without hesitation. Li Huade will take up his post at the Beijing Machinery Factory next week, and will be the deputy director of the factory's party committee office. Compared with his position at the steel rolling mill, he is now a deputy director, but his position is actually a promotion and there is more room for him to move up here. The Beijing Machinery Factory is much stronger than the third steel rolling mill. It is also an old heavy industry enterprise and has produced large tractors. It's a pity for Lu Lan and the other girls, but there are always beautiful women in the world. When Zhang Jianjun saw Li Huade, his eyes rolled, and he rode his bicycle to the corner of the alley, observing his whereabouts with his mental power. When Li Huade entered a private courtyard, Zhang Jianjun withdrew his mental power and moved closer. Then he went to a bicycle repair stall and called a mechanic to maintain his bicycle and chain gears. It's nothing more than tightening the screws and applying butter. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sea was like a big net, roaring towards Li Huade's house. Wow, Li Huade's compound also has a large hall and 2 main rooms, with side rooms in the east, west, front and back, and ear rooms along the north and south corridors. Although it wasn't as luxurious as the number 2 courtyard left by Mr. Lu, it was still quite nice. He was indeed a wealthy man. The mental power scanned back and forth in each house. Apart from Li Huade, there was only a woman in her 40s in the entire yard and no one else. I saw various porcelain ornaments in the hall, clocks on the table and 2 rows of paintings on the wall. Zhang Jianjun felt itchy and thought, well, I'll search other things first and then come back to clean up the living room to avoid alerting the enemy. Then his mental power swept towards the master bedroom in the east wing, and a safe aroused Zhang Jianjun's curiosity. His mental power penetrated and carefully explored the interior, and he couldn't help but gasp. The layer below the safe is filled with stacked gold bars, and there are about 100 neatly arranged small yellow croakers. The upper layer is filled with antique coins, the most common of which are UN data coins, and there is also a bundle of foreign exchange US dollars next to them. 7 bundles of big black beads plus a string of 108 agate beads, strung together to form Buddhist beads, made Zhang Jianjun's heart beat wildly. My eyes almost popped out of my head. This guy is so rich. In his excitement, he almost took the safe away, but after thinking about it, he decided to leave it as a keepsake for Li Huade. He took out all the items in the safe and moved them all into the space. The old man who was repairing the car looked at Zhang Jianjun strangely. He thought, is this guy sick? It would be a shame if he didn't become a drama actor. The expressions on this face are so colorful. Is it really that difficult to maintain a bicycle? Jang Jianjun felt that the mechanic was staring at him strangely, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he withdrew his mental strength. He was so immersed in the role that he forgot there was a mechanic next to him, and then he smiled awkwardly. Uncle, please continue. I ate some fatty meat at noon, and I haven't had any oil in a long time. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. The mechanic smiled in understanding and said, young man, there's a public toilet on the corner opposite the alley. If you can't hold it any longer, you can go there to relieve yourself. Jang Jianjun. Thank you, uncle. I can still hold it in. Don't worry if I can't come out, just continue. Seeing that the old man continued to tinker with his bicycle, Jang Jianjun's mental strength returned to Li Huide's compound. There was actually a downward passage at the corner of the wall and floor in the east wing. Jang Jianjun became interested and looked down. This time it was not a place where treasures were hidden, but an underground wine cellar. The basement of about 60 to 70 square meters was filled with jars of white wine. The wine jars were piled more than 2 meters high, with hundreds of jars of white wine sealed with yellow mud and neatly stacked in the basement. Jang Jianjun took a look and thought, wow, now I don't have to worry about liquor anymore. He cleared a space in the room and put all the liquor in. He scanned the area with his mental power again and no longer cared about the other furniture. I went back to the living room and collected everything I had found, from the black and white TV to the ashtray. Li Huide was still comfortably making tea in the living room. When I turned around, my vision went dark and I passed out. Before falling into coma, he seemed to curse. I am not a human being, but you really are a ghost. Jang Jianjun rode his bicycle with one hand, whistling, and happily traveled through the streets and alleys of the old city. Passers-by on the street looked at him with envy and jealousy. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very stylish. They all secretly guessed that he must be the son of a high-ranking official from some compound. How could Jang Jianjun not be excited now? Li Huide's entire compound was completely destroyed by Jang Jianjun. Now, except for a few pieces of furniture, not a single hair of the rest is left of Li Huide. Looking at the items piled up like a mountain in the corner of the space, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a charming arc. Several girls passing by were staring at him in amazement. He is so handsome, and he is on par with all of you readers. After turning here and there for half an hour, I finally returned to Nanluoguxiang. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw Jiazhang, slowly crawling with a crutch. Jang Jianjun's eyelids couldn't help but jump. At this moment, Jiazhang's appearance was really not flattering. He used to have triangular eyes that were slanted to one side and he never looked people in the eye. Now he will never look people in the eye again in his life. Half of his face twitched strangely occasionally, and the saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth seemed about to fall off at any time. His short, fat body was supported by 2 wooden crutches. Every time his left leg moved forward, his right foot would follow. When Jiazhang heard the voice, she turned her head with difficulty, and her lifeless triangular eyes flickered a few times. He stared at Jang Jianjun with malice, his mouth moving but unable to open. There was a series of unpleasant ho, ho, ho sounds, and Jang Jianjun hummed a tune with a charming smile, pushing the bicycle across the courtyard, leaving behind a string of cheerful lyrics. We, the common people, are so happy today. We, the common people, are so happy today. As soon as I turned to the backyard, I heard a thud and a heavy fall sound came from the middle yard. This is truly called good is rewarded with good and evil is punished with evil. Jang Jianjun raised the corner of his mouth with a sneer. I have told everyone that those who have ever scolded my parents will not have a good ending. In the past, the Jia family had the final say on whether the compound was in chaos or not. Jang Jianjun thought that the Jiazhang family's fate was now over. There is a kind of pain that is more painful than death. The men and women who work in the compound have not returned yet. Auntie is at home taking care of Huihua and Xiaodang, while Bangang is still in elementary school and has not returned home. I heard the sound of someone falling outside and hurried out. At this time, the aunts and young wives in the yard also poked their heads out of the house and looked outside. At this time, Jiazhang was lying on her back, her hands subconsciously grabbing around, and her crutches were thrown to the side. He made an indistinct humming sound from his mouth. No one was planning to come out to help, only an old lady walked up to Jiazhang helplessly. After trying a few times to help him up, he still couldn't pull him up, so he looked at his neighbor and said, "We all live in the same compound. We can't just stand by and watch her die, right? Everyone, come and help. Just support the old lady at her door." Then he turned to Jiazhang and said, "Old sister-in-law, your legs and feet are not convenient now, so don't walk around. If you fall and get hurt again, you won't be able to celebrate the new year." When everyone heard what Aunt Yi said, they all gathered around and helped Jiazhang to the bench at the door of the Jia family. After sitting down, Jiazhang raised her right hand tremblingly and pointed a finger towards the backyard. He made meaningless humming sounds from his mouth. Everyone, the aunt shook her head helplessly, feeling speechless. Even in this state, she is still plotting against others. How persistent is this sister-in-law? On the hillside outside the western suburbs of the city, Su Daimao sat there with his tongue hanging out, feeling despair in his heart. There was a shoulder pole next to the projection equipment, and all the buttons of the cotton coat were unbuttoned because of climbing. The 37 Li Mountain Road would not be a problem for Su Daimao if it were a flat road. In this era, it is really a piece of cake for people who are used to it. In the past, it was normal for porters to carry hundreds of miles a day, but this is just a small trail around the goat farm. Su Daimao rode his bike here in the morning and had to leave his bike at a fellow villager's house at the foot of the mountain. Then we climbed the mountain and stopped all the way. I guess we were only halfway up when we saw the sun setting in the west. The dry food he brought with him was frozen hard, leaving 2 black sweat stains on his long face. Looking at the hole in the toe of his safety shoes, Su Daimao felt mixed emotions. In the past, I had the protection of the Liu family and could occasionally go there to ask for help. Now that I'm away from Liu Xiao, I feel like I'm nothing. Zhang Jianzhan's first of 3 things to do as a new official has burned himself. This is the evil nature of human beings. While enjoying the benefits brought by others, they also curse capital for being a bad thing. Is it true that the poorer you are, the more glorious you are? Who doesn't want to move up? It's just that the opportunities are hard to come by. Praise a poor person for being frugal. It's as shameless as praising a eunuch for being so noble that he can remain calm even when a woman sits on his lap. Su Daimao cursed Zhang Jianzhan several times in his heart, but he still had to climb up the mountain. Li Hui's departure was like a sharp knife, piercing his heart. There is no way to give gifts now, and even if Director Yang gave Su Daimao 8 courages, he wouldn't dare to go. No matter how the intrigues play out, Director Yang is a retired soldier and is relatively clean after all. Su Daimao stood up with difficulty, hoping to have a hot dinner in time. Zhang Jianzhan returned to his house, locked the door, and slipped into the space. Then he took the bags of medicinal herb seeds he had bought from the herbal medicine store, found a few acres of land, and planted them all with just one thought. Use a little spiritual spring water mixed with the water from the small lake and sprinkle it all over the land in the space. After all, before the variety is changed, wheat is still the main crop and we can't just leave the land there abandoned. After the sowing was completed, I checked today's harvest. There were 138 small yellow croakers of the old standard, which is a very auspicious number. I have a Beijing brand black and white TV, but I don't dare take it out to watch it now. 2 objects similar to the chicken cup aroused Zhang Jianzhan's interest. This cup has a lipped mouth, a narrow belly, a flat foot, and its outer wall is painted in Dukai porcelain. The rooster accompanies the chicks as they search for food, and the picture is set against rocks, flowers, and plants with bright and soft colors. It is very exquisite and small, showing the bottom of the cup and the blue and white double frame with the 6-character double-line regular script made in the Qinzhou period of the Ming dynasty. Of course, there was no funny QR code like in later generations. Zhang Jianzhan was extremely excited. If this pair of Qinzhou chicken cups were real, wouldn't they be a hit? Just this pair alone is worth the return ticket. Zhang Jianzhan quickly used trees and created 2 wooden boxes with just one thought. Carefully put the 2 chicken-glazed cups in. Good guy, although the space is not corrupted, the procedures must be in place. This thing was sold for 280 million yuan in later generations, and that was not a pair, just one. Since then, it has become even harder to get a cup. Even if you have money, you can't buy it, which means you will never get a Qinzhou cup even if you spend a fortune. If people want to see the authentic Qinzhou Dukai chicken cup, they can only go to the Palace Museum. There may be another person who does, that is Ma Weidu. I don't know if he appeared in this era. It would be even more amazing if these 2 were a royal pair. Zhang Jianzhan couldn't help but fantasize again. What he didn't know was that the vortex in space seemed to have grown a little bigger, revealing a strange black light. Zhang Jianzhan was busy in the space, and when he felt something unusual happening above his head, he looked up. The vortex grew a little bigger, and the faintly flickering black light flashed a few times before returning to calm. Zhang Jianzhan couldn't help but feel a headache. This was such an uncertain factor. There's no clue what it's supposed to be, but it's exciting to see it grow a little bit every now and then, just like it's showing its presence. In fact, Zhang Jianzhan is quite satisfied with the current state of the space. There is land, water, and a small woods. The area is large enough. 180 acres of land is enough for him to build whatever he wants at the moment. If there is no system prompt, such an inexplicable change will make people very uneasy. Since the last time my mental strength broke through the bottleneck, I have no idea where the next breakthrough will be. This aspect is not the most urgent need at the moment, but everyone has the dream of becoming stronger, right? Zhang Jianzhan looked up for a while, and when he felt that there was no response in the space, he lowered his head and continued to tidy up. The harvest season is still pleasant. Anyway, I have begun to get used to these inexplicable changes. Zhang Jianzhan observed the ancient well carefully again and found that the space was constantly expanding. But this ancient well has not changed. Zhang Jianzhan used his mental power to extend it all the way down along the wellhead. Zhang Jianzhan was shocked when he was directly bounced away by a barrier at a distance of more than 50 meters. The first time the mental power failed, it was the vortex, and the second time the exploration failed, it was this ancient well. It was as if the bottom of the well was unfathomable in the void, and the spiritual power's exploration of it was blocked by a substance. However, this makes the source of the spiritual spring water more mysterious and rational. No matter what, it is impossible for any substance to appear out of thin air. What if it comes from another dimension? The theory of relativity has long explained the laws of conservation in physics. No matter how magical something is, it still requires energy conversion. Zhang Jianzhan's brain was working rapidly, searching through his past and present lives, but he couldn't figure it out for a long time. The expansion of space was caused by planting and harvesting several times, and by a surge in mental power twice. Space planting can also use life energy, and the expansion brought by mental power is useless no matter how hard you try. Zhang Jianzhan thought for a while and slapped his forehead. He was now a little nervous because of the vortex. Even if Newton were to be taken out of his coffin, he would not be able to explain the current situation. Forget it, nothing is more fun than counting money. My eyes looked at the bundles of big black tens and US dollars. Originally, one could figure out how many there were with just one consciousness in the space, but Zhang Jianzhan still ran over and counted them one by one. One bundle is 100 US dollar bills, which is a total of 100, which is 10,000, and 7 bundles of big black tens are exactly $7,000. Zhang Jianzhan counted the money happily, feeling satisfied. He thought that in this era, he could be considered a millionaire. Why do you still want bicycles? Why do you still want to sell carrots and cucumbers? You are too narrow-minded. Wouldn't it be nice to wait for the storm to subside and then follow behind to collect the things? It's not too much to ask you to search the house in front and I will collect everything in the space behind to protect it. That's when my abilities would truly come into play. Wouldn't it be normal for a few more red armbands to disappear randomly? Those who carry this thing are basically illiterate and hooligans, no different from bandits. Zhang Jianzhan was still able to kill those who jumped the most violently and ransacked properties everywhere. There was no guilt in dealing with violent elements, and the law was basically suspended during this period. After counting the money, Zhang Jianzhan began to prepare to cook. He slipped out of the space and prepared to get cooking utensils from the house. At this time, someone knocked on the door of the house. Zhang Jianzhan swept his spiritual sense over and found that it was Hiyuja standing outside the door. Zhang Jianzhan was a little confused. Shazhu had never come to his house on his own initiative. Why was he here? Walking forward and opening the door, Shazhu spoke with a smile on his face. Brother Jianzhan, I really appreciate your guidance yesterday. Come over to my house for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Since the rain has stopped, I'll cook some meat. Zhang Jianzhan was speechless for a moment. Brother Zuzi, I don't even understand when you enlighten me. Shazhu blushed and whispered, Sister Qin and I did that last night. You must give me a favor today and come over for a drink. Zhang Jianzhan, wow, just for a while of fooling around, he actually let Shazhu get what he wanted. Zhang Jianzhan thought for a moment and said, Brother Zuzi, I'm afraid a bunch of people will come over once you start cooking. It'll be hard for everyone to drink freely. How about you cook at my place? I have a silver carp here, perfect for you to show off your cooking skills. Shazhu thought about it and it made sense. Brother Jianzhan, you are really considerate. I'll go back and get some homemade seasoning. When Zhang Jianzhan saw Shazhu leaving, he entered the space and caught a silver carp weighing 4 or 5 kilograms. Other things are still in the development stage, but there is no shortage of fish in the small lakes. In less than 5 minutes, Shazhu came over with half a pound of pork, a few potatoes, and half a pound of peanuts. He usually followed Shazhu with the seasoning packet, looking at Zhang Jianzhan's house curiously. I thought to myself, Brother Jianzhan has been promoted and all the furniture has been purchased. Zhang Jianzhan handed the silver carp to Shazhu and said, Brother Zhu, you can do whatever you want. I don't know how to cook it. Shazhu was delighted to see the silver carp and gave Zhang Jianzhan a thumbs up. I treated you to a meal and you still paid for it. I feel a little embarrassed. You're so generous, brother. When Yushui saw the silver carp, his mouth was almost watering and his eyes were shining. Seeing his brother taking the fish to process it, Yushui leaned over with a red face and whispered, Brother Jianzhan, do you still have those radishes? My classmates all say that my skin is much better now. I think it's all thanks to your radishes. Can you give me some more? Zhang Jianzhan looked at Yushui carefully. You know what, Xiao Yushui's face isn't as yellow as before. Her body also began to develop again, and she became a big girl, with her granary, slightly bulging. When Yushui saw Zhang Jianzhan's eyes scanning her body, her face turned red like a shrimp. I thought that Brother Jianjun's eyes seemed to be able to see through things, and they made people feel uncomfortable. If Zhang Jianjun knew this, he would nod with relief. You are right. If you look closely, it is almost like perspective. Zhang Jianjun coughed twice and jokingly said, Rainwater, there are still a few radishes, but don't eat too much, after all, you know it causes bloating. He Yushui's face turned red again. She knew that bloating would be more effective if taken with cold water. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, I'm just teasing you. I'll get you two later. Keep it a secret. Take them secretly with you when you go home after dinner. He Yushui nodded his head happily. The Jia family and Qin Huiru in the compound looked at Jia Zhang lying on the bed. The head is as big as a bucket. My mother-in-law can basically not eat steamed cornbread, and can only eat liquid food, such as porridge and noodles. But this dish is difficult to deal with. I can't let her drink the soup too. Having to pee at night when it's all watery is a big problem. Looking at the confused Jia Zhang, a cold light flashed in Qin Huiru's eyes. She suddenly had a bold idea. Jia Zhang, who was in a daze, shuddered and opened her eyes with difficulty. The cold gaze of the daughter-in-law was reflected in her blurred vision. A chill ran from the solace of my feet straight to my brain. She seemed to see Lao Jia. Let's not talk about Hiyuju's character for now, but Zhang Jianjun still appreciates his cooking skills. I've already shown it to the big boss and he has no choice but to obey. A serving of steamed silver carp is served on the table, and even before it is eaten, the aroma is enough to whet your appetite. Next was a serving of twice-cooked pork with potato slices. The meat was bright red, fat but not greasy, and the potatoes were tender yellow and juicy. It is also topped with a little bit of Sheju's secret hot sauce, which elevates the whole dish to another level. Zhang Jianjun asked in surprise, Brother Zuzi, isn't twice-cooked pork a Sichuan dish? How come you can cook it? Shazhu nodded proudly. While I'm certainly not as good as you guys in terms of cultural literacy, I'm a master of all the art of cooking. I've spent so many years as an apprentice, and I've studied it a lot. It's a shame I'm not allowed to open a private restaurant, otherwise I wouldn't be so bad now. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Zuzi, there might be a day when you can open a restaurant. Shazhu thought Zhang Jianjun was joking, shook his head and said, I hope that day will come. He Yushui, who was standing next to him, couldn't hold back any longer and helped to get the dishes and chopsticks and the half bottle of white wine that Shazhu brought. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and went into the inner room and took out a 5-jin jar of white wine. I just happened to want to try what the white wine sponsored by Li Huade personally tastes like. When Shazhu saw the small wine jar that Zhang Jianjun took out, his eyes lit up. The jar was shiny and the mouth of the jar was tightly sealed with mud. It was obvious that it was not ordinary stuff. I couldn't help but look at Zhang Jianjun differently. This kid is really capable. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, This is a white wine that an old friend of mine gave me. I just wanted to see how good it is. Good food should be paired with good wine, right? After saying that, Zhang Jianjun broke the mud seal, and a rich aroma of wine filled the entire hut. Zhang Jianjun first poured a glass of wine for Shazhu. The wine was clear and there was a layer of beer foam floating on the glass. Zhang Jianjun looked at He Yushui again. Yushui, would you like a drink? He Yushui shook his head like a rattle. No matter how delicious the wine is, it has no appeal to me. After saying this, his eyes were still fixed on the big silver carp, and saliva kept secreting from his mouth. Zhang Jianjun didn't try to urge them to drink, but poured himself a glass, raised the glass and spoke to the two of them. This is the first time you and your sister have come to my house for a drink. Everyone, please eat whatever you want and don't talk about the past. Everything is left unsaid. Let's get started. The liquor is rich and mellow when it enters the throat, soft and sweet, sweet in the mouth, soft in the mouth, and has a long aftertaste. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself that he would have to find time to visit Li Huade in the future, because all of Li Huade's products are treasures. Li Huade, at this time the Li family compound was in a state of desolation. Li Huade's wife, Wang Gilan, was sitting on the ground with disheveled hair, muttering something. Seeing the living room was empty, all the antique calligraphy and paintings that I had collected over the years were gone. Li Huade, who had just woken up, looked like he had aged a dozen years. He sat on the sofa with dull eyes and a dazed look. He murmured, This is unscientific. This is really unscientific. Suddenly he thought of something and rushed to the east wing like crazy. He took out the key tremblingly and opened the safe according to the password. He prayed in his heart that nothing would happen again, as all the salary he had saved for half his life and the property he had obtained through bribery were in there. When the safe was opened, the scene in front of him made Li Huade's blood rush to his throat. With a pu sound, a mouthful of old blood spurted onto the safe. Everything went black before his eyes and he stood there, staggering back and forth. He was shaking all over as if he had Parkinson's disease. At this time, his wife Wang Gilan also followed him in a panic. Seeing Li Huade's appearance, I had an even worse premonition. He rushed to the safe and almost fainted when he saw the shocking amount of blood on it. Old Li, this is truly bizarre. Let's call the police right away. Li Huade said numbly. Call the police? After calling the police, we all have to go in. Wang Gilan said angrily. Now everything is gone. What else can you do besides calling the police? We don't care what will happen to the child in the future. You must have offended someone outside. Li Huade seemed to come back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Do you know that antiques can't be seen in public these days? What's the price of privately collecting gold? Call the police? After that, our whole family can go in and eat the emperor's food. He took a few deep breaths and continued, Gui Land, besides, these things all disappeared out of thin air. Do you think anyone would believe it? You secretly invited a monk over. I guess some unclean creature is targeting me. Wang Gilan felt a chill on her back and broke out in a cold sweat. I was thinking too simply. If I called the police, my whole family would be on the hook. She knew what kind of person Li Huade was. He had used his power to embezzle a lot of money over the years. If the matter is not exposed, it will be good for you, me, and everyone. If it is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Oldly, is it any use to ask for help from these unconventional people now? We are cracking down on feudal superstitions right now. Li Huade said helplessly. Do we have any choice? This is completely unbelievable. Otherwise, we won't feel safe living in this house. As soon as he said this, a cool breeze happened to blow outside, and the two of them looked at each other and shivered at the same time. Li Huade, please stop messing with my mentality. I can't stop being an official. The two of them supported each other and walked out of the east wing. The whole courtyard felt inexplicably weird. The banquet at Zhang Jianzhan's house in the compound was coming to an end, and He Yushui was helping to clean the fish bones on the ground. He Yushui's tongue started to get tied from drinking so much. Shaza liked this kind of drink, and since there was so much food and wine, he drank a little more. Zhang Jianzhan was still quite conscious, and his body was constantly transforming and was much more resilient than before. Shazu finally said, Brother Jianzhan, I had a great time drinking tonight. Your liquor is really good. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Your brother Zuzi will definitely come to help. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, Brother Zuzi, don't worry about it, no matter how big a thing it is. Wine is for drinking, isn't it? I hope to see you and Qin Huiru get married soon, and then we can have a good drink together. He Yushui rolled his eyes as he listened to this. My brother is a single young man after all. Brother Jianzhan is so mean. He made my brother marry a widow with 3 children. Shazu didn't think so and blushed as he laughed. Hey, you've already got it, why are you afraid that the cooked duck will fly away? After saying that, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and staggered out to the middle courtyard. Zhang Jianzhan went into the inner room, took out 2 radishes, and smiled at He Yushui. Rainwater, don't bother mixing it. I'll do it myself for a while. Hide this thing and take it home to eat secretly. When He Yushui saw 2 big radishes again, his eyes lit up with excitement. He ran forward, took the radish, and put it into his cotton-padded jacket. Looking at Zhang Jianzhan's fair face, He Yushui blushed and her heart beat fast. She stood on tiptoe, quickly kissed Zhang Jianzhan's left cheek, and ran out as if escaping. Zhang Jianzhan touched his left cheek, which was still stained with saliva, and felt strange. I was attacked by a little girl. Jia and Qin Huiru in the courtyard turned around and went outside the curtain, feeling scared by the thought that had just popped up in their minds. When he met Jia Zhang's confused eyes, he felt flustered. Qin Huiru sat on the bed, seemingly oblivious to the aroma of meat wafting from the backyard. He raised his head and stared blankly at the portrait of Jia Dongxiu on the wall. I muttered in my heart, Jia Dongxiu, you just patted your butt and left. It's hard to bear 3 children and a half-dead mother-in-law. Don't blame me for being sorry for you, otherwise this family might really collapse. Time passes by unknowingly. He Yuju came out of Zhang Jianzhan's house and, under the influence of alcohol, quietly walked to the door of Jia's house. Qin Huiru was startled when she tapped the window glass lightly with her fingers a few times. Qin Huiru's face flushed red as she quietly approached the door and asked softly, Who is it? He Yuju's voice came from outside the door, Sister Qin, it's me, I'm Zuzi. Shazu became much bolder after drinking. Although the winter night is cold, it cannot stop the 2 hot hearts, and the night is alluring. Lights came on in the vegetable cellar next to the wall of the courtyard. Yi Zonghai came out of his house and went to the toilet at the back, and accidentally glanced towards the cellar. There seemed to be a faint light in the cellar, and I couldn't help but take another closer look. I was shocked. Could it be that someone was stealing vegetables on this dark and windy night? So he found a stick and quietly came to the entrance of the cellar, went down to the bottom of the tunnel, and although the door of the vegetable cellar was closed, it was no different from not closing it. The gap in the door was so big that a fist could be inserted. Yi Zonghai saw a kerosene lamp lit inside through the gap. I put my eyes close to the gap and looked inside, and I couldn't help but gasp. The 2 familiar figures almost made his eyes pop out. Because he was too excited, Yi Zonghai sat down on the ground. The The ground in the frozen cellar was not only slippery but also as hard as iron. Yi Zonghai originally wanted to hold it in, but the severe pain from his tailbone made him roar. The cellar fell into a deathly silence. Early in the morning, Zhang Jianjun was awakened by his biological clock and entered the space with his toiletries. I feel relieved when I see some tender sprouts emerging from the medicinal field. After washing up and practicing Tai Chi, I left the space and pushed my bike out of the house. The people who were brushing their teeth and washing their faces by the sink in the middle courtyard saw Zhang Jianjun pushing a bicycle out. They were all extremely envious and nodded politely. This was the first real cotter in the compound. The smile on the face is particularly obvious in the bangs. The changes brought about by identity are fully revealed at this moment. Among them, He Yushui's face turned red when she saw Zhang Jianjun. I don't know what went wrong with me last night, I was so brave. After returning home, I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. I got a fever when I thought of Zhang Jianjun's handsome face. Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded in return. I sighed in my heart, this situation is completely different from the one I just came from. I had just come here when my previous incarnation was frozen to death in bed, so it is still difficult for honest people in this era. Zhang Jianjun, she bought breakfast at the entrance of the alley for the first time. I never cooked in the morning. After buying breakfast, I rode my bike straight to the steel mill. In the office of the section chief of the steel rolling mill, Zhang Jianjun was still looking through and organizing documents as usual. It feels like a storm is coming these days. Zhang Jianjun sighed with a heavy heart. Small things can be changed, but big things are irreversible. Even if you have a golden finger, it is nothing compared to the whole process. In the face of the torrent, individuals will become insignificant. Shazhu didn't get up until after 8 o'clock today. It wasn't because the cafeteria wasn't busy, but because he was in a terrible mood. The scene from last night came back to my mind. Last night, Shazhu hurriedly put on his clothes and came out to see Yi Zonghai sitting on the ground. Shazhu actually had the idea of destroying the body. If this situation gets out, won't Sister Qin and I go to jail? When Yi Zonghai stood up with difficulty, he was panicked when he saw Shazhu's cold gaze. He took a deep, steadying breath and sighed, Zhu Ziai, just pretend I wasn't here. I didn't see anything. I fully support your relationship with Qin Huiru. Don't worry, if you two get married, no one will dare to gossip about you behind your back with me here. Yi Zonghai was really panicked now, because this silly Zhu was very stubborn. If I get angry and embarrassed, the consequences will be disastrous. I have no choice but to compromise with my old arms and legs. Qin Huiru wanted to die at this moment, and she spat inwardly, thinking that this old dog was really a piece of shit. I felt worried again. In this day and age, having an affair will lead to big trouble. If this old man reveals this to others, his life will be ruined. After hearing what the old man said, Shazhu's expression eased a little. He said, Uncle, I don't want anyone else to know about this. It doesn't matter to me, the worst that can happen is jail time, but if something happens to Sister Qin, the consequences will be unpredictable. Yi Zonghai relaxed when he saw this situation. He looked at the two of them with a complicated look and turned to leave. Shazhu said to Qin Huiru, now that our relationship has been discovered, we can't delay any longer. The only way out is to get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. What else could Qin Huiru say? She could only nod helplessly. Yi Zonghai came home covered in cold sweat after going to the toilet. This Shazhu was becoming more and more unfamiliar to him. If I hadn't been quick-witted at that time, I would have been beaten to death. At noon, Zhang Jianjun locked the door of the office of the head of the publicity department of the steel rolling mill. He took off his military coat, put on the Zhongshan suit he had bought earlier, and entered the space dressed up in a flashy manner. He picked out another 20 oranges of similar size and left the section chief's office in a happy mood. I pushed my bike in the parking lot and rushed straight to Shishaha at lightning speed. Today the sky in the old city is clear and bright, and the towering chimneys in the distance are still spewing out black smoke. This was an era when heavy industry was still being lost. Half an hour later, Zhang Jianjun arrived at Shishaha. Looking around, he saw a lot more people skating than usual. Zhou Xiaobai stood by the fence, twisting his neck to look back and forth. Two pigtails fluttering in the wind playfully. The two people's eyes seemed to meet from afar with telepathy. He smiled. She smiled too. The midday sun shines on the streets and alleys of the old city, and also brings joy to the people walking in the small park. A man and a woman were sitting on wooden chairs in the octagonal pavilion park, and their cheerful conversation proved that they were very happy. Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhou Xiaobai and said softly, Xiaobai, have you missed me these days? After saying that, he held Zhou Xiaobai's little hand in his, and Zhou Xiaobai's little face immediately turned red. The little hand twitched symbolically a few times, then let Zhang Jianjun hold it, her drooping eyelashes flickering slightly. She raised her little head, gave Zhang Jianjun a look, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Classmate De Biao, you're acting more and more like a gangster. Is it really okay to speak so bluntly? It's all your fault. I was interrogated by my mom the whole night when I got home. After saying that, she pouted her little mouth, and that cute look made Jang Jianjun's heart flutter. Jang Jianjun secretly exclaimed, "Who can withstand this?" And his big hands couldn't help but tighten again. Pretending to be innocent, he said, "Xiao Bai, you can't blame me for this. I always do what you say. I'll send you wherever you tell me to. This is just God's will." Zhou Xiaobai raised the corners of his mouth when he saw Zhang Jianzhen's appearance, and a pair of dimples appeared on his fair face. "You looked a bit annoying, like you were the victim. Luckily, I was smart enough to fool you. But I don't know what happened to my dad yesterday, De Baiao. He suddenly asked me to meet you." Zhang Jianzhen was not too worried when he heard this. After all, he had seen big scenes before. "I had a conversation with the mysterious boss at the big leader's house. After that mental training, I should be able to meet no one without losing my composure now." Zhang Jianzhen pretended to be scared and said, "No way, Xiaobai, it's not good to meet your parents so soon. They are not ready yet." Zhou Xiaobai stretched out his left hand, which was not being held, and twisted Zhang Jianzhen's old waist hard. "Student De Baiao, you act like a grown-up girl. Are you being forced by my family? You're so disgusting." After Zhou Xiaobai finished speaking, he lowered his head and laughed. Zhang Jianzhen cried out in pain, "I'm just inexperienced. Is your father fierce? Is he easy to talk to?" Zhou Xiaobai raised his head proudly. "Are you scared now? Where's your rogue spirit? I thought you were not afraid of anything." Then he continued, "Don't worry too much. My dad is a very open-minded and reasonable man. It's just my mom that I'm a little worried about." Zhang Jianzhen stood up, took the bag from the handlebar of the bicycle next to him, took out 2 oranges and handed one to Zhou Xiaobai. He smiled and said, "As long as your father is easy to talk to, it's fine. Don't you still have you at your aunt's side? What does your uncle like? Does he have any hobbies?" Zhou Xiaobai took the orange and took a look at it. "Is it an orange or a tangerine? It's so big. When you peel the orange peel, a refreshing fragrance hits your nose. When you put it in your mouth, it tastes sweet and sour and has a refreshing effect." Zhou Xiaobai said with a bit of surprise, "Zhang Jianzhen, where did you buy these oranges? They are delicious. I really like the smell of these oranges. It's so nice." You've heard the story of Emperor Manhwa of Tang transporting lychees over 1,000 miles for Yang Gaifei, right? Mine isn't that exaggerated, but it came from Jiangnan and went through a lot of hardships before I bought it. I paid a lot just to make you smile. Zhou Xiaobai's cheeks flushed. "It's just eating an orange. Zhang Jianzhen is exaggerating." He also brought up Emperor Manhwa of Tang and Yang Gaifei, but he was very happy in his heart. After eating the oranges, the two of them unconsciously held hands again, quietly feeling the afternoon sunshine. At this moment, Zhou Xiaobai turned his head and asked softly, "Zhang Jianzhen, you've been working at the steel mill. Do you have any ideals? As a progressive young man, what are your views on social development?" Zhang Jianzhen thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Originally, my ideal was just to be an unknown clerk. Your appearance has given me confidence in the future. People still need to work hard, otherwise how can they know how high they can reach?" Zhang Jianzhen moved closer to Zhou Xiaobai and continued speaking. "I don't want you to get hurt one day because of my carelessness. From a probabilistic point of view, it's a miracle for everyone to come into this world. And to meet you in a city with a population of millions is not only fate, but also an incredible miracle. I was the only one in my family, and we had nothing, but you showed up and gave me my dreams again. If I can't live an ordinary life, then I can live a spectacular one. What if I can't live an ordinary life? I just want to be someone who can protect the people I care about." Zhang Jianzhen finished his speech and sighed. "Politics has always been a double-edged sword. Therefore, current social development is beyond your and my control. Don't be pessimistic, don't be impulsive, and have confidence in our country. One day, this place will be the center of the world." When Zhou Xiaobai saw Zhang Jianzhen's serious look and heard his true words, her eyes turned red. She leaned her head on Zhang Jianzhen's shoulder, looked at the blue sky and spoke softly. "Then let's work together. I've decided to work at the First People's Hospital of Sijukan." Zhang Jianzhen smelled the fragrance of the hair beside his ear and wondered if he had the potential to be a scumbag. "But to be honest, I am really moved at this moment and have hope for this young girl. For the first time, I felt a sense of belonging to this world, and no longer felt like I was living in a game as before." Zhang Jianzhen smiled gently and said, "Wherever you are, stay there. When you are scared, there is no one to accompany you. You must learn to be brave. When you're upset, no one asks. You have to learn to endure loneliness. Complaints are cheap. This society never believes in tears. You and I will work together and I will always be by your side." Zhou Xiaobai suddenly turned his head away and looked at Zhang Jianzhen suspiciously. "De Baiao, have you said this to other female comrades before? Why do you say it so coherently? It's so smooth?" Zhang Jianzhen touched his nose awkwardly. Bai, you're wronging me. The steel mill is mostly made up of men. You've seen what happens in our compound. I just couldn't help but blurt out that. Bai stared at him for a moment and blushed. I don't think you dare. If you have anything else to say, continue. Let me be moved again. Zhang Jianjun, my goodness, this girl looks naive, but she is not someone who is easy to fool. Zhang Jianjun looked into the distance and his big hands began to become dishonest. Bai only felt that her small waist was being wrapped by a big hand and was moving around dishonestly. Her face was red as water dripped out. She looked around secretly, then gritted her teeth and pinched the back of her hand hard. A scream, a sweet laugh. Coming from far away. Happy times make people forget about time. It always feels like time passes too quickly and there are endless things to say. Bai felt the same way at the moment. He grew up in a military compound and his parents were both well-educated and well-off people. Therefore, her family education was very strict, and she was raised to be a good girl since she was young. Most of the students in the school are second-generation military graduates, so they all protect the glory of their ancestors. Everyone should maintain a slight sense of reserve in their words and actions, although of course there are some unruly people in the compound who are unruly. This has led to a more serious polarization between the two classes, and the phenomenon of comparing identities and compound status has begun to emerge. It is common for people in the Southern District to look down on people in the Northern District, and for the Air Force compound to look down on the Navy compound. No one dared to mess with the Army compound because the Army was a huge organization with a large number of people. A group of young men from the compound with excess hormones rode their bikes around to form gangs and hang out with Lao Mo, and also to take pictures of his wife. In this environment, gangs emerged in the compound, and fighting became commonplace. The previous Life TV series Blood Romance described these phenomena vividly. Bai felt that when talking with Zhang Jianjun, he could forget about his identity and feel free. It was like being freed from the constraints of the high walls of the compound, and Zhang Jianjun had experiences from his previous life. So he speaks in a humorous and witty manner, and seems to have extensive knowledge, but without the dullness of a scholar. Zhang Jianjun felt Bai looking at him, turned around and said with a smile, "Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Don't be embarrassed to say it out loud, I can feel your heartbeat." Bai rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Classmate to Baiao, I find that you are becoming more and more shameless. Is this self-righteous feeling really good?" Looking at the sun setting in the sky, he said, "Let's go, Baiao. I hope you can still speak eloquently when we get to my house." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "What gift should I bring? This is the first time for me to do this and I don't know what to bring." Bai said playfully, "Just open your mouth, that's all. My family has everything except a simple-minded person." Zhang Jianjun was almost confused by the whole thing. This girl is really a worry. The two of them rode their bicycles towards the mysterious street. At the Zhou family's house in the army compound, Zhou Zhenyi's fell into deep thought as he looked at the two files on the table. "Yesterday afternoon, my old boss called me and asked me to secretly take care of a strange young man. The file sent here completely overlaps with the file I collected myself." Looking at the black and white photo of Zhang Jianjun in the Sijukan Daily, I couldn't help but sigh that this was such a coincidence. Zhou Zhenyi looked at Zhang Jianjun's life trajectory in the file. He had been in school before he was 17 years old. His home address is also that of a native of Siju, and he has never left the city. So the question is, where did he learn this skill? His father was just a soldier and his file was simpler and clearer, and his mother was not well educated and there was nothing special about her. He basically went back and forth between elementary school and high school, and became a loner after his parents passed away and graduated from high school. Then he joined a steel mill, and only recently did his personality become more cheerful. Suddenly became knowledgeable and talented, and composed 3 songs besides Me and My Motherland. The other 2 poems are also remarkable and show a high level of cultural literacy. How could he have so much life experience at his age? Do sudden changes in one's parents cause people to grow up quickly? Or are there really such things as sudden enlightenment in this world? According to a phone call from the old leader, this young man's unique formula has magical effects. It can make people look younger instantly and has the effect of eliminating various toxins and repairing body functions. If the voice on the phone was not that of the old leader, Zhou Zhenyi would feel that this person was a liar. But he knew the old leader's character. He was a man of his word and would never go to great lengths to praise someone. Zhou Zhenyi thought of this miraculous unique skill and murmured, maybe Bai was right to find him. There is no parent in the world who does not love his or her children, and everyone wants their children to have a happy family. No matter how high his official position was, he was just a father in front of his daughter. When Zhou's father was analyzing each point one by one, he heard faint voices outside the door. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou Bai entered the yard, put their bicycles away, and Zhou Bai knocked on the door of the living room. Zhang Jianjun followed behind with a bag of oranges in his hand. He really didn't know what to buy. I have never encountered such a thing in my 2 lifetimes. After all, I was just a programmer in my previous life. This kind of household items are the hardest to buy. If you buy them too expensively, people might accuse you of taking bribes, and if you buy them cheaply, you might feel embarrassed to present them. I simply picked up a bag of oranges produced in the space. No matter what, I could never go wrong by bringing fruits with me. When Joe's mother heard her daughter's voice, she answered and opened the door, and saw Joe Xiaobai standing outside with a young man. While letting the 2 people into the house, he looked at Zhang Jianjun carefully. He is tall, with regular features, a high nose bridge, and very pure eyes, with the elegance of a scholar. Although he was wearing just an ordinary mouse suit, he was meticulously dressed, giving people a clean and sunny feeling. Joe's mother had a smile on her face. Zhang Jianjun smiled when he saw Joe's mother and said, "You must be Aunt Joe, right? This is my first time here, and I don't know what you and Uncle like. I hope these oranges aren't too disrespectful. Please forgive me." Joe's mother nodded secretly. Although the child was a little shabby, he was very polite. Her appearance and cultural accomplishment are quite good. If Zhang Jianjun knew about this, he would definitely think, is this also an era where looks matter? In fact, it is similar in every era. It was particularly harsh in ancient times. The top 3 in ancient times basically all had good looks. None of you are ugly or you won't be able to enter the palace examination for fear of disturbing the emperor. So this is true in any era. The first impression is still very important. It's impossible for the general manager of a company to have shifty eyes. Mother Joe smiled and said, "Let's talk about Comrade Xiao Zhang inside. Gifts don't matter if they're valuable or not, as long as the thought is there." Zhou Xiaobai took Zhang Jianjun to the sofa and said, "Zhang Jianjun, I'll pour you something you want to drink." Zhang Jianjun, "Excuse me, a cup of green tea will do." When Zhou's mother saw her daughter's attentiveness, she sighed in her heart, Xiaobai is really trapped. Sitting next to her, she looked at Zhang Jianjun carefully. Zhang Jianjun had strong mental strength and could naturally feel the gaze of Zhou's mother next to him. I felt a little uneasy. Is this what a mother-in-law does when she looks at her son-in-law? The more she looks, the more she likes him. Why is this so creepy? At this time, Zhou's father also walked out of the study, and a rare smile appeared on his serious face. "Comrade Xiao Zhang, don't be shy. When you come to my place, just treat it like your home. Young people should be lively." Mother Zhou looked at her husband's hearty smile and felt a little surprised. Why was old Zhou so enthusiastic today? Could it be that they are attracted to each other? Zhang Jianjun saw Commander Zhou and quickly stood up and said, "Thank you for your advice, Uncle Zhou. This is the first time I've bothered you here." Father Zhou nodded with a smile. "That's right, young people should be calm. You're about the same age as my Xiaobai, so it's not wrong to call me uncle. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Let's have dinner here tonight." Zhang Jianjun was not very nervous, but he felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Zhou's mother. When Zhou's mother heard what her husband said, she got up and went to the kitchen. She knew her husband had something to say. Only Zhou's father and Zhang Jianjun were left in the living room. The sound of chopping vegetables came from the kitchen. At the Zhou family's military compound, Zhou Jinese carefully observed Zhang Jianjun. "I want to find some clues from this young man. It is unreasonable that so many things happen to one person." Zhang Jianjun secretly complained in his heart, "Why do Zhou Xiaobai's family like to stare at people?" When Zhou Jinese saw the change in Zhang Jianjun's face, he couldn't help but cough a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He must not scare the younger generation by doing this. Zhou Jinese smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao Zhang, it was actually my idea to have you come home today. Xiaobai told you, right?" Zhang Jianjun nodded politely and replied, "Yes, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Jinese, "Then I'll get straight to the point. Have you met with Mr. Ye?" "Of course, this is just to verify, because Mr. Ye called me about your problem." "The second question is, do you know Mr. Ye's true identity? What was your mindset when you treated him?" Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I recognized him when we met because our steel mill's publicity department has plenty of newspapers. I also like reading newspapers and have seen Mr. Ye's photo in them before. As for what my mentality is in treating Mr. Ye, I don't have any purpose. Because I admire this founding father so much that it's worth my taking action regardless of the consequences. Since you know that I treated Elder Ye, Uncle Zhou, you should also know how much pressure I was under. If this were considered a crime in the past, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you could lose your head. But I believe the higher UPS won't abandon me. As a young man raised under the red flag, how can I be so hesitant and indecisive as to not live up to everyone's expectations?" After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Zhou Jinese couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Yes, he's not even 20 yet, just a young man. It's really hard for him to withstand such pressure at all costs. The smile on his face became more kind, and the more he looked at the young man, the better he thought of him. Aren't being natural and responsible the qualities that young people lack the most? Suddenly he seemed to remember something and spoke to Zhang Jianjun. Xiao Zhang, come with me to the study. After saying that, Zhou Jianyi stood up and walked towards the study. Zhang Jianjun nodded and followed behind him. The two sat opposite each other at the desk. Zhou Jianyi smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, you and my Xiaobai are on good terms now, right? Zhang Jianjun, why do I feel like a trap is coming? But he smiled and said, Uncle Zhou, Zhou Xiaobai and I are indeed very good friends. Zhou Jianyi nodded in satisfaction. Well, it's good to be good friends. Your Uncle Zhou's old waist has been a little painful recently. Your Aunt Zhou has also been overworked and very tired recently. Think carefully about whether you still have that special potion in stock. You don't want to see Zhou Xiaobai sad for his parents, do you? Zhang Jianjun, the routine is here as expected. But what else can he do for his future happiness? Anyway, Mr. Ye has told him and there is no way to hide it. Zhang Jianjun pretended to reminisce, and Zhou Jianyi just stared at him. Zhou Jianyi secretly wanted to laugh. This kid also likes to act. He is indeed a little rascal, as Mr. Ye said. Zhang Jianjun suddenly slapped his thigh and said, I remember now. I think there are 3 more stocks of medicine at the bottom of my cabinet. If you're not in a hurry, you can ask Zhou Xiaobai to come get it tomorrow, or I can deliver it. It's just enough for your family. I really can't have more. After all, the medicinal effect is quite strong. It is too rare and must be used with care. Zhou Jianyi nodded kindly. I was right about you, Comrade Xiao Zhang. You are very good and I am very optimistic about you. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. It felt like a future boss was just making empty promises. At this time, Zhou's mother was busy cooking in the kitchen, and Zhou Xiaobai was helping to wash the vegetables. When Zhou's mother saw Zhou Xiaobai's happy and busy appearance, she felt a sudden pang of sourness in her heart. This child has never been so diligent at home before. It feels like the daughter he raised with great effort is about to fly away. In fact, Zhou's mother now has a much better impression of Zhang Jianjun and is not as resistant as she was when she first heard about it. Although he is not from a wealthy family, he can be considered to have a good family background. Being able to write such a perfect work at the age of 19 means he is young and promising, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. At this time, Zhou Xiaobai was washing vegetables while listening to the noise outside. When I saw my father and Zhang Jianjun leaving the living room and walking into the study, I felt a little nervous. Zhou Jianyi was in a very happy mood at this time, and felt that the young man in front of him was a very sensible person. It's good for my daughter to know how to make choices. I thought it would be good enough to get 2. Unexpectedly, this guy was quite sensible and made arrangements for his whole family. Once the mood was good, the conversation naturally became more casual, and the conversation between the two of them in the study became more harmonious. Father Zhou looked out the window and said, You are quite an eloquent person, so what do you think of the future situation? Zhang Jianjun was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Is this a test for me? Father Zhou turned around and smiled. Xiao Zhang, don't worry. Tell me whatever you want, good or bad. You work in the propaganda department, after all. You should have heard some rumors. You can forget about it once you've said it in this room and leave. Zhang Jianjun's face turned serious. Uncle Zhou, if that's the case, then I'll be bold enough to speak. There is bound to be a storm in the future, and the time for it to happen is very near. This storm is inevitable. When internal contradictions continue to accumulate, an outlet will appear, otherwise it will explode. The restless will naturally jump out. Some will stand up, and some will naturally fall down. Based on his memories of his previous life, Zhang Jianjun could naturally explain some of the tricks involved. But Zhou's father was very surprised when he heard this, because he naturally knew that the storm would come. But I didn't expect that the guy in front of me would understand it so thoroughly. Father Zhou nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect you to be able to see things clearly. When the storm comes, how should we deal with it? Zhang Jianjun thought, you probably already know which side to take. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have been unscathed in the storm and would not have suffered much impact at all. Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and said, Don't be pessimistic, don't blindly follow others, recognize the current situation, and do your part. No matter how much fun those people have, they will eventually be eliminated by the general trend. After all, what ordinary people need is a stable social environment. Zhou Jianyi looked at the young man in front of him who spoke calmly, and he liked him more and more and was more and more satisfied with him. Zhang Jianjun's eloquence is naturally due to his God's perspective in his previous life. Otherwise, what could a small section chief like him do? This is what is called those involved are confused while those who are not involved can see clearly. The two of them had a very enjoyable conversation, just like a pair of friends regardless of age. Hearty laughter could be heard from the study from time to time. Just as the two were having a pleasant conversation in the study, Zhou's mother's voice came from outside. Loud Zhou, the meal is ready. Stop chatting now. Come out and eat while we chat. When Joe's mother saw that her husband was actually chatting and laughing with Jang Jian-jun, I was really surprised. Old Joe has always been very serious in front of the younger generation. I couldn't help but look at Jang Jian-jun with a higher opinion. Zhou Xiaobai showed a happy expression in the back. She was still worried about Jang Jian-jun and whether he could get past her father. It seems that the situation is much better than expected. At this time, the two came out of the study with smiles on their faces. Zhou Jinyi smiled and said, "I'm so happy that Xiao Zhang came here today. Yu Jun, go get a bottle of wine. I want to have a drink with Xiao Zhang." Zhou's mother's full name was Chen Yu Jun, and Zhang Jian-jun only found out later. Zhou's mother hesitated to speak, but still went to get a bottle of mutai. "Lao Zhou, your waist isn't in good condition, so drink less. At home, eat more, exercise more, and smoke and drink less." Father Zhou smiled and said, "I see. Aren't there guests at home? I haven't had a drink in a long time and I'm a little craving it." Zhou Xiaobai moved a chair and sat down with Zhang Jian-jun, and secretly winked at Zhang Jian-jun. Zhang Jian-jun responded with a smile, and everything was said without words. He took the bottle and filled Zhou's father's glass, then poured himself another. Mother Zhou also smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, this is your first time at home, and I don't know what you like to eat. Since you are here, don't be polite and just order whatever you want. A braised carp, a pot of braised pig's feet with soybeans, a portion of steamed tripe. 6 or 7 dishes in total." The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. It's a bit Versailles in this era. He smiled and said, "You are too polite. This dish is already very rich for me. Even in our compound, Chinese New Year celebrations are never this sumptuous. The dishes are so delicious and vibrant, I'm drooling just looking at them. Aunt Zhou's cooking skills are incredible. This is considered the level of a master chef." Mother Zhou felt very pleased when she heard this. This boy had very good eyesight and he looked at old Zhou with pride. Zhou's father had a faint smile on his face and looked at Zhang Jian-jun meaningfully. Zhang Jian-jun stood up and raised his glass. "I also wish Uncle Zhou good health. I would like to offer you a toast." Father Zhou nodded in satisfaction and raised his wine glass. "Then I'll take your blessing. If my old waist can be cured soon and your aunt is no longer tired, it will be perfect." Zhang Jian-jun: "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou, it will arrive whenever you want." Zhou's mother and Zhou Xiaobai were stunned as they listened to what was going on. They couldn't understand what the two people were talking about. As time went by, the atmosphere at the table became more and more harmonious. Zhou Xiaobai kept helping Zhang Jian-jun pick up food, as if he was afraid that Zhang Jian-jun would be hungry. Zhou's father and mother looked at each other and smiled bitterly, feeling as if a pot of flowers was about to be taken away by someone else. Mother Zhou faced Zhang Jian-jun and asked, "Xiao Zhang, I heard you work in publicity at the steel mill. Is your job there going well? Are there big opportunities for advancement? What are your plans for the future?" Zhang Jian-jun: "I will be 20 years old after the Chinese New Year this year. The leaders at the steel mill think highly of me. Last week, I was promoted to head of the propaganda department. My future plan is to steadily do my job well and live up to the organization's trust in me." Zhou's mother didn't care about this official statement, but when he heard that Zhang Jian-jun was already a section chief, his eyes lit up. She hadn't read Zhang Jian-jun's file yet, so naturally she didn't know about his promotion. Although the section chief had just entered the ranks of cadres, this young man was only 19 years old and had no background to do so. He is young and promising, and his facial expression has become gentler. Zhang Jian-jun finally understood why Zhou Xiaobai said it was a joint trial. Aunt Zhou has to know everything about her clearly before she can feel at ease. Zhou Jinyi smiled and said, "Yu Jun, let's not talk about politics while eating, don't scare the children. Don't be polite, young man, let's continue drinking." Zhou's mother rolled her eyes, and Zhou Xiaobai laughed secretly beside her. As time passed, only Zhang Jian-jun and Zhou's father were left drinking at the table. Zhou's mother and Zhou Xiaobai went into the inner room to talk. The second bottle of wine on the table was almost half drunk, and Zhou's father's face was now flushed. He looked a little drunk, but he was in a very relaxed mood. It's so hard to meet someone who can drink, so drink more. After all, drinking alone is not enjoyable and you will be nagged by Zhou's mother. Father Zhou, under the influence of alcohol, said, "You are quite my type. You have passed my test regarding your relationship with Xiaobai. As for your aunt, don't worry. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. But before we get the marriage certificate, you better be careful and don't do anything stupid. If I find out, I won't let you off." Zhang Jian-jun was very surprised when he heard this and quickly poured a glass of wine for Zhou's father. "Don't worry, I'm in love with you, how could I dare to do anything reckless? Today I'm going to tell my uncle that I will take care of Zhou Xiaobai for the rest of my life. I will never leave her. Now that my father-in-law has expressed his opinion, I can't be stingy." Then he said softly, "Uncle Zhou, when I get back later, please send a driver and I will give you a bottle of medicine. You must remember that 2 taels is the amount for 1 person. No matter what you do with the extra, I believe my uncle will not harm me. Joe Genese was drinking from a glass of wine. When he heard about the medicine that was being poured into a bottle, he couldn't help but spit it out. Good guy, really good guy. I heard that Mr. Ye only measured a cup, but now it's a whole bottle of wine. How could he not be excited? This kid's act of allegiance to Xiaobai can be considered as a token of his loyalty. Joe Genese looked very pleased. He patted Zhang Jianzhun's shoulder and said, "You are a good kid. Xiaobai didn't make a mistake in choosing you, and neither did I." When the second bottle of wine was almost gone, the banquet officially came to an end. Joe's mother was speechless when she saw her drunk father, but she was surprised to see Zhang Jianzhun acting as if nothing had happened. This made them feel much more relieved. Zhou Xiaobai then brought 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of them. Looking at Zhang Jianzhun, he asked, "Zhang Jianzhun, you're not drunk, are you? Can you still ride a bike?" Father Zhou smiled and said, "Xiaobai, why don't you take care of your dad first? Why is his elbow starting to turn outward? Don't worry, I'll have the driver take him back later. Just hang the bike on the back seat." Zhou Xiaobai's face flushed red. She said coquettishly, "Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't I bring you tea?" Zhou's father also laughed heartily, and Zhou's mother couldn't help but smile. Half an hour later, a jeep drove out of this mysterious street, plunge into the night of Beijing. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when Zhang Jianzhun saw the driver off. He watched the jeep disappear into the night before turning back to the yard. Zhang Jianzhun was very excited tonight. He didn't expect that things with Zhou Xiaobai would go so smoothly. As for the spiritual spring water that was given away, I didn't feel bad about it, as more than this amount overflowed from the well every day. The key is as long as it is not discovered by those with ulterior motives. He still believes that Mr. Ye and his future father-in-law will not harm him. When Zhang Jianzhun returned to his old house and was about to get some toiletries, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his left forearm. He quickly rolled up his sleeves to check, and saw a faint vortex icon emitting a faint light. Zhang Jianzhun was shocked and looked carefully, as if there was a faint pulling force coming from the vortex. It was as if I could draw my mind in, and I felt like something was calling me. Zhang Jianzhun couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This suggestion made him feel a little terrified. After observing for a while and still unable to figure out what was going on, Zhang Jianzhun slipped into the space. The scene before him made Zhang Jianzhun open his mouth wide. He saw that the space vortex was only about 1 meter in diameter. Now it has grown to about 3 meters in size, and the entire vortex is like a mirror. A mountain was vaguely reflected in the mirror. Zhang Jianzhun felt that his brain was not enough. The scene before him was like a science fiction blockbuster. The edge of the mirror is inlaid with a circle of golden runes, making the entire vortex extremely mysterious. Astonishing energy fluctuations came from the mirror, and Zhang Jianzhun could no longer hold back his curiosity. Slowly approach the mysterious vortex and observe carefully around it. The entire mirrored part of the vortex was dark blue, and the reflected mountain was blurry and could not be seen clearly. Zhang Jianzhun's mental power had been sucked away last time, so he didn't dare to use his mental power to investigate. But if I don't do something about my curiosity, I will feel as uncomfortable as being scratched by a cat. Then he stretched out his hand and touched it carefully. At this moment, the tattoo on his arm suddenly flashed with light and Zhang Jianzhun disappeared into space. Zhang Jianzhun only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, as if he had entered endless darkness. 3 seconds later, his eyes lit up. Zhang Jianzhun was stunned and his mouth opened wide due to the surrounding environment. I was at the top of a mountain with dense vegetation, surrounded by tall mountains and trees. The weather was so hot that it seemed like summer. Zhang Jianzhun quickly took off his Zhongshan suit and hoodie and only wore an inner lining. I felt the air carefully and it was very humid, with a hint of violent and dark energy. As if he had thought of something, he quickly used his consciousness to explore the space. The space in his spiritual consciousness was no different from usual, and Zhang Jianzhun felt a lot more at ease. Put all the clothes you took off into the space, take a long breath to calm your mind. Zhang Jianzhun stood there and looked around. Not far away, there stood a dilapidated Taoist temple. More than half of the building has collapsed, and only the main hall can still vaguely show its former glory. Zhang Jianzhun slowly explored the area and found that the plaque on the main hall had long disappeared, leaving only a wooden frame. The pillars of the Taoist temple have also experienced the ravages of wind and rain, and are rotten and seem to be about to collapse at any time. The walls are covered with unknown vines, and there are only a few side halls and rooms left on both sides of the courtyard wall. The rear hall has long since turned into rubble and disappeared in the long river of history. Zhang Jianzhun pushed open the dilapidated door of the Taoist temple, and a sound of grinding friction was heard. Looking up, I saw spider webs everywhere inside the hall, and on the altar in the middle of the hall sat 3 statues of the 3 pure ones. The painted decorations on it had long since fallen off, revealing the clay sculptures inside. It was obvious that the place had long been deserted. Just as Zhang Jianjun was looking at the hall carefully, suddenly a strong malicious aura with a cold breath rushed towards him from the backyard. Zhang Jianjun was shocked and instinctively released a mental barrier 2 meters in front of him. Then his mental power burst out of his body and swept towards the backyard. A blurry figure in a Taoist robe was floating towards the main hall from the backyard. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel creepy, and 2 words flashed through his mind: Piao. The figure in Taoist robes moved very quickly and appeared in the hall in less than a few seconds. On the pale face covered with corpse spots, there was a pair of pupils without eyeballs. He stared at Zhang Jianjun with eyes full of resentment and let out a strange laugh. A hoarse voice came, "What a wonderful fragrance! And I can encounter such fresh flesh and blood. I didn't expect that you could still see my existence, but what can you do if you saw it?" After the Taoist-robed ghost said this, he stuck out his pitch-black tongue and licked his gray lips. The filth dripping from the tongue actually emitted black smoke when it fell to the ground. A wave of negative energy with a foul odor filled the entire hall, and Zhang Jianjun felt nauseous and uneasy. What the hell? What kind of thing is this? It wants to eat me as soon as it sees me. What kind of hell is this world? In the spirit of striking first and then getting the upper hand, the villain will die because of talking too much, Zhang Jianjun roared and cursed. Flesh and blood? Your whole family is made of flesh and blood. Die, you filthy, filthy thing. A mental piercing shot was launched with full force and went straight to the ghost's brain. The ghost in Taoist robe became furious after hearing it and his whole body began to vaporize. In the blink of an eye, I suddenly felt as if my brain was being stirred by a steel needle. I let out a shrill scream and froze in place. Zhang Jianjun took advantage of the situation to kill him and followed up with another mental piercing attack. He used his mind to draw a 3-edged military bayonet from space, wrapped the bayonet with his mental power, and shot it out like lightning, heading straight for the ghost's throat. The second mental piercing made the ghost scream even more miserably, but the subsequent bayonet seemed to be piercing the air. It passed through without causing any substantial damage, and the bayonet was nailed into the wall behind due to inertia. Zhang Jianjun was shocked. At this time, the ghost seemed to come to its senses, and with a sharp scream, it turned into black smoke and rushed towards Zhang Jianjun. Before the ghost arrived, a foul smell mixed with negative energy hit the mental barrier. Zhang Jianjun only felt the barrier shaking, and a sharp pain came from his brain, almost making him lose consciousness. Damn, this thing can actually use energy attacks. The black mist hit the mental barrier and created ripples. There was a sizzling sound and smelly black smoke coming out from above. Fortunately, the mental barrier was not broken. Zhang Jianjun bit his tongue and fired another mental piercing shot straight into the black fog. A faint wailing sound came from the black fog, and it could no longer maintain its black fog form and slowly revealed its original form. At this time, black blood was flowing from the ghost's eye sockets without eyeballs, and its strange figure had become much more vague, as if it could disappear at any time. Fear spoke hoarsely, "A cultivator? You are a cultivator. Impossible. This is impossible. There are no more ascetics in this world. Why is your spiritual power so strong?" After saying that, he turned around and quickly flew towards the backyard. When Zhang Jianjun saw that this thing wanted to run away, he immediately got angry. He wants to eat me all the time, and then runs away when he can't beat me. There's no such thing as that. There were several more mental piercings at the ghost, and the ghost fell from the air under the continuous attacks. The already blurry figure became invisible, and Zhang Jianjun felt much more at ease when he saw it. With the last mental piercing, it silently penetrated into the ghost's brain. The ghost seemed to be relieved. A sigh was heard, and the ethereal figure disappeared without a trace. Zhang Jianjun was also exhausted and out of breath. This was really too exciting. My own means of attack are too simple. It seems that physical attacks are useless against this thing. The triangular dagger went straight through the ghost, just like it went through the air. With a thought, he put away the bayonet. Zhang Jianjun took a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space and drank it. Only then did I feel that my somewhat exhausted mental strength had recovered a lot. The sea of spiritual energy came out of the body again, cleared a piece of ground and sat down. I haven't felt my mental strength drained for a long time. Zhang Jianjun calmed down and sat there to review what had happened. It was obvious that this world was not a normal world. At present, I don't know whether this dimension is ancient or modern. I actually met the ghost that I had seen in books before. I originally thought that my mental power was extremely strong and that the area within a radius of 80 meters was under my control. I didn't expect to have such a back-and-forth fight with this thing. If I hadn't set up a mental barrier first, the consequences would have been unpredictable. The mental attack only has one mental piercing, and it's naturally tiring to use this move over and over again. Fortunately, my space can still be used in this world, otherwise I would be in tears. Zhang Jianjun was frightened. He originally thought he was invincible, but when he came here he discovered his shortcomings. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun felt a faint light coming from the ground, and he came to his senses and focused his attention. The spiritual sea came out of the body and swept towards the light source, and it seemed as if an object fell where the ghost had stood. A milky white jade pendant lay there, gleaming faintly. Zhang Jianjun stood up and with a thought, he took the jade pendant into his palm. The jade pendant is flawless white and warms slightly in the hand. On the front, a cloud-patterned dragon is decorated with a square frame and a small seal engraved with Yugzi Taizhang. Turning over to the back, Zhang Jianjun saw the same double row of 4 small seal characters Wuliang Zhenji and thought to himself as he looked at the jade pendant. Judging from these words, the Taoist temple should be Sanking Temple, and the sect may be Wuliang sect or Zhenji sect. Since it dropped from this ghost in Taoist robes, it proves that this thing might have been a legitimate Taoist priest in the past. What kind of incident turned this Taoist priest into a ferocious ghost, and why did this huge sect become ruins? Feeling that the jade pendant in his hand was obviously hotter than his body temperature, Zhang Jianjun curiously used his spiritual sense to explore it. There was a storage space inside that was 1.5 meters long, wide and high, with a book and a peachwood sword lying inside. Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed and immediately tried to communicate with the space and wrap the book with his thoughts. Without feeling any barrier or obstruction, the book was pulled out of the storage space by mental power and appeared in his hand. Zhang Jianjun carefully examined the yellowed, ancient thread-bound book. On the cover was written in official script, "The True Explanation of Yugzu Daodi Shenli." When he opened the cover page which read "The True Explanation of Divine Thunder, Qi Refining," Zhang Jianjun's eyes popped out with excitement. Wow, this is really a good guy. I have been dreaming of finding a secret book or something these days. Although I got a copy of Yang-style Tai Chi boxing manual, it was not suitable for my major after all. How can a physical boxing method be suitable for the spiritual system? The name seems very high-sounding. So I opened the book and read it word by word. When the heaven and earth were first created, chaos was in full bloom, purple air rose from the east, and the air was drawn into the body. If one cannot exhale the Divine Master, one's breath will not be complete, and if one cannot inhale the Divine Master, one's breath will also not be complete. Sit cross-legged to calm your mind, relax and be natural, close your lips and teeth lightly, and breathe slowly. The hands must be clenched, the eyes must look straight ahead, and the divine light must be gathered and reach the heart of heaven. It enters the Niwan, descends to the Kigzu, remains there forever, and is used without frequency. The Qi in Danshan is warm, the kidneys are like boiling soup, the Qi flows through the belt meridians, and the self-cultivation work is complete. This is the secret of Yugzu Daodi's spiritual cultivation. If you can practice it every day, you will enjoy it and gradually gain the true understanding of divine thunder. With the soles of your feet facing the sky, the 5 energies converge and the energy is absorbed into your body. The energy circulates through 36 small circles, forming one cycle, before you can escape from this mortal body. After patiently reading the Qi Refining chapter, you will find a detailed explanation of thunder magic and other small spells of the 5 elements. There are not many thunder techniques in the Qi Refining chapter, such as Palm Thunder, Tei Divine Thunder, Lightning Shield, Purple Yang Thunder Spear Technique, Thunder Dragon Roar, etc. It also comes with 5 element small spells such as Breath Control, Fireball, Gust of Wind, Freezing, Ground Spike, Golden Needle, Vine, Qi Reading, Bone Shrinking, and other unconventional spells. 2/3 of the way through the secret book, a few large characters appeared, the true explanation of Divine Thunder, Foundation Building. Finally, until the end of the Golden Elixir chapter of the true explanation of Divine Thunder, Zhang Jianjun sat there smacking his lips. This is a fucking CEO post. If you don't have any culture, you really can't understand it. Feeling itchy, he quickly walked out of the Taoist temple and found a big rock to sit cross-legged on. According to the description in the book, the soles of your feet and palms should face upwards, the tip of your tongue should be against the roof of your mouth, and you should hold your breath and concentrate. Immerse your mind in the sea of consciousness and use your mental power to sense the existence of spiritual energy. When mental power passes through the sea of consciousness and out of the body, it pulls the energy directly into the sea of consciousness. A trace of violent and chaotic aura was rampaging in the sea of consciousness. Zhang Jianjun felt dizzy and his head was tingling, cold sweat covered his whole body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. He quickly stopped the traction and used his mental power to isolate the violent and chaotic energy from his sea of consciousness. What the hell is going on? Why can't I feel any spiritual energy? Why is the gas outside so violent and chaotic? At this moment, the vortex pattern on his hand lit up. I feel the attraction coming from the space, and my heart perceives that this is a signal to return. Zhang Jianjun did not resist. He suddenly disappeared from the spot and returned to the space when his eyes lit up. He quickly looked at his watch and it was exactly 9:30. Zhang Jianjun was stunned. The time was a little too late. I fought, rested, and read for a while, which took at least 2 hours. If I remember correctly, I came back a little after 9 o'clock and delivered some spiritual spring water to the outside of the courtyard. That is, I arrived at the space around 9:20, and it took less than 10 minutes to travel back and forth. Almost an hour there took only 5 minutes here. This time ratio surprised Zhang Jianjun. If my calculations are correct, this is a 12 to 1 time ratio. That means 12 hours there equals 1 hour here. Looking up at the vortex in the sky, Zhang Jianjun felt incredible. At this time, the vortex had become more than 1 meter in diameter, as if its energy had been exhausted. When he rolled up his sleeves, the vortex on his arms was hidden, and it seemed as if it had disappeared if he didn't look closely. Zhang Jianjun sat beside the ancient well, picked up the wine bottle, took a sip of the spiritual spring water and rinsed his mouth, washed away the bloody taste in his mouth. Then he tilted his head back and drank the spiritual spring water in one gulp. Only then did the headache caused by the negative energy completely disappear. Zhang Jianjun suddenly remembered what the Taoist ghost said before it escaped. A cultivator? How could there still be cultivators in this world? Zhang Jianjun fell into deep thought again. Was it because the abnormal energy of heaven and earth became violent, causing the cultivators to disappear completely? Thinking about the careless practice he was doing over there, he broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for his strong mental strength, he would have felt the abnormally violent energy. Stop the exercise immediately. If the energy rushes in all at once, the consequences will be disastrous. This damn process of drawing qi into the body is too easy. Doesn't it take other people's novels a week to do it? Zhang Jianjun didn't know that his health had changed beyond recognition after drinking the spiritual spring water every day. And after drinking the mental potion, his mental power naturally has a natural advantage over beginners. Others first open up the Danshan, then perfect the Sea of Consciousness, and finally open up the Purple Palace. However, Zhang Jianjun had already possessed a Sea of Consciousness early on, and had already acquired the spiritual awareness to achieve inner vision, so it was naturally much easier for him to draw qi into his body. Zhang Jianjun was so upset by these unexpected events that he didn't want to sleep anymore, so he simply took out the peachwood sword from the jade pendant space. The entire sword body is shiny black and engraved with lightning runes. The sword body is 1 foot long, the hilt is more than 3 inches long, and the width between the two blades is 2 inches. The word Jinglei was engraved on the end of the hilt. Zhang Jianjun thought it was a good name, Jinglei sword. It feels like an iron sword in the hand. It looks like a peachwood sword, but the sword body is shiny black. Using my mental power, I sensed a suction force coming from the sword, and the lightning runes on it gradually lit up. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that this wooden sword was also a magic weapon? Fortunately, after absorbing some of the mental power, it gradually weakened until it stabilized, but the lightning rune remained lit. It seems that there is a connection between man and sword. It feels like an extension of my arm. Zhang Jianjun tried to wrap the sword with his mental power and shoot it towards the small tree, but he saw a faint flash of lightning that disappeared in an instant. 100 meters away, the small tree was pierced through and broken into 2 pieces, but the thunder sword continued to move forward and drilled into the depths of the woods. Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to communicate with the wooden sword. The wooden sword turned with a whoosh, flew backwards and hovered 3 meters away from him. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel happy. This trick was so cool. I wonder if it would be useful against ghosts. Logically speaking, thunder and lightning are extremely strong and masculine, and are the nemesis of all evil spirits. If I have the chance to go there again in the future, I must test the power of this sword when I see it again. Zhang Jianjun looked up at the vortex above his head, which was still spinning. Now it has recovered to a diameter of more than 1 meter, and I don't know when it will grow bigger again. I guess this thing is like a power bank. It needs energy, and when the energy is full, a channel will be formed. After taking back the thunder sword, Zhang Jianjun picked up the true explanation of Yugzu Deoti Divine Thunder and sat beside the ancient well to read it carefully again. Zhang Jianjun patiently read the Qi refining chapter again, wondering whether there was any spiritual energy in the space. Logically speaking, if there is spiritual spring water in the space, then there must be spiritual energy in the space as well. Zhang Jianjun held his breath, concentrated, and placed his hands and feet facing the sky. He sat cross-legged beside the ancient well and began to sense it. A soft and comfortable energy was drawn by the mental force and entered the tendons and veins in the body along the Sea of Consciousness. Zhang Jianjun moved around his body in various acupuncture points according to the description in the book. Fortunately, Zhang Jianjun had been cleansed by the spiritual spring water. The tendons and veins are wide and moving around is not as difficult as imagined. The 36 acupoints are broken through one by the spiritual energy and pass through smoothly. Drawing the spiritual energy into the danshan in the abdomen, a large amount of spiritual energy continuously enters the body, forming a small cyclone. It resonates with the cyclone in the Sea of Consciousness through the tendons and veins. When a small circulation is completed, one arrives directly in a new world. The first level of qi refining came naturally. It seemed unreasonable, but it was also reasonable. Zhang Jianjun already had a Sea of Consciousness, so he took fewer detours than others. I can observe the meridians and tendons inside my body to draw spiritual energy into it. It is much easier than for others and can be done naturally in one go. Zhang Jianjun opened his eyes, as if he could see the whole world clearly. Just like the first time he drank the spiritual spring water, his muscles and bones were strengthened again, and his strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. The faint milky white spiritual particles in the space can now be seen clearly. The mental power also increased, reaching a range of 100 meters. Although the range of sensation has not expanded much, the intensity has increased by more than 3 times. If mental power is the pulling barrel of a gun, then spiritual energy is the bullet in the barrel. With the support of spiritual energy and the compression of mental power, one can directly lift objects weighing more than 3,000 kilograms. Just as Zhang Jianjun was feeling the changes in his body, he was brought back to his senses by a foul stench. Zhang Jianjun stood up from his cross-legged position, and there was a crackling sound from his bones. Just like frying beans, the feeling of floating in the air arises spontaneously. The spiritual energy entering the body naturally cleansed his bones and marrow. He quickly took off his clothes and dived into the small lake. The effect of the spiritual energy flushing is much stronger than just drinking spiritual spring water. My whole body was covered with mud again. After struggling in the lake for more than 20 minutes, I finally washed it clean. After taking a look at his skin, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, now his whole body is as white as jade, just like a piece of milky white marble. This skin is whiter and more delicate than that of an adult girl. It's so damn feminine. Zhang Jianjun thought that if this had happened in his previous life, it would have been a pity if he could have worked less for 20 years and not lived off his wife. But are pretty boys popular these days? They seem pretty good. He stood in the water, admiring himself, glanced down, and smiled with pride. Well, he had a good capital. After washing up and getting dressed, I looked at my watch and was stunned to find that it was already past 2 in the morning. Wow, it felt like I was just sitting there for a short time, but I ended up sitting there for several hours. No wonder there is a saying that time does not exist in cultivation. A small cycle takes several hours. I didn't feel mentally exhausted after not sleeping all night. Instead, the effect of the spiritual energy entering my body made me feel refreshed. Zhang Jianjun took a cucumber and came to the ancient well, feeling that something was wrong. The water level of the spiritual spring water in this ancient well has dropped by more than 3 meters. It was originally full, and occasionally some of the spiritual spring water overflowed from the wellhead. Zhang Jianjun felt that something was wrong. Could it be that he was cultivating by drawing qi into his body and absorbing the spiritual energy in the space? Or was it caused by absorbing the spiritual energy from the ancient well? Zhang Jianjun started to think about it again. Zhang Jianjun had a strange experience here, and the Zhou family couldn't sleep because of the arrival of the spiritual spring water. When the bottle of spiritual spring water was delivered to Zhou's house overnight by the guard and driver, Zhou Jinese couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast as he held the bottle of wine. Because he drank too much, he called out to his mother and Zhou Xiaobai. After they got up, they saw the bottle of wine in Zhou Jinese's hand and were speechless, thinking that he was drunk. Zhou Jinese said mysteriously to the two of them, "This is a panacea. It can't bring you back to life, but it can definitely prolong your life." Zhou's mother, Zhou Xiaobai. Mother Zhou rolled her eyes and said, "Old Zhou, are you drunk? A bottle of white wine is a magic pill. If you don't sleep, my mother and I will have to sleep too." Father Zhou put his finger on his lips and made a hushing gesture. "Xiaobai, go get 3 glasses and you'll find out." Zhou Xiaobai looked at her father suspiciously, then at her mother. Mother Zhou waved her hand and said, "Xiaobai, go get 3 cups. I want to see what you're up to in the middle of the night." Zhou Xiaobai had no choice but to bring over 3 glasses. Father Zhou carefully pulled out the cork and poured 3 cups of spiritual spring water into 3 glasses. When the mother and daughter saw Zhou's father in such a state, their curiosity was aroused. When you look at the liquid in the cup, it's no different from pure water. She immediately lost interest again, thinking that this was Xiao Zhang's first time here. It was too unfair to let Lao Zhou drink so much. If Zhang Jianjun knew about this, he would definitely cry out for injustice. Just as the mother and daughter turned to leave, they were stopped in their tracks by the fragrance coming from the cup. They all sat down with their eyes wide open and curious, and Zhou's father spoke proudly. "I spent a lot of effort to find this on this guy. Be careful not to waste it. 1 cup per person." The fragrance from the cup was like a captivating scent, and when the family of 3 finished drinking the spiritual spring water in the cup, the Zhou family compound was in chaos, and the stench of one person was unbearable. The 3 of them were thinking about the outcome when they heard Zhou's father's complaining voice from the bathtub. "Why can't this kid give me a heads up?" Zhang Jianjun stayed in the space until 6 o'clock, carefully studying the roots of various spells. I wasn't in a rush to try it out. After all, I had only just reached the qi refining stage. I needed a few days to consolidate it, so I just went over it in my mind a few times. Seeing that it was getting late, I washed up and left the space. As soon as I left the space, I felt a little uncomfortable with the environment outside. After careful perception, he finally realized that he was now a cheer-refining cultivator. I am very sensitive to the lack of spiritual energy in the environment, but in this world, I can't feel any spiritual energy at all. No wonder there's a saying in this world that animals can't become spirits. From now on, I have to be careful not to use spells carelessly. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in my body will be exhausted, and I won't be able to replenish it from outside. Zhang Jianjun took a deep breath, and after a few exercises he gradually got used to it. As usual, I bought breakfast at the entrance of Nanluaguxiang Vutong. The temperature in the mornings these days is very low, but it has no effect on Zhang Jianjun's health at all. If the previous spiritual power tempered the soul, then the spiritual energy tempering of the body will bring about an all-round improvement. Zhang Jianjun was driving on the road against the north wind without wearing a hat or gloves, which surprised passers-by. This guy is in such good shape, he's wearing a Zhongshan suit and riding a bicycle. He's really not afraid of the cold. Zhang Jianjun arrived at the steel rolling mill compound, parked his bicycle, and went straight into his own office in the propaganda department. Zhang Jianjun was a little surprised to find that there was no sign of any editing of last night's promotional copy. Deputy Section Chief Wang has been diligently helping to deal with the matter. Could it be that something happened last night? I started to tidy up without thinking too much, and was busy until 8 o'clock in the morning. Just as Zhang Jianjun got up to make a cup of tea, two people came into the office without knocking on the door. Li Weiman walked in with a young man of about 24 or 25. Zhang Jianjun sat there without getting up and asked, "Doesn't Li Weiman knock on the door when he enters the office now?" Li Weiman looked arrogant, and the young man behind him frowned. Li Weiman said arrogantly, "Zhang Jianjun, you're such a powerful section chief now. I'm not going to argue with you. This guy behind me is my middle school classmate Zheng Zhaiqiang. He graduated from university and has been transferred from the Ministry of Metallurgy to our steel mill as deputy section chief." After saying this with a smug look on his face, Zhang Jianjun carefully looked at the young man named Zheng Zhaiqiang. She looks quite fair and clean, but unfortunately her small eyes ruin her entire face. He was less than 1.7 meters tall, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Zhang Jianjun was a little confused. If this person became the deputy section chief, did that mean Deputy Section Chief Wang was transferred? Since they would still be working together in the future, Zhang Jianjun stood up and said with a smile, "Welcome Comrade Zheng Zhaiqiang to our propaganda department. We must work together and help each other in the future." As for Li Weiman and Zhang Jianjun, they simply ignored him. Zheng Zhaiqiang said with a forced smile, "I heard that Section Chief Zhang is only a high school student. He's quite young and promising to be a section chief. I think this office is just okay. Could you, Chief Zhang, please ask someone to get me a desk?" Li Weiman stepped forward and chimed in, "Section Chief Zhang, why don't you go get some help? You know he's from a military compound. He came here after graduating from university just to gain experience and gild his reputation. His status is not something you, a person from a slum, can afford to offend." Zhang Jianjun almost laughed out of anger. What the hell are these two? Comrade Zheng Zhaiqiang, right? First, please show me your transfer certificate. I'd like to ask if you really graduated from university. Zheng Zhaiqiang's face turned cold. "You don't need to review my credentials. They've already been filed with the Steel Mill Union Party Committee office when I got here. As for whether I'm a college graduate, how could that be false? You'd better be sensible. My background is not something a mere section chief like you can't afford to offend." At this time, Li Weiman was ready to step forward and shout a few words. Zhang Jianjun thought, isn't this the classic scene from his previous life, the story of my father being Li Gang? Li Weiman was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by a slap on the table. Zhang Jianjun said seriously, "Comrade Zheng Zhaiqiang, first of all, I have the right to suspect that you are a fake deputy section chief. Otherwise, you would not be unaware that the publicity department and deputy section chiefs in our steel rolling mill do not have dedicated offices. Secondly, now is the era when the people are the masters of their own destiny. You keep using your family background to pressure others. This is clearly bureaucratic behavior. You look down on people of ordinary backgrounds. You're starting to develop capitalist ideas. You're very dangerous, Comrade Zheng Zhaiqiang. Thirdly, as a newly appointed comrade, you should proactively show your ID and cooperate with the department's work instead of treating the steel mill as your own backyard. You're pointing fingers at your superiors. You didn't go to a very good university. This is called disrespecting your elders and ignoring your superiors. For suspicious individuals who stand against the people, I have the right to tell them to get out of my office immediately, or I will call the security department to remove them." Li Weiman's words were interrupted and stuck in his throat. His mouth was wide open and his face flushed red. Zheng Zhaiqiang's pretty face had completely turned the color of liver. He also knew Zhang Jianjun when he came here. Seeing that he was only 19 years old when he graduated from high school, he was lucky enough to write a song and was noticed by his superiors, which is how he became the section chief. I have never taken such a person with no identity or background seriously. Originally, I was a second-generation college student from the military, and I was getting along well with a bunch of kids from the military compound at home. Who knew that he was ordered by his father to go to work, and after working in the Ministry of Metallurgy for 2 months, he came here to be a deputy section chief. He was so angry that he felt that he was being wasted, but he didn't expect that he hadn't even used his power to show off his ability. Others have put so many big hats on me, and I can't bear any of them. Bureaucracy, the budding of capitalism, and disregard for superiors, this combination of punches left Zhang Zhiqiang stunned. You are such a good talker. The two men stood there with their faces turning red and white. It took a while for Zhang Zhiqiang to come to his senses first. He pointed at Zhang Jianjun and said, "You're doing great, Chief Zhang. Walking at night can be dangerous, so be careful." After saying that, he turned around and walked away with a cold face. Seeing this, Li Weiman also followed him out. Zhang Jianjun sneered, "A man of integrity fears no shadow. The great man taught us, all reactionaries are paper tigers." Zhang Zhiqiang almost stumbled and fell as he reached the door. At this time, Zhang Jianjun spoke again, "Comrade Li Weiman, please wait a moment. I see that you have a perfect grasp of propaganda posters and slogans. It's the end of the year now. The political and ideological work of the rural commune must be done well. I have a task for you to do when you come here." When Li Weiman heard this, his hair stood on end and he had a bad feeling, but there was nothing he could do because his backer Li Huide had been transferred. I had no choice but to turn around and stand in front of the desk. Zhang Jianjun, Comrade Li Weiman is now under the instruction of higher authorities to do a good job in political and ideological work in remote mountainous areas. Comrade Su Daimao was ordered to go to Wangyi village last time, but this is not enough. Our dear and lovely members are in urgent need of ideological sublimation and the guidance of progressive young people like you. Then you will go to Sawangyi village and hand these slogans and posters to the members. You won't disappoint the earnest expectations of the members in this remote mountainous area, right? You won't? Li Weiman. When Li Weiman heard about Wang Hecken, he immediately became angry and shouted with a red face and thick neck, "Section Chief Zhang, you are retaliating. I will report your behavior to the factory organization." Zhang Jianjun spread his hands and said, "Comrade Li Weiman, please correct your attitude. What? Going to work in a remote mountain village is retaliation? So the document sent down from above is also a retaliation against our propaganda department? According to your logic, are you doubting the political decision made by the higher UPS? Do you still harbor distrust towards the organization? For your own comfort, you've abandoned the people of a remote mountain village. You truly pain me deeply. Comrade Li Weiman, I will truthfully report your current ideological attitude during the year-end assessment." Li Weiman was so frightened after hearing this that he broke out in cold sweat. My goodness, why are these big hats coming one after another? If this gets reported like this, I might have to pack up and leave. This guy's words are so cruel that they can hurt people's hearts. You can see his political awareness clearly. Li Weiman's arrogance suddenly disappeared, and he forced an ugly smile with a bitter face. "Chief Zhang, thank you for your criticism and education. I realize that my ideological awareness is still lacking, and I will resolutely obey your arrangements. When do you think I can go?" Zhang Jianjun, well, Comrade Li Weiman, you are a good comrade if you admit your mistakes and correct them. But you're not obeying my orders. I'm simply transferring the organization's trust to you. Do you understand? This is called serving the people. You should get going now. Young people need to exercise their willpower. Otherwise, you won't realize how good you are. Li Weiman. Watching Li Weiman leave his office with a sad face, the corners of Zhang Jianjun's mouth curled up slightly. This was a sparring session on a completely different level. Li Huide was scared away by himself, and Li Weiman was just a passerby among passersby and didn't take it seriously at all. But this Zhang Zhiqiang is a bit interesting. He even dares to threaten me. Zhang Jianjun sneered and said, "Don't mess with me." After Li Huide left, I don't know who to find to deal with him. Zhang Jianjun will not use his superpowers to solve the problem for the time being, as such a dimensionality reduction attack would be too boring. You can't just let one person come and make others disappear. I am still a little out of touch with the news now. I didn't even know that a deputy section chief was transferred here. Where did Deputy Section Chief Wang go? Zhang Jianjun left the section chief's office and came to the propaganda section staff office building. When the dozen or so clerks and staff in the department saw Zhang Jianjun come in, they all stood up and greeted him. Zhang Jianjun also smiled and nodded to each of them in return. Zhang Jianjun glanced at the crowd and waved to Ma Xiahua and Zhang Aijun. When the two saw Zhang Jianjun waving at them, they came over happily. Ma Xiahua smiled and said, "Section Chief Zhang, what brings you down here to inspect our work?" Zhang Jianjun was at a loss for words. Why? I can't even come to see you guys when nothing's wrong. That's too formal. Come to my office and have a chat." When they heard this, they both laughed and followed Zhang Jianjun to the office. After the two sat down, Zhang Jianjun made a cup of tea for each of them. He said, "Do you two know that a deputy section chief was transferred here today? Where has this deputy section chief Wang been transferred to?" Zhang Ijun shook his head. "I really don't know. When did it happen?" Ma Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "I don't know where Deputy Section Chief Wang has been transferred to, but I do know a few things about him. Do you want to know?" Zhang Jianjun rolled his eyes. "Brother Ma, this is really not your idea. Why are you keeping us in suspense? If you know the situation, why don't you reveal it?" Ma Xiaohua lowered his voice and said, "I just arrived at the department this morning, and Li Wyman was showing off in front of a few people. He was an old classmate of mine, or something, who was transferred here from the Ministry of Metallurgy. First of all, the deputy section chief started out as a university student. I heard that Deputy Section Chief Zheng's father was a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Railways. They asked their son to come over just to go through the motions and gild their reputation." Why are you asking this? Have you met?" Zhang Jianjun chuckled and said, "We're all brothers, I won't hide anything from you two. This guy came over and tried to intimidate me, but unfortunately I ignored him." Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ijun's expressions changed slightly. Zhang Ijun said, "Then you have to be careful. According to Ma Xiaohua, this guy has some power behind him, but don't worry, we will definitely support you." Ma Xiaohua also spoke up, "He's just the son of a military family. What's there to be afraid of? Just be careful and cautious. How dare he retaliate so openly?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Thank you both for your support, brothers. Don't worry, I'll keep your words in mind. I'll also remember your favor. Some things don't need to be said out loud. If you have any questions in the future, come to me, you know." Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Ijun looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Zhang Jianjun thought that since he was now the section chief, there were some things that he could no longer avoid like before. You can't do everything yourself, the information channels are still a bit blocked, and you need your own team. From the previous dealings with them, these two people were pretty good and efficient. Today was a test, and the result was not out of my expectation. No matter whether it is sincere or fake, at least it can save face. So the three of them started chatting in the office. The book is divided into two parts, each of which is about Su Daimao. After 2 days in the mountains, he finally returned to the compound last night. He was extremely depressed, but the only slight consolation was that he received 2 chickens from the village party secretary's family. When Qin Jingru heard that Jiazhang had suffered a stroke, she was shocked. Now, isn't Qin Huiru really alone? Su Daimao rolled his eyes without saying a word, wondering what he was thinking. "This morning I rode my bike to the steel mill and returned the projection equipment. I happened to meet Li Wyman walking out of the propaganda department with a sad face. Li Wyman blocked Su Daimao's way when he saw him. 'Brother Daimao, we are both in the same boat. Let's go and talk. I have something to ask you.' Su Daimao thought to himself, isn't Li Wyman usually very arrogant, why would he come to him? The two came to the corner of the logistics warehouse. Li Wyman smiled bitterly. "Zhang Jianjun started you off, and now he's got me. He's totally disrespecting us. He's getting more and more arrogant." Su Daimao asked in surprise, "Li Wyman, what happened to you? Is Zhang Jianjun also trying to bully you?" Li Wyman scolded him, "This guy is now a section chief and doesn't even know which way is forward. He just sent you to Wangyi village to show a movie, and now he's ordering me to go back there to put up propaganda posters. Brother Daimao, do you want to discipline him? Otherwise, it will be hard for all of us brothers if this continues." Su Daimao was suspicious. "Are you kidding me? This is no joke. I'm a serious section chief now." Li Wyman lowered his voice and said, "I have a friend with a strong background who was just transferred here to be a deputy section chief. He comes from a military compound. Isn't it a piece of cake to mess with him? I'll take you to meet him later." Li Wyman's sinister laughter came from the corner of the warehouse. Zhang Jianjun saw Ma Xiaohua and Zhang Eguo off in the office, then sat down at his desk and began to think. It makes sense that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. It turns out that I am a person without any official duties. Trouble came just over a week after I became the section chief, but I smiled confidently, thinking that I can be considered a person with a strong backing now. Even if there weren't a few ordinary people behind the scenes, what tricks could they come up with? People who have practiced cultivation are not interested in promotions or anything like that. No wonder many practitioners stay in the mountains and forests and ignore worldly affairs. But when he thought of Zhou Xiaobai's pretty face, the tenderness in Zhang Jianjun's heart was touched again. She is the only relative he cares about in this world. It doesn't matter if she offends him, but if anyone dares to implicate her, don't blame him for being cruel. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun was filled with a murderous aura, and the entire office seemed to be in an ice cellar. At the Zhou family's house in the military compound, Zhou Xiaobai was still looking at himself in the dressing mirror in the wardrobe. Because the whole family didn't sleep well last night, we didn't get up until around 8 o'clock. Thinking about last night's experience, it felt like a dream. The whole family was covered in dirt and stinking. They stared at each other in confusion, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of their mouths. I feel much stronger today, but that's secondary. My skin is now as smooth as white jade. At this time, Zhou's mother called out from outside, Xiaobai, don't dawdle and come out to eat. When the family of three gathered together, their eyes widened. The changes each of them had brought were truly incredible. Zhou's father was only about 50 years old and had some white hair due to his work, but now all the white hair on his head has disappeared. She looked about 40 years old, and the faint crow's feet at the corners of Zhou's mother's eyes had disappeared. Her skin is as elastic as that of a young girl and she looks to be in her 30s. Zhou Xiaobai opened his mouth wide, unable to believe his eyes. Zhou Jinese then said seriously, I drank too much last night and didn't get to say some things. You two must remember to keep this a secret. If it gets out, it will bring great trouble to Xiaojiang. Zhou's mother was extremely excited, thinking that she had finally found a treasure. This is not some unique potion at all, it is a real miracle drug. So he smiled and said, don't worry, old Zhou. The first time I saw this young man bringing Xiaobai back, I knew he was an extraordinary person. Xiaobai, don't you think so? Xiaobai, see when Xiaojiang is free and invite him home. My cooking skills seem to have improved a bit. Zhou's father, Zhou Xiaobai. Zhou Xiaobai was speechless. The first time Zhang Jianjun sent me back, you kept nagging me for a long time like you were interrogating a prisoner. But he smiled and said, Mom, you have the wisdom to recognize a hero. After saying this, I still felt happy. It seemed that I had passed the test of my mother. At noon, in the steel mill canteen, Zhang Jianjun started queuing with his lunchbox. His tall and slender figure, coupled with his fair and handsome appearance, made the female workers around him stare at him in amazement. One of the bold girls even deliberately lined up behind Zhang Jianjun. The intoxicated look on her face as she took a deep breath made the male workers around her shiver. Zhang Jianjun swept his mental power backwards and his whole body trembled. My goodness, what kind of family does this fat girl come from? I can't even tell where her waist is. In fact, according to his level, he could go to the second floor, but he was too lazy to greet a group of bald middle-aged men. When Shazhu saw that it was Zhang Jianjun coming, he stepped forward enthusiastically and took the lead in cooking. Brother Jianjun, if you want to eat something, just tell me and I'll ask my apprentice Manhwa to bring the food over. Zhang Jianjun, thank you, Brother Zuza, but this won't work. As a member of the steel mill, I should integrate with the workers. How can I ask for special treatment? Bureaucratic practices are unacceptable. When the people around heard this, they all looked at him with kindness. Some people whispered, look at his political awareness. No wonder he can become a section chief at such a young age. Who says it's not true? People with cultural backgrounds are of high quality, unlike some people who become arrogant after becoming a minor official. Oh, can I ask who you are referring to? Is it your workshop leader? Zhang Jianjun was speechless for a while because of his excellent hearing. Wow, the spectators in any era always have their own set of ideas. Shazhu raised his thumbs up and without saying anything, he tried to fish for the moon from the bottom of the sea in the vegetable bowl. When Zhang Jianjun saw an aluminum box full of potatoes and meat slices, he quickly took it and left to avoid causing public outrage. Qin Huiru watched Zhang Jianjun's back as he left in the crowd, her eyes filled with jealousy. Zhang Jianjun is no longer the skinny and easily bullied person he used to be. Su Daimao stood behind Qin Huiru, staring at Zhang Jianjun with resentment as he left. He whispered in his heart, Zhang Jianjun, you won't be able to jump around for a few more days, someone has already set their sights on you. Zhang Jianjun can now be said to be a true extraordinary person. He seemed to sense something and glanced back. Noticing Su Daimao's resentful look, he couldn't help but snort in his heart. It seems that sending him to the ravine this time is not enough. Should I give him a fatal blow? After thinking about it, I decided not to. Playing slowly will give me a greater sense of accomplishment. Just treat it as a practice. Li Huade has been scared away by himself. Su Daimao wants to seek refuge with someone, but I'm afraid he can't find a way at the moment. He found an empty seat and sat down. At this time, Lu Haizhong saw Zhang Jianjun sitting there alone. He hurriedly followed and when Zhang Jianjun looked up he saw the flattering face in the bangs. Lu Haizhong laughed and said, Jianjun, is there anyone else here? Zhang Jianjun, don't be polite, please take a seat. What good news are you having? Why are you smiling so happily? Lu Haizhong's expression froze for a moment before he smiled again. Jianjun, you are the most promising one in our compound right now. You will become the first real cotter in our compound. As you know, my 2 children are still doing odd jobs, and their income is unstable. See if you can find them some kind of job, even if it's just temporary work." After listening to what the second uncle said, Zhang Jianjun pondered for a while. The 2 brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu are currently using it most conveniently. After all, we know each other well, so if there are any changes in the future, we can use it to take the lead. Besides, although Lu Haizhong has no culture and brains, he is very good at jumping when the wind blows, so he is not bad as a cannon fodder. The compound needs someone who can jump around and attract other people's firepower and reduce a lot of trouble for themselves. So he said, "Second uncle, our department currently only has 1 temporary worker vacancy. 15 yuan a month. The job is just running errands and doing odd jobs when the salesmen go to the countryside to promote their products. It's a bit tiring to help move some billboards and stuff. If you think it's okay, have one of them come over tomorrow morning. I don't have the authority to assign permanent employees, but I do have the authority to recommend temporary employees." After hearing what Zhang Jianjun said, Lu Haizhong smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Although I'm not a regular employee now, I'm a temporary worker in the propaganda department. If you can hold on for a few years, it is not impossible to become a regular employee." He quickly smiled flatteringly and said, "Jianjun, you are still able to think of a courtyard. I will ask Guangtian to come over tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I leave this child to you. You can use him however you want. I'll buy some meat and wine tonight. You must come to my house and I'll ask your second aunt to cook a good meal. Don't worry, I will definitely support you in the future." At this moment, Lu Haizhong felt that he had really flattered the right person. The heart that is obsessed with power is about to stir. Lu Haizhong left with a satisfied smile. This was great news for the Lu family. After lunch, Zhang Jianjun returned to the office, and Secretary Zhou happened to come over. Secretary Zhou smiled and said, "Section Chief Zhang, you're back just in time. Deputy Director Yang has been transferred here today and has asked us to hold a meeting. I think the secretary of the party committee of the trade union will preside over it." Zhang Jianjun was stunned. Deputy Director Li had just left a few days ago, and this deputy director came too quickly. Without saying anything more, he just smiled and nodded. Zhang Jianjun followed Secretary Zhou to the meeting room of the Steel Mill Trade Union Party Committee. There were already several people sitting inside, including the Factory Committee Office, Purchasing Department, Logistics Department, Finance Department, Administration Department, Audit Department, Production Department, Supply Department, Personnel Department, Quality Inspection Department, Engineering Department, and more than a dozen department heads and section chiefs. Zhang Jianjun came to the long conference table, where everyone had a department position sign in front of them. The propaganda department's location was at the bottom left, and Zhang Jianjun walked over and sat down. His mental power scanned the area where Director Yang was sitting on the upper left. Sitting on the upper right side opposite was a fat middle-aged man with a face full of fat but still maintaining a faint smile. The sign in front of him read Deputy Factory Director Zhao Jianxi. At this time, Wang Mingzhong, secretary of the party committee of the Steel Rolling Mill Trade Union, walked in with a folder in high spirits. Everyone stood up and applauded. Zhang Jianjun also stood up and secretly looked at the real boss. He was about 60 years old, with sparse and messy eyebrows and gray hair on his temples. The facial features are very thin, and the cheekbones appear a bit high. He was wearing a pair of black-framed reading glasses, was less than 1.7 meters tall and had the air of an old scholar. Secretary Wang now pressed down with both hands at the top. He adjusted his reading glasses and said, "I called you all here today to convey the instructions of the working committee. The higher UPS are very satisfied with our steel mill for exceeding all production targets. New requirements have been put forward for next year's deployment and production tasks. We passed the test given to us by our superiors last year. After the new year, we must continue to uphold our fine tradition of not fearing hardship, not fearing fatigue, and daring to strive for greater success." There was another round of applause. Zhang Jianjun was almost sleepy while listening to the lecture. Damn, nowadays, if you don't shout a few slogans during a meeting, you'd feel embarrassed to come to the meeting. Finally, I'd like to introduce a new comrade. Comrade Zhao Jianxi was formerly the deputy director of the office at Kyoto Machinery Factory. He was dedicated to his work at his previous unit and has over 9 years of management experience. According to the decision of the higher-level organization, Comrade Zhao Jianxi will succeed Comrade Li Huide as the former deputy director. We welcome Comrade Zhao Jianxi to deliver his inaugural speech. There was another round of applause. Zhao Jianxi stood up with his big belly. "Comrades, leaders, when I arrived at this famous third steel rolling mill in Taipei, I was shocked by the labor scene before me. Ah, what a passionate working atmosphere. Everyone, Zhang Jianjun. I was moved by the scenes before my eyes, and I couldn't wait to throw myself into this great and glorious work. Ah, I will give everything I have to the organization. I will dedicate all the passion in my heart. I will merge into the vast sea of people. Thank you, comrades. "Thank you, leaders, my speech is over." After saying that, he smiled like a miller and bent down with difficulty. "Everyone, John Ji and Jun?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this a poet? Wow, this lyrical slogan was quite unique. There was polite applause. This was Jang Jianjun's first time attending a plenary meeting, and he didn't expect it to be so boring. This is an era with an outrageous number of slogans. If you can't find inspiration, just shout a few slogans. Jang Jianjun returned to his office and continued to sort out his afternoon affairs. "I will be busy once Deputy Section Chief Wang leaves, and I definitely cannot rely on the newly transferred Deputy Section Chief." The meeting took more than 2 hours to go back and forth, and after finishing all this, it was already time to get off work. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell for the end of get off work at the steel rolling mill rang, and Jang Jianjun rode his bicycle out of the steel rolling mill. As soon as he walked out the door, he felt something was wrong. Several vague eyes were staring at him. Jang Jianjun released his spiritual sense and swept his mental power, and saw 5 young men wearing military coats. They were secretly looking at themselves on the roadside at the factory gate. Each of them had a bicycle and was dressed quite well. This military coat also has its own particularities. The military products on the market are different from the coats of real troops. Officers' coats include officer uniforms and senior tweed military coats. In this special era, the children of the compound were proud to own a woolen military coat. The little bastard in Blood Romance stabbed someone in the school uniform just for a piece of woolen cloth. The coats of these young men were obviously unusual, but Jang Jianjun pretended not to see them and rode forward quickly. The spiritual sea spread out a large net and swept backwards, and indeed, 5 young men followed behind on bicycles. Jang Jianjun's physical strength is now extraordinary, so he can ride a bicycle very fast. The people following behind were exhausted. When they were almost at Luoguxian, Jang Jianjun slowed down. He went straight into a small alley next to the main road. When the others saw him, they quickly quickened their pace to catch up. Jang Jianjun found a corner to park his bicycle. If he were an ordinary person, wouldn't he have been in trouble today? There was a cold look in his eyes and he knew without a doubt who was looking for him. This Zheng Zhaiqian was a vengeful person. At this time, 5 people also came in on bicycles, panting. Jang Jianjun delivered a mental blow to the leading bicycle, and the wheel of the leading bicycle suddenly turned into an oval shape. Now his spiritual impact has the support of spiritual power, and if he exerts his full strength, the impact force can reach 1.5 tons. The bicycle wheels couldn't bear the inertia, and the young man in front fell headfirst. Because the alley was too narrow, the 4 people at the back panicked and didn't have time to turn or brake, so they all crashed into each other. One of them cursed, "Zhang Yang, do you know how to ride a bike? My thigh is bruised." At this time, the leader named Zhang Yang was in an even worse situation, as his head was split open because he was upside down. "Monkey, stop arguing and get your weapons on him. I have a headache and can't stand a quick fight." After saying this, he reached into his military coat and pulled out the steel pipe, regardless of the blood all over his head and face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "You are quite a runner, but today I will break both of your legs. Don't blame me and my brothers for being ruthless. You're just unlucky today and have offended someone you shouldn't have." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and several young men behind him drew their steel pipes and rushed over. Jang Jianjun calmly rapped a stone on the ground with his mental power and shot it towards the ankle of the young man in front of him. The young man in the lead screamed as if he had been hit by a truck, and fell to the ground holding his ankle and screaming loudly. The ankle is a joint, with only a layer of skin covering the bones. You can imagine the pain caused by hitting it. Jang Jianjun took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward, his fists wrapped in a faint aura as he moved through the crowd. He specifically hit the joints of several people's bodies, and Jang Jianjun easily dodged the steel pipes thrown by several people. From the alley came a series of shrill screams and the rubbing sounds of dislocated bones. Now Jang Jianjun's speed means that he can defeat a group of hooligans in just over 10 seconds. Looking at the 5 young men lying on the ground in the alley, all of them were covering their arms or legs and crying and wailing on the ground. Jang Jianjun walked over and picked up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground. He asked the leading young man coldly, "Your name is Zhang Yang, right? Who sent you here?" Zhang Yang said sternly but weakly, "I didn't expect you to be a martial artist. If you don't want to implicate your parents, call a doctor quickly." "Want to know who it is? You little bastard, you can't afford to offend." Jang Jianjun's face turned completely cold when he heard this. Things had escalated to this point and he still dared to threaten his family. "Although I am a loner, it is taboo to insult my parents and family." Without asking any more questions, he walked straight up to Zhang Yang, swung the steel pipe and smashed it hard on his kneecap. A scream like a pig being slaughtered drifted away into the distance. The screams here finally attracted the residents of the surrounding compounds, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they all opened their mouths wide. "I saw a young man holding a steel pipe, hitting the legs of the young people lying on the ground one by one. The screams, like those of a pig being slaughtered, made everyone's hair stand on end. At this time, an old lady in the crowd could not bear to watch it anymore. He stepped forward and asked, "Stop it, young man. Which compound are you from? Aren't you afraid someone might get killed if you keep fighting like this?" The people around also started to persuade them, and Zhang Jianjun spoke seriously to the aunt and everyone else. "Do you know who these people are? We can't be soft-hearted towards thugs. These 5 suspicious individuals are holding steel pipes. What do you think they are planning to do? If these people rushed into your compound with steel pipes, what would the consequences be?" A group of onlookers took a closer look at the young men lying on the ground. There were 3 or 4 steel pipes scattered not far from them. Their faces changed involuntarily. After all this trouble, the large group of people who were getting off work also rushed back one after another. They were attracted by the group of people gathered here and gathered around curiously. Lu Haizhong, who was watching the excitement in the crowd, saw Zhang Jianjun standing in the middle of the circle and hurried in. Lu Haizhong looked at the young men lying on the ground and asked, "Jianjun, what happened? Who are these people?" Zhang Jianjun said seriously, "I suspect they are secret agents. Look at them, they're all dressed neatly and holding steel pipes. This is an organized and premeditated operation. Second uncle, go call Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqiu over here and strip them of their clothes. Don't let anyone take the murder weapon." Then he said to the people around him, "Please, someone go to the police station. We can't wrongly accuse a good person, but we can't let a bad person go either." Several young boys in the crowd ran out, and Lu Haizhong ran to the compound to call people. Everyone now realized that this guy was fighting 1 against 5 and still won. They all looked at him with awe and envy, and started whispering to each other. "I really can't tell, this guy is so clean-skinned, but he's so good at fighting. He looks like he's a martial artist. That's really the case. I wish I were your man. Just looking at him makes me feel safe." Big sister, you're already in your 30s, right? Others are only in their 20s. Is this really okay?" A burst of laughter came from the crowd, and Zhang Jianjun walked up to a tall and thin man. He raised the steel pipe and said coldly, "I'll give you another chance to tell me who told you to come and do this. If you don't, I'll break my right leg too." The tall and thin man was really scared at this time. He had lost feeling in his left leg below the knee and was in unbearable pain. "If my right leg becomes disabled again, I'm afraid I'll have to spend the rest of my life lying in bed." So he cried out in fear, "It was Zheng Haiqian's grandson from the compound who called us over to teach you a lesson. That grandson said he would remove both of your legs and give each of you 10 yuan as labor compensation. I am also bewitched by the devil. Please have some consideration and let me go." At this time, the leading young man roared, "Monkey, you are too shameful. You betrayed your brothers. Do you think you can hold your head up high again in the future?" Zhang Jianjun bowed to the people around him and said, "Everyone heard it, right? This is a murder for hire. These people are simply the dregs of society. They are parasites of the nation. What should we do with the scum? What if they bully your relatives? What will happen to your sisters if they encounter them in the future? Does our forbidden city need this kind of scum? Then what should we do with this kind of scum? Should we allow them to bully and humiliate us, or should we stand up and say no to the dark forces?" The young men in the crowd could not bear such words and started to speak, "Beat them to death. Once one person opens his mouth, a chain reaction will be triggered, and people's blind obedience will take effect. Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" The young men lying on the ground were trembling with fear. Is this really necessary? This is inciting the masses to kill people. Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. It seems everyone is righteous. Since ancient times, good has always triumphed over evil. We must never bow to the forces of darkness. But we also don't have the right to deprive others of their lives. Let's leave it to the police and let them receive the legal sanctions they deserve. The people around applauded. This young man had a good reason and understood the big picture. At this time, Lu Guangqiu and Lu Guangtian squeezed into the crowd and said, "Brother Jianjun, if you have anything to tell us brothers, please do so." Zhang Jianjun winked and said, "Take off their coats to prevent anyone from escaping. Do you understand?" Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqiu understood what he meant, and excitedly stepped forward and stripped off the military coats of several people. He rushed out of the crowd holding 5 military coats and disappeared in a flash. Yi Zonghai had already arrived in the crowd and saw Zhang Jianjun leading the crowd with great power. "I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. My own moral stick is not on the same level as other people's national justice. I can only mobilize the emotions of a large compound, but this kid can mobilize all the people he doesn't know." My mood was inexplicably complicated and I couldn't help but feel confused. Su Daimao quietly retreated back in the crowd. "Damn, this is too scary. I didn't expect this guy to be such a tough guy who can fight 5 people at the same time. Why was he thinking of revenge against him? Wasn't that just courting death? We need to think long and hard. Slip away, slip away. Lu Haizhong squeezed forward in the crowd, his eyes shining like 250-watt light bulbs. He stood beside Zhang Jianjun arrogantly, looking proud of himself. At this time, several police officers from the police station came out of the crowd. As soon as everyone saw the police coming, they made way for them. The three policemen all twitched their lips when they saw this scene. One of the tall policemen asked, "Is the person lying on the ground the murderer? Who is the victim?" Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and said, "I am the victim. I was on my way home from get-off work at the steel mill. We were chased and intercepted by these 5 unidentified criminals. We eventually ran out of energy and were stopped here. There's no way I can face these 5 vicious criminals. I'll just have to fight back with all my might. During the resistance, I was hit by steel pipes in many places. I endured the severe pain, and with the spirit of good prevailing over evil, I finally subdued these criminals." Faced with the pressure from the people, they felt ashamed and confessed the mastermind behind this malicious attack. He was bribed by Zheng Zhaiqiang, the deputy section chief of our steel mill. This is a case of hiring a killer. The public has sharp eyes. Everyone around here heard this statement. It was this skinny guy who admitted it himself. The three policemen's eyelids twitched as they listened to this. It would be a shame not to go and tell the story. You don't have any scars on your body, so you can at least smear some blood on your face to make it look better. Lu Haizhong quickly followed up, "I'm the manager of the Xingfu Courtyard in Luoguxiang. I can also help to testify. The facts are exactly as Comrade Zhang Jianjun said." The people around were talking about it, saying that they could prove the whole story. Several policemen also patiently questioned each person and took notes. It was not until 20 minutes later, when it was almost dark, that they finished. The tall policeman nodded. "Xiao Chen, clean up the steel pipes on the ground first. Xiao Wang, drive the jeep over here. These guys all look like they have broken bones. Take them back and get proper treatment to prevent any casualties." Then he smiled at Zhang Jianjun and said, "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, right? Although we have both witnesses and evidence, we still need to go to the police station to make a statement before the results come out. It's too late today, so you should go home first. Just make time to come to the police station tomorrow." Zhang Jianjun nodded. Cooperating with the police is every citizen's duty. "I'll come over tomorrow morning." The policeman smiled and nodded. A chaotic event came to an end. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Zhang Jianjun snorted in his heart. In this day and age, there is no such thing as going bankrupt if you beat someone up. As long as it is self-defense, no one will say anything even if someone is killed. Zheng Zhaiqiang, right? I'll give you some eye drops first. If you can handle it, I'll continue to finish you off. Zhang Jianjun pushed his bicycle towards the compound, with Lu Haizhong following closely behind. All the way there was flattering words. It was already dark when they arrived at the gate of the compound. Lu Haizhong said with a smile, "Jianjun, when I called for help just now, I asked your second aunt to cook your meal. How about having a meal at my house?" Zhang Jianjun thought about it and nodded, just in time to give the Lu family some psychological hints. So he nodded and said with a smile, "Second uncle, then I won't be polite." Zhang Jianjun followed Lu Haizhong into the gate. The two brothers Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu were very excited. He quickly moved a stool to the dining table, where there was a serving of braised potatoes with meat, a portion of dried radish, a serving of scrambled eggs, and a plate of peanuts. Although there are only 4 dishes, but for ordinary families during this period, it was obviously a huge loss. Zhang Jianjun sat down without hesitation, and then Lu Guangtian spoke. "Brother Jianjun, what should we do with those 5 military coats?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I'll take one that's useful, and the other 4 will be just enough for each member of your family. I think the material is pretty good, so I'll take it as payment for your hard work." Originally, Zhang Jianjun didn't want any of them, but he had to pretend to give them to make others feel at ease. In order to make others work for you wholeheartedly, you still need to give them some sweet incentives. The second aunt, the second uncle, and the 2 brothers were all smiling happily. They had never worn such a nice coat before. Even if it didn't fit, they could just alter it and wear it. The cotton inside is genuine high-quality cotton, and they are making a lot of money this time. Lu Haizhong said to the second aunt, "What are you still standing there for? Take out the bottle of wine from my cabinet. This is Jianjun's first time coming to our house. I want to have a drink with him." The second aunt nodded quickly and went to get the wine happily. Several people at the table started drinking, but the 2 Lu brothers did not take their glasses. He was very cautious when picking up food, and didn't dare to pick up meat at all, only some crumbs and the scrambled eggs. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. The domestic violence in Lu Hai's hair had cast a huge shadow on the 2 children. Lu Haizhong, however, looked as if he was used to it and kept urging Zhang Jianjun to drink. Zhang Jianjun laughed when the bottle of wine was almost finished. "Second uncle, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. You've heard that a harmonious family brings prosperity, right? To be an official, you must first have a good family environment. If others see that your family is always in chaos, won't their impression of you be greatly reduced? If I can't manage my own home properly, how can I manage others outside? That's what they say, if you can't even clean up your own house, how can you clean up the world? Do you understand what I mean? Lu Haizhong picked up the wine glass and savored it carefully. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. He quickly asked, Jianjun, you see, I have never been able to get an official position in the factory. Is it because of this problem? Zhang Jianjun nodded and said seriously, as long as you grasp the essence of the saying less beatings, more slogans, your goal of becoming an official will be within your reach. Lu Haizhong, so what are the specific operations? Zhang Jianjun said mysteriously, we have propaganda slogans posted all over the factory. You should have seen them, right? Just take a closer look at each one and think about them. You'll probably need them someday. If you want to be an official, you have to study. It's too late for systematic study at your age. Then you can only start by practicing slogans. I guarantee you'll be useful next year. I can't say how high your achievements will be, but getting a small official position should be possible. Some things can't be said completely, so I can only hint at them. First of all, you have to be good to your 2 children. That way you will have a good backing and be able to show your talents without any worries. Lu Haizhong's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he personally picked up a piece of meat for the 2 brothers Lu Guangtian and Guangfu. He slapped his forehead and said, I think I understand. Thanks to Section Chief Zhang for his advice. Lu Guangtian, Lu Guangfu, second aunt? Zhang Jianjun gave Lu Haizhong a look that said, you're very good. The 2 brothers were really moved this time. Brother Jianjun was concerned about our situation. It took a lot of effort to go through such a long process. The whole family is in the process of imagining things. There is a saying that invisible imagining is the most deadly. When Zhang Jianjun saw the grateful eyes of his family, he smiled in his heart, thinking that his goal had been achieved. After the banquet, Lu Haizhong stood up and personally escorted Zhang Jianjun to the door. Zhang Jianjun took a military coat and returned to his house. After locking the door, he slipped into the space, which was now a scene of prosperity. The honeysuckle flowers have all grown into vines, and the branches are full of golden and white flower buds. Ginseng sprouts also emerged from the soil, and all kinds of medicinal herbs have sprouted. Dozens of acres of wheat are golden again. Although the planting has been reduced, the land cannot be wasted. Zhang Jianjun harvested all the flour with just one thought, and now the flour has really become a small mountain. Using the rules of space, the estimated amount of flour reached an astonishing 1,000 tons, or more than 1 million kilograms. My goodness, I feel like I'm in a quandary right now. It's so hard to handle. If it were the 1980s, Zhang Jianjun wouldn't have been worried. The speculation and profiteering of this era has basically blocked all sources and outlets. Due to the continuous growth of bamboo shoots, the bamboo forest is now expanding much faster than the woods. It has more than doubled in size since its beginning and now covers an area of at least 6 or 7 mu. It seems that I have to control myself in the future. These wild bamboo shoots can also be served on the table. I remember that stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat are very good. Zhang Jianjun checked the space and then walked to the ancient well and sat down. I took a look at the ancient well and saw that the water level had risen. Although it was not full yet, it was only about half a meter away from the well mouth. So I put my mind at ease and started today's practice. After getting into the right posture, adjusting your breathing, holding your breath and concentrating your mind, follow the same exercise route as last time and gradually enter a state of emptiness. Zhang Jianjun felt that his condition today was much better than yesterday. The exercise was very smooth without any sense of lag, and there was no need to be as careful as yesterday to draw on the spiritual energy. It was as if the spiritual energy had memorized its own route, flowing along the 36 acupuncture points throughout the body and naturally entering the danshan. This feeling of letting things flow naturally and in one go was wonderful. The spiritual energy in his danshan gathered more and more, and Zhang Jianjun subconsciously began to compress it. By repeating this compression several times, the spiritual energy vortex in the danshan becomes more stable and full. After completing one cycle of Qigong, I felt a sense of fullness in my danshan. According to the book, this is a sign of an impending breakthrough. But Zhang Jianjun still endured it, feeling that this was too fast and a little unbelievable. I just entered the first level of qi refining yesterday, and today I feel like I have made another breakthrough. Don't be impatient, and you must lay a solid foundation first, otherwise an unstable foundation will be of no benefit in the future. He had read a lot of fantasy novels in his previous life, so he no longer had the urge to continue trying. Then let's learn a little magic for fun first. Thank you all for your continued support. I've been updating this book since it was created. I'm adding 2 chapters every day, and I'm adding one today to show my appreciation for the support from my old fans. Please follow me and give me 5 stars to encourage updates, and give me some gifts to cheer me up. Zhang Jianjun looked at his watch and it was not yet 9 o'clock. When he came back from Lu Haizhong's house after drinking, it was around 7:30. This time, one small cycle took only about 2 hours, which was much smoother than yesterday. Zhang Jianjun turned to the page of The True Explanation of Lightning Spells by Divine Thunder and carefully read the spell formulas and practice routes of Palm Thunder. After reading it, I sat next to the ancient well and went over it carefully in my mind again. The powerful memory is like playing a movie, filtering every word and spell formula. Stretch out your fingers naturally with your left palm facing up, and point the middle finger and ring finger of your left hand upward. Pinch the tip of your thumb on the first horizontal line of your middle finger, and bend your ring finger and index finger in the palm of your hand. Then pinch the thunder seal with your hand and place it in front of your lower abdomen, and inject a stream of spiritual energy into the Lingguan seal's middle fingertip. As he silently recited the incantation, a faint flash of lightning shot out from his palm. Zhang Jianjun opened his eyes with joy. Although the lightning was a little weak the first time, it proved that he was still very talented. No matter how weak I am, I succeeded on my first try. It feels amazing. Zhang Jianjun's confidence increased, so he practiced even harder. At the beginning, the movements were slow and awkward, and the formulas were difficult to pronounce. Later, I gradually gained some experience and started practicing in a crazy mode over and over again. Whenever he felt that his spiritual energy was insufficient, he would sit down and take a sip of spiritual spring water. After practicing for dozens of times, he finally achieved some success. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun raised his hand and a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb shot towards the black land in the distance. A burst of green smoke emerged from the black soil more than 10 meters away, and actually created a small hole in the ground. Zhang Jianjun was extremely happy and excited. This was the real magic he had acquired since he had supernatural powers. The spells brought by mental power in the past were completely squeezed out by mental power, and at most they were just superpowers. It consumes too much mental energy to be considered a real spell, but this Palm Thunder is a real spell. Although it is currently only considered an entry-level skill, it is much more powerful than mental piercing. Of course, in terms of range and surprise, it still cannot be compared with mental piercing. According to the current situation, Palm Thunder is only effective within 15 meters. The advantage is that it can release spiritual energy instantly with relatively little consumption, and the speed of lightning is naturally very fast. After all, it is just the simplest single-target spell in the Thunder system. The more I think about it, the happier I am. What else can I do? After all this trouble, Zhang Jianjun became interested in becoming stronger and quickly checked out other small spells. When I saw the description of bone shrinking, I was delighted. According to the above introduction, bone shrinking is to use spiritual energy compression to change the bone shape and muscles of the whole body. The technique that can change one's appearance and height is a minor magic trick that belongs to the unconventional category. Zhang Jianjun was secretly delighted. Wasn't this exactly the magic he lacked? If his appearance remained unchanged in the future, it may bring a lot of unnecessary trouble, but there is no need to say much about the benefits of learning this bone shrinking spell. Even if you do something that cannot be seen in public, you don't have to worry about being discovered by others. The more Zhang Jianjun thought about it, the more excited he became. He must master this spell. After repeated attempts and practice, this bone shrinking technique is obviously much simpler than Palm Thunder. There are no spell formulas or mental techniques required, you just need to master the muscle changes brought about by the compression of spiritual energy. This is just a small side magic spell. It is said that any martial arts master can learn it. In the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, there was a thief named Swallow Li San. It was said that Swallow Li San could climb walls and even shrink bones. What's more, he was a serious practitioner, and after some practice, his bones made crackling sounds. The facial muscles also began to move, and Zhang Jianjun's body shape began to change continuously. When the noise stopped, Zhang Jianjun's height became about 1.7 meters and his clothes seemed extremely loose. His face was sallow, as if he was in his 30s, and his triangular eyes were rolling around. Zhang Jianjun flew to the lakeside and took a look. Wow, his parents wouldn't recognize him even if he was still there. After a period of training and practicing 2 spells, time had unknowingly come to past 11 o'clock. Although Zhang Jianjun didn't feel tired, he still had to keep sleeping. After all, one cannot practice fasting during the qi refining stage, so adequate sleep is still very important. So I washed up in the space and left it. I lay on the bed, adjusted my mentality, and soon met Zhou Gong. No words were spoken that night. Zhang Jianjun arrived at the police station early in the morning. Officer Wang was on duty there and was taking his statement. Since the facts were clear and there were witnesses and evidence, the interrogation process was just a formality. At the end, Officer Wang asked, "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, is he willing to accept private mediation in this case?" Zhang Jianjun said seriously, "I will never bow to the forces of darkness and firmly oppose mediation. This will better combat the arrogance of criminals." We also hope that the mastermind behind this can be brought to justice as soon as possible, so that ordinary people like us can feel safe." Officer Wang nodded seriously. "I will report the situation truthfully and interrogate the suspect. If the suspect confesses, we will immediately arrest him." Zhang Jianjun smiled and thanked him. "Then I'll trouble you, Officer Wang. I'm looking forward to your good news at the steel mill." After expressing his gratitude, he left the police station. Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle straight to the steel mill, as the Chinese New Year was only half a month away. The entire steel mill was full of vitality, and workers flocked to this factory with tens of thousands of employees like a tide. Zhang Jianjun parked his bicycle and went to the propaganda department office to start his morning review and sorting work. Zheng Haiqian was feeling restless today, feeling that something was going to happen. He sat in front of his desk in the clerk's office, in a daze. "None of the 5 people I spent money to find yesterday came back. This is very abnormal. Even if the tracking failed, you should have come back to report it." But after these people left, there was no news at all, and Zheng Haiqian began to regret it. It's not because he regretted dealing with Zhang Jianjun, but because he felt that Zhang Yang and his men were too unreliable. At this time, Su Daimao also rode his bicycle to the steel rolling mill, parked his bicycle and went straight to the staff's collective office. Because of Li Wyman's boasting and introduction yesterday, Su Daimao and Zheng Haiqian got together. "I originally felt that I had hooked up with a very promising kid from a prestigious university, and I was feeling quite smug about it. But the scene he saw when he got home from get off work last night gave Su Daimao a chill and scared him half to death. Zhang Jianjun was such a fierce guy that the 5 people he brought with him seemed to have been crippled. When I entered the department, I saw Zheng Haiqian sitting in a daze at his desk, so I hurried over to remind him what happened last night." Su Daimao whispered a few words stealthily into Zheng Haiqian's ear. When Zheng Haiqian heard Su Daimao's whisper, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Unable to sit still any longer, he pulled Su Daimao to the corridor and asked him in detail about what happened last night. Su Daimao whispered, "Chief Zheng, you might be in a little trouble. It's best to be prepared and make arrangements in advance." After Zhang Jianjun beat all 5 of them to a pulp, he even reported it to the police. "I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to cover up." Zheng Haiqian's facial expression kept changing after hearing this, and then he spoke proudly. "Thank you for your reminder, brother Su Daimao. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. I will go find someone first. This man has some connections with my family. His backer has a good relationship with my father. Humph, I'm the only one who plays tricks on others, and no one has been able to trick me yet." Su Daimao quickly smiled flatteringly and said, "Section Chief Zheng is indeed from a large compound. He is not comparable to our slum compound." This scene was seen clearly by Ma Xiaohua from the department. Ma Xiaohua turned around quietly, walking towards the section chief's office. Zhang Jianjun was sorting out materials in the office when there was a knock on the door and Ma Xiaohua pushed it open and walked in. He closed the office door and walked to Zhang Jianjun's desk. Zhang Jianjun stood up and made a cup of tea for Ma Xiaohua. As he poured the water, he smiled and said, "Brother Ma, how come you have time to come and see me today?" Ma Xiaohua took the tea brought by Zhang Jianjun, found a bench to sit down and spoke in a low voice. "Section Chief Zhang, I just saw Su Daimao and Zheng Haiqian whispering to each other furtively. I wanted to eavesdrop, but these 2 guys were very alert. I just avoided everyone and ran to the corridor. I felt that there was something wrong with these 2 people. So I came over to tell you, brother, you better be careful, these 2 are not good people." A warm feeling flowed through Zhang Jianjun's heart. No matter what other people's purpose was, at least they thought of him. So he walked up to Ma Xiaohua and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Brother Ma, you're the one who's on my side. Thank you very much for your reminder. But don't worry too much. I'm not someone who can be manipulated. I've already got a plan in place, and maybe we'll see some results today." Ma Xiaohua nodded and smiled. "Then I'll be relieved. If there's anything, tell me, and don't force it on yourself. We brothers haven't done anything wrong, so why should we be afraid of these crooked ways?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I like what you said, bro. Brother Ma is really righteous. Don't worry, once this matter is resolved, I will treat you and Zhang Aijun to a good drink." Ma Xiaohua smiled happily when he heard this. "I've been waiting for you to say this, brother. I haven't had a good drink for a long time since I came back from your place last time." "Okay, you go ahead and do your work, and I'll go back to the department first." After saying that, Ma Xiaohua drank the tea in the cup, waved his hand, and turned to leave the office. Zhang Jianjun stood up and sent Ma Xiaohua out of the office, and then met an acquaintance from the compound. Zhang Jianjun took a look and slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about it. He saw Lu Guangtian walking towards him in a daze. He looked around as he walked, and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Jianjun. "Brother Jianjun, I finally found you. I've been hanging around downstairs of your publicity department building and was almost kicked out by the security department. Luckily my dad came over and vouched for you, saying you were upstairs so I could find you. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Guang Tiansu, please come with me to the office first. I've been a bit busy this morning, discussing work with the department staff. The two of them came into the office and sat down. Zhang Jianjun continued, just sit there and have a cup of tea. I'll give you a recommendation certificate and a letter of introduction. Have you brought your household registration and identity documents? Just bring them here so I can record them. Lu Guangtian nodded happily and took out the household registration certificate and letter of introduction issued by the street office. Zhang Jianjun first filed a record in the non-staff personnel file, and then took out a blue cardboard card from the drawer. Write Lu Guangtian's name and date on it, and hand it to Lu Guangtian to sign his name and put his fingerprint. Zhang Jianjun took it and stamped it with the official seal of the propaganda department office, and after completing the whole process, everything was finally done. Don't underestimate the temporary workers in the propaganda department in this era. All the necessary procedures must be followed. If you are a formal employee, it will be even more troublesome. The files of 3 generations must be checked clearly. After all, you are within the system. The appointment of a formal clerk is not something that Section Chief Zhang Jianjun can decide. It must be reported to the District Party Committee Propaganda Office for filing. Of course, it is okay if it is just a recommendation. Whether it is adopted or not is the problem of the higher level organization. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, Guangtian, when you get this employee card, you will be a member of the publicity department of the steel rolling mill. Welcome to our big family. Work hard and strive for the opportunity to become a full-time employee in the future. Lu Guangtian excitedly took the temporary employee card and bowed to Zhang Jianjun. He spoke incoherently, thank you for your help, brother Jianjun. I will definitely work hard in the future. My father also told me to listen to you in everything. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, Guangtian, you can't say anything careless. You don't listen to me, you listen to the organization. Remember this. Go to the department now and find a comrade named Ma Ziahua. Study with him for a few days and learn about the various work regulations. After all, temporary workers start out doing odd jobs, so you have to be mentally prepared. Going to the countryside will likely be a frequent occurrence in the future. When you get there, just tell him I asked you to come. He'll naturally take you there for a few days. Just go there on your own first. Lu Guangtian left the office with a happy heart. Even if it was hard, it was much more comfortable than doing odd jobs. When Zhang Jianjun saw that it was already past 9 in the morning, he made a cup of tea and sat at his desk to read the newspaper. In the office of the director of Beijing Police Station, Director Li frowned as he held the case file brought by Officer Wang. I feel like this matter is a bit tricky. 2 suspects have already confessed the whole process. But the background of the mastermind Zheng Ziqian was quite profound when he checked it out, and he saw Zhang Jianjun's signature on the transcript. This guy is also a troublesome guy. He just suppressed the last spy case. After some tricks, I finally managed to get away with it, but just 2 weeks later, the same thing happened again. The superiors were very positive about the performance of the Beijing police station, and the party organization was always under high pressure against the enemy spies. A promotion after the Chinese New Year is basically a done deal. It would be hard not to get a promotion with such a great contribution, but I have also received help from this guy. Since that treatment, I have never had back pain again. Being gentle with others would certainly be beneficial to his political future, but has the passion of this veteran been completely extinguished? I recalled the scene of gunfire and bullets flying, and who was I afraid of during that turbulent period? I don't know when I started to be so cautious, but this is because a stable life has brought about the desire for officialdom. A determined look gradually appeared in his eyes, and he slammed the table and shouted, Officer Wang, start the arrest operation immediately. A jeep drove out of the Beijing police station with 4 police officers in it and headed straight for the steel rolling mill. At this time, Zheng Ziqian was sitting at the deputy director's desk, chatting with the new deputy director Zhao Jianxi. After Zhao Jianxi heard what happened to Zheng Ziqian concealed the unpleasantness of his meeting with Zhang Jianjun. He exaggerated the story and said that Zhang Jianjun was domineering in the department and he couldn't stand it, so he asked someone to cause trouble for him. Zhao Jianxi forced a smile onto his chubby face. I didn't think it was a big deal. Although the propaganda department isn't under my direct management, I still have supervisory authority. Some matters still need to be filed with me. So I think Section Chief John will give me some respect, right? So Comrade Xiao Zheng, you don't have to worry. I'll call him over later, and you can just deal with it privately. I believe he can become a section chief. He is not a stubborn person. Zheng Ziqian said with a smile, thank you, Uncle Zhao. I will tell my father about this matter when I get back. Humph. I won't let this kid have an easy time if he messes with our Zheng family. Zhao Jianxi smiled and said, that's good, that's good. I'll visit your father during the rest of the week. Comrade Xiao Zheng will still need your introduction then. Zhang Haiqiang nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhao, if others respect me 1 foot, I will respect them 10 feet. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. We're family now, aren't we?" After saying that, the two looked at each other. There was a burst of laughter from the office. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the publicity office of the steel rolling mill, Zhang Jianjun was in the office and started to slack off by reading the newspaper. There was a knock on the office door outside, and Zhang Jianjun got up and opened the office door. Xiao Yang from the security department smiled and said, "Hello, Section Chief Zhang, Deputy Director Zhao needs you. He's waiting in the office. I'd like to invite you over." It seems like a few people came to the police station, but I don't know the details. Zhang Jianjun thought about it for a moment and nodded, "Okay, Comrade Xiao Yang, I'll be right there if you can help me." Then he followed Xiao Yang from the security department to the deputy factory director's office. Zhang Jianjun knocked on the door, then pushed it open and entered the office. There were 4 young police officers sitting inside, 2 of whom Zhang Jianjun knew, and 1 was Officer Wang. Another person who came to the crime scene yesterday should be Officer Chen. Zhang Haiqiang was sitting on the sofa next to him with a sullen face. When Zhao Jianxi saw Zhang Jianjun coming in, he quickly stood up, his chubby face full of smiles. "You're Section Chief Zhang Jianjun, right? I've heard of you at the Kyoto Machinery Factory. Especially the song you composed, My Motherland and I, which I never tire of listening to. I get a different feeling every time I listen to it. Seeing is believing. He is indeed a very handsome man, a very handsome man." The 4 police officers' mouths twitched when they heard this, and Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but get goosebumps. Zhang Haiqiang sat on the sofa and snorted with disdain. Zhang Jianjun smiled calmly, "Thank you, Deputy Director Zhang, for taking the time to think of a humble section chief like me. I'm truly flattered. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Everyone, you two are playing a double act here." Zhao Jianxi's eyelids twitched, but he smiled again. "Could you police officers please step aside for a moment? Please sit in the back room of the office. I'd like to speak to Section Chief Zhang alone." The policemen looked at each other and went into the inner room of the office. Zhang Haiqiang stood up and glared at Zhang Jianjun. He followed in with an arrogant look. After Zhao Jianxi saw that everyone had left, he smiled and said, "Section Chief Zhang, I won't beat around the bush. Comrade Zhang Haiqiang's father and I are old friends. Just give me some face for yesterday's little incident. Young people don't get to know each other without fighting. We can still be good colleagues after a few drinks. What do you think, Section Chief Zhang? After all, I do have some authority to make suggestions and oversee personnel changes within your propaganda department." Zhang Jianjun raised his lips and said, "Deputy Director Zhao, I'm sorry I can't do what you say. I don't like intrigue or petty schemes. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds and flowing water to me. I just want to simply serve my country. Do something practical for the people and use my writing to record the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland." Zhao Jianxi couldn't help but twitch his face. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Damn, this guy is even more arrogant than me, so his face changed and gradually became cold. "Comrade Zhang Jianjun, if you're not thinking about yourself, you should also consider your family. It must have been difficult for them to raise you to be a successful person. I don't think they want to see anything happen to you, right?" Zhang Jianjun sneered in his heart when he saw it. This was a case of using soft tactics to no avail, so he started to threaten and force them. So he said calmly, "My family has all gone to another world. They are only watching me from heaven. I think they will bless me and be proud of my current achievements." Zhao Jianxi felt like he had punched cotton. My goodness, this guy is the kind of person who can feed his whole family if he eats well. Isn't it like talking to a cow when talking to him about family? I haven't had time to check this kid's file yet, so this link is a complete mistake. Then he coughed twice and smiled again. "Section Chief Zhang still looks very young. You should not be married yet, right? You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't let your bright future become a thorny road just for the sake of a momentary impulse. Do you understand?" Zhang Jianjun chuckled. "Even if this road is covered with thorns, I will cut through them and move forward. I will stick to my heart and bravely face the darkness. A great man once said that all reactionaries are paper tigers." Zhao Jianxi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Section Chief Zhang, you have to think it through. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back." Zhang Jianjun spread his hands and said, "I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore. I just want Zhang Haiqiang to go in, no matter what. I still don't believe anyone can cover the sky with one hand. If there is, the people will chop that hand off." Deputy Director Zhao's face flushed and he pointed at Zhang Jianjun. You. Zhang Jianjun didn't say another word, turned around and went straight into the inner room. Officer Wang and a few others were flipping through the newspaper boredly. When they saw Zhang Jianjun come in, they said with a smile, "Has Section Chief Zhang finalized everything? Has a settlement been reached?" Zhang Haiqian snorted coldly, just a little punk. Zhang Jianjun smiled faintly, I will not accept any suppression from any dark forces, and I will not accept any unfair treatment. Comrade Zhang Haiqian's crime is proven to be irrefutable, with both witnesses and evidence. Police, please begin the execution. I simply believe the law can silence many people and turn their self-righteousness into a joke. Officer Wang nodded silently and took out the handcuffs. Comrade Zhang Haiqian, please come with us. Zhang Haiqian's expression turned extremely ugly. Let's see who dares to catch me. Don't you want to wear this skin anymore? Zhang Jianjun, you are so brave. Do you know who my father is? When Officer Wang heard this, his face turned cold and he waved his hand and 3 policemen rushed over. Zhang Haiqian was pinned to the sofa and kept struggling. Officer Wang stepped forward and handcuffed him. The 3 young police officers had been annoyed with this guy for a long time. He sat there acting like a big boss and even spoke dirty words. While holding him down, he deliberately hit his waist, and Zhang Haiqian screamed, "Someone come quickly! The police are deliberately beating people up. Let me go! Damn it! I'm going to sue you all." At this time, Zhao Jianxi also walked in, squirming his fat body. "Comrade police, this is all a misunderstanding. Can you wait a moment while I persuade Chief Zhang?" Officer Wang said coldly, "Please move aside. If we are provoked during law enforcement, we will take coercive measures." Zhao Jianxi never expected that Zhang Jianjun would be so tough. Not to mention being able to get involved with someone else's father, it would be good enough if I didn't get into trouble. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead anxiously, while Zhang Haiqian was still yelling and cursing. As a result, a young policeman approached him and gave him a fierce fight. There is no such thing as civilized law enforcement these days. Many of them are retired soldiers who have become police officers. Their passion has not yet dissipated and they all have a temper. "Shut up right there. I'm going to give you a good beating once we get in there." Zhang Haiqian, you're already a criminal now, and you still don't understand the situation and still dare to shout like that. Half of Zhang Haiqian's face immediately swelled up, and he turned around and glared at Zhang Jianjun with resentment. Then he said to Deputy Factory Director Zhao, "Uncle Zhao will notify my father and have him get me out. I want to see this kid suffer." Zhao Jianxi nodded quickly, "Don't worry, Xiao Zheng, I'm here. I have your father's landline number." Zhang Jianjun sneered and watched the two perform. "I want to see who your father is." A jeep roared away from the steel mill square, attracted a lot of people's attention. Zhang Jianjun left the deputy factory director's office without any fear or regret. This is to look at the problem from a different perspective, and the problems you see are very different from before. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians, and walked in the corridor on the second floor with confidence. Before I reached the corner of the stairs, Secretary Zhou came up jogging behind me and said, "Chief Zhang, wait a moment. Director Yang wants to see you." Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. It looked like a very busy day today. Without hesitation, he followed Secretary Zhou to the factory director's office. Yang Zhenhua stood up when he saw Zhang Jianjun come in and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhang, has your work been going well these days? Feel free to sit down and let's have a chat." Zhang Jianjun took the tea brought by Secretary Zhou with a smile and nodded to Secretary Zhou. Then he turned to Director Yang and smiled, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yang. Things are going pretty smoothly so far. But I'm curious, has Deputy Section Chief Wang been transferred?" Director Yang took a sip of tea and sat down. "This matter was decided by the Trade Union Party Committee. I haven't had time to tell you yet. Deputy Section Chief Wang has been transferred to the Administration Section as Deputy Section Chief. Why haven't you adapted to your job yet?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "It's not bad. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but after 2 days of training, I'm much better now." Yang Zhenhua smiled and said, "Young people adapt to the environment very quickly. I am still very optimistic about you. I also learned about the conflict between you and Comrade Zhang Haiqian from Secretary Zhou. I just heard that Comrade Zhang Haiqian was taken away. I want to hear your current thoughts." Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and then said, "Uncle Yang, I don't like retaliation, but Deputy Section Chief Zheng is giving me trouble on his first day. After being met with a setback from me, they paid unidentified individuals to attack and chase me down. It proves that this person is narrow-minded and vindictive. I was forced to fight back. Even a clay man can still be angry, but he's pissing on my neck. So I hope the factory organization can investigate Comrade Zhang Haiqian and provide us subordinates with a stable working environment." After hearing this, Director Yang thought to himself, "You are a vindictive person." But he put on a smile and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Zhang, I know what's going on. I will report this to the Trade Union Party Committee. But you have to keep a low profile during this period. After all, the environment is different now. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your reminder. I will behave myself and do my job well. I'm determined not to cause trouble for the organization. No one wants something like this to happen. I was forced to do this. Director Yang pointed at Zhang Jianjun and said with a smile, I know what you're thinking, kid. The big boss even called yesterday. He's been thinking about you forever and might even invite you to his house before the new year. Don't worry now that it has happened. I will still support you from behind. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Yang. I feel relieved now that you said that. Director Yang waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Alright, go back first, and come find me if you need anything. Zhang Jianjun stood up, nodded with a smile, then turned and left the factory director's office. Director Yang watched Zhang Jianjun until his back disappeared, with a thoughtful look on his face. This kid looks fearless and he seems to be no ordinary person. Could it be that he has found a backer? Although the big boss admires him very much, it seems that at the moment, he is not yet at the point where he can be relied upon. When Yang Zhenhua thought of the new deputy factory director, he couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. This guy is a complete smiling tiger. If I want to serve as the director of the Revolutionary Committee, I need to make some plans. This position will be very important in the future. As long as I can be selected for this position, my future advancement path will be much smoother. Li Huade fell inexplicably, and from then on Yang Zhenhua's ambition began to sprout. The propaganda department was very lively at this time, and everyone was listening attentively in front of their desks. When Ma Ziahua went to the toilet, he happened to see Zheng Zaiqiang being taken away by the police, so he returned to the department and began to tell the story excitedly. The entire department was in an uproar, and everyone looked shocked. Unexpectedly, the newly transferred deputy section chief Zheng was taken away the next day before he even had time to sit down. This big news made everyone lose their focus on work and they started whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. Section Officer Wang Area said Section Chief Zhang is too aggressive. The fire directly burned Deputy Section Chief Zheng. Clerk Chen Kunfa said, Hush, keep your voice down. I heard that Deputy Section Chief Zheng is not someone to be trifled with and has a strong family background. He might be released this afternoon. Zhang Aijun curled his lips. Why are you still afraid that Deputy Section Chief Zheng will bite someone? This is the first time I've seen someone get himself in trouble for retaliating against someone else. Everyone chuckled softly. Chen Kunfa's face turned red and white. It's really hard to say. You better be careful of what you say. Ma Ziahua said teasingly, You'd better be careful and don't end up like that guy Li Wyman. He's probably still holding the sign, enjoying the cool air halfway up the mountain in Wanghe village. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Chen Kunfa turned around and walked out dejectedly. At noon, Su Daimao came to the cafeteria in a state of shock and doubt. The scene at around 10 o'clock in the morning made him feel very disappointed. Wow, this Zhang Jianjun is really tough. How dare he do this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Zheng family? Thinking that the connection you just made was broken just like that. It makes me feel bad all the time and I start to worry about everything. Su Daimao glanced to the side unconsciously, and was suddenly startled to see Zhang Jianjun looking at him with a smile. Zhang Jianjun could only show an awkward but polite smile, raised the corners of his mouth and nodded slightly. Today, Manhwa was serving food in the front, and he was very enthusiastic when he saw Zhang Jianjun coming over. He followed his master's example and tried to fish for the moon in the bottom of the sea, which left Zhang Jianjun speechless. He really didn't care about the amount of food in the cafeteria. There was too much food in the space. But I can't be as free at noon as I am at home. I'm afraid of arousing suspicion if I don't go out to eat in the office every day. He could only smile and say thank you. Shazhu took a day off today and went to get the marriage certificate with Qin Huiru. If Zhang Jianjun knew this, he would say that life is unpredictable. His arrival has unknowingly changed the original trajectory of life in the compound. It was revealed in advance that Su Daimao was infertile, which led to him and Qin Jingra getting married early. Mrs. Jiazhang suffered a stroke, and Lu Xiaoyi and her family have already gone to Hong Kong. Yi Zonghai has basically lost control of the compound, only the third uncle is still polishing his bicycle endlessly. In the Zheng family compound, Zheng Yuanhua received a mysterious phone call. After listening patiently, he suddenly became furious. I don't know how many years it has been since I lost my temper. I think it was when I was a division commander. I remember that I was also a major general at the time, and later I was transferred to the Ministry of Railways as a deputy director. The reason was that he divorced his original wife after liberation, and found a young woman shortly after the divorce. Zheng Yuanhua was seized upon by his opponents as a stain, and was retaliated against and reported to the organization. He flew into a rage when he got home, and his military career never recovered. This is not nonsense or fabrication. The TV series Bright Sword revealed this fact in the later part. Many officers could withstand the test of the battlefield, but after liberation some of them let themselves go. I feel that my original wife is no longer able to keep up with the pace. She is no match for college graduates and educated girls. Fortunately, Zheng Yuan, who was former comrades in arms, still have some power, and he has been able to get along well with everyone in recent years. My own child is also promising and has been admitted to university, so I want to ensure a good future for him. I first went to the grassroots level to get some gilded to show off to people around me, but who knew I would be transferred to the steel rolling mill and then I would be hired the next day. Zheng Yuanhua's eyes were filled with anger. Whispering, Zhang Jianjun, right? After lunch, Zhang Jianjun returned to the section chief's office. There was not much to deal with in the afternoon, so he had some free time. Thinking back to the confrontation with Deputy Director Zhao in the morning, Zhang Jianjun's expression gradually turned cold. It seems that we need to find some fun for Comrade Zhao Jianxi. This deputy factory director appears to be smiling but is actually full of evil intentions. I thought that I had gotten rid of the big villain Li Huide, and the work at the third steel rolling mill would be much more stable in the future. It seems that I thought too simply. Although everything seems calm on the surface, the internal factional struggle has already begun. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and walked out of the office building, staggering to the bulletin board in the square. The mental force penetrated his body like a big net, sweeping towards the deputy director's office. At this time, Deputy Director Zhao was writing something at his desk, and Zhang Jianjun controlled his spiritual sense to scan the entire office. Unfortunately, no valuable or suspicious items were found. This might be because Zhao Jianxi had just been transferred here. Before he had time to move his things to the office, Zhang Jianjun smacked his lips and felt a little regretful. When Zhang Jianjun looked at the ceiling above his desk, his eyes turned when he saw the old-fashioned ceiling fan hanging on the ceiling. A mental shock hit him hard, and dust fell off the interface of the ceiling fan on the roof. The ceiling fan did not fall as suddenly as imagined. A closer look revealed two wires connecting the ceiling fan, swinging back and forth. Zhang Jianjun quickly added another mental shock, and the wire could no longer withstand the gravity of the ceiling fan and broke into two pieces. Deputy Director Zhao was writing something when suddenly a gust of dirt fell from above his head. The desk and files were covered with a layer of dust. Was there an earthquake? Zhao Jianxi was so frightened that he quickly raised his head to look upwards. It would have been better if he hadn't looked upwards, but when he did, he was so scared that his soul flew away. A ceiling fan gradually grew larger in front of him. He wanted to hide, but his fat body refused to obey him. The fat face came into close contact with the fan blades, and suddenly everything in front of my eyes went dark, as if my face had been cut by a knife. A shrill scream came from the second floor. Zhang Jianjun withdrew his mental strength and calmly returned to the propaganda department. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help laughing while sitting at his desk. The pleasure brought by this prank was something only he could experience. The unpleasantness caused by the confrontation with Deputy Director Zhao suddenly disappeared. Zhao Jianxi, Li Huide just left. So from now on you are Li Huide number 2. You better hold on a little longer and don't blame me for stabbing you in the back repeatedly. The Deputy Director's office was in chaos, and the shrill screams alarmed several surrounding offices. Director Zhang of the Personnel Department, Chief Li of the Finance Department, and even Yang Zhenhua were startled out by the screams. Director Yang and Secretary Zhou came to the corridor and saw several section chiefs standing outside and asked hurriedly, "Comrades, does anyone know what exactly happened?" Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Director Zhang said, "Listen carefully, the sound seems to be coming from the Deputy Director's office in front." Everyone pricked up their ears and rushed to the Deputy Director's office. Secretary Zhou stepped forward and pushed open the door of the Deputy Director's office. When everyone went in one after another, they were so scared by the scene before them that their mouths opened wide. At this time, Deputy Director Zhao covered his face and fell to the ground, howling in pain. The uncovered wound on his face was shocking, with a scar running diagonally from the left forehead to the right jaw. His fat hands couldn't cover the wound on his face at all. When he saw someone coming in, his survival instinct forced him to scream for help. Blood flowed from between his fingers, leaving a mess on the ground. His nose was probably split in half. A ceiling fan was hanging diagonally on the desk, and everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Director Yang recovered first. "Xiao Zhou, hurry up and call the security department and have them contact the hospital to send a car over. Director Zhang, please go and call the steel mill's infirmary. They need to bandage someone urgently, or someone will die." Everyone hurriedly called for help when they heard this, and Director Yang hurriedly shouted to Section Chief Li, "Section Chief Li, please find some clean cloth and seal Deputy Director Zhao's wound. The wound is too large and the bleeding is severe. We need to ensure that Deputy Director Zhao can hold on until the medical staff arrives." Section Chief Li from the Finance Department nodded, then rushed into the small room and tore off a piece of sheet. Zhang Jianxi's big hand was pulled open and the sheet was wrapped around it. Zhao Jianxi's hand, which was covered in blood, swung back and forth unconsciously. There was a humming sound coming from his mouth, which made Director Yang's eyelids twitch and he was speechless. This guy's head is wrapped like a rice dumpling and he must be suffocated. He quickly stepped forward and spoke. Section Chief Lee, you're being too hasty. At least show Deputy Director Zhao's nose or mouth. You're wrapping your head around it like this, and I don't think he'll be able to wait for the doctor to come. You're totally trying to suffocate him to death. Section Chief Lee smiled awkwardly. Mistake. He quickly lifted the sheet to reveal a gap. Director Yang looked up and took a closer look at the roof. All the cement around the ceiling fan joint had fallen off. The pebbles and sand inside were exposed, and I thought to myself that Deputy Director Zhao was so unlucky. Li Huade had been sitting here for several years without any accidents, but as soon as he came, the ceiling fan fell down. This situation needs to be reported to the Trade Union Party Committee, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone dies. At this time, several doctors and nurses from the Steel Rolling Mills Medical Department finally rushed over. I was shocked to see the bloody scene, and hurriedly opened the medicine box and took gauze and alcohol to bandage the wound. The medical department of the steel mill can only treat minor skin injuries and fevers and colds, but they are helpless in treating larger wounds. Medicines were in short supply in this era, and were all waiting to be dispatched according to quotas from higher authorities. When Zhao Jianxi was using alcohol to clean the wound, he howled like a ghost again. The wound on his face was so creepy. They could only try their best to stop the bleeding and wait for rescue from the hospital. When Director Yang saw the situation, he had to come out himself. Seeing Xiao Zhou coming with the security personnel, Director Yang thought of an idea. He hurriedly said, "Cooperate with the medical department to carry the deputy director down, and have my driver take him to the hospital. It might be too late to wait for the hospital car to arrive, so hurry up. Secretary Zhou, please arrange the follow-up work. I still need to report to the factory committee office." Everyone worked together to carry Zhao Jianxi away, and then Director Yang turned around and went to the steel mill union. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. When I get off work at night, I don't know where the news came from. The deputy section chief was arrested and the deputy factory director was hit by a ceiling fan and sent to the hospital. Everyone in the factory heard this explosive news. They were all like crazy, asking each other about the source of the news. Such shocking news made the workers' eyes drop to the ground. The deputy chief of the propaganda department was arrested the day after he was transferred there, and the deputy factory director Zhao Jianxi was also disfigured by a ceiling fan the next day. The connection between these two events is extremely strange, making both cases full of topics and mystery. Zhang Jianzhan rode his bicycle slowly through the crowd, and the corners of his mouth curled up when he heard the discussions around him. It seems that Deputy Director Zhao was seriously injured this time. He couldn't help but snort in his heart, thinking that this is just the beginning. He hates people threatening his family the most, so since we're facing each other, just have fun with him. When the old man can be discharged from the hospital, Zhang Jianzhan wants to visit him at his home. Otherwise it would be a waste to learn the bone shrinking technique. Zhang Jianzhan quickly returned to Nanlua Guxiang. Today I finally saw Yan Bagui again. The last few times he went out early and came back late, so I haven't seen him for a long time. The third uncle was wiping his bicycle. When he saw Zhang Jianzhan, he quickly came forward with a smile. Jianzhan heard that you gave everyone in the Lu family a military coat yesterday. Look at my cotton-padded jacket, it's so torn it's in disrepair. Can you get me something to wear? Zhang Jianzhan was at a loss for words and said, Uncle San, who told you that? I don't have that ability. That was given to the criminals by the Lu brothers who came to help them, feeling guilty. Yan Bagui looked at me and said, You kid, keep making up stories. Zhang Jianzhan spread his hands and walked into the compound with a smile. Zhang Jianzhan pushed his bicycle into the compound. When Lu Guangpu saw him at the door, he hurried forward to greet him. Brother Jianzhan, has my brother's plan to join your propaganda department as a temporary worker been approved? Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, Of course, my words count. I can still get you a temporary job. I know what you're thinking. If there's a vacancy next year, I'll definitely think of you. Lu Guangpu said happily, Thank you, Brother Jianzhan. If you have any problems in the future, please tell us two brothers. Zhang Jianzhan made a reassuring gesture and pushed his bicycle towards the backyard. Jia Zhang was sitting at the door of the Jia family with a crooked mouth and triangular eyes, with two wooden crutches leaning against the wall. It seems that my face has become much smaller and is no longer a round face. It seems that stroke is very effective in weight loss. Zhang Jianzhan thought with some jokingness that Jia Zhang had to squint her eyes when she heard the footsteps. When he saw that it was Zhang Jianzhan coming over, his lifeless triangular eyes flashed a few times. Zhang Jianzhan smiled brightly at Jia Zhang, his big white teeth shining. Jia Zhang started making meaningless hoarse sounds again, and Bangang ran out of the house upon hearing the sound. He now has short hair on his head, and his eyes are full of hatred when he sees Zhang Jianzhan walking away. Bangang suffered 2 setbacks in the backyard in a row, so he behaved himself for a while and didn't visit the backyard for a long time. Now I have food and drink at the uncle's house every day, and then I go to Sheju's house to ask for money. My life is much better than before. Now even Xiao Deng's face has some color. Before Jia Zhang had the stroke, Xiao Deng was skinny. Jia Xinqi did not allow the two little girls to eat meat. She only shared the meat with herself and Bangang. Zhang Jianjun indirectly changed the fate of the two little girls. At this time, Shazhu and Qin Huiru walked into the courtyard one after another. Shazhu saw the third uncle took out some candies. The third uncle was stunned when he saw Xiaotang smiling happily. He wiped his hands on his pants, took Xiaotang, and asked, Zhu Ziyi has been spending a lot of money today. Why is he giving out candies when it's not a festival? Shazhu rubbed the back of his head and said with a smile, Uncle Third, Sister Qin, and I got our marriage certificate today, so we're just giving out some candy to celebrate. After hearing this, the third uncle's face twitched and he was so shocked that he almost threw the candy away. The boss with wide eyes looked at Qin Huiru, then asked Shazhu Zhu Ziyi, this can't be a joke. Is this true or false? This is too sudden. Qin Huiru was also extremely embarrassed at this time, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Shazhu stiffened his neck and said unhappily, What's the matter, third uncle? Do you still have any objections to me marrying Sister Qin? Yan Bagui quickly waved his hands. Why is Zuza still so angry? It just felt a little too sudden, and I didn't react for a while. The third had heard what happened in the inner room and rushed out, looking at Shazhu and Qin Huiru with a complicated look. What a pair of enemies, this idiot is really stupid. Isn't this just helping someone else raise their child? How can a chef like me earn such a high salary? After this delay at the door, the neighbors who went to work all returned to the compound one after another. When Shazhu saw everyone coming back, he gave wedding candy to everyone one by one. When the neighbors in the compound learned the whole story, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Jaws dropped. This was too shocking. Yi Zonghai saw this scene in the crowd and felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a dead fly. Now that Shazhu and Qin Huiru are married, whose child is this Bangang? This relationship is too complicated. I finally came up with a way to let Bangang take care of me in my old age. I feel like all my efforts have been in vain. Doesn't Zuzi just become a father? What does this retirement have to do with him? Yi Zonghai almost vomited blood. I agreed to it after I found out about it, but it was just a temporary measure. I didn't expect to get the marriage certificate so soon. Su Daimao smiled devilishly in the crowd and said, Silly Zhu, I never thought we'd become brothers-in-law. You're so thoughtful that you picked up 3 children for nothing. Everyone was speechless. These two were indeed the masters who had been fighting since childhood. Shazhu's face darkened. Don't be sarcastic, kid. I have 3 of them. Why don't you raise one for me? Everyone burst into laughter, and Su Daimao's face turned ashen. Knowing that you are unable to have children now, it is really hurtful to say such things. Su Daimao's eyes rolled. Since you and Sister Qin have obtained your marriage certificate, shouldn't you set up a few tables to have a good time? Shazhu spread his hands and said, All my 800 yuan was given to someone's descendants. Where is the money for a banquet? We can only give out wedding candies. Unlike some people who secretly get their marriage certificates and don't even give out candies. Everyone, this idiot Zhu is too mean. Every move he makes hits Su Daimao in the heart. Su Daimao was so angry that he had difficulty breathing and rolled up his sleeves, but then he thought, if he put it down, he would be asking for trouble. He snorted coldly, At least I found 2 virgin girls, but you found a widow for your first time. Everyone laughed again when they heard this, and Qin Huiru's face turned dark. When Shazhu saw Sister Qin's expression change, he immediately flew into a rage. Su Daimao, you bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. After saying that, Shazhu rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. When everyone saw him, they quickly moved aside. Seeing that no one stopped Shazhu, Su Daimao hurriedly ran into the courtyard. Qin Huiru quickly said at this time, Forget it, Zuzi, it's almost the new year, don't cause any more trouble. When Shazhu heard Qin Huiru's words, he immediately stopped with a smile. That flattering look made everyone shudder. Good heavens, Shazhu will probably be completely controlled by Qin Huiru for the rest of his life. Jia Zhang heard the noise in the middle courtyard and became a little anxious. She had a stroke, not that she was deaf. Now that Qin Huiru and Shazhu have gotten married, what should I do? Is Qin Huiru still considered a member of the Jia family? Her somewhat demented brain was not enough, and it was better to live a miserable life than to die. Everyone was afraid of death. When he saw Qin Huiru and Shazhu come in together, he started to hum and drool. Qin Huiru's head started to hurt again when she saw Jia Zhang. She had been tortured so much in the past week. I wanted to poison my mother-in-law with rat poison several times, but I was still afraid of being discovered. If she went to jail, her 3 children would be doomed. Qin Huiru thought about it for a few days and came up with a plan. Reduce Jia Zhang's food every day and slowly starve her to death. Others won't notice and won't gossip about her. Otherwise, how could Jia Zhang's round face become so thin now? Shazhu saw Jia Xinqi giggling, and Jia Xinqi pointed her trembling finger at Shazhu. He started whimpering again, and Bangang stood in the room staring at Shazhu. When Shazzu saw Bangang, he quickly took out a piece of candy from his pocket. Bangang's eyes lit up when he saw it and he ran over. He grabbed the candy without saying thank you and walked into the house with his short legs. Shazzu didn't care about Bangang's actions. This kid never gave him a good look. At this time, Xiaodang and Huihua ran over from the old man's house, and Shazzu naturally gave each of them a few more. Both girls said happily, "Thank you, Uncle Silly." Everyone in the compound was talking about and sighing over Shazzu and Qin Huiru's marriage certificate. There are ridicules, rolling eyes, and jealousy, but no blessings. This is the nature of life, isn't it? Zhang Jianjun was doing barbecue in the space, with a rabbit on the simple barbecue grill. Only now did he realize that rabbits could really cause trouble, except for Zhang Jianjun, who had a good space environment and no natural enemies. The grove is now full of rabbit nests. I estimate that there are about 150 rabbits, big and small. Zhang Jianjun raises his chickens in the free-range area and doesn't care about the piles of wheat every day. His chicken flock has now expanded a lot. After continuous hatching, the original dozen or so have now reached about 200. So the chickens, ducks and rabbits have enough food and drink, and the 20 duck eggs I bought a while ago have all hatched into ducklings. The 4 roe deer have now become 11, and the 2 lambs have grown into adults. However, after the space reached 180 acres, it remained the same and never expanded again. The small trees have now grown into bull-sized trees and are lush and green. After several expansions, the orange trees have increased to more than 5 acres. Next to it are piles of oranges harvested from previous times, each one the size of a fist, orange in color and very tempting. Zhang Jianjun thought it would be great if this spell could have a clone, so that it would be much safer to use the clone to deal with flower and fruit. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it even after searching through the chi refining chapters, so I looked up and saw the vortex spinning in the air. The vortex seemed to have grown a lot bigger, although it was still less than 3 meters, proving that the space channel would soon open again. Zhang Jianjun was making barbecue in the space, while a guest was being entertained in the Zheng family compound. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table in the living room of the compound, and Zheng Yuanhua was toasting with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Mrs. Zheng, wearing a tweed coat, was pouring wine beside them. She looked to be in her 30s. She has an oval face, a high-nose bridge, charming big eyes, and the charm of a mature young woman is fully revealed. She is quite pretty. The middle-aged man sitting opposite him would steal a glance from time to time, and when he saw Zheng Yuanhua looking at him, he immediately sat up straight. He pretended to be righteous again, raised his glass, clinked it with Zheng Yuanhua and started talking. "I don't know what you want me to do today, sensei. If you have anything to say, please send a message to me. I have to bother you, master, with all your expense. As a subordinate, I feel deeply uneasy." Zheng Yuanhua laughed heartily and said, "Old Ma, I'm no longer a teacher. I can only hold a small official position in the Ministry of Railways. I'm forgotten by everyone when I'm gone, but your luck has turned around now. I'm very pleased that you've become a group leader. Back when you were under my command, you were just a battalion commander. After so many years, I really miss you." Captain Ma smiled and said, "Look at what you said. Without your support back then, I, Ma Changjiang, wouldn't be where I am today. If you have anything to ask of me, just tell me. I'll do my best to help as long as it's within my reach." Zheng Yuanhua glanced at his wife and winked at her. Mrs. Zheng understood and walked into the inner room swaying her plump hips. Ma Changjiang looked at Mrs. Zheng's back and his Adam's apple rolled twice. He felt someone was looking at him and turned his head quickly. He smiled awkwardly and said, "My old superior is very lucky. This sister-in-law is so dignified and beautiful." Zheng Yuanhua said with a half-smile, "You old fellow, you have a beautiful woman hidden in your golden house, right? I heard that you found a good match a few years ago." The two looked at each other and laughed. Ma Changjiang looked around the living room and asked curiously, "Isn't my old superior's Hai Qiang at home today? I haven't seen him come out during the entire meal." Zheng Yuanhua took a sip of wine and sighed, "What misfortune for our family! What misfortune for our family! Hai Qiang was accidentally imprisoned. I called you here today for this matter. You're still in the military, so it's easy to find people. I do have some connections, but they're not related to the public security system. So, in this situation, I can only ask for your help." Ma Changjiang's expression changed. "Oh my God, this is a bit troublesome. It's true that no banquet is good. Even the child of a provincial-level official like you has been put in jail. You can imagine that the other party must be from a powerful background. Although he seems to be in a good position on the surface, he is only a regimental-level cadre. If he is transferred to the local level, he will only be at the county or department level. Once you enter this vortex of struggle, you will be swallowed up without leaving anything behind." When Zheng Yuanhua saw the changes in Ma Changjiang's face, he immediately understood what this guy was thinking. He immediately laughed and said, "Old Ma, don't worry. He's just a guy from a slum with no background. He was just a small section chief at the 3rd Steel Rolling Mill. He had a conflict with my son's Haikyang and reported it to the police station. You know, I'm being watched by many people right now. It's not easy for me to show up in person. Do you understand? After listening to Zheng Yuanhua's story, Ma Changjiang's facial expression immediately relaxed and he smiled. He patted his chest and said, I didn't think it was a big deal. Just a quarrel between two young boys, how could it cause such a big fuss? Teacher, tell me the address of this kid later. I promise to give you an explanation by tomorrow night at the latest. Zheng Yuanhua nodded in satisfaction, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly became peaceful. Zhang Jianjun was chewing rabbit meat and drinking Lai Mao in the space, feeling that this was the correct way to open the space. Looking at the empty wine bottle and then at the wine jars piled up in the open space over there, I felt very happy. Li Huade is such a good man. He is much better than Zhao Ji and Shi. At least he sponsored so much liquor after leaving the steel mill. Unfortunately, this is the last bottle of Lai Mao. It seems I will have to find someone to sponsor me in the future. Zheng's Haikyang went to jail and nothing happened in the afternoon. This is a bit abnormal. The Zheng family can really endure it. What he didn't know was that a conspiracy against him had gradually revealed its fangs and was slowly approaching. After eating and drinking, Zhang Jianjun began his routine meditation again, and the gentle spiritual energy flowed smoothly along his meridians. The vortex of spiritual energy in his danchan felt full again, and Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to compress it over and over again. When the 36 small cycles were completed, there was a slight sound and the danchan expanded by 10%. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into his danchan like it was out of control. Zhang Jianjun was speechless for a moment as he broke through. He couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Zhang Jianjun didn't stop practicing, but continued to consolidate his skills over and over again. He didn't stop until he felt a slight pain in his spiritual center, and then he let out a breath. He closed his eyes and carefully felt his danchan and sea of consciousness. He found that the spiritual circle in his sea of consciousness had increased by another circle. Zhang Jianjun felt a little bit unbelievable. Does this count as a second ring mage plus a cultivator of the second level of Qi refining? The range of spiritual consciousness control increased by another 20 meters, now reaching an astonishing 120 meters. The total amount of spiritual energy did not double, but only increased by 1/3. It is estimated that those within the third level of Qi refining are considered low-level cultivators. A major breakthrough is only possible when you reach the intermediate level, and this breakthrough has greatly increased Zhang Jianjun's confidence. The lifting force has reached 2 tons. It is true that martial artists cannot surpass immortal cultivators. Unless you reach the legendary Xiantian realm, you may not be able to defeat Qi refining stage in close combat. Zhang Jianjun stood up and felt his whole body. Fortunately, he was not covered in dirt this time. After 2 rounds of cleansing his essence and marrow, his strength reached 500 to 600 kilograms, and this was without the infusion of spiritual energy. After all, he is not a physical trainer, which is already amazing. His muscles are not as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder. But her body is very well proportioned and has smooth lines, and her 8 abdominal muscles are perfect like a sculpture. Zhang Jianjun checked it and was very satisfied. Now he can really protect himself. Zhang Jianjun was in a playful mood and raised his hand, and a pitch-black wooden sword flew over. Seeing the wooden sword hovering 3 meters away from him, Zhang Jianjun had a bold idea. Jumped up. Who hasn't had a dream of flying with a sword when they were young? Zhang Jianjun poured spiritual energy into the wooden sword. The mental power began to control it, and the lightning runes on the sword body lit up slightly. His mind communicated with the wooden sword and flew forward slowly, just like when he was just starting to learn to skate. I couldn't get the hang of it the first few times. As soon as I sped up a little, the wooden sword would fly out from under my feet. Zhang Jianjun would not fall headfirst, as he would float and stabilize his body. Zhang Jianjun started crazy mode again, practicing over and over again in the space. It feels much faster than flying with mental control, but I still need to gradually get used to the stability. After Zhang Jianjun's unremitting efforts, he finally found some tricks and had some clues. While maintaining balance, his body gradually began to merge with the speed of the thunder wooden sword. When a faint purple arc flashed across the space, I finally experienced the pleasure brought by the flying sword. I estimated my spiritual power reserves and figured that I could sustain continuous flight for about 2 hours. This is much more powerful than flying with mental power, and the speed is incomparable. One is to wrap the whole body with telekinesis and lift it up to fly, while this one is to use spiritual energy to control the magic weapon to fly. Of course, without the secret formula of sword flying, one has to enter the foundation building stage to truly fly with a sword. Zhang Jianjun was blessed by the thunderbolt wooden sword. The lightning runes on it could communicate with his spiritual consciousness. This allowed him to communicate with his mind and command the sword as if it were his own arm. Furthermore, with the guidance of his spiritual power, he was able to fly the sword. Zhang Jianjun performed a few moves in the space, then stopped, jumped off the Jinglei wooden sword and came to the ancient well. The spiritual spring water that was just full today has gone down another 5 or 6 meters. It seems that the spiritual energy is indeed generated in the ancient well. Just like the last time when the breakthrough occurred, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into the Danshan, and the water level of the spiritual spring in the ancient well dropped. Zhang Jianjun got the secret of divine thunder with a wave of his hand, and carefully looked through the other thunder and lightning spells in the Qi refining chapter of the book. Following the palm thunder is the Tei divine thunder. After carefully reading the introduction, I found that it is similar to the falling thunder technique. Use spiritual energy to communicate with the origin of heaven and earth, change the laws of nature and send down a bolt of lightning from the sky. It is also a single target spell, but unlike palm thunder, it involves the laws of nature. Of course, it has not reached the level of the law yet. The lightning spell falling from the sky is hard to defend against. To use palm thunder, you only need to silently recite the formula to remember the root of the exercise, and then use your palm to coordinate the movements to push it out. And Tei divine thunder requires one to learn the key points of the magic formula and comprehend some of the power of natural rules. After all, this lightning fell from the sky, not directly from the body. Zhang Jianjun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and began to interpret the magnetic field generated by lightning according to the book. He clasped his hands together and muttered something, reciting the mantra over and over again without distraction. Suddenly he opened his eyes and pointed his finger toward the sky, and then nothing happened. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but shook his head. It seemed that he was not a 1-in-a-million genius. Once again, he held his breath and concentrated his mind, clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts. He lowered his sea of consciousness, looked inward at his Danshan, and silently recited the mantra. Spiritual energy rose and gathered in the upper part of the Danshan, while the sea of consciousness sank and gathered in the lower part of the Danshan. He imagined the world clashing with thunder and lightning, emanating a dense aura and creating a void. The power of natural laws floated faintly, the power of thunder and lightning appearing and disappearing, and the light of the spiritual platform flashed. Zhang Jianjun continued to change his hand seals and spells. Finally, he uttered the spell, the true solution of divine thunder, Tei divine thunder appears. He raised his sword and pointed a spell upwards. A lightning snake as thick as a teacup crashed down, creating a large crater over a meter deep in the black earth 50 meters away. Zhang Jianjun flew over and took a look. A round pit about 2 feet square and 1.5 meters deep appeared in front of him. It was filled with green smoke and a burning smell, and it was indeed the power of thunder and lightning, which was extremely strong and masculine. The power is no less than that of a small artillery shell. If someone were to hide in the distance and fire it at someone else's house, Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh foolishly. The controllable distance is much farther than that of the palm thunder. Currently, everything within 50 or 60 meters is within the attack range of Tei divine thunder. It just consumes a lot more mana than the palm thunder, and I estimate that I can only fire about 5 shots with all my strength. This is the fear of insufficient mana among low-level cultivators. Naturally, the mana consumption is high as the attack power is strong. The magic spell Tei Shen Li, with the word Shen in it, is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Jianjun felt very happy. He leveled the hole with a thought and started practicing again. This spell required a casting time that wasn't instantaneous, so practice was essential to shorten it. Zhang Jianjun estimated that the spell currently took about 8 seconds to cast. If you are not skilled at it, the spell will take so long that the creature will be frozen before you even finish the hand gestures. According to the description of Tei divine thunder in the book, reaching a minor level of success will not only increase its power, the spell will turn into 2 lightning bolts, but also greatly reduce the casting time. When it reaches the highest level, it can be released by flipping the hand gesture, and the lightning will turn into 3 consecutive strikes. There is basically no difference between it and instant casting. You can only practice slowly and strive to reach the ultimate level. After practicing 4 times in a row, Zhang Jianjun felt that his spiritual energy was insufficient, so he had to sit down and meditate to absorb the spiritual energy. He didn't dare let his spiritual energy run out. The headache he suffered the first time his mental energy ran out was still fresh in his memory. Then it was repeated continuously with palm thunder in between, so that one would forget about time while practicing. When Zhang Jianjun felt a little tired, he looked at his watch and it was already past 3 o'clock. He quickly smoothed out the large and small pits with a thought, washed up simply, and left the space. Zhang Jianjun crawled into bed and began to dream. At the Second People's Hospital of Sijukan, Zhao Jianxi had just woken up from general anesthesia. The head was wrapped like a mummy, with only the eyes and nostrils exposed. After the anesthesia wore off, the wound on my face felt excruciatingly painful. I had to take several painkillers before it felt a little better. I opened my blurry eyes and saw the yellow-faced woman with red eyes crying in front of the bed. I felt a sudden sense of sadness for no reason. He looked similar to me in build. But my father-in-law's family is too strong and I don't dare to divorce. Thanks to the relationship with my father-in-law's family, I have been doing well in the past few years. After working as deputy director at the Kyoto machinery factory for several years, he never found a way to advance. The connections that my father-in-law's family had found for me finally started to work. Being transferred to the steel rolling mill as deputy director was not his first goal. He also had his eyes on the big cake of the Revolutionary Committee. If he becomes the director of the Revolutionary Committee, he will be at the bureau level. It is only one step away from becoming a department-level cadre, and this is the stepping stone to entering the upper echelons. I didn't expect that my dream would be shattered before it even began. How can I even face people with this slanted scar? No matter how thick-skinned you are, you can't go robbing with a scar on your face. If it's something left behind on the battlefield, it's at least an honor. I was hit by the ceiling fan, and who can I go to for justice? The best outcome is that I work as the deputy factory director until retirement. The more I think about it, the more upset I feel. My political future seems bleak. Who would dare to take a scarred man as his younger brother? The key point is that the scar is extremely long. I remembered my spirited and eloquent speech at the Trade Union Party Committee yesterday. Zhao Jianxi wanted to die, and he sighed deeply in his heart. It's over. The early morning sun secretly showed half of its head, and the eastern sky was covered with morning glow. The city of Beijing woke up from its slumber, and people working in the compound washed up by the pool. Everyone was shivering with cold. These were the coldest days of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Jianjun calculated that it was already the 19th day of the 12th lunar month. The first new year since I traveled through time is about to come. Zhang Jianjun went out, pushed his bicycle, and left calmly amid the envious eyes of everyone. Today may be an unusual day. Zhang Jianjun thought so. In the detention room of Beijing police station, Zheng Haiqiang sat on the bunk bed in a daze. I originally thought that I would be detained in the police station for only half a day at most. My father could have been released that afternoon if he had come, but he has been detained for a whole night and there is still no response. Zheng Haiqiang began to feel a little nervous and could no longer maintain his usual arrogance. Looking at the plate of yellowed steamed buns and a few pieces of salted radish in the corner, I felt so hungry. But is this food for humans? I only drank a bowl of porridge from noon to night yesterday, but I really couldn't swallow these steamed buns. Accustomed to a life of luxury, he finally felt despair. Just as he was daydreaming, the iron gate rang. Zheng Haiqiang was shocked and hope emerged in his heart. It seemed that his reinforcements had arrived and he regained his composure. A police officer on duty came over with a middle-aged man. Zheng Haiqiang was delighted when he saw him. He recognized this man as his father's old subordinate. The man who came was none other than Captain Ma Changjian, who had hurried over. The police officer on duty said, "Captain Ma only has 10 minutes to visit. If you have anything to say to him, please say it as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked out of the gate and continued his duty outside. Ma Changjian nodded and watched the police officer on duty walk away. She spoke to Zheng Haiqiang warmly. "Haiqiang, don't worry, it's no big deal. I've already told my friends at the Public Security Bureau. They said that as long as we get a letter of apology from the person involved, the matter will be settled and he will be released soon." Zheng Haiqiang immediately smiled happily. "Thank you, Uncle Ma, for coming here to help. I can't stay here for another minute. It's simply not a place for people to stay. I'm so hungry, Uncle Ma, can you find me something to eat? I can't even swallow the steamed bread." Ma Changjian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared the roast chicken when I get here. I'll just ask the police to make some arrangements and it will be delivered. I think I still have some dignity. Your father told me to tell you not to let your imagination run wild. I've come up with a plan. You can be released tomorrow at the latest. I'm still able to get a letter of apology." Zheng Haiqiang's eyes flashed with resentment. "Uncle Ma, please help me take good care of Section Chief Zhang. Our military compound can't be bullied by a country bumpkin." Zheng Haiqiang gradually relaxed inside. With the arrival of the police, the meeting came to an end. Ma Changjian made a reassuring gesture and turned to leave. In the publicity department of the steel rolling mill, in the section chief's office, Zhang Jianjun spent the whole morning carefully checking the propaganda slogans. Not even a single punctuation mark was missed, and as the new year was approaching, the number of promotional slogans had increased significantly. Part of it was filled with a strong sense of incitement, and Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a headache after reading it carefully. It seems that some of the staff below are already ready to make a move. It is difficult to determine whether such a strong political slogan is good or bad. One thing is certain: small moves have already begun, and those who are not satisfied with the status quo have gradually begun to take advantage of the situation. Using inflammatory slogans to increase one's political capital is a path full of temptations and uncertainties. Intellectuals are the first to sense the direction of political trends. Ambitious ones are already starting to stir, while those who are content with the status quo are beginning to play it safe. Once this kind of internal contradiction arises, it has been human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm since ancient times. Therefore, people started to take sides based on their own subjective consciousness, and even grassroots personnel were no exception. By the time Zhang Jianjun finished reviewing all the documents, it was already past 9 in the morning. He stretched and took out 2 oranges from the space. He sat there and peeled the oranges while starting to think. Zhou Jianese from Shujiawan received a landline call, and after answering it, he found out that the call was from Beijing police station. This week, Zhou Jianese has been quietly paying attention to Zhang Jianjun, with both the instructions from his old leader and his own selfish motives. The old leader had received a favor and asked him to take care of this young man, but who knew that he would become his future son-in-law? It is not realistic to send a guard platoon to monitor and protect every day, so I checked the police station near Luoguxiang. It would be most reasonable to let the local police pay a little attention to Zhang Jianjun's movements, so this opening scene happened. After listening to the story told by Officer Wan from Beijing police station, Zhou Jianese's face suddenly turned cold. Xiao Zhang is now the boyfriend of his precious daughter, and he has heard a little about the Zheng family, which lives not far from his street. After all, this person also belonged to the army system before. The division commander Zhou Jianese whispered to himself, "It seems that we need to give some people some warnings." Zhou's mother was wiping the table in the room. When she saw her husband answering the phone, her face looked a little ugly. So he straightened up and asked, "Old Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Jianese saw that his mother's expression had softened. "It's just a bunch of clowns. It's nothing serious. Don't worry. This matter is easy to resolve." When Zhou's mother heard this, she felt relieved. Mother Zhou seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, tomorrow is Sunday. Do you want to invite Xiao Zhang to our house for dinner? I've noticed your daughter has been quite absent-minded these past few days. It's time for them to meet again." Zhou Jianese felt a little sad, as if the daughter he had worked so hard to raise was about to fly away. He smiled helplessly and said, "Yu Jun, you have always had the final say on family matters. You can handle it yourself. I don't have the time to worry about it." Mother Zhou rolled her eyes at Zhou Jianese. How could she not understand that her husband was jealous of her daughter? Time always passes by inadvertently, and in the blink of an eye it is time for lunch. In the steel mill cafeteria, Zhang Jianjun, Ma Ziyahua and Zhang Aijun were sitting at a table eating. The three of them were talking and laughing around the table, and Ma Ziyahua gave Zhang Jianjun a thumbs up. Zhang Aijun also spoke with an admiring look. "Section Chief Zhang, you are quite famous for your fire. Everyone in the department knows now that you sent Zheng Zhiqiang to jail. They've been irritated with him for a long time. He looks down on people with his dog eyes." Zhang Jianjun laughed unhappily and said, "Brother Zhang, you can eat more rice, but don't say that. I didn't burn Zheng Zhiqiang on purpose. This guy failed to retaliate and ended up in jail after he got himself into trouble. This is a case of the law being strict and there is no loophole." Ma Ziyahua smiled and continued, "Don't be so modest, brother. Although this is the truth, others don't think so. But you still have to be careful. I don't think the second-generation family will stand idly by." Zhang Jianjun looked confident and said with a smile, "Although this matter is a bit troublesome, I am not someone who will be bullied. He has his own schemes, and I have my own ways around them. As long as we stay within the realm of justice, no one can completely cover up the truth." Ma Ziyahua said quietly, "Zheng Zhiqiang is asking for trouble in this matter, but I heard that Deputy Director Zhao was disfigured by a ceiling fan yesterday. Why does this matter seem so strange? Do you have any inside information?" Zhang Aijun was also there, looking at Zhang Jianjun with a curious look. Zhang Jianjun said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "You two can't get anything out of me about this matter. I'm not a god who knows everything. Besides, Director Li has been in office for several years without any problems. This can only be blamed on Deputy Director Zhao being unlucky." When the two heard that this was indeed the case, they lowered their heads and started eating again. Zhang Jianjun began to ponder in his mind. "Zheng family, let's see how long you can endure." In the office of the party committee of the Steel Rolling Mill Labor Union, Secretary Wang looked at Director Yang, who was overwhelmed by the 2 documents he had sent over. Not to mention that Zheng Zhiqiang was taken to the police station. The fact that Zhao Jianxi was disfigured is simply unbelievable. The security department was sent to the scene to investigate but found nothing. This was the first time an accident had occurred due to quality issues in the office. If this gets out, it will be a blow to the reputation of the steel mill, and the relationships behind this deputy director are complicated. Wang Mingzhong is now close to retirement age. Who could have imagined that these uncontrollable changes would occur at the last minute? He picked up a document next to him and looked at Zhang Jianjun's file. He was a very promising young man with a good family background. Although the handling of this matter was a bit radical, others could not find any fault with it. Every young person has a temper. Besides, he himself is in the right and is the victim. Wang Mingzhong thought to himself, "Old Yang really wants to protect this young man, Zheng Haiqiang hired someone to retaliate, which would be considered a very bad act if the police station carried out the action. Putting aside the question of whether to expel him or not, he cannot escape the disciplinary punishment. If they don't even give a warning as a disciplinary punishment, it will definitely not convince the public. But if this warning is given, there will be a stain on the career. Zheng Haiqiang's political future was basically half ruined. Although I have no dealings with the Zheng family, they are not someone to be trifled with. After thinking about the whole process, Wang Mingzhong scratched his sparse hair and wondered what the hell was going on. It's almost the Spring Festival and I feel uneasy, but the punishment must be given after a meeting. Get some people together to discuss solutions. You can't let yourself take the blame alone, right? The best way to deal with this issue at the moment is to hold a meeting with everyone to resolve it. Thus, a group handling meeting regarding Comrade Zheng Zaiqiang's violations of rules and regulations began in the union office. Zhang Jianzhan had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he wandered around the pile of scrap metal in the backyard of the steel mill warehouse. I glanced around and saw only an old man who was watching over the warehouse, leaning outside the warehouse door and basking in the sun. Zhang Jianzhan was too bored sitting in the office, so he simply collected some scrap steel and put it in the space. It's not that he wants to take advantage of the steel mill, he just wants to create a few flying knives in space. After all, there is only a three-edged bayonet and a wooden sword at present, and I feel that these two weapons are a bit too eye-catching. Make a dozen throwing knives and keep them ready. Maybe they will be useful when you want to change your appearance someday. It's impossible that I will just cast spells or use a few mental shocks on everyone I meet in the future. Zhang Jianzhan stopped about 50 or 60 meters in front of the scrap metal pile, and his mental power penetrated his body and swept towards the scrap metal pile. Suddenly, a few pieces of scrap steel were missing from the scrap metal pile, and then he turned around and slowly left. He returned to the office, locked the door and entered the space, using the power of space rules to start making flying knives. I saw a 1 meter long scrap steel floating in the air, and the rust on the surface fell off under the force of space. Then it was divided into several short strips, and by using space compression, several 3-inch long throwing knives with blood grooves in the middle were formed. Zhang Jianzhan lit a bonfire and put the flying knife into the fire to roast. Wait until the flying knife turns red, then place it in a small lake to cool it down with lake water. He repeated the same method several times, gathering a total of 20 throwing knives. With a thought, 20 black throwing knives appeared in a row before him. Zhang Jianzhan looked at the shape and nodded with satisfaction. The flying knife was 3 inches long and 2 fingers wide, with a cold light flashing at the tip. I found a small tree in the space and experimented with it. As long as I locked my mind on it, I could hit the target every time. Zhang Jianzhan played for a while and then left the space and sat at his desk to read the newspaper. While reading the newspaper, I felt that something was going to happen today, but everything was still calm until I got off work. After get off work, Zhang Jianzhan rode his bicycle out of the factory, concentrating on sensing the surrounding situation along the way. Nothing unexpected happened until we returned to the compound, and I was just about to relax when I saw the compound gate. A spiritual warning came from his sea of consciousness, and Zhang Jianzhan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This was the first time he had received such a spiritual warning. Zhang Jianzhan's sea of consciousness was like a big net, covering the entire Hutong compound within a radius of 100 meters. At the corner of the alley 70 meters away from the compound, there was a green Jeep parked. Zhang Jianzhan's mind moved, and he focused his consciousness and scanned the car. There were 4 young men with flat heads sitting in the car, all dressed in Zhongshan suits and wearing a pair of yellow leather shoes. There was a small bulge on the belt area of each waist. Zhang Jianzhan's mind focused slightly. It seemed that these 4 people were all equipped with pistols. Zhang Jianzhan pretended to be calm and continued pushing his bicycle into the courtyard. My heart was chilled. These guys are here with bad intentions. No wonder I felt a little uneasy during the day and always felt that something was going to happen today. I entered the compound and came to my old house, pushed the door and went in. This time I didn't enter the space like before. He sat in the room, regulating his breathing and concentrating his mind, quietly waiting for the arrival of several people. Sure enough, less than a cup of tea later, sporadic footsteps were heard from the backyard. Zhang Jianzhan swept his mental power and 4 young men walked towards his house one after another. The door of the old house was deliberately left open, and the young man in the lead walked into the room with a briefcase. Zhang Jianzhan pretended to be confused and asked, "Comrades, who are you looking for?" The young man holding the bag said seriously, "You must be Comrade Zhang Jianzhan. We are from the propaganda office of the Changguan District Commission for Discipline Inspection. We've received a report that you were involved in corruption and bribery while serving in the steel mill's publicity department. Please come with us and cooperate with our investigation." After saying this, several people seemed to be surrounding the area. Zhang Jianzhan looked and thought, "Wow, this is even tougher than the police station." His expression turned serious and he said, "Since you are from the propaganda office of the District Commission for Discipline Inspection, do you need to show your ID before arresting someone?" The young man holding the bag froze for a moment. This subtle facial expression naturally did not escape Zhang Jianzhan's eyes. Zhang Jianzhan already understood what was going on. It seemed that there were indeed a few imposters. The leading young man coughed and said, "We were in a hurry to leave because we just received the report. We forgot to take our work permits with us at the office. We'll find out when we get there, as it's very close to the propaganda office." "Comrade Zhang Jianzhan, do you still want to resist? If so, don't blame us for taking coercive measures." Zhang Jianzhan's face turned cold. "This comrade, since you four are all claiming to be from the propaganda office of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I'm surprised that out of 4 people, not one brought their work ID. They're so young, and it seems their memory is a bit fading. You still want to enforce my order and take me away? I'm thinking of suing you for trespassing." When the tall young man next to him heard this, he said impatiently, "Wang Liang, why are you wasting your time talking to him? We've seen a lot of young men like him." Then he turned to Zhang Jianzhan and said, "Comrade Xiao Zhang, this is my last warning to you. You must think carefully about it. If we are asked to implement compulsory measures, all consequences will be borne by me personally." Zhang Jianzhan sneered, "What? Are you desperate? Today I want to see who gave you the courage." After saying this, an aura shield covered his entire body and he retreated a few steps. He stared at them with cold eyes. A fight is about to begin. The young man in the lead, Wang Liang, put down his briefcase and sneered, "Young people really have never suffered any loss. Don't blame us for being unreasonable then." After saying that, he waved his hand, and 4 people surrounded him from the left and right angles. Zhang Jianzhan's whole body was wrapped in a layer of faint spiritual energy, and a murderous aura began to spread. The 4 of them were startled, as it seemed he was still a tough guy. The tall young man took the lead, with his right hand using a small grappling lock on Zhang Jianzhan's throat, and his left hand in a claw shape, heading straight for Zhang Jianzhan's wrist joint. Zhang Jianzhan suddenly threw a straight punch from his right side. The tall young man thought he had won the fight and was still in shock. A fist as big as a sandbag enlarged in front of my eyes, and everything went black before I was blown out of the house. A trail of blood splattered in the air, and he fell outside the yard, his head tilted, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Wang Liang was shocked and stunned for a moment, then quickly kicked over with a high whip kick, making a sound of wind. The kick was so powerful that it swept towards Zhang Jianzhan's face. The other 2 young men looked at each other and reached for their waists. Zhang Jianzhan moved backward like a ghost and easily dodged the powerful kick. Immediately afterwards, he kicked out with a crotch kick, and the whistling sound of it breaking through the air was creepy. Wang Liang hurriedly twisted his waist and hips to avoid the attack on his crotch, but his left thigh was not hit. It felt like his thigh was hit by a truck. The severe pain in his legs made him fall forward, and at this time the other 2 young men pulled out their pistols. Just as he was about to raise his gun and shout, 2 flying knives suddenly appeared in Zhang Jianzhan's right hand. The set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, as if the flying knife itself was hidden in the sleeve. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jianzhan waved his hand and 2 cold rays flashed by. The 2 young men screamed at the same time, and the wrist of the right hand holding the gun was directly pierced by the flying knife. The Type 54 pistol could no longer be held and fell out of his hand. Zhang Jianzhan felt a chill in his heart as he was surprised that someone dared to take the gun. "Then don't blame yourself for being cruel and ruthless. 2 more flying knives appeared in your hands." Wang Liang, who had fallen to the ground, narrowed his eyes and shouted in panic, "Zhang Jianzhan, how dare you? Someone's dead. A mere section chief like you can't handle this. You'll be sent to a military court." Zhang Jianzhan snorted disdainfully, "If you dare to break into a private house with a gun, then be prepared to die. I'm going to make this a big deal today, so that these flies behind the scenes will learn their lesson the next time they buzz around." The 2 young men were about to bend down to grab the gun with their left hands when they suddenly froze and stood there with their eyes bulging. I only felt a cold and stinging pain in my throat, and the feeling of suffocation accompanied by the breath of death was devouring my life. Blood gushed out of the neck, and the instinct of survival made the 2 of them desperately cover their throats. He made intermittent gurgling sounds, and large streams of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. In less than 3 seconds, both of them fell headfirst, and Wang Liang was lying on the ground with his teeth gnashing in pain. With red eyes, he madly shouted at Zhang Jianzhan, "How dare you? How dare you? I will fight you to the death today." After yelling, his hand went to his waist. Zhang Jianzhan took a step forward and kicked Wang Liang in the ribs. Wang Liang flew out of the house like a cannonball, and Zhang Jianzhan dragged the 2 bodies out the door. They stepped forward and confiscated all the pistols from the 4 men. Wang Liang, who was lying outside the yard, was not unconscious yet. I didn't know how many ribs were broken, and I couldn't hold it back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Jianzhan sneered, "I'm sparing your life, not because I don't dare to kill you, but because I need 2 survivors to explain the problem." At this time, half of a little head appeared at the corner of the backyard, and the two short legs trembled constantly when they saw this scene. Urine flowed uncontrollably down his trouser legs. Although Bang Gang was naughty and bad, he had never seen such a bloody scene. He opened and closed his mouth with difficulty, but no sound came out. Then he thought of something and quickly covered his mouth again. He retreated tremblingly to the middle yard, and then a terrified scream came from the middle yard. Murder! Murder in the backyard! The conversation and fight between Zhang Jianjun and the other four took quite a while, and most of the people working in the compound had returned. Hearing this terrified scream, it was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a frying pan, and the whole compound began to boil. Men, women, young and old all left their homes, and the neighbors who were cooking stopped what they were doing. The three uncles and everyone else were staring at Bang Gang. The first uncle spoke up. Bang Gang, what are you yelling about? What happened? Did you kill someone? You can't just yell that. Everyone looked at the urine on Bang Gang's shoes and felt that something was wrong and that something really big might have happened. When Lu Haizhong heard the word backyard, he hurriedly ran to the backyard and his two sons followed closely behind him. When everyone saw this, they didn't wait for Bang Gang's explanation and ran to the backyard in a swarm. When everyone arrived at the backyard, they were so frightened by the scene that they couldn't open their mouths for a long time. The eyeballs all protruded from the sockets. Several women covered their eyes, their faces turned pale, and the third aunt couldn't help but vomit. Even the deaf old lady looked as pale as paper in the crowd. This compound is going to be in chaos. He Yushui, Yuli, Qin Jingru, and several young girls and wives almost screamed out in surprise. Su Daimao looked terrified in the crowd. It was too cruel for this kid to kill someone. Shizhu's heart couldn't help but beat fast, even though he was the god of war in the Sai Heiwen. But I'm afraid he's not on the same level as this kid. Fortunately, we didn't have a direct conflict in the yard before. Lu Haizhong walked forward with trembling calves, glanced at the four people on the ground, and their faces were twitching. He stuttered and asked, Jianjun, what on earth happened? Someone's dead. Zhang Jianjun said seriously, I was riding my bike home from get off work today when a few armed gangsters came straight to my house. They wanted to kidnap me without explanation, so I had no choice but to resist. These people might be enemy agents. When everyone heard this, their eyes were filled with fear. When did the armed gangsters enter the compound? When everyone thought about the consequences of killing and robbing people everywhere, they couldn't help but shudder. The old man frowned and stepped forward bravely to ask, Jianjun, you have made a big fuss about this matter. This may lead to a serious crime. If someone dies, it's no small matter. You can't bring trouble upon the compound and surrender yourself. The advanced civilization of our compound cannot be destroyed because of this incident. When everyone heard this, they all started talking about it, and they were a little scared because their own interests were involved. The third uncle moved his lips a few times, but in the end he didn't say anything. Su Daimao spoke up in the crowd. I support Uncle Yi on this matter. Brother Jianjun and I are from the same compound. It's almost Chinese New Year, so you can't bring trouble to everyone. Lu Guangtian stood up at this time. What are you talking about? If these four criminals hadn't gone to Brother Jianjun's house, but rushed to yours, would you still say that? The old man glared at him and said, you have no right to interrupt here, kid. Do you know what collective punishment means? Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Our compound has always been an advanced collective. We cannot let our honor be ruined by the impulsiveness of building an army. Lu Guangtian's face flushed red and he didn't know how to respond. Everyone started to get anxious as well. Zhang Jianjun watched Yi Zonghai and Su Daimao's performance coldly. Zhang Jianjun thought silently in his heart. Am I being too kind to them? Zhang Jianjun glanced at Su Daimao in the crowd, and then looked at Yi Zonghai who looked sanctimonious. Facing the crowd, he pressed his hand and said seriously, first of all, I take responsibility for my own actions, but some people's words are simply unbearable. Think carefully about what would happen if a few armed gangsters rushed into your house in the future. Everyone is afraid of being implicated in the consequences of right and wrong. What will happen to you if you just stand by and watch? Forget about getting everyone to work together. It's one thing for one compound to not help, but there are also people who can't tell right from wrong and push you into trouble. I think some of the managers are selfish and incompetent. You keep saying you're doing it for the honor of the compound, but you don't care about everyone else's safety. If you're dead, what's the point of honor? Then he looked at Lu Guangtian and said, Guangtian, please go to the police station. I will guard the scene to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Yi Zonghai got angry when he saw this. Lu Guangtian, don't do anything rash. If something goes wrong, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Lu Guangtian ran out without caring about anything and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The deaf old lady in the crowd sighed secretly, thinking that things might be changing in this compound. Old Yi was no longer able to control the situation and gave Qin Huiru and Shizhu a complicated look. Everyone gradually adapted to the on-site environment and began to whisper and discuss. Huzi, what Zhang Jianjun said makes sense. If a compound is threatened, the consequences will be disastrous if no one helps. Lu Guangfu nodded. I also think that Brother Jianjun is right. At least until things are clear, we should all unite as one. Shazhu squeezed to the front and said, I stand on Brother Jianjun's side this time. We can't let the people in the compound feel cold. Qin Huiru pinched Shazhu's waist from behind. Shazhu touched his head and retreated. Yushui rolled her eyes when she saw this. Oh, Brother Jianjun was right. The two of them ended up like this. When Yu Zonghai heard the discussions of the crowd, his chest heaved and he felt short of breath. He frowned and stepped forward again, glancing at the people lying on the ground. He said, Jianjun, it's not that I don't trust you, but you don't even know the identities of these people, so how can you let us feel at ease? No matter how this matter turns out, you've caused trouble for everyone, haven't you? It would be better for everyone if you turned yourself in. How could the police station wrongly accuse you? Zhang Jianjun spread his hands and said with a faint smile, why should I bother to reassure you? Are you from the court or the police station? This matter has come to this point. Is it something you, the manager, can handle? Don't use everyone to pressure me. The police will come and the truth will come out. When Yu Zonghai heard this, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Jianjun interrupted Yu Zonghai directly. I don't need you to bother with me anymore. After this matter is over, I suggest holding a meeting of the whole hospital. Isn't being a master your strong point? I think it's time to change your role as a master. Although I don't have the right to jerk you off, everyone has the right to make suggestions. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. My goodness, this was a trend that was going to force the big boss out of office. When Lu Haizhong heard that the boss was going to be replaced, he immediately became excited. If this boss stepped down, wouldn't I, the second boss, be replaced? So he coughed twice with a serious look and said, I think what Jianjun said makes sense. Old Yi, what you did this time was really wrong. As a great uncle, I must first unite the people in my compound. Down with all the evil spirits. Down with all the counter-revolutionaries. Resolutely support the instructions of our superiors, unite all forces that can be united, and face the outside world with one voice. Everyone, the third uncle, the first uncle. Zhang Jianjun took a look and was surprised. This guy in the bangs has already started to recite the slogan. He immediately gave Lu Haizhong an affirmative look, and Lu Haizhong felt quite elated. As soon as I shouted this slogan, I felt a lot more relaxed. Wang Liang, who was lying on the ground, squirmed a little and then vomited blood again. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that just hearing a slogan could make them vomit blood? Just as Yu Zonghai was about to step forward and say a few words, a burst of sporadic footsteps came from the middle courtyard. 6 soldiers holding Type 64 submachine guns and 4 police officers from the police station trotted to the backyard. Lu Guangtian, who was following behind, was running out of breath. Everyone was frightened and quickly moved to the sides. No one had ever seen such a fully armed scene, and everyone thought that big trouble was coming. The leading officer glanced at the 4 people on the ground and his expression froze. The other 5 officers hurried forward to check their injuries. He glanced at everyone and then said, Who is Comrade Zhang Jianjun? An old man pointed at Zhang Jianjun from the crowd and said, Comrade, that's him. This has nothing to do with our compound. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and said calmly, Comrade officer, I am Zhang Jianjun. The leading officer nodded and spoke softly, I am Lu Hija, the platoon leader of Deputy Officer Zhou's security detail. I'm under the orders of Commander Zhou to cooperate with the police in apprehending the thugs. Then he glanced at the crowd of onlookers. Everyone, listen carefully. This case is extremely serious. You are strictly prohibited from spreading it. Otherwise, certain compulsory measures will be taken. Everyone in charge of this compound must sign a confidentiality agreement. Before the truth of this matter is revealed, if anything goes wrong, you will be held accountable first. When everyone heard this, they shrank their necks in shock. The 3 uncles were so sad that they could not even cry. Can they still be such uncles? The old man kept wiping the cold sweat from his head, and Su Daimao quietly began to retreat again. This is too damn scary. Last time, 5 people were disabled and this time, 2 died and 2 were injured. At this time, a soldier stepped forward and saluted platoon leader Lu. Reporting to the platoon leader, 2 people have died from penetrating wounds to the throat, and 1 has been hit hard on the head and is unconscious. Another person suffered multiple rib fractures and is estimated to have internal organs damaged, causing internal bleeding and impending shock. Platoon leader Lu nodded and looked at Zhang Jianjun meaningfully. Then he smiled at Officer Wang and said, Officer Wang, how about this? Let us take care of these 2 seriously injured people. I'll send someone to the military hospital for treatment. If anything happens, please keep in touch. Officer Wang thought to himself that the military district guard platoon was dispatched. What could I, a district police chief, say? So he smiled and said, This is better, platoon leader Lu. After all, the military hospital is professional, so I can rest assured that you will be in my care. Platoon leader Lu nodded and called 4 guards, who worked in groups of 2 to carry the wounded, and walked out. At this time, platoon leader Lu spoke again. I'll have to trouble you, the police, to find these 2 bodies. After all, forensic identification is your specialty. Officer Wang smiled bitterly to himself. This thankless job was thrown to us. He had no choice but to signal to the 3 policemen, who came forward and began to deal with the body. Platoon leader Lu said to the remaining soldier, Son Erniu, you stand guard at the door. Comrade Zhang Jianjun and I are going into the house to discuss something. No unauthorized persons are allowed to approach. Then he took out a confidential document and handed it to Officer Wang. Officer Wang, grassroots work is your strength. I'll need to trouble you to talk to a few of the senior officers in charge. Officer Wang shrugged his shoulders and shouted to everyone. Everyone, please stop gathering together and go do what you need to do. The manager, please go to the middle courtyard and wait for me. After hearing this, everyone slowly dispersed with feelings of uneasiness, complexity, curiosity, and uncertainty. Night is gradually approaching. Many people will have trouble sleeping tonight. Zhang Jianjun and Lu Seja sat opposite each other in the backyard house. Platoon leader Lu looked at the bloodstains on the ground that had not yet dried, and then looked at the 4 pistols on the table. He revealed a serious expression and said, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, don't worry. Please tell me the whole story truthfully. I will report the situation to Commander Zhou. Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and then said, I still only have a vague understanding of this matter. I had just returned from get off work and had just entered the room when these 4 people walked in together. They said they were from the propaganda office of the District Commission for Discipline Inspection and were very forceful from the start, trying to take me away. I felt like they had some shady background and wanted to ask them to show their ID, but it turned out that none of the 4 of them had any. Then a conflict broke out among the 5 of us, and you can see the result now. Platoon leader Lu listened carefully to the story and nodded. So, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, what weapons did you use during the fight? Both of the deceased had penetrating wounds to their wrists and throats. How did these wounds occur? Zhang Jianjun took out 2 throwing knives from his pocket and handed them over, pretending to be nostalgic. These are a few throwing knives left by my father. I used to like practicing with them often. When I saw the 2 men pulled out their pistols, I had no choice but to fight to the death. Platoon leader Lu took the 2 throwing knives and carefully turned them over in his hands. There are no signs of forging on the entire blade. The flying knife is streamlined and 3 inches long, which is quite amazing. Being able to become a chief's guard, one's observation and judgment abilities must be top-notch. You can't be selected without some skills. Many of them are picked out from the reconnaissance company, and they need to be proficient in both hot and cold weapons. Platoon leader Lu thought to himself, facing a pistol, how fast does that require? And the wounds are all penetrating wounds. Strength, accuracy, and speed are all essential. Especially the force, which is a bit unbelievable. Platoon leader Lu couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity and caution towards the young man in front of him. Thinking of his mission, his brows relaxed again. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, and the rest can be handled by his superiors. Then he stood up and said with a smile, Thank you, Comrade Xiao Zhang, for your cooperation. Commander Zhou asked me to bring you a message before he left. Don't be impulsive, he will take care of everything. As for the identities of the people who came, I believe they will have been fully investigated by the time you meet with Commander Zhou. I can only reveal that these people are carrying standard weapons. Since some of the guns are not replicas, you should be able to guess what's going on. Zhang Jianjun also stood up and said, Thank you, Commander Zhou, for your concern, and thank you, Platoon Leader Lu, for helping me out. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will find time to visit him. Platoon Leader Lu waved his hand and said, That's fine. I'll help convey your message to the commander. He glanced at the 4 Type 54 pistols on the table. Platoon Leader Lu said, We need to take the pistols back to the military headquarters. These are all standard weapons and their origins must be verified. You better be careful these days and pay attention to your surroundings. I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Platoon Leader Lu picked up a few pistols on the table, turned around and walked out of the house, called the guard at the door and left the compound. Zhang Jianjun followed the 2 of them all the way to the gate of the compound, then waved goodbye again and watched them get on the military vehicle. Many people in the yard stood quietly by the windows, observing the situation of several people, and they all gasped after seeing this scene. Oh my goodness! Zhang Jianjun was actually chatting and laughing with this leading officer. Su Damao's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he felt that his 3 views had been severely impacted again. This situation is extremely unfavorable to me. What's wrong with me that I agreed with Yi Zonghai? Looking at Qin Jingru's envious eyes beside me, I felt uncomfortable for no reason. When Lu Haizhong saw this scene, he felt ecstatic and instantly forgot the depression brought about by signing the confidentiality document just now. At that time, my wife was still complaining about meddling in other people's business. Wife? Ha ha, what a stupid person. When did I, old Lu, ever misjudge someone? So she raised her head and stuck out her big belly to the stunned second aunt. Lu Haizhong laughed heartily and said, "You guys, it's really hard to communicate with you guys if you haven't seen the world. Now you understand my vision, right? I told you long ago that following Zhang Jianjun would definitely lead to success." The second aunt rolled her eyes. "She almost cried when you signed the contract just now because of your cowardly look, but what else can she say now?" Yi Zonghai was now completely numb. He was still fantasizing about how the soldiers would deal with Zhang Jianjun. Damn! These 6 soldiers actually came here to help. Yi Zonghai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and Zhang Jianjun became a thorn in his heart that he couldn't pull out. The old lady felt very complicated when she saw Yi Zonghai's expression. She thought that old Yi was a little crazy because of his retirement. This idiot Zhu just offended everyone, and now he has offended Zhang Jianjun again. The third uncle rubbed his eyes and looked at the children, and the third aunt cleared their throats dryly. He sighed and said, "Everyone saw it. Fortunately, I didn't agree with Lao Yi today. Otherwise, I would have offended Zhang Jianjun. Our family will have a good relationship with Jianjun in the future. This is really taking off. I didn't expect this kid to have such a strong backer. If he doesn't make a splash, he'll make a splash. He's really well hidden." After saying that, he smacked his lips. Yuli looked at the third uncle, then at Yan Jiichin, and felt depressed. It's true that comparing people will make you die, and comparing goods will make you throw them away. When I thought of Zhang Jianjun's slender figure and calm demeanor, I felt inexplicably restless. In the entire compound, except for Zhejiang who kept drooling, everyone else had complicated expressions and their own thoughts. Even Qin Huiru began to regret it now, feeling that her jealousy had lost its effect. It seems that the only thing Shizu can do is to try to build relationships with others. Maybe he can even get some benefits in the future. Zhang Jianjun looked at the taillights of the jeep going away, and sighed in his heart that this was the first time he had killed someone since he traveled through time. What's strange is that he doesn't have any so-called sequelae. The change in his mentality is really different from when he first traveled through time. When seeing blood for the first time, many people will have more or less psychological trauma. Zhang Jianjun did not regret doing this. If he did not fight back when others had drawn their guns, he would be a fool. When your life is threatened, any reaction is justified, especially when it happens in your own home. There is no such thing as excessive defense in this era, and the arrival of the guard platoon also caught Zhang Jianjun off guard. Thinking of the Zheng family, Zhang Jianjun's face turned cold. He turned around and walked towards the yard while thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. When we arrived at the compound, we saw the second uncle standing at the door, the dim light reflected on his flattering smile. Lu Haizhong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Section Chief Zhang, I knew nothing would happen to you. Some people in our compound are restless. If you have any ideas, please tell me. My Lu family will definitely support you." When the neighbors saw this, they all pricked up their ears for fear of missing a word. Zhang Jianjun found it a bit funny. He just mentioned changing the person in charge, and Lu Haizhong got excited. But he smiled and said, "The Chinese New Year is only a few days away. I suggest we write a letter of opinion after the New Year, and we can all vote on some things together. We cannot allow this compound to become a place where one person has the final say. The era of absolute dominance is over. Think carefully, every time someone holds a meeting, for whom is it held? Let your imagination run wild. Savor it carefully. After savoring it, you will get the result." Second Master's fearless performance today and his excellent on-the-spot reaction ability. This is exactly the talent our compound is in dire need of. The title of Second Master already conflicts with your abilities. It would be a waste of talent if you don't become a great master. The second uncle's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and his back straightened immediately. "I feel a little dizzy. Am I really that good? I don't know myself." Everyone had their own thoughts when they heard the conversation between the two. Every meeting of the whole hospital was basically for donations. After thinking carefully about who it was open for, everyone thought of the Jia family. This has nothing to do with anyone. The more I think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. This is how things are. The more you think about it, the more suspicious you become, and the more suspicious you become, the more you naturally start to imagine. Zhang Jianjun smiled secretly. "Don't you like eavesdropping? Then I'll give you some poisonous chicken soup." Saying goodbye to his fluttering bangs, Zhang Jianjun crossed the middle courtyard and returned to the backyard. He glanced around and saw no one, then his mental power burst out from his body and wiped away all the bloodstains on the ground. The same method was used to clean the inside of the house, and then the door was locked and entered the space. Zhang Jianjun looked at his watch and saw that it was almost 8 o'clock, so he found another rabbit and started roasting it. Who caused this thing to become so rampant? Once there were too many rabbits, they started digging holes everywhere. While Zhang Jianjun was leisurely roasting rabbit meat, Captain Ma was a little confused at home. The 4 guards he sent out had no news at all and none of them came back. Even his own military jeep disappeared without a trace. An ominous premonition came to his mind, and he had no idea what to do in the face of his wife's hint. Ma Changjian's original plan was to have the guards impersonate the Discipline Inspection Commission. First control the person, use threats, inducements, and scare him with a gun. Isn't this letter of understanding easy to get? Even a person without any background can only obey. But there was no movement for nearly 3 hours, and Ma Changjiang could no longer sit still, prepared to go out and send someone to find out the news. I couldn't help but secretly groan in my heart, the teacher has misled me. It turns out that you should do what suits your position and never get involved in the vortex of higher UPS. Ma Changjiang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Captain Ma put on his coat and went out. His back looked a little desolate in the night. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Jianjun began his daily practice as usual. After running a small cycle, the 3rd level of qi refining has begun to stabilize. The fluctuations in mana began to gradually converge, becoming less sharp and more steady. Zhang Jianjun started practicing Tei Divine Thunder crazily again. He understood the principle of biting off more than one can chew. After another hour of bombardment, I felt tired, washed up and left the space. Lying in bed, gradually falling asleep. No words were spoken that night. The early morning sunlight shone obliquely into the room, and the latticework on the curtains was reflected on the ground in front of the bed. Zhang Jianjun hasn't stayed in bed for a long time, and today is Sunday, so he stayed in bed a little longer. I looked at the time and saw that it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning. I stretched and got out of bed. I washed up in the space and prepared to go out, and saw if there was any breakfast left at the entrance of the alley. Everyone in the courtyard was similar to Zhang Jianjun, they had nothing to do and had just gotten up. Groups of people were brushing their teeth and washing their faces by the sink, and their eyes flickered when they saw Zhang Jianjun. I feel both envious and a little scared. After all, the bloody scene from yesterday is still vivid in my mind. At this time, a girl approached from outside the courtyard. She was wearing a dark gray woolen coat that perfectly covered her thighs and upper body. Her long, slightly curly hair was tied into 2 simple ponytails. Her face was full of youthfulness and her tall figure attracted everyone who was washing up. He looked around the compound as he walked. Zhang Jianjun saw a familiar name pop up, Li Wanting, a female reporter from the Sijukan newspaper. Zhang Jianjun waved and walked towards him. Li Wanting's eyes lit up when she saw the person waving. When the two met, Li Wanting smiled and said, "It's been a long time since we last met, Comrade Zhang Jianjun. I've wanted to visit you for a long time, but I've been too busy at the newspaper office lately and haven't been able to find time." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Reporterly, it's been a while. I calculated it's been over 2 weeks since we last visited the steel mill. Since you're here, come sit at my house for a while." Li Wanting smiled brightly and nodded. The eyes of the people washing up nearby began to bulge again. This woman's temperament was no less than that of the girl who came last time. The women began to compare themselves, and the men began to whisper to each other, stealing glances from time to time. Su Daimao was jealous by the window. He looked at Qin Jingru and suddenly her interest was gone. The third uncle murmured in the distance, "No wonder this guy was indifferent when I introduced him to Ran Kaili before. Which one of them is his match?" The two of them went to the backyard under everyone's gaze and entered the old house. Li Wanting sat on the sofa, looking at the furnishings in the house curiously. The furniture is simple, the floor is clean, and the wooden ceiling makes the room no longer feel empty. Zhang Jianjun placed a plate of oranges and 2 cups of tea on the table and said with a smile, "Comrade Li Wanting, I live alone at home and don't know how to clean up. I'm sorry to bother you." Li Wanting smiled and said, "Zhang Jianjun, don't be so polite. I feel good about it. The house doesn't need to be luxurious, but it must be clean and tidy. You have done that. By the way, have you published any good works since we last parted?" Zhang Jianjun touched his nose and said with an awkward smile, "I might have run out of ideas. I've been so overwhelmed with work lately that I have no idea what to do with my work." Li Wanting said with a playful smile, "I remember when I interviewed you, you were full of energy and vigor. Why have you become so steady after not seeing you for the past 2 weeks? If I'm not mistaken, you must have been promoted, right?" After saying this, he looked at Zhang Jianjun with burning eyes. Zhang Jianjun looked at the pair of big eyes, which were blinking and staring at him. He pinched his thigh secretly, thinking that he was in a relationship and couldn't let his imagination run wild. Who can stand this look? Zhang Jianjun looks like you see through him. He laughed and said, "When reality and ideals collide, reality always slaps the ideal in the face. There is no shortage of literati in this era. There are some things that we dare to think about but dare not write about. This is reality. I'm not yet capable of weathering the coming storm. I think you journalists should be more perceptive than us." Li Wanting's heart trembled and she withdrew her gaze. Yes, she had also sensed the coming of the storm. Nowadays, most newspapers no longer have literature and art sections, they are all filled with headlines. Interviews also have to go through various modifications, and it is no longer the time to talk about ideals. Pick up a peeled orange slice and put it to your lips, slowly chewing the sour and sweet taste. After swallowing it, Juza smiled and said, "Very sweet. Thank you. What are your plans for the future? You are such a talented person?" "Don't worry, I didn't bring any paper or pen with me today." Zhang Jianjun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Let's wait and see what happens, and keep our hearts. I hope spring will come soon. Let's not talk about politics, and just protect the people we want to protect." Li Wanting's eyes lit up. "So, Comrade Zhang Jianjun, who are you concerned about? And who do you want to protect?" Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and smiled wryly, as expected of a reporter. "You're quite gossipy. This needs to be kept secret for now, and there's no telling what will happen in the future." Thinking of Zhou Xiaobai, Zhang Jianjun smiled faintly. Li Wanting felt a little sad. Who was he smiling for? As the saying goes, there is no coincidence in the world. A bicycle bell jingles, coming from the backyard. When Zhang Jianjun heard the car bell, he scanned the outside with his mental power, his face lit up with joy and he stood up and walked towards the door. Li Wanting also looked over curiously, while Zhou Xiaobai pushed her bicycle and looked at Zhang Jianjun with a sweet smile. After the last transformation with the spiritual spring water, Zhou Xiao's skin was now as white as cream and as rosy as a peach blossom. "What? Comrade de Baiao doesn't welcome you?" Zhang Jianjun quickly smiled and said, "I'm flattered that Xiaobai is here. I knew it was you when I heard the distant ringing. How could I not welcome you?" Zhou Xiaobai felt happy when he heard this and followed Zhang Jianjun into the house. The two women's eyes met in the air. Zhou Xiaobai was stunned and looked at Zhang Jianjun with a puzzled look. Li Wanting looked at the pretty girl in front of her, and her heart was moved. She was too delicate. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "This is Comrade Li Wanting, a reporter from the Sijukan Daily. She's interviewed me before and is a good friend." Then he introduced Li Wanting, "This is my boyfriend Zhou Xiaobai. You two can chat and have lunch here first." Zhou Xiaobai felt shy when he heard that, but still smiled at Li Wanting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Comrade Li Wanting. Welcome to be our guest." Li Wanting felt a little bitter, but her professional qualities quickly brought her back to her senses. He stood up and said with a smile, "I'm also very happy to meet you, Comrade Zhou Xiaobai. You are very beautiful and elegant. No wonder you attracted the great talent Zhang." Zhou Xiaobai blushed slightly before regaining his composure and offering a subtle smile, reportedly, "You're too kind. Brother Jianjun and I don't judge people by appearance. We came together because we share a common ideal." Zhang Jianjun. Li Wanting smiled and nodded. "Is it the friendship of a gentleman as pure as water, or the love song of Liang Zhu? But I do envy you for sharing the same ideals." Zhang Jianjun was confused. Why did he feel something was wrong? When Zhang Jianjun saw that everyone was starting to act in a refined and elegant manner, why didn't he go up and show off a bit? "Look up at the ceiling at a 40-degree angle." Kang Sang said in a deep voice, speaking of the Liang Zhu song, "It is naturally excellent. When you first hear it, you don't understand the meaning of the song, but when you listen to it again, you are already the person in the song. Since you are already the person in the song, why bother to listen to the song within the song? I recall the person in my dream while listening to the song, and sigh at the worldly affairs when I wake up. When the song ends and the people disperse, I am already awakened from the dream. Where can I find the person in my dream again? In the dream, I sang a chorus of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix, and when I woke up, I played a solo of Farewell. I knew that the composer existed in the dream, so why did I cling to the person outside the composer? So many foolish dreams, so much waiting, it is hard to express my infatuation to the person in the composer." Zhang Jianjun felt his neck a little sore. He glanced at the two of them and nodded with satisfaction. This guy deserves full marks for pretending, and both of them looked at him strangely. "Zhou Xiaobai, Zhang Jianjun's lyrics are very good, but doesn't your neck hurt from lifting your head so high?" "Zhang Jianjun, you guys chat first, I'll see if there's any food left in the back room." The laughter of the two women could be heard outside, and Zhang Jianjun felt awkward in the inner room. My goodness, intellectuals these days aren't so easy to fool. Zhang Jianjun thought that his cooking skills were limited, so he decided to ask Chef Tan to cook. "Since Shazhu stood up and spoke for me yesterday, why not give him a little advantage? No matter what other people's purpose is, as long as they do you a favor, you must repay them. Cultivation requires a natural state of mind. I found a rabbit, a carp, a rooster, and a turtle in the space. In order not to arouse suspicion, I skinned and cleaned them all before leaving the space." Then he took the 4 things to the stove and placed them on the basin. At this time, the 2 girls were chatting enthusiastically outside, looking like they were in love with each other. Zhang Jianjun shook his head, a little confused. There was a bit of tension just now, but now it has turned into a feeling of regret for not meeting each other earlier. Zhang Jianjun smiled at them and said, I'll find a chef to help. You two can continue chatting at home. Zhou Xiaobai turned around and asked curiously, do you have a chef in this compound? Or do you want to go out and look for one? Zhang Jianjun nodded mysteriously. Don't underestimate this compound. There really is a great chef here. You'll find out later. When Qin Huiru arrived at the central courtyard, she was washing clothes by the sink. When she saw Zhang Jianjun coming over, she smiled sweetly. Zhang Jianjun shuddered. Could it be that the widow had taken a fancy to him? He smiled faintly and nodded. The door of He Yuzhu's house was not closed. Shazhu was half lying on the bed with his legs crossed and humming a little tune. It seems that this guy has been living a very comfortable life these days, Zhang Jianjun thought as he walked into the house. Bangang was eating peanuts on the table when he felt a darkness in front of the door. He looked up and his eyes widened. 3 scars were faintly visible in his short hair. He stopped eating peanuts, stood up and ran out. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. Is he so scary now? He didn't know that the scene last night scared Bangan so much that he peed his pants, and the shadow in his heart was quite large. When Shazhu saw Zhang Jianjun come in, he quickly stood up and walked over with a smile to bring a bench. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Brother Zuzi, are you free at noon? If you are, please help me cook a few dishes. 2 guests came to my house and my cooking skills are not good enough. When it comes to cooking, you are the best. The senior leaders have praised you. When Shazhu heard that the sedan chair was carried by everyone, his mouth curled up. He was very happy that his cooking skills were recognized. He smiled and said, Brother Jianjun, leave this to me. Just tell me which dishes you want so I can prepare some homemade seasoning. Zhang Jianjun told Shazhu about some dishes, and the more Shazhu listened, the brighter his eyes became. Craftsmen all have a common problem: the better the materials, the more they want to show off their skills. This is called skill itch. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, brother, leave this matter to me. I will help you do it beautifully. Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, Okay, Brother Zuzi, I'll wait for you at home. There are people at home, so I'll go back first. The 3 people in Zhang's house were chatting about their own interesting stories, and cheerful laughter could be heard from the room from time to time. Shazhu, who was cooking, would glance at them secretly from time to time, secretly sighing that he had no chance of joining the circle of intellectuals. Happy times always pass quickly when Shazhu brought several dishes to the table. The 3 of them couldn't help but show their joy and admiration. As the saying goes, every profession has its own expertise, and they had to admit it. Shazhu also cooks Sichuan cuisine quite well, and the steamed soft-shelled turtle is an authentic Sichuan dish. After slaughtering the soft-shelled turtle, blanch it in boiling water until the outer layer changes color. When it wrinkles, take it out and use a knife to scrape off the black matter and old skin on the soft-shelled turtle. Remove the claws and tail, clean the internal organs, wash and chop into small pieces, then slowly simmer with chicken and winter bamboo shoots. Although there are no moso bamboo shoots, there are plenty of mountain bamboo shoots, which make the soup of the soft-shelled turtle rich and fragrant. A portion of braised carp with rich red sauce and golden color, a portion of spicy rabbit meat and a pot of rooster stewed with yellow flowers. There are some tricks to stewing rooster with yellow flowers. Wash the whole chicken and add half a pot of water. Put the chicken in, add 2 tails of dried chrysanthemum, red dates, wolfberries, and green onions, and stew for half an hour. Add sugar, salt and seasonings, and simmer for another half an hour before serving. Since there were no seasonings, Shazhu used homemade seasonings instead, which looked quite good. Zhang Jianjun went to the inner room and took out a 5-gin jar of white wine, then walked over to the table and put it on the table. He smiled and said, Brother Zuzi, let's have a good drink today. Your cooking skills are indeed that of a great chef. Shazhu glanced at the 2 girls and said a little embarrassedly, Brother Jianjun, this is not good. How can you sit at the table when you have guests at home to help you? Zhou Xiaobai smiled and said, Comrade, you've worked hard, so let's eat together. We're not strangers here. The food you cooked is so delicious and tasty that it's whetted our appetites and we can't wait to eat. Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhou Xiaobai and felt very satisfied. Prove that my vision was correct this time. I know the big picture, I am not afraid of the crowd, and I can control myself. A family dinner officially begins. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Some people's nightmare is about to begin. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Ma Changjiang returned home with a dejected look on his face. He changed into a brand new military uniform and sat in the living room, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. He knew he was finished. He had just called Zheng Yuanhua's landline but no one answered. At noon, a strange young man hurried to the Ma family, left a note and left quietly without saying anything. Captain Ma tore open the note with trembling hands and pasted 8 words cut from the newspaper on it. Keep your mouth shut and wait for rescue. After reading the note, Ma Changjiang tore it into pieces angrily. This was really like him taking the blame for his mistake after crossing the river. But what other options does Ma Changjiang have? This is his last hope unless it's absolutely necessary. Just like a person who falls into the water always fantasizes that someone will hand him a stick or even a straw. If you want to hold on to that glimmer of hope, you have to persevere. Otherwise, you may end up with nothing left. Ma Changjong sighed. He said to his wife, who was in a state of confusion, "Gizi, take all the money from the bedside table. Don't look back and don't ask what happened. This may be my last instruction." He shook his head as he watched his wife rummaging through boxes and drawers in a hurry. A few years ago, he asked his ex-wife to take their daughter back to the countryside. He married this wife who was 15 years younger than him, and letting her run away with the money was his last act of conscience. Zhang Jianjun was cleaning up the leftovers on the table, and Zhou Xiaobai stood up to help. Li Wanning looked at the two people coordinating with each other and couldn't help feeling a little sad. I remembered the day of the interview at the steel mill. One person talked eloquently and the other smiled like a flower. The two of them walked in the square in the cold wind, and the light snow at that time seemed especially gentle. In the blink of an eye, everything has changed. If I had come earlier, would it be a different story? Li Wanning thought it was time for her to leave, so she stood up and spoke with a smile. Zhang Jianjun, thank you very much for your hospitality today. The newspaper office has been a bit busy lately and I still have to sort out the manuscripts when I get home. I wonder if Mr. Zhang, the great talent, would welcome you next time? I also welcome classmate Zhou Xiaobai to visit my home. Zhang Jianjun put down his bowl and chopsticks, turned around, and said with a hearty smile, I am honored to have reporter Li as my guest. How could I not welcome him? I am so happy. Zhou Xiaobai also said playfully, welcome Sister Li to our compound. It's been a pleasure chatting with you today. You're worthy of being a reporter. I've learned a lot from you that I didn't know before. The three of them walked out of the compound talking and laughing, and the people in the compound smelled the aroma of meat coming from the backyard. But no one came to check today. I'm afraid the blood on the ground last night hasn't dried up completely yet. Bangang was surprisingly honest today, while Shazhu was drunk and boasted about today's food and drinks in front of Qin Huiru. In return, Qin Huiru rolled her eyes and thought to herself that this Zuzi was really a bit stupid. Don't you know to bring some back for me? Su Daimao was drinking with Qin Jingru, and the three people walking past the door made him open his eyes wide. Qin Jingru quickly got up and sneaked to the window. She saw Su Daimao's guilty look. I sighed helplessly in my heart, and I had to finish the path I chose even if I cried. Outside the yard, the three of them said goodbye to each other, and Zhang Jianjun looked at the backs of the figures riding away on bicycles. Suddenly he felt a numbness in his waist, and Zhou Xiaobai looked at him with puffed cheeks. Classmate Debaiao, why are you a little reluctant to let go? Zhang Jianjun quickly grabbed the little hand still on his waist and spoke with a sad look. Xiaobai, I didn't expect you to doubt me even when I was sending a friend off. My heart aches. If you don't believe me, touch my chest. After saying that, he stuffed Zhou Xiaobai's little hand into his coat. Zhou Xiaobai's cheeks flushed and her heart was pounding. Feeling the man's heartbeat in his chest, she hurriedly pulled her hand away and gave Zhang Jianjun a blank look. Student Debaiao, you never act serious. Don't act like a hooligan again today. My mom wants you to come to my house for dinner tonight. Zhang Jianjun chuckled, if you don't act like a hooligan today, then you can do it in the future? Zhou Xiaobai, the two returned to Zhang Jianjun's house. Just now when he was outside the compound, Zhang Jianjun felt that someone was watching them, but since there was no ill intention on their part, I didn't bother them. It seemed that my future father-in-law was worried about my daughter. What happened yesterday is understandable. At this time, Zhou Xiaobai smiled playfully and said, classmate Debaiao, who was prettier, me or reporter Li? Zhang Jianjun spoke without hesitation, you are slightly better in terms of temperament and appearance. In my eyes, other beauties are just passing clouds. Zhou Xiaobai said happily, you're smart. By the way, Zhang Jianjun, you said that after the new year, I'll go to work at the First People's Hospital. How about that? I'm feeling a bit bored with nothing to do at home. Zhang Jianjun thought for a moment and then asked, have you asked your father? I suggest we wait and see. Next year might be a bit chaotic. If there's any chance, let's find a connection and get together. You're educated enough to work in our propaganda department. It's just that I think you're being treated unfairly. Your father probably took this into consideration when he sent you to the army. After saying that, Zhang Jianjun took Zhou Xiaobai's hand. She said affectionately, I don't want you to get hurt. I don't have any relatives in this world anymore. I hope you can walk this path with me hand in hand. Zhou Xiaobai said with red eyes, I feel that you are a bit sweet-talking, but I just like you a little bit. Maybe this is fate. Zhang Jianjun, boy, he almost used too much force. So he smiled and said, we don't need to be sad. After all, we are still young and life is still full of hope. If it really doesn't work out, I will support you. Zhou Xiaobai's mouth curled up. He smiled slyly and said, besides saying this to me, have you said this to other girls? I always feel that you have too many tricks up your sleeve, always with one set of tricks. I have to be more careful in the future. Jang Jianjun touched his nose in embarrassment. Maybe it's the after effects of working in the propaganda department for so long. The slogans I've seen these past few days have almost brainwashed me. Zhou Xiaobai couldn't help laughing, revealing two shallow dimples. Time slipped away quietly without us noticing, and the sun outside gradually set in the west. The boys and girls in the room sat side by side, and occasional laughter drifted out of the courtyard. In this special era, talking about love has become a luxury, but who can remain calm and composed when meeting someone they like? Once the whispers hidden in the heart are spoken out, there will be no more scruples, and the two hearts will gradually and completely merge. Zhou Xiaobai looked at his watch and realized that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He pulled out his slightly hot left hand. She smiled shyly and said, "Come home with me." Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment. "Okay, let's go home." The city of Siju is shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun, which gives this ancient city a golden coat. A man and a woman were riding side by side on the road, and their laughter from time to time attracted curious glances from passers-by. The girl's pigtails swayed in the wind, and the turtle hanging on the boy's handlebars attracted everyone's attention. After walking through the streets and alleys, the two stopped in a large courtyard. Joe's mother just pushed the door open and walked out, with an unconcealable smile on her face, proving that the mistress of the compound was in a very happy mood. Zhou Xiaobai smiled playfully and said, "Mom, I'm back. What delicious food have you prepared for today?" Joe's mother smiled and tapped her daughter's forehead with her finger, and saw the turtle hanging on Zhang Jianjun's bicycle. He smiled reproachfully and said, "Xiao Zhang, just come if you want to, but don't bring anything with you. Don't do this again in the future." As he spoke, he took the turtle and let the two of them into the house. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I caught this turtle before. It's not worth much. I don't know how to cook it myself, so I brought it here. Auntie has been looking so radiant lately. If you don't know her, you might think she's a sister when she's with Xiaobai." Zhou Xiaobai rolled his eyes and thought to himself that he was a flatterer. Joe's mother couldn't help but laugh, thinking that you kid still has some vision. She said happily, "This is all thanks to your unique formula. I feel a lot more relaxed now than before. Now many people in the neighboring hospitals ask me how I maintain my health." After saying this, he smiled proudly, and looked at Zhang Jianjun with increasing satisfaction. At this time, Zhou Zhenyi's heard the voices in the living room and walked out of the study. Smiling, he said, "Xiao Zhang, you're just here, come with me. I have something to ask you." Zhou's mother said in a reproachful tone, "Xiao Zhang just got home and hasn't even had a sip of tea yet. Can't you wait a little longer before discussing things?" Father Zhou shook his head helplessly. "Yu Jun, you have been bribed by Xiao Zhang." After saying that, he laughed out loud. Mother Zhou rolled her eyes and went to the kitchen. Zhou Xiaobai winked at Zhang Jianjun and followed his mother inside to wash the vegetables. Zhang Jianjun and Zhou's father came to the study and sat opposite each other. Father Zhou then spoke in a serious tone, "I already know what happened to you. This is a form of abusing your power to retaliate." After verification, this was an act of military personnel impersonating public servants and committing violence and intimidation against civilians. The organization was shocked to learn of this situation. Soldiers have always been responsible for maintaining security and protecting civilians. Some people are using him to target ordinary people. This is extremely egregious and must be thoroughly investigated. The relevant details are still under investigation. The commander of a certain unit has already been arrested. You are also required to write a written report, detailing the circumstances at the time. But don't worry. What do you think of this case? Zhang Jianjun smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Zhou, to be honest, I underestimated the evil in human nature. It was just some trivial matter. But they retaliated against me twice in a row, and this time they were even more brutal, with 4 armed men breaking into my house. If I didn't know any kung fu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just from a glimpse of the whole thing, you can imagine how horrific some people's corruption is. I'm just a clerk. What can I say about this storm vortex? But I believe the organization will investigate the whole story, bring those behind it to justice, and give the people a clear sky." Father Zhou said with a half-smile, "You kid has learned to pass the buck. Don't act pitiful in front of me. Your knife-throwing skills are truly extraordinary. Even my platoon leader was amazed. I've also had a heart-to-heart with Chief Lee of the North Street Police Station. Your kid has a lot of secrets right now. Could this unique knife-throwing skill also be passed down to you by some old beggar?" Zhang Jianjun touched his head awkwardly. "Uncle Zhou has a keen eye. This wasn't passed down to me by Huazi from my hometown. This is a family secret skill passed down by my father." Zhang Jianjun thought that if anything happened, he would have to let his father, whom he had never met, take the blame. Zhou Zhenyi scolded him with a smile, "You are becoming more and more dishonest now. I think you are very good at killing and decisive." Why don't I go to the army and train myself? I still have that right. If you want to go, I can arrange it for you with just one word. I'm very optimistic about you." Jang Jianjun was speechless. Why did they all like to recruit people? Director Lee asked him to become a policeman. Professor Chen asked him to go to college, but his future father-in-law asked him to join the army. If it were in my previous life, I would have been eager to learn all these, but now I have a lot of secrets. The fighting power can be exposed a little, but the space must not be exposed. If you go to the army, how can you cultivate your own space? Besides, the door to the other dimension may be opened again. Jang Jianjun said with a bitter face, "Uncle Joe, I think it's better not to join the army. 2 years ago, I would have agreed without hesitation. Now that the new year has passed, I'm already 20 years old. My family is so quiet and lonely, and I'm the only one left. I also want to expand our Zhang family. Do you think this makes sense?" Zhou Jinyi's chest heaved. Wow, this kid can even make innuendos. I get so angry when I think about the flowers I grow being taken away by others, even with the pots. Seeing Jang Jianjun's aggrieved look, he glared at him with both anger and amusement. "You're a sly fellow, but let's talk about your relationship with Xiaobai after the new year. I won't stop you from developing. After the spring festival, if it's suitable, we can find a date to set it up." Jang Jianjun was delighted and quickly said with a smile, "There are no elders in my family, so the decision is entirely up to the 2 elders. Zhou Jinyi's, but you have to be more cautious in the future. The waters of politics are very deep, so don't jump in lightly. You're so irritable, it's worrying. It's normal for young people to have a bit of temper. But you must think twice before doing anything, otherwise it will be too late to regret it once you get into trouble." Jang Jianjun also spoke seriously, "Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Joe. I will be careful with my words and actions in the future and do my job well." Father Joe nodded in satisfaction. "Then I will tell you a piece of news in advance. Mr. Ye may want to meet you in the future. There is an important person who is very interested in you. Just behave yourself recently. If anyone causes trouble for you again, I will handle it. Even if I can't do it, Master Ye will step in." Jang Jianjun was shocked and took a deep breath. Wow, even old Ye said he was a big shot. This is a bit confusing, so at least he is at the same level as him. Zhou Jinyi saw that Jang Jianjun looked thoughtful. I felt a little funny in my heart. After all, I was still young and thought this kid was fearless. So he said, "Don't worry, kid. Just keep a normal attitude. Seeing more and talking less when you meet someone will be beneficial to your future. Many people can't even ask for opportunities. You need to start paying attention to your words and actions. After all, no matter how low an official is, he is still an official. It is often the people around you who push you into trouble." Jang Jianjun spoke with an instructive look. "Thank you very much for Uncle Joe's advice. I will definitely keep it in mind." At this time, there were knocks on the study door several times, and Joe's mother's voice came from outside. "Lao Zhou, Xiao Zhang, the food is already on the table, come out and eat." The night outside the window enveloped the entire courtyard. A family dinner is going on. For people were eating at the table in the Zhou family compound. Jang Jianjun felt a little embarrassed when he saw the dishes piled up in his bowl. Mother Zhou put a lot of thought into the meal today and cooked some of her signature dishes, including stewed pork trotters, braised beef, and even the freshly caught soft-shelled turtle was served on the table. There is a saying that goes, a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks at him, the more she likes him. Zhou Jinyi's drank and laughed. "Xiao Zhang, your Aunt Zhou has never been so kind to outsiders. You better not waste the food in your bowl." Mother Zhou said jokingly, "Xiao Zhang is no longer an outsider. Your precious daughter is deeply distressed. I dare not offend her." Zhou Xiaobai glanced at Jang Jianjun and blushed. She said coquettishly, "Mom, what are you talking about? He doesn't need me to feel sorry for him. He's very thick-skinned." The couple couldn't help laughing, and Jang Jianjun could only laugh along awkwardly. Since the whole family has gone through the spiritual spring water and has benefited from it, their health has improved dramatically. Zhou's mother no longer objected to her husband drinking, and Zhou Jinyi tasted the white wine in the glass happily. The Zhou family was drinking happily, but the Zheng family compound was filled with gloom and sorrow. Zheng Yuanhua is now a little helpless and feels uneasy after hearing that Ma Changjiang was arrested. Fortunately, the news from his old comrade reassured him, and Ma Changjiang took it all on without saying anything. Zheng Yuanhua never imagined that Jang Jianjun actually had a backer. And the person behind this backer was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He almost fainted when he heard the news. It is impossible to rescue your child safely. Trying to rescue him at this time may end up in failure. He could only secretly use his connections to get a shorter sentence, but even if he was released in a shorter time, his future would be ruined. There was resentment and anger in Zheng Yuanhua's eyes. He had finally managed to send his child to college. It was actually ruined by a young boy, and what was even more unexpected was that a small section chief couldn't even handle it himself. I cursed in my heart that Ma Chang-jong was a loser. He even brought a gun to someone's house and couldn't even take the person down. Looking at an old newspaper from Beijing on the table, Zhang Jianzhen's black and white photo was smiling. As if mocking himself, Zhang Yuanhua suddenly grabbed the newspaper and tore it into pieces. He murmured, "I can't afford to offend Zhou Jianese right now, but I don't believe I can't find an opportunity for a small section chief like you." Only Zhang Jianzhen and Zhou Jianese were left at the dinner table, and the bottle of motai on the table was almost gone. Father Zhou didn't dare drink too much today. After all, he almost made a fool of himself in front of the younger generation last time. When the two finished a bottle of white wine, the banquet was coming to an end. Father Zhou said, "Xiao Zhang, your Aunt Zhou and I have already discussed this. It will be boring for you to be home alone on New Year's Day. If you're done with your work at home at noon, why don't you come over to my place to celebrate the New Year in the evening? After all, it's more lively when there are more people around. What do you think?" Zhang Jianzhen nodded with a smile and said, "It's all up to Uncle Zhou to arrange. I'll respectfully obey your orders." Father Zhou smiled and said, "We're all family now, so there's no need to be so polite. Just be careful these few days and I've arranged for someone." Then he lowered his voice and said, "If you have any problems, come to me immediately. This is a sensitive period and you must not be impulsive. When someone dies, it's no longer a trivial matter. This incident may have attracted the attention of some people." Zhang Jianzhen nodded seriously. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your reminder. I'll be more careful after learning from my mistakes. I thought to myself that after this storm was over, it would be time for me to go out and move around at night. Even if we don't kill them, we will make sure that not a blade of grass grows in their homes. I don't believe that everyone is clean-handed, so my moving company can officially open for business." Zhang Jianzhen stood up and helped Zhou's father serve half a bowl of rice, and then got some for himself. After the two finished their meal, Zhang Jianzhen prepared to get up and help make tea. At this time, Zhou's mother came out holding a tweed school uniform, smiled at Zhou's father and then looked at Zhang Jianzhen. He said with concern, "Xiao Zhang, it's winter and there's no one at home to clean up. This military coat is quite thick. Your Uncle Zhou thought it was a bit too big and never wore it. Since your height should be suitable, I'll give it to you. We have plenty of military coats at home anyway." Zhang Jianzhen felt a little warm in his heart. This was probably the first time he felt the warmth of home since he came here. He quickly took the coat and hung it on the back of the chair. He smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt Zhou." At this time, Zhou Xiaobai brought over 2 cups of tea and placed one in front of each person. Zhou Xiaobai sat next to Zhang Jianzhen and asked, "Zhang Jianzhen, it's almost Chinese New Year. When will you have your holiday?" Zhou's mother said as she cleared the dishes, "I guess they'll have to wait for further notice. These days, company holidays are all decided by higher UPS. There's no point asking him. Heavy industrial units like steel mills get busier during the holidays." Zhang Jianzhen nodded and said, "That's true. There's no word from the factory about when we'll be on holiday. The Spring Festival is almost here anyway, so I don't have to work during the holiday." Zhou Xiaobai looked at his father and said, "Dad, I also want to go to work next year. I want to train myself at the grassroots level." Zhou Jianese frowned. "Didn't you want to be a doctor before? Why do you want to go to the grassroots now?" Zhou's mother looked at Zhang Jianzhen and Zhou Xiaobai and thought, "Isn't this obvious?" So he said, "Xiaobai, let's talk about this matter after the new year. We don't know what the situation will be like next year." Zhou Jianese also nodded. "This matter does need to be handled with caution. I'm a little confused now." They chatted for a while, and Zhou Jianese looked at his watch. He said to Zhang Jianzhen, "Xiao Zhang, I won't keep you any longer. It's too late and I'm afraid it won't be safe on the road. Remember what I told you in the study when you go back. Just like last time, I'll send a car to take you back. Try not to go out at night for the next period of time." Zhang Jianzhen stood up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Uncle, I've remembered everything. I'll take care of this matter when I get back." Then he waved to Zhou Xiaobai and said, "I'll come to see you again when I have time. I'll be going back first." Zhou Xiaobai stood at the gate of the compound, watching Zhang Jianzhen walk away reluctantly. Mother Zhou laughed jokingly and said, "Why are you reluctant to give it up after such a long time?" A coquettish voice came from the courtyard. The jeep sped all the way through the streets and alleys and arrived at Changwen district. Half an hour later, it stopped at the Red Star Courtyard in Luoguxiang. Zhang Jianzhen said goodbye to the driver, pushed his bicycle and put his woolen coat on the back rack. The compound was already quiet at this time, and there were no entertainment activities at this time. Everyone either plays poker with their wives or turns off the lights and goes to bed early. Only a few houses still had dim lights on. Zhang Jianzhen walked through the middle courtyard and came to his own home in the backyard. He closed the door, bolted it, and slipped into the space. He looked up and saw that the vortex in the space had become much larger. At this time, the vortex had a diameter of more than 2 meters, and a faint blue light began to appear on it. Zhang Jianjun felt that the channel would soon be opened, and it would only take a day or two. I don't know if it's the same dimension, and how long I'll be there this time. It seems that I need to prepare well. I can't travel through time unprepared like last time. Zhang Jianjun started his nightly routine again, sitting by the ancient well and closing my eyes. Zhang Jianjun started the crazy mode again in the space, and lightning snakes fell from the sky. The black soil in front was charred and exploded into pits of varying depths. After I stood up from my third meditation session, Zhang Jianjun silently recited the incantation and flipped his hand gestures, and 2 lightning bolts as thick as teacups struck down from the sky one after another. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up with excitement. After 3 days of continuous bombardment, Tei Divine Thunder finally reached the minor success level. The lightning snake turned from 1 to 2, and it felt like it didn't require consuming more mana. On the contrary, it reduces mana requirements. Zhang Jianjun estimated his mana and now he could cast 6 spells at full strength. After achieving minor success, the casting time is reduced by half. It turns out that cultivation requires hard work and there is no shortcut. Now that I have achieved some success, I can study other small spells. With a wave of his hand, the true solution to the Divine Thunder appeared in Zhang Jianjun's hand, and he carefully studied the 5 elements magic in the Qi refining chapter. Gold-based golden needle technique, wood-based vine technique, and water-based freezing technique. Fire element fireball, earth element ground spike. Zhang Jianjun immediately took a liking to the fireball spell, which is an essential spell for killing people and robbing goods and destroying the bodies. I remember when I was playing World of Warcraft, the first spell I learned for the mage character I created was fireball. It's a pity that after traveling through time, I can no longer touch a computer. Maybe I can still play with it if I live to the 21st century. Fire mages are known for their violence, and fireball is just a small, elementary spell that comes with it. As long as you have the support of magic power, it is naturally very easy to get started. You don't need any talent for fire either, anyone can learn it as long as you have enough spiritual energy during the Qi refining stage. Zhang Jianjun sat by the ancient well and carefully read the essentials of the exercise. Use spiritual energy to simulate the fire element, and make hand seals to gradually heat up the air. With a flip of his wrist, a fireball as big as a bowl suddenly floated in his palm. Looking at the flame dancing in his hand, Zhang Jianjun was a little curious because the temperature was so high, but it did not cause any harm to his palm, and the surrounding air was distorted by the scorching flames. Zhang Jianjun locked onto the black soil in front of him with his spiritual sense, raised his hand, and a fireball shot out from his palm. It hit the locked position accurately, and the explosion was accompanied by splashing flames. A small pit was blown out in the land in front, and the surrounding land was charred and carbonized. Zhang Jianjun teleported to the location of the explosion to check and saw that the pit had been blown out to a diameter of more than half a meter. I felt that the power was about the same as the Palm Thunder, but the range was much longer than the Palm Thunder. It's just that its speed is not as fast as the Palm Thunder. After all, the Thunder system is known for its speed. The fireball technique requires the guidance and locking of mental power, and can be thrown out with the coordination of the palm. Palm Thunder is almost instantaneous, and the speed of lightning is naturally extremely fast. Zhang Jianjun became interested and enthusiastic and started to learn other small spells of the 5 elements. As his palms formed seals, the ground 20 meters ahead flipped over. A spike of earth as thick as an arm suddenly broke through the ground and drilled out more than 1 meter high. Zhang Jianjun's anus tightened when he saw this. What a guy, if he were to shoot it in someone else's crotch. Isn't it? Zhang Jianjun let out an obscene laugh. This spell was quite vicious. I looked at the vine spell and skipped it directly. This spell requires props and materials. You must carry plant seeds with you at all times, or you can use them in special environments such as in the mountains. I already have a few good spells, so I'll study this one slowly later. I took a quick look at the introduction of golden needle technique and skipped it directly. If you don't know mental puncture, you can learn it. In terms of surprise, mental piercing is better. Besides, he has a flying sword and 20 flying knives. Zhang Jianjun was reading carefully by the ancient well, and finally learned the freezing spell among the 5 element spells. The freezing technique is quite effective in actual combat and can instantly freeze water stains on the ground. It can also cause a person's body temperature to drop rapidly, weakening the opponent's sensitivity and reaction ability. It makes the body stiff and the limbs numb, which is a fatal spell for ordinary people. Zhang Jianjun thought about it carefully and realized that this was also a small magic spell of the Minayan people. It was so cool to use it with the ground spike technique. First make your opponent unable to move, and then instantly feel a chill in his crotch. Wow, this combo is absolutely perfect. Zhang Jianjun closed the secret of Divine Thunder, stood up